Magic is the realm of every individual's imagination, and talent serves as its foundation. A devoted admirer of Harry Potter's journey into this world would undoubtedly bring about profound transformations. As one experiences the changes in their bloodline, they may ascend to become a deity within the magical realm, living eternally alongside their beloved. Chapter 1. Anha Gellert Michel. On the snowy night of November 23, 1978, in a hospital, an elderly man and a young man awaited something with a hint of anxiety etched upon their faces. The elder clasped his hands together, a necklace held tightly within, muttering fervent prayers for Merlin's blessing. The young man gazed absently out the window to take tea that moment. A raven alighted upon the windowsill, fixating its gaze upon the young man, who regarded the bird with surprise and curiosity. Suddenly, the wailing of a newborn echoed from the adjacent room, prompting the elder to express his delight and excitement as he urged the young man to enter the chamber. Inside, the elder's joy was palpable as he beheld the infant in the crib. He hurried forward to lift the child, presenting him to the young man. Tasso, bestow a name upon this child. Tasso observed the infant and the necklace in the elder's hands, the image of the raven flashing in his mind, and he declared, "Let us name him Anha Gellert Michel." The elder, taken aback by the name, looked down at the child and then at the necklace, smiling softly. "If you have made your decision, then it shall be so. I trust Diana will not mind." He cast a glance at the woman resting in bed, who nodded weakly, her complexion pale. Tasso's heart ached for her. "Father, let us step outside, allowing Diana some peace." The elder nodded, placing the infant by the bedside as he and Tasso exited point 3 months later. At the base of Nurmengard Castle, 2 hooded figures emerged. "Father, do we truly need to bring him here?" "Anha is merely 3 months old," Tasso protested, cradling the infant reluctantly. The elder shot him a stern look and replied, "This is Gellert's wish. Even before your birth, he prophesied that if my grandson bore his name, he must become the child's godfather. He entrusted me with that necklace. You once idolized him, though. Not forget he taught you magic." Tasso fell silent. Though he has remained in Nurmengard since his defeat by Dumbledore 34 years ago, a person's wisdom does not vanish. His prophetic abilities endure. As his friend, I must honor our pact. With that, the elder led Tasso into the castle. In the darkness, an old man opened his eyes. "Andre, it has been too long." "Huh, I never expected you to still be alive." "Gellert," Andre laughed, pulling Tasso close to Gellert. Gellert smiled down at the swaddled infant. "The prophecy holds true. What is his name?" "Anha Gellert Michel," Tasso replied. "Allow me to see him." Gellert extended his hands. Tasso hesitated, but Andre reassured him with a pat. "Let him see the child. He is the godfather and will not harm him." Recalling the earlier conversation, Tasso entrusted the infant to Gellert. As Gellert gently took the child, his hands trembled slightly. He caressed Anna's cheek, who remained peacefully asleep. Suddenly, Gellert pointed a finger at the child's forehead. Tasso gasped in alarm, instinctively reaching out to intervene, but Andre held him back firmly. A blue flame flickered as it marked the child's brow. After completing the act, Gellert appeared pale, returning Anha to Tasso. "Have him visit me when he turns 3. Andre nodded, signaling Tasso to take the infant. To Gellert, he inquired, "Shall we not share a drink?" "Not now. I need to rest," Gellert replied wearily. "Then we shall take our leave, my lord," Tasso said, cradling Anha. "Understood. Be swift." Gellert waved dismissively as Andre, and he departed the castle. Chapter 2. Relocation. 8 years later, atop Nurmengard Castle, a figure with white hair observed a young boy running below. "You must diligently train your body. A proficient wizard cannot solely rely on magic, but must also possess a strong physique," Grindelwald called down coldly. Below, a white-haired boy jogged tirelessly around the castle, drenched in sweat and breathless yet undeterred. How unfortunate, to be thrust into a story only to become Grindelwald's charge. Enduring daily runs without learning any magic, this is exhausting. Anha silently lamented under the scorching sun. Grindelwald, watching the boy's determination, contemplated his future. Once Anha completed his run, he extended a hand, fingers twirling, and Anha gradually lifted into the air, gently being brought to the castle. "Very well, godfather, but when will you impart magical knowledge?" Anha queried. Grindelwald chuckled. "Perhaps during your 10th summer, but remember to maintain your training sometimes. A fist is mightier than a wand in battle." Anha nodded before departing the castle. After his exit, Grindelwald retreated into a room, staring at a letter on a dilapidated desk. After a prolonged silence, he retrieved a wand from beneath his bed. With a flick, a white light erupted from the wand's tip, forming a raven that landed upon the desk. Regarding Grindelwald, he nodded at it, and the raven seemed to understand, grasping the letter in its beak before soaring out of the castle window into the distance. Anha called out to his grandfather, Andre, who was reading a newspaper in the courtyard. Upon hearing, Andre set down the paper and turned toward Anha. Oh, my dear grandson, when will you embody the elegance of your mother? Anha scratched his head. This is Germany, not England. Why must I be so graceful? Andre laughed heartily. What did your godfather teach you this time? Surely it was not merely exercise. Anha offered an awkward smile. He said true magic would be taught when I turned 10, and he also mentioned I should study in England. Andre furrowed his brow. Study in England? Why not attend Durmstrang? Is it because he was expelled from there that you cannot go? Is Dumbledore involved? Andre mused, then instructed Anha, go speak with Tasso and Diana. Diana is British, inquire with them. With that, he resumed his reading. Taking his grandfather's guidance, Anha made his way to Tasso's study. Upon entering, he found Tasso perusing documents at the desk, while his mother, Diana, read by the window. Anha noticed the book in Diana's hands titled A Year with the Yeti, which struck a familiar chord, though he could not recall the author. Diana looked up as Anha entered, setting down her book. What is it, Anha? Just finished training? Do you need something? Tasso paused, his pen hovering, and turned to Anha as well. Feeling the weight of their gaze, Anha instinctively adjusted his attire and spoke, Father, Mother, my godfather wishes for me to move to England to attend Hogwarts. Tasso and Diana exchanged surprised glances, contemplating Gellert's proposal and ultimately deciding to acquiesce. Anha, let us discuss this further. You should take a bath and change your clothes. We shall provide you with an answer during dinner. Shall we? Anha nodded obediently and stepped out of the room. He entered his bedroom, tidied his clothes, and proceeded to the bathroom to indulge in a bath. Recollecting my past life, I recall watching the third viewing of Dumbledore's Mystery. When I witnessed Dumbledore vanquishing Grindelwald, a flash of white light enveloped me, and it felt as though I had traversed dimensions. However, I only began to recall this bogus memories from the age of 2 initially. I presumed it was merely an ordinary reincarnation, but upon witnessing my father wield magic, I realized I had genuinely crossed over into the world of Harry Potter. To my astonishment, Grindelwald is my godfather. I had thought that relocating to Germany would spare me for the narrative of Harry Potter. Yet here I am, destined to study in England. It appears that Harry Potter commenced his schooling in 1991, while I am set to begin in 1990. Goodness, just a few years of schooling, and I'm already entangled with Voldemort. What a predicament. Moreover, it seems there is no system to assist me, so I must simply endure. After a spell of melancholy, Anha heard his mother, Diana, calling him for dinner. He donned his clothes and descended to the dining area. Upon descending, he observed his grandfather seated at the head of the table, with his parents flanking either side. Anha took his place obediently and began to eat. Once satiated, he watched as the servants cleared the table. Tasso glanced at Diana, who nodded in acknowledgement, and then addressed Anna, my child, we have consented to your journey to England. However, as the Minister of Magic, I cannot accompany you, and Diana must remain with me. Your grandfather, too, is aging and wishes to avoid exertion. Thus, we have collectively decided that you will embark on this venture alone. Nevertheless, Diana and I have encountered a delightful Muggle couple in England who are quite amiable. We intend to arrange for you to stay with them temporarily. Anha expressed his confusion. Muggle couple. Diana's voice chimed beside him. Upon hearing Muggle couple, Anha immediately thought of the Dursleys, sending a shiver down his spine as he nodded in recognition. Seeing him nod, Tasso continued, You may proceed. After everyone departed, Anha went to the kitchen, procured a few pieces of meat, and made his way to the garden. Surveying his surroundings, he called out, Black Feather, come for dinner. I'm coming. A raven descended from a nearby tree. Though not large, it sported a few light blue feathers at its tail. At the age of 6, Anha was astonished to discover his ability to communicate with animals. Unlike Harry Potter, he did not need to mimic their calls. He could converse in German, English, or even Chinese. Looking at Black Feather, he said, In a few days, I shall reside in England. Would you care to join me? Black Feather paused its meal and gazed at him. England? I'm not your pet, you know. Ravens symbolize freedom. Before Black Feather could finish, Anha felt a pang of disappointment. You are my dear friend. How could you not consider accompanying me? Who said I wouldn't join you? I simply hadn't finished my thought. I can distinguish between a hearty meal and a mere snack. You go ahead. I shall fly by your side, for I am a magical raven. Anha nodded, feeling touched. Before Black Feather could finish eating, he scooped him up in his arms. Put me down. I haven't finished yet. Time swiftly passed. At the dock, Anha stood on the ship, waving to his parents below. He spotted Black Feather circling above and bid farewell to his family. The voyage aboard the ship seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Once the ship docked, Black Feather perched upon Anha's shoulder. After undergoing several rounds of inspection, Anha exited the port to the entrance. He noticed a man holding a girl, accompanied by a lady, and the girl clutched a large sign that read, Anha Gellert Michel. Chapter 3. Hermione Granger. Anha gazed at the girl before him, her flowing chestnut waves cascading elegantly, her sparkling brown eyes radiating warmth, and an angelic smile gracing her lips as she quietly surveyed her surroundings. To his astonishment, it was indeed her. What an unfortunate stroke of fate to encounter Hermione directly. Suppressing his urge to comment, Anha approached the Granger couple. "Good day, sir. I am Anha Gellert Michel." Mr. Granger scrutinized the young boy standing before him. Your eyes are a mirror image of Diana's. It has been so many years that I scarcely recall what you look like." Anha, puzzled, inquired, "You have met me?" Mr. Granger chuckled softly. "I attended your 100-day banquet with my wife in Germany. She even cradled you in her arms. However, you were so small at the time that it is understandable you wouldn't remember. Allow me to introduce my wife and my daughter, Hermione Granger." He gestured towards Mrs. Granger and Hermione. Mrs. Granger nodded in acknowledgement, while Hermione shyly greeted, "Hello, brother." Mr. Granger took Anha's luggage, and as for the black feather, it had already soared into the sky during the inspection, likely watching over Anha and the others from above. Once they were in the car, laughter ensued among the group. Mrs. Granger remarked, "The last time I saw you, you were just a tiny thing, and I was still expecting Hermione. Look at how much you've grown. Perhaps we should arrange a betrothal between you two. What do you think, dear?" Mr. Granger expressed his indifference, contingent upon Hermione's willingness. At this, Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered that she was still too young. Anha scratched his head, suggesting they could discuss it later. "By the way, Mr. Granger, may I ask how you came to know my parents?" While driving, Mr. Granger replied. Anha felt somewhat incredulous upon hearing the response. The potion must have been magical, and the manner of their acquaintance seemed rather casual. "By the way, Anha, what prompted your decision to study in England? Is it to attend Eton College?" Mr. Granger's voice echoed from the front. Anha nodded, pondering that they were still unaware of Hogwarts. Surely, they would learn of it as Hermione's enrollment approached. "I have heard that Eton's admission criteria are quite stringent. One must excel academically and come from a well-off family. Yet, I recall that your family is quite comfortable. So it will now depend on your efforts," Mrs. Granger remarked with a smile. The Granger residence was not far, and amidst their jovial banter, they arrived swiftly. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious living room, where a large television faced the sofa and a fireplace nestled nearby. Mr. Granger, carrying Anha's luggage, addressed him. "Your room is adjacent to Hermione's. Can you manage to carry your belongings upstairs? If you need assistance, simply ask Hermione to guide you. I have a few matters to attend to. Just tidy up a bit, and we shall gather for dinner shortly, all right?" Anha accepted his luggage and nodded, casting a glance at Hermione. Hermione led him upstairs. "This will be your room. Mine is right next door. You can unpack your things here. Do you need any help?" Hermione inquired, raising an eyebrow at Anha. Anha surveyed the tidy room and nodded, contemplating the prospect of free labor. Hermione took the luggage and began to arrange her belongings alongside Anha. The two sat on the bed, and Hermione turned to Anha, extending her hand. "We haven't truly introduced ourselves yet. Hello, I am Hermione Granger, an avid reader with a fondness for kittens, though my parents have never allowed me to keep one. Also, I must say, you are rather handsome." Anha momentarily faltered, extending his hand in return. Hello, I am Anha Gellert Michel. I have a penchant for ravens and beautiful women, and you are quite lovely yourself." Hermione felt a bit bewildered, unsure of what to make of his interests. Yet his compliment made her cheeks flush. Observing Hermione's blush caused Anha to inexplicably redden as well. "Come down for dinner, kids." Mrs. Granger's voice called from below. In the dining room, Mr. Granger beamed at the two blushing youngsters with a paternal smile. The two children took their seats as Mrs. Granger placed the last dish on the table. "Anha, I apologize, dear. I am not well versed in German cuisine, but I hope you find the British fare to your liking. Do get a try." Anha nodded. "It's quite all right, Auntie. I'm not picky." After dinner, Mrs. Granger tidied up the dishes while Anha quietly slipped out of the house and made his way to the front door. "Black Feather, come here," he called, gazing at the inky night sky as a black figure swooped down. "So, you came without a packed meal." Black Feather landed before Anha. Feeling a bit bashful, Anha hadn't mentioned it to Mrs. Granger. "It should be here tomorrow." Black Feather regarded him, then sighed. "All right, but this is the last time. Anha, where are you?" Hermione's voice called from behind him. Surprised, Anha turned to see Hermione had come out. This is Black Feather, my brother." "Black Feather, this is Hermione Granger, the daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Granger." Hermione looked at the raven curiously. "Where did you come from? I have lived here for so long and never seen you." "Caw, caw, caw." Black Feather squawked in response. Anha quickly interjected, "Black Feather came with me from Germany." Hermione looked astonished. "He traveled with you?" Then why isn't he in a cage? He flew here. We've grown up together. Just then, Black Feather flapped his wings and perched on Anna's shoulder. Wow, that's cool. Hermione exclaimed, reaching out her hand. May I pet him? Of course. Under the moonlight, Anna watched as Hermione's small hand brushed over Black Feather's feathers, her beauty illuminated by the silvery glow. Chapter 4. Awakening Anna, wake up. A pillow struck Anna's head in the early morning light, and before he could react, a delicate foot pressed against his face. Wait, what on earth? Move your foot, Anna exclaimed, pulling Hermione's foot away and getting out of bed. You go out first. I need to change my clothes. Anna gently pushed Hermione out of the room, and, glancing at the sleeping black-feathered bird on the windowsill, filled a bowl with birdseed and set it before him. After changing into fresh attire, Anna opened the door to find Hermione waiting for him. You certainly took your time, she remarked with playful annoyance. Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Anna disregarded her teasing and took her small hand as they descended the stairs. Good morning, Uncle and Aunt, Anna greeted, noticing Mr. Granger reading the newspaper and Mrs. Granger preparing breakfast. Mr. Granger looked up at Anna, and a moment of surprise washed over him. How swiftly time had flown. 2 years had passed since he had first arrived at Hermione's home. Hermione's wistful voice echoed in Anna's ears, observing her melancholic expression. Beads of sweat formed on Anna's forehead. Wiping his brow, he reassured her, I still have a couple of days left. I promise to accompany you to the library during this time. Hermione crossed her arms and turned her head away with a huff. Anna understood that this was her reluctant agreement. Mrs. Granger announced that breakfast was ready, and they all gathered to eat. After the meal, Hermione eagerly attempted to pull Anna to the library. As they strolled along the street, a sudden whim struck Anna, and he led Hermione to another road. Hermione, do you see that pub over there? He pointed to a location, and Hermione looked up to find the sign of the Leaky Cauldron. Of course I see it. ISNT, that the Leaky Cauldron? Are you in a mood for a drink? Anna waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Let us head to the library. For the next couple of days, Anna and Hermione immersed themselves in the library, where she would frequently approach him with questions, and he consistently provided correct answers based on his prior knowledge. Before long, the 2 days had flown by. At the dock, Hermione expressed her reluctance to part ways. All right, you say this every summer. Anna gently patted her head, then raised his hand in farewell to the Grangers before turning to board the ship. The vessel surged through the waves, emitting a mournful sound as it approached the dock. Upon disembarking, Anna exited his cabin and stepped onto the shore, where he immediately spotted his father, Tothos, alongside his mother, Diana. Tothos nodded at Anna. Everything has been prepared for you. Shortly, you will head directly to Nurmengard to meet your godfather. You will stay there. Anna heard his father's words and merely nodded in response. Diana gazed at her child with concern. Be cautious not to provoke Gellert while you are there. He will look after your safety. Anna took a deep breath before entering the castle. Inside, the dimly lit castle appeared dilapidated, and Anna ascended the stairs step by step until he reached the final room, where Grindelwald sat cross-legged on the wooden bed. You have arrived, he stated. Godfather, I am now 10 years old and ready to learn magic. Anna felt a twinge of fear. After all, in the films, Grindelwald was known for his ruthless demeanor. What are you afraid of? You are my godson. I would never harm you. Grindelwald felt a flicker of irritation. After all these years, this pupil still harbored fear towards him. Though he had indeed been somewhat stringent in his teachings, such trepidation seemed unwarranted. Come here, lie down on the bed. Grindelwald's voice echoed frostily as he descended from the bed. Anna shuddered slightly, slowly approaching the edge of the bed before reclining upon it. Grindelwald regarded Anna, gently pinching his arm and nodding in approval. Well, it appears you have not neglected your training. As he spoke, Grindelwald retrieved a vial from beneath the bed, the liquid within emanating a soft blue glow, exuding an aura of formidable power. He held the potion towards Anna and inquired, Do you know why I chose to be your godfather? Anna shook his head, pondering that it could not merely be due to his status as the protagonist. Once, I had a dear friend who shared my ideals. United by our common vision, we even forged a blood pact. However, when it came time to pursue our dreams, one faltered, ultimately hindering the other's ambitions. That person succeeded in thwarting his counterpart. Are those two the Godfather and Professor Dumbledore? Anna recalled, recognizing elements from a film he had watched. Indeed, Grindelwald affirmed, the greater good, which I sought at the castle gates, was once my aspiration. I believe that if wizards possess such immense power, why should they cower from muggles? Thus, I aim to dismantle the international statute of wizarding secrecy. Yet, Dumbledore intervened, and in my defeat, I made a vow never to step beyond Nurmengard. However, I prophesied my failure in that decisive battle against Dumbledore 45 years ago. Yet, I foresaw that a pupil from the Michel family would one day take my place in realizing my ideals. At that time, I entrusted my pendant to my dear friend, André Michel. Therefore, it is destiny that has guided our meeting. Anha felt a surge of disbelief, musing to himself. At that moment, Grindelwald's voice resonated once more. In the years since I encountered you, I have uncovered many extraordinary revelations through prophecy. You are not an ordinary individual. As wizards navigate societal life and Muggle technology advances, it is inevitable that Muggles will eventually discover the existence of wizards. You are destined to serve as a bridge between wizards and Muggles, facilitating the integration of our worlds, a mission that rests upon your shoulders. Anha was utterly bewildered, thinking, I am merely an ordinary traveler, lacking even a system. I cannot hope to match Dumbledore, let alone break the statute of secrecy. How could I possibly achieve that? Observing Anha's bewilderment, Grindelwald understood that he was grappling with an overwhelming influx of information. He shook the potion in his hand and proposed, You possess an extraordinary force within you, and this potion can awaken your magical potential, enhancing your abilities. You are my pupil, and I respect your autonomy. Should you choose to embrace your mission, consume it. If not, I will not press you. Grindelwald was momentarily taken aback as he watched Anha gulp down the potion in large swigs. I did not intend for you to drink it all at once. The potency is too intense. You may not withstand it. Anha finished the potion in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and upon hearing Grindelwald's words, exclaimed in surprise, Why didn't you say so earlier? 10 minutes later, he inquired, Father, is this potion expired? Why is there still no reaction? He gazed at his unmoving body. How would I know? This potion was meant for you. Who can tell what its effects might be? Grindelwald scratched his head while observing Anha. It must be your potion that is faulty. Otherwise, how could there be no reaction after 10 minutes? Before Anha could respond, flames erupted from his forehead, emitting a fierce radiance. Wisps of pale blue fire surged forth, encircling Anha's body. The flames morphed continuously, gradually forming an unfamiliar script that was seared onto Anha's skin, incinerating his clothing in the process. Grindelwald sensed something was amiss and rushed forward to assist, only to be hurled against the wall by the flames with a resounding crash. Anha felt as though his body was being scorched. The script transformed back into fire, beginning to burn him anew. The immense pain felt as if it would consume him entirely, and unable to bear it, Anha let out a series of agonized cries. Grindelwald, having regained his footing, felt the potency of the flames and hesitated to intervene, uncertain of how to help. Watching Anha writhe and scream on the bed, he could only silently pray for his survival. Anha, tormented by the fierce flames, rolled about desperately, just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. A shadow surged through the window, colliding with him without slowing down, slamming him against the wall and rendering him unconscious. Grindelwald, taken aback by the shadow's appearance, was unable to intervene. As he turned to check on Anha, he was astonished to see Anha levitating, the flames on his forehead gradually fading away. A deep blue flame circled him, taking the form of a raven that hovered protectively around him. Grindelwald observed the unfolding scene in awe. A raven? Chapter 5, Protego Diabolica. Grindelwald took a seat as he watched Anha stabilize gradually. Slowly, Anha opened his eyes, the innocence in his gaze replaced by a mature insight. He looked towards Grindelwald, the images from his past life and childhood memories merging in his mind, as his soul fully integrated with his body. Grindelwald regarded Anha, now seated cross-legged on the bed. How do you feel? It appears that the magical power within you is about 1/10 of mine. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed you were merely a 10-year-old boy. Anha felt within himself an astonishing reservoir of magical energy akin to that of an adult. No wonder Grindelwald insisted he train daily. Without such preparation, he surely would not have been able to endure such a surge of power. All right, young man, continue. Grindelwald produced a book from somewhere and tossed it to him. Anha caught it and was surprised to find it was titled Standard Spells. Confused, he thought, shouldn't a legendary figure teach magic directly through their signature spells? Why start with a book of standard spells, and a beginner's one at that? Grindelwald observed the expression of bewilderment on his face. I will teach you the standard spells over the next 2 days. Take the time to truly feel the flow of magic and the sensation of casting spells. You have yet to perform magic and are unaware of how to exert control. A solid foundation is essential to erecting a grand tower. With that, Grindelwald tossed him a wand and raised his right index finger above his head. Watch closely. This is the first spell, Lumos. A radiant light emanated from the tip of his finger, illuminating the room. Anha gazed at the bright room, and then at the setting sun outside the window. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the wand and waved it gently. Lumos. The tip of the wand flickered briefly before extinguishing. Grindelwald regarded him, retracting his hand. It's all right. Though not as proficient as my peers, it's still commendable. Lumos. The tip of Anna's wand suddenly radiated a dazzling light. Observing the scene before him, Grindelwald thought, truly the chosen one, succeeding on the second attempt, far surpassing my own initial efforts. Yet, outwardly, he remarked, not bad, though slightly less impressive than my own early attempts. Anna contemplated the brilliance before him, recognizing that his success stemmed from his manipulation of magic and the mental fortitude acquired over 2 lifetimes. Nodding, he remarked, your prowess remains unmatched, Godfather. He then opened the book titled Standard Spells. Albus, have you forgiven me? Meanwhile, Anha discovered with astonishment that he could effortlessly memorize the spells, executing the motions with precision. With just a few attempts, he could successfully cast the magic. Could this be the benefit of being a traveler from another world? 2 days later, in the early morning, Anha continued his training as usual, silently reviewing the magical knowledge he had learned during his runs. Completing his exercise goals, he approached Grindelwald, who was gazing at the morning sun at the castle's entrance. Albus, I have not stepped outside this castle in 45 years. You might not have known this. After finishing his final lap, Anha reached Grindelwald, breathing heavily. Godfather, I've completed my run. Grindelwald nodded at the panting Anha and walked toward the castle's exit. As Grindelwald stepped outside, the air around the castle shimmered momentarily. He sensed it but did not pause, striding purposefully toward an adjacent clearing, with Anha silently following. In the clearing, Grindelwald slowly turned to face Anha. Once, I wished to incinerate Paris with a great fire, but Albus, along with that boy who cared for animals and others, thwarted my intentions with a myriad of spells. Now, I wish to impart to you this spell, the Fire Shield. While it is fundamentally a defensive magic, remember that the use of magic is not merely about the output of power, but also about the comprehension of the magic itself. Watch closely. Protego Diabolica. Grindelwald raised his wand, from which blue flames erupted at its tip, swirling to form a ring that enveloped him. The azure fire blazed fiercely as Grindelwald's gaze fell upon Anha, who stood with an expression of exhilaration. Wow, is this the Fire Shield for protection? Absolutely stunning. Upon hearing Grindelwald's voice, Anha paused momentarily before striding towards him, the flames encircling him without inflicting any sensation of heat. Upon reaching Grindelwald's side, the latter regarded his pupil with evident satisfaction. Remember, this spell is meant to protect those you trust while incinerating all foes. You must learn to control the flames. With that, Grindelwald extinguished the fire, gesturing for Anha to give it a try. Anha nodded, centering himself as he pointed his wand skyward. Protego Diabolica. The incantation resonated, causing Anha's wand to tremble violently, its tip shimmering with deep blue light. A burning sensation radiated from the tattoo on his arm as the wand began to emit deep blue flames, which encircled him, gradually expanding to form a fiery ring with a radius of 2 meters centered around Anha. At that moment, Grindelwald seemed to sense something and stepped outside the circle. Chapter 6. Farewell to an old friend. Grindelwald traversed the flames, the deep blue fire causing him no harm as he exited the protective shield, only to behold a figure he had not seen in 45 years. A tall, slender old man with a white beard observed him from a distance, his sharp blue eyes glinting beneath crescent-shaped glasses, revealing his identity, Albus. As Grindelwald approached Dumbledore, the latter greeted him with a warm smile. Gellert, long time no see. Care for some sweets? Dumbledore produced a box of confections and offered it to Grindelwald. Upon reaching Dumbledore, Grindelwald waved his hand dismissively. This is my pupil. I'm teaching him magic. Seemingly anxious to avoid misunderstanding, Grindelwald spoke first. Oh, you needn't explain yourself so hastily, Gellert. I am merely here because you ventured out of the castle, Dumbledore replied with a chuckle, his gaze shifting to Anna's protective fire shield. This child seems somewhat extraordinary, Gellert. Following Dumbledore's gaze, Grindelwald looked at Anha, his eyes brimming with pride. Of course, Albus, he is my pupil and undoubtedly far more capable than your student, who only tends to creatures. Dumbledore's expression turned serious as he regarded Grindelwald with concern. Why are you teaching him to wield such power? He appears to be only 10 years old, scarcely old enough for first grade. I fear he may follow in your footsteps. Grindelwald continued to observe Anha intently. No, he is different. He is more intelligent, humble, and patient than other children. He is loved by his parents, grandfather, and godfather, and he has a girl he admires. He understands what it means to love. Upon uttering the word love, Grindelwald turned to gaze intently at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's pupils dilated sharply, and before he could articulate a response, Grindelwald's voice resonated once more. Do you recall our shared vision? For the greater good, you have witnessed the gradual advancement of Muggle technology. They have developed more portable means of communication, and it is only a matter of time before they discover us. Albus, I'm no longer young, and our plans have long since faded. Yet what of the young wizards? Do you wish to bear witness to the resurgence of the witch hunts? Let's not forget the original purpose of Hogwarts. Listening to Grindelwald's words, Dumbledore shifted his gaze towards Anha. Gellert, indeed, I have aged, and the troubles from England remain unresolved. I scarcely have the time to hinder your pupil's development, but you must promise me not to let him be blinded by power. Wait, Albus, why do you wish for me to impede my pupil's progress? I have already sent him to reside in England. His name will soon be inscribed in the admission book. My own troubles remain unsolved, and now you burden me further. Yet, Dumbledore remained silent, merely regarding Grindelwald with a look of perplexity. Feeling Dumbledore as scrutiny, Grindelwald smiled faintly and turned back, wearing a countenance that suggested he had successfully executed a cunning plan. At that moment, Anha had completed his practice and looked towards Grindelwald, but upon noticing Dumbledore beside him, he paused momentarily. Oh dear, the Olby has arrived. Anha composed himself and approached Grindelwald. Godfather, what do you think of my recent spell? Disregarding Dumbledore, Anha spoke directly to his godfather. As Anha approached, Dumbledore and Grindelwald ceased their conversation and turned their attention to him. I believe it was quite commendable. Remember the sensation you experienced. Allow me to introduce you. This is Albus Dumbledore, who will be your headmaster and will teach you some magic during the summer. I have invited him to assist you. Observing their interaction, Anha mused. I had thought they were sworn enemies, yet it appears that the most formidable figures in the magical realm wish to instruct me in magic. How splendid this is for a traveler from another world. Grindelwald, holding Dumbledore at bay, turned to Anha. Continue your practice. Albus and I have matters to discuss. Gellert, you did not inform me that I would also be teaching this child magic. Furthermore, I just employed legilimency and could not glean any thoughts from him. Have you taught him the art of mental occlusion? Dumbledore inquired, bewildered. Grindelwald, taken aback yet contemplative, soon arrived at a conclusion. Albus, I have not taught him occlusion. His constitution is markedly different. What was I saying? Ah, yes, he is destined for Hogwarts, and you cannot prevent it. Moreover, you can guide him well. Grindelwald spoke earnestly to Dumbledore, who appeared troubled. However, the situation in England is precarious. His enrollment at Hogwarts may expose him to danger, Gellert. Grindelwald waved his hand dismissively. It is of no concern, Albus. Perhaps he can still assist you. This child possesses extraordinary magic. Dumbledore, gazing into Grindelwald's sincere eyes, paused for a moment in contemplation. Very well, but there is one condition. You, Gellert, must remain at Hogwarts during your teaching period. I will arrange matters for you. Grindelwald, taken aback by Dumbledore's unexpected request, pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Anha sensed something amiss with the tattoo on his wrist. Channeling his magic into the tattoo, it writhed momentarily before a shadowy figure emerged. Anha felt a tenth of his magical energy dissipate. Hey, what's the matter, Dad? Hearing that familiar voice, Anha focused and exclaimed, Hey, is that you, hey you? How did you end up on my tattoo? Anha questioned the shadow. I saw you being burned, and that old man remained indifferent. I felt compelled to crash into you, and then I found myself inside you, falling asleep. When I sensed something calling me, I just burst out, Hey you explained, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 7, Return to England. Anha felt an inexplicable tension in the presence of the two titans of the magical realm. Anha, we have come to an agreement. From today onward, I will oversee your training and teach you magic in the mornings, while Albus will instruct you in transfiguration, potions, and some theoretical knowledge in the afternoons until the summer break concludes. Observing the earnest expressions of the two elderly men, Anha realized that the coming month would undoubtedly be challenging. Over a month later, Dumbledore watched as Anha skillfully waved his wand, transforming a block of wood into a lifelike kitten. With a smile, he remarked, Well done, Anha. After speaking, Dumbledore disapparated away. Grindelwald stood nearby, taking quiet satisfaction in Anna's growth, and stepped forward. Anha noticed his godfather's solitary figure and pondered, Has Dumbledore, that old busybody, come to seek him again? Bowing respectfully, Anha said to Grindelwald, Thank you for all your hard work, godfather. Farewell. With that, Anha turned and departed. He has left. You should pack your belongings and move to Hogwarts, Grindelwald instructed, watching Dumbledore's pleased expression with a sense of resignation as he began to gather his things. Anha traveled through the fireplace to Michel Manor, where he found his grandfather, Andre, sitting in a rocking chair in the sun. Excitedly, he rushed over and embraced his grandfather. "It's been a long time, Grandpa. How are you?" Andre opened his eyes and smiled at the tall boy in his arms. "Isn't this my eldest grandson? It has been ages. You've grown so much. I'm in good health. I hope your godfather hasn't made you suffer." Andre affectionately ruffled Anna's hair. "I'm well. My godfather and Professor Dumbledore have taught me a great deal," Anna replied, slightly incredulous. "Dumbledore? I had thought they would never reconcile. Yet unexpectedly, Gellert summoned him to teach you. It appears you have learned a great deal. Go quickly to see Diana, as she longs for you." "Very well, grandfather." Anna rose and made his way to the study, where his mother would be each afternoon, indulging in literature and afternoon tea. Upon opening the door, he beheld 2 rocking chairs facing the window, while his parents, Tozo and Diana, were each engrossed in their own reading. Tozo with the Prophet's Daily and Diana with a book titled Singing Contradictions. Anna called out to their silhouettes. One rocking chair came to a halt as Diana turned to see Anna. Observing the other chair's stillness, he approached to discover that his father, Tozo, had fallen asleep while reading the newspaper. "Son, do not mind him. Tell me how things are with your godfather. Have you learned anything of note?" Anna replied, "I'll just learn what I can." He then picked up his wand from the table and demonstrated advanced transfiguration for his mother. Diana gazed at Anna in astonishment. "How did you learn so quickly? You've even mastered advanced transfiguration. At your age, I could only manage a few minor hexes." Anna scratched his head, attributing it to perhaps a rare talent. Just then, Tozo was awakened by their commotion, and upon witnessing his son's transfiguration, he merely inquired about it. Anna suggested they could discuss it tomorrow. Tozo nodded. "Very well. Will you be creating a ship or a key?" Anna's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the key, something he had long anticipated. Despite its unfriendly portrayal in films, he yearned to experience it. Without a doubt, the key. Tozo acknowledged and indicated that he would prepare for it. The following day, Anha, with his luggage in hand, gazed at the postcard on the floor before turning to his father. Tozo nodded, urging him to go. Anha reached out, grasping the postcard, and suddenly the world spun around him, as if a hook had latched onto his navel and thrown him into a washing machine spin cycle. Ding dong, ding dong. "Who is it?" Anha stood at the door, hearing a familiar voice from within the house. Stunned for a moment, he quickly opened the door. Emerging was Hermione, her youthful visage still adorned with a hint of baby fat, her clear eyes reflecting Anna's figure. She enveloped him in a warm embrace. "Anha, brother, it's been so long. I've missed you terribly." Anha gently caressed Hermione's brown hair. "I missed you too." Hermione released him, taking hold of his suitcase with one hand while grasping Anha's hand with the other, leading him into the room. She placed his suitcase in the corner and pulled him onto the bed. Anha smiled and declared, "I've learned some magic." With that, he extended his hand to the back of Hermione's head and transformed it into a little daisy. "Wow, Anha, you've learned magic. Can you teach me?" Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the sight of the magically conjured flower. "Hermione, do you remember the strange occurrences you encountered before?" "Strange occurrences? You mean those books that suddenly vanished or floated?" Anha gazed at Hermione's inquisitive eyes, drew his wand from his luggage, secured the door, and with a flick of his wand, transformed a piece of clothing into an impressive orange cat. "Wow, a ginger cat, how marvelous." The sudden appearance of the feline ignited Hermione's curiosity. "I want to learn too." Observing Hermione's overwhelming thirst for knowledge, Anha opened the compartment of his suitcase, which belonged to his mother, Diana. As Diana was an avid reader, she had crafted a library suitcase. Upon opening the compartment, a staircase was revealed, and Anha led Hermione down slowly, releasing his pet, Hey You, to serve as a reminder to avoid detection by the Grangers. As they descended the staircase, they encountered rows upon rows of bookshelves. Anha turned to Hermione, contemplating that since she would discover everything next year anyway, revealing it to her early wouldn't be detrimental. He observed Hermione's excitement as she meticulously examined her surroundings. Apart from the London Library, she had never seen such a plethora of books. "Anha, may I read these? Will you teach me magic?" Hermione looked at Anha with enthusiasm, her small hands itching to grasp a book. Anha regarded her with a mix of amusement and resignation. Having anticipated this reaction, "You may peruse the books freely, but I cannot teach you magic until you possess your own wand." Upon hearing Anha's permission, Hermione eagerly selected a volume titled The Tales of Beetle the Bard. Anha was somewhat surprised that she chose that particular book. While Hermione read quietly, Anha utilized the levitation spell to retrieve a tome on magical potions and elixirs, as he had yet to receive formal education on the subject and wished to prepare in advance. Time swiftly passed, and Hayu flew back into the suitcase, signaling Anha. Upon returning to the room, Anha solemnly addressed Hermione. You must not disclose anything about magic to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. They will learn of it next year. Hermione nodded, taking in Anha's seriousness. Then, when they're not around, may I enter the suitcase to read? Anha affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair. Of course. With that, he took her by the hand and descended the stairs to greet the Granger couple. Chapter 8, Diagon Alley. Inside the suitcase, Anha closed the book, glancing at Hermione, who was still engrossed in her reading. Hermione, I'm going downstairs to fetch some juice. Would you like some? Hermione was lost in the world of her book. A glass of orange juice, please. In the living room, having finished dinner, Mrs. Granger was tidying up while Mr. Granger watched television. Upon noticing Anha descending, Mr. Granger called out, Anha, there's a letter for you here. It appears to be from school. Anha approached to retrieve it and examined the envelope, which was white and sealed with wax, showing no signs of having been opened. He could almost ascertain that it was a letter from Hogwarts. Setting the letter down, he went upstairs to summon Hermione to the living room, eager to share the news with her. Hermione, still absorbed in her book, was momentarily bewildered as Anha pulled her downstairs, leaving her standing there in a daze. Anha summoned the Granger couple, and the group watched with excitement as Anha opened the envelope. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Mitchell, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and items. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Uniforms for first-year students include 3 plain black robes, a black pointed hat for daytime wear, and a pair of protective gloves, dragon hide, or similar material. Parents are advised that first-year students are not permitted to bring their own broomsticks. Upon finishing the letter, Mr. Granger appeared puzzled. A school of magic? Is there truly magic in the world? Mrs. Granger also seemed perplexed. Could this be some sort of scam? Anha and Hermione exchanged glances with the bewildered Granger couple, prompting Anha to elaborate. Mr. Granger, I didn't come to England to attend some prestigious school like Eton. In fact, I am a wizard and I am here to attend Hogwarts, and Hermione will receive her acceptance letter next year. My goodness, you're a wizard. Anha, how could you have kept this from us for so long? Did Hermione know all along? Mr. Granger inquired, glancing at Hermione, who appeared unfazed. Anha felt a twinge of guilt for withholding the truth and nodded to Mr. Granger. Yes, sir, Hermione is known for quite some time. Are your parents also wizards? Was that potion you made magical? No wonder Torson refused to share the recipe with me. I thought he was trying to profit from it. But why not tell us? Mr. Granger pondered, looking thoughtfully at Anha. That's because of, Anha began, but Hermione interjected, it's the laws of the magical community. Wizards are prohibited from discussing magic with muggles. Hermione's interruption prevented Anha from completing his thought. Mrs. Granger nodded in understanding and addressed Anha. It's all right, Anha, we have regarded you as one of our own for the past 2 years. However, where can we acquire the wands and dragon hide gloves mentioned in the letter? This time, Hermione remained silent, and Anha turned to Mrs. Granger. Madam, those items can be found in Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley? Is that like a department store for wizards? Mr. Granger asked Anha, his eyes sparkling with interest at the prospect of magical items. Well, to be precise, it's a pedestrian street. Anha clarified after a moment of reflection. How shall we procure these items for you? Mr. Granger queried with a hint of confusion. Tomorrow, a teacher should come to escort us there, Anha replied. That evening, Anha shared the basics of the magical world with the curious Granger couple. The following day, Anha awoke, somewhat surprised that Hermione had not come to wake him as she usually did. However, as he turned to look, he found his suitcase already unzipped. Peering into the suitcase, he saw Hermione, clad in her pajamas, quietly reading a book inside. Anha was left speechless. Surely, you did not come to read without having breakfast. Hermione lifted her gaze, meeting Anna's eyes for a fleeting moment. No, I was waiting for you to awaken naturally. Then do come up swiftly. Mrs. Granger must have already prepared breakfast. Once Anha and Hermione had changed, they descended the staircase hand in hand. At that moment, Mr. Granger was engrossed in a newspaper, while breakfast was laid out on the table, and Mrs. Granger was likely still tidying up in the kitchen. The four exchanged greetings, marking the beginning of their daily breakfast ritual. Suddenly, Mrs. Granger opened the door to reveal a man with greasy hair, a hooked nose, a serious demeanor, and an ominous presence, clad in a long black robe. Good day, may I inquire who you are? Greetings. Is this the residence of Anha Michelle? Mrs. Granger hesitated briefly before nodding. The man, seeing her assent, introduced himself. I am Professor Severus Snape from Hogwarts. Mrs. Granger recalled Anha's words from the previous evening and nodded, inviting Snape into their home. She called for Mr. Granger to bring the two children down while she fetched water for Snape. The two readers were summoned by Mr. Granger. And upon seeing Snape, Anna thought to herself, W.C. Snape. Once everyone had gathered, without allowing the Grangers to speak first, Snape took the initiative. It is imperative to inform you that your child, Michel, is a wizard. Should he not pursue a systematic study of magic? A magical creature known as a murmur will manifest within him, endangering his health. Hogwarts is the institution dedicated to educating children with magical potential and guiding them in the mastery of magic, particularly regarding their future employment. The Granger couple smiled slightly at Snape's urgency. Professor Snape, please do not be overly hasty. We are already acquainted with the details regarding Hogwarts. We are indeed in agreement for our child to attend, yet we require assistance in acquiring the items listed on the school supply list, as we have never visited Diagon Alley. Snape nodded in acknowledgement. Wait, how do you know of Diagon Alley? I informed them, Professor Snape. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Anna Michel, from the Michel family in Germany. Snape nodded in response. Very well. My task is to guide you through the magical world. Let us depart. Thus, Snape led the Granger family and Anha to Diagon Alley. Diagon Alley is the marketplace for wizards, where one can procure a plethora of magical supplies. However, our first order of business is to exchange your Muggle currency for wizarding currency. Muggle? Mr. Granger noted the term used by wizards to refer to ordinary people who cannot perform magic. Snape addressed Mr. Granger with a cold demeanor. Soon, everyone arrived at the center of Diagon Alley, where a towering white edifice came into view. Led by Snape, they entered. The first door of Gringotts was a gleaming bronze portal, guarded by a goblin in a scarlet and gold uniform, who bowed courteously as clients approached. Upon stepping through the first door, they encountered a second silver door, inscribed with Gringotts standard caution. Enter, stranger, but take heed. Greed will have its consequences. To take without effort is to invite the sternest of punishments. Therefore, should you seek to extract from our underground vaults of fortune that has never belonged to you, beware. Thief, you have been warned. What you summon may not be treasure, but retribution. As the group passed through the second silver door into a spacious marble hall, around 100 goblins were busily recording transactions at a long counter. Some weighed coins on scales, while others inspected gemstones with magnifying glasses. Snape approached one of the counters and said, I wish to exchange for galleons. The goblin glanced at the Granger family, following Snape. £5 for 1 galleon, it stated. Mr. Granger stepped forward, producing £5,000 to exchange for 1,000 galleons. Anha watched Mr. Granger complete his exchange, then took out a key from his pocket and stepped forward. Hello, Vault 666, Anna Michel. The goblin accepted the key, scrutinizing it carefully before glancing back at Anha. Turning to Mr. Granger, Anna said, Mr. Granger, why don't you explore with Professor Snape while I retrieve my galleons? I'll join you shortly. Mr. Granger nodded, feeling reassured by Anha's presence. Professor Snape, may we take a tour? Mr. Granger inquired. Snape glanced at Anha, nodded, and turned toward the bank's exit. Dad, you all go ahead. I want to see Anha's little vault, Hermione said, grasping Anha's hand. Mr. Granger, seeing his daughter's determination, resigned himself to following Snape out of the bank. After confirming the key, the goblin signaled another goblin to escort them to Vault 666. A goblin emerged from the counter. Mr. Michel, please follow me. It led Anha to the small cart. Together with Hermione, Anha climbed aboard as the machinery slowly whirred to life, the cart beginning its journey. The creaking sound underscored the cart's age. After traversing the potion of visibility, Anha arrived at Vault 666, where the goblin unlocked the door, revealing piles of galleons. Wow, Anha, your family is so wealthy, with so many galleons. Hermione exclaimed, taken aback by the sight. What kind of family can afford a mobile library? Anha quipped casually, handing Hermione a handful of galleons. Take this, there are many new books in the wizarding world. You can buy some. Hermione hesitated. If I want to buy books, my dad will get them for me. Then take it to buy sweets, Anna replied. Without waiting for Hermione to refuse, Anha slipped the galleons into her pocket. Hermione observed as Anha tucked them away, feeling it unnecessary to voice her thoughts. Anna noticed the bag beside her, which had been enhanced with a stretching charm. How considerate of her parents. Anha began to stuff the bag with galleons, amassing over 10,000, which would suffice. Where shall we go first? To find our parents? No. We should first visit Ollivander's to look at wands, and then we can seek them out. Anha grasped Hermione's hand and headed straight towards Ollivander's wand shop. Upon arriving at the shop's entrance and gazing at its small, shabby exterior, Anha remarked, Why is it so tiny and dilapidated? Despite her criticism, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside the shop, a tall, thin old man stood behind the counter, his silver eyes scrutinizing Anha and Hermione. "Ah, welcome to Ollivander's wand shop. I am Ollivander. Since 382 B.C., I have crafted exquisite wands, and here you shall surely find one that suits you. May I ask who among you is this year's new student?" Hermione, standing at the back, pointed to Anha. It's me, Mr. Ollivander." Ollivander studied the boy before him. "Very well. May I ask your name?" "I am Anha Michelle." Ollivander took out a measuring tape with his wand, beginning to measure Anha's dimensions. "Which hand do you prefer to use for your wand?" "The right." Once the measurements were completed, Ollivander retrieved a box from the counter. "Try this one. 11 inches, cherry wood, with a dragon heartstring core." Anha accepted the wand and waved it gently, causing a rose to bloom from its tip. Ollivander snatched the wand away. "No, that won't do. Try this one. 13.5 inches, willow wood, with a phoenix feather." He handed over another box. Anha took the box and lifted the wand, waving it lightly, which ignited a flame at its tip. Ollivander swiftly reclaimed the wand, murmuring to himself, "What a discerning young lad. Let us try this. 13.5 inches. Elder wood, with a phoenix feather. This should suit you well." Anha took the wand and effortlessly performed a levitation charm. Ollivander nodded, observing the levitating wand. "Indeed, it suits you well. Elder wood and phoenix feather, a rather peculiar combination, yet quite fitting. Each wand varies in price. Yours is 10 galleons." Anha produced 10 galleons and handed them to Ollivander before bidding him farewell and departing with Hermione. After they left, Ollivander watched Anha's retreating figure, murmuring, "Such curious magic." Anha led Hermione through the streets until they finally located Mr. and Mrs. Granger at the apothecary. Mr. Granger handed Anha the items they had purchased. "These are the supplies you will need for school. The potions professor is in the apothecary. He won't be leaving soon." Anha accepted the items and tucked them away. "He is the potions teacher. Quite normal. Let us first visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to select our clothing, and then we can head to the bookstore for our books." The Grangers nodded, leaving Snape alone in the apothecary. Madame Imogen is currently overseeing order, while the magical measuring tape is assessing the dimensions of numerous newcomers. "Perhaps I could earn a little pocket money by designing some clothing, something like Edge of Dreams, which could yield a modest profit." Anha approached her. "Madam, I have a clothing design. Would you be interested? We could split the profits 60-40. Madame Imogen glanced at the youthful boy beside her, chuckling softly as she handed him paper and a pen. Surprised, yet enthusiastic, Anha accepted and began sketching the design for Edge of Dreams. Hermione and Mr. Granger were taken aback, astonished that Anha possessed the talent for designing garments. Anha presented his completed design to Madame Imogen, who was pleasantly surprised by his skill. After examining the sketches, she felt pleased and accepted them. "I didn't realize you could design clothes. I agree to your proposal. 60 for me, 40 for you. In the future, when you visit my shop, I shall create garments for you at no charge." Afterward, she measured Anha's physique and informed him to return in 2 hours to collect his newcomer's gift pack. Having concluded their negotiations, the Grangers turned to look at Anha in astonishment. "Who would have thought you could design clothes, and quite well at that?" Mr. Granger was the first to speak, followed by Hermione, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Anha, when will you design a set of casual attire for me?" Anha affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair, promising to create something for her birthday when she turns 11. "Now, children, it is time for you to head to the bookstore." Anha nodded and led the Granger family to the Lehan bookstore. Upon arriving, they were met with a bustling crowd. Mr. Granger suggested, "Perhaps we should return another day." Anha agreed, noting that he already possessed a complete set of books, but merely wished to see if Hermione had any titles in mind. The four of them turned in unison to depart, but from a distance, Anha spotted a familiar figure. Chapter 9. Draco Malfoy. In the distance, at the Quidditch Boutique's window, a small boy with a pale, oval face and light blonde hair was intently gazing at a broomstick inside. Recognizing the familiar visage, Anha thought, "Isn't that the young master? He appears quite enamored with that broomstick. I wonder if he is drooling. Isn't he supposed to be wealthy?" Anha tugged Hermione toward the Quidditch Boutique. "Oh, Anha, didn't they say first years aren't allowed to bring flying brooms?" Hermione remarked as she noticed Anha leading him toward the store. Hearing Anha's audacious statement, Draco, while sweeping the floor with a magical broom, pondered how the Granger family, not even part of the Sacred 28, seemed more formidable than the Malfoys. Anha entered the Quidditch Boutique and pointed at the Nimbus 2000 displayed in the window. "Hello, I would like that Nimbus 2000. The shopkeeper, noticing the handsome young boy before him, smiled slightly. "Greetings, this Nimbus 2000 is currently priced at 1,999 galleons. We offer home delivery. You only need to pay 30% of the price up front, and you can settle the remaining amount upon delivery by owl. Ah, Brother Anha, this broom is exceedingly expensive. Nearly 10,000 pounds. Hermione, standing behind Anha, tugged at his sleeve, urging him not to spend such a fortune. Anha grasped Hermione's small hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he approached the counter. He retrieved his wallet and produced 2,000 galleons, paying in full, leaving the remaining galleon as a tip. Observing Anha's decisive demeanor, the shopkeeper promptly nodded in gratitude and handed him the receipt. With one hand clutching the receipt and the other holding Hermione's hand, Anha exited the Quidditch boutique. By the window, Draco watched as Anha emerged with the receipt. Having purchased a broom himself, he felt a pang of envy at the sight of Anha's receipt. It wasn't that the Malfoy family lacked wealth. Rather, his allowance did not permit such a purchase, and he dreaded the thought of confessing his desire for a broom to his father, fearing his wrath. Draco turned his gaze towards Anha and slowly approached. "Hello, I am Draco Malfoy, from the illustrious Malfoy family, one of the Sacred 24. With that, Draco extended his hand. Anha regarded Draco, who exuded an air of superiority, truly embodying the essence of a young master. Anha politely shook his hand. "Greetings, I am Anha Michel, hailing from the Michel family in Germany. This is my sister, Hermione Granger." Hermione offered a small smile to the golden-haired boy before her as a form of greeting. "Delighted to meet you. I am familiar with the Michel family. You are one of the prominent pure-blood families in Germany. Are you a new student at Hogwarts? You must be headed for Slytherin. My father has said that all those in Slytherin are exceptional purebloods." Hermione, upon hearing Draco's words, pondered her own lineage and tugged at Anna's sleeve. "Is Slytherin a requirement? I fear I may not qualify." Anna, amused by Hermione's adorable expression, gently patted her cherubic face. "Not at all. You will surely be in the same house as I." "Really?" Hermione's voice held a note of hope, but Draco, puzzled, interjected, "Why? Isn't she a mudblood?" Just as Anha was about to retort, a voice interrupted Draco. "Draco, what were you about to say? Is this the manner I have instilled in you?" A stern-looking man approached, wielding a serpent-headed cane in one hand and a bag in the other, fixing a fierce gaze upon Draco. Seeing his father, Draco lowered his head, silenced. "My apologies, Mr. Michel. I am Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. Please forgive my son's behavior." Lucius bowed slightly before Anha, who was taken aback by Lucius's words, as he did not seem to recognize him. "Greetings, Mr. Malfoy. It appears I have not yet introduced myself. Do we know each other?" Lucius nodded. "The Malfoy family has certain trade connections with the Michel family. Previously, during a business discussion with your father, he introduced you to me, expressing pride in you." Anha acknowledged this with a nod, understanding the context. "In that case, Mr. Malfoy, you should take the time to teach your son the importance of maintaining decorum in the presence of others." Had he uttered that word just now, I would not have recommended a slap across his face. Draco regarded the assertive Anha with some disdain, yet the respectful demeanor of his father compelled him to reciprocate with courtesy. Lucius nodded in agreement. "Given this, I shall apologize on his behalf. We have matters to attend to, so we shall not impose further." With that, Lucius led Draco away. Anha watched as they entered Nocturne Alley, saying nothing more, and took Hermione to seek out the Granger couple. "Anha, what was Draco about to say?" You seemed quite inclined to confront him. As Anha guided Hermione to the Granger couple, she affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair. "I hope you remain forever oblivious to that term." Anha indicated to the Granger couple that they could conclude their purchases and depart. Meanwhile, in Nocturne Alley, Lucius glared at Draco. "Whatever happened to the manners I taught you? Had I not intervened, you would have already received a blow." Draco was perplexed, rarely witnessing his father's fury. "I apologize, father. I was in the wrong." Lucius scrutinized his contrite son. "Do not forget our family's principles. Align with the advantageous. That young girl unmistakably belongs to the Michel family. If you were to insult her, the Michel family would retaliate." Draco was confused. Though Anha appeared taller than him, he struggled to comprehend why they should fear them in the streets. "Are we to believe the Malfoy family cannot contend with the Michel family?" Lucius shook his head at Draco's words. "For decades, Britain has been in turmoil due to that individual, and the sacred 24 families have diminished their influence internationally. Do you know who the Michel family is?" Draco remained puzzled by his father's last statement. "Who are they?" "Her father is the Minister of Magic for Germany. Her grandfather is the head of the Michel family. And her godfather is the legendary Gellert Grindelwald, who, I have heard, has taught her numerous spells this year. How could you possibly stand against her?" Draco was taken aback, as Grindelwald's name was well known even in Britain. "You will be attending Hogwarts next year. Temper your pride and cultivate a good relationship with the Michel family. Do not forget our family motto, Lucius earnestly advised Draco. Chapter 10. Enrollment. On a beautiful morning, the sleep-laden Anha caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting past, followed by a heavy thud as someone landed on his stomach, jolting him awake. Anha, brother, it is time to rise. Today you are to commence your schooling. Anha rubbed his eyes and beheld a delicate figure reclining upon him. Hermione, clad in her night attire, was nestled on Anna's chest, embracing him. Gently, Anha nudged Hermione, reminding her that while she called for him to rise, she herself remained in slumber. Slowly, Hermione stirred, feigning to rub her eyes and stretch, as if to convey that she had only just dozed off, and it was not she who had intruded upon him. Observing Hermione's playful antics, Anha mused inwardly on how she typically roused him from sleep. He ushered Hermione out of the room and began to change his clothes, simply donning a set of attire suitable for the evening. With his belongings gathered, he stepped outside, where Hermione awaited him, now dressed in a charming casual outfit tinged with a hint of formal elegance. "Shall we go down for breakfast?" Anha suggested. Hermione, accustomed to his gaze, took his hand and led him downstairs. Once all preparations were complete, Mr. Granger loaded Anna's luggage into the vehicle. Thanks to the undetectable extension charm on the suitcase, one piece was more than sufficient, though Anha had prepared a cage for his unique companion, Black Feather. Observing the slumbering Black Feather inside the cage, Anha could only shake his head. Ever since their merging, Black Feather seemed to grow sleepier by the day. At King's Cross Station in England, Mr. Granger stood at Platform 9, glancing at the ticket which read Platform 9, pondering the existence of such a place. Turning to Anha, he inquired, "Do you know of this station?" Anha, engrossed in his surroundings, suddenly witnessed an individual dash towards a pillar, only to vanish. A smile crept onto Anna's face as he turned to Mr. Granger, saying, "I believe I have an inkling." With that, he grasped Hermione's hand and rushed toward the pillar. Mr. Granger, on the verge of stopping them, found himself astonished as Anha and Hermione disappeared from sight. Looking at the wall before him, Mr. Granger reached out to touch it, and after a moment's contemplation, he understood. He took Mrs. Granger's hand and boldly approached the wall as well. Upon entering the platform, Anha was greeted by the sight of the familiar red steam engine, with young witches and wizards accompanied by their parents boarding the train. He tightly held Hermione's hand, waiting for Mr. Granger to join them. When Mr. Granger and Mrs. Granger finally arrived, they were equally astonished by the scene before them. Realizing that wizards had indeed embraced modern technology, Anha took charge of the luggage and bid farewell to Hermione. She looked at him with a smile and said, "You must write to me." Anha affectionately ruffled her hair and replied, "Of course, goodbye." With that, he boarded the train with his belongings. Seeing Anha safely aboard, the Granger family did not linger and departed from King's Cross Station. Inside a compartment, Anha simply placed his luggage down and retrieved a potion encyclopedia to peruse. Suddenly, a familiar Asian visage appeared before him. With long, dark hair and an Asian countenance, Anha felt an instant connection. "Hello, my name is Qiu Zhang. May I trouble you for a moment? May I sit here?" Qiu Zhang indicated the seat opposite Anha. Anha nodded, assisting her with her luggage. "Hello, I'm Anna Michelle, but you may call me Anha." As Anha placed the luggage down, he took a seat and glanced at Qiu Zhang, uncertain of how to initiate conversation. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Qiu Zhang spoke up, "Your face suggests you are not British." Anha nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I am German residing in the UK. You appear to be of Asian descent." Qiu Zhang confirmed, "I'm a British citizen of Chinese heritage." Anha inquired, "So do you speak Chinese?" Qiu Zhang nodded and replied in Chinese, "My father is Chinese, an ordinary man, yet I was born in the UK and hold British nationality." Anha, hearing the familiar language, instinctively exclaimed, "Old friend, 666. Qiu Zhang was startled by Anha's sudden use of Chinese, but soon felt puzzled. "What does old friend, 666 mean?" Anha waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing, and returned to his quiet reading. As Qiu Zhang observed Anha engrossed in his book, the sunlight illuminated Anha's golden hair, accentuating his handsome features, instilling in Qiu Zhang, a budding young woman, an unfamiliar sentiment. She gently tugged at Anha's sleeve and asked, "Have you learned magic yet?" Anha glanced at her, his expression inscrutable, nodded, and resumed reading. Qiu Zhang, taken aback, thought to herself, "Shouldn't he stand up and flaunt his wand before me? Why is he so aloof?" Curiously, she noticed the title of the book in Anha's hands, The Complete Potions, and remarked, "This book doesn't seem to be for first-year students." Anha closed the book and replied, "This was written by my mother." He then handed the book to Qiu Zhang, revealing the name inscribed on the cover, Diana Michelle. Qiu Zhang stared at Anha in disbelief. Your mother is the renowned potions master, Diana. Anha contemplated for a moment before responding. My mother hasn't researched potions for quite some time. She prefers to take it easy now. Qiuzhang gazed at the striking young man before her, musing, wow, not only is he handsome, but he also comes from wealth. His mother is a potions master. Anha, sensing something amiss with Qiuzhang, asked, do you have a fondness for potions? She nodded enthusiastically. I adore reading, especially the potion books by Ms. Diana. They have greatly enriched my understanding. As Anha listened to Qiuzhang, he was suddenly reminded of the girl with bright brown eyes who had incessantly smiled and asked him questions. Qiuzhang, noticing Anha's dazed expression, found it endearing and inquired, do you enjoy reading? Delighted to find someone who shared her passion, she remarked. My mother once said that those who love reading and have a thirst for knowledge are often sorted into Ravenclaw. I believe there's a written test, and those who perform well are placed in Ravenclaw. Anha pondered, shouldn't it be the sorting hat? However, upon reflection, it seemed that Hogwarts had a tradition of not disclosing the details of the sorting ceremony to the newcomers. Enlightened, Anha smiled at Qiuzhang and remarked, I have heard from the adults that the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts is not as complicated as one might think. The first year, students merely line up, and then the standard creature of each house will come forth to give you a nibble. If the creature is satisfied, you will be assigned to that house. Qiuzhang shivered at the thought and pondered, are there 4 creatures that take turns biting? Anha, observing his reaction, couldn't help but chuckle and nodded in affirmation. Qiuzhang continued to contemplate. The serpent of Slytherin, the lion of Gryffindor, the eagle of Ravenclaw, and the badger of Hufflepuff. Surely, any of them would be unbearable. Anha looked at the now subdued Qiuzhang, shook his head with a smile, and resumed reading. Chapter 11, Ravenclaw. Time swiftly passed, and soon they had exchanged their robes in turns. Anha and Qiuzhang disembarked from the train, accompanied by a multitude of other first years. Hagrid, holding a lantern as large as a first year, guided them onto the boats, where the students formed a queue. Anha and Qiuzhang, along with another girl, boarded a small vessel. Anha felt a sense of familiarity with the girl, though he couldn't quite place her. She appeared somewhat shy and greeted Anha and Qiuzhang with a gentle nod before introducing herself. Hello, my name is Katie Bell. Anha and Qiuzhang also introduced themselves in turn. The small boat glided gracefully across the lake, a gentle breeze caressing Anna's face. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound emanating from beneath the surface. Gurgle, gurgle, is it that time of year again? How many newcomers will join Gryffindor this year? Anha was intrigued by the noise from the bottom of the lake. With a discreet flick of his finger, he cast a silent night vision spell, his eyes glowing with a soft white light. He peered down, and the dark depths of the lake became vividly clear. There, he spotted the source of the sound, a colossal octopus. Its round, glistening eyes seemed to sense his gaze and turned towards him. This little brat appears to see me. The octopus seemed to convey. Anha, astonished to discover he could understand not only the words of Blackfeather, but also the voices of other creatures, wondered about the conditions that triggered this ability. The octopus's tentacles began to extend toward him. With a splashing sound, several massive tentacles broke through the surface, thrashing wildly. All the first years gasped in shock, while Hagrid reassured them, do not be alarmed. This octopus has resided in Hogwarts for many years and has never harmed a student. You need not worry. One tentacle slowly approached Anha, prompting Qiuzhang and Katie Bell to exclaim simultaneously, Anha, be careful. The tentacle is coming. Following the brief commotion, the boat seemed to hasten its pace, and before long, they arrived at the castle. Anha and his companions disembarked and trailed behind the other first years, their conversations buzzing with anticipation for the sorting. All right, Hagrid, thank you for your efforts. I shall take them from here, came the voice of Professor McGonagall. Very well. Professor McGonagall, a solemn woman appeared before Hagrid, towering in stature, her face adorned with a stern expression. At her silent behest, the first-year students followed closely behind her. Soon, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, they arrived at the Great Hall, where candles floated gracefully from the ceiling. At 4 long tables, students clad in various colored uniforms regarded the newcomers with keen interest. Professor McGonagall led the first years to the front of the sorting hat. The new students gazed quizzically at the worn hat before them, just as it began to sing. Welcome, welcome, most warmly welcomed. I am the Hogwarts sorting hat. The ceremony is about to commence. You may find me lacking in beauty, but do not judge me by appearances alone. Should you find a hat more exquisite than I shall gladly consume myself. You may adorn your top hats to a gleaming sheen, and your high-crowned silk hats to a smooth elegance. For I am the sorting hat of Hogwarts, far surpassing any of your hats in brilliance. Any thoughts concealed within your minds will not escape the discerning gaze of my golden eyes. Try me on, and I shall reveal to which house you truly belong. Perhaps you are destined for Gryffindor, where bravery lies deeply buried within. Their valor, spirit, and generosity set Gryffindor apart. You might belong to Hufflepuff, where loyalty and integrity reign. The students of Hufflepuff are steadfast and honest, unafraid of hard work. If you possess a sharp intellect, you may find your place among the wise of Ravenclaw, where the learned gather, always encountering kindred spirits. Or perhaps you may join Slytherin, where you might forge genuine friendships to achieve your ambitions. Come, dummy, fear not. Do not panic. In my presence, though I possess not a single hand, you are utterly safe, for I am a thinking hat. Professor McGonagall scanned the first years. Next, when I call your name, step forward. First up, Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao took a small, nervous step, instantly feeling the weight of many gazes upon her. She glanced at Anha, hoping for a measure of encouragement. At that moment, Anha was fixated on the Gryffindor table, thinking, oh dear, the Weasley twins truly do look alike. Zhang Xiao noticed Anha's gaze drift away, just as Katie Bell grasped her hand and nodded reassuringly. Bolstered by this encouragement, Zhang Xiao took a step toward Professor McGonagall. Upon reaching the front, Professor McGonagall picked up the stool and the sorting hat, gesturing for Zhang Xiao to sit. As she settled onto the stool, the hat was placed upon her head, large enough to obscure her eyes. The sorting hat's soft, fragmented voice whispered in her ear. A delightful young girl, with a special heritage from China, a keen love for reading, perfectly suited for Ravenclaw. Then Ravenclaw it shall be. The sorting hat suddenly proclaimed with great clarity, Ravenclaw. The students at the Ravenclaw table erupted into enthusiastic applause as Professor McGonagall picked up the sorting hat, signaling for Autumn Zhang to step forward, then calling out the next name. The sorting ceremony progressed swiftly, with the final student being Anha. Professor McGonagall glanced at the list and announced the last name, Anha Michelle. All eyes in the hall turned towards him, eager to discern to which house he would belong. Anha slowly approached, taking a seat, as McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. A rather unique magic. Wait, the legend is indeed true. I hadn't anticipated this. Child, do you know your mission? Anha appeared puzzled. My mission? I'm not sure. Perhaps to help wizards integrate with muggles? The sorting hat mused, close, but there is something paramount you remain unaware of. Your mission is significant. You are suited for both Ravenclaw and Slytherin. Slytherin could aid you in forging connections, while Ravenclaw would foster your growth. Anha pondered, recalling that Slytherin's dormitory was situated beneath the lake, which seemed prone to dampness. I think I would prefer Ravenclaw, he concluded. The sorting hat sensed his thoughts. An intriguing notion, my friend. Please remember that you possess a special mission. I hope you remain resolute in your purpose. I would rather not hear of you ending up in Azkaban. Before Anha could inquire further, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly, Ravenclaw. The table erupted in cheers, welcoming him, while Autumn Zhang pulled Anha aside, exclaiming, why did you take so long? Dumbledore rapped his glass, using his wand to enhance his voice. Everyone, quiet down for a moment. Before the feast begins, I have a few announcements. Firstly, some magical creatures have made their way into the Forbidden Forest, posing a certain danger. All students are prohibited from entering without a teacher's guidance. Secondly, due to unforeseen circumstances, last year's defense against the dark arts professor has been compelled to resign, and a new professor will be arriving shortly. He gestured towards the entrance of the hall, urging everyone to welcome the new defense against the dark arts instructor. Anna's expression shifted as he recognized a familiar face. Chapter 12. The new professor of defense against the dark arts. At the entrance of the hall, an elderly man with white hair strode confidently toward the professor's seat, donned in a blue robe. The professors present exchanged looks of disbelief, gripping their wands, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore incredulously and inquired, Headmaster Dumbledore, are you certain you want him to teach defense against the dark arts? Dumbledore smiled gently at McGonagall. Only those who truly understand dark magic can know how to defend against it. Moreover, I can assure you of my confidence in him. He then nodded towards the incredulous Severus Snape. The white-haired man took a seat next to Dumbledore, his blue eyes surveying each student until they landed on his beloved protege at the Ravenclaw table. He offered a slight smile before commencing his self-introduction. I am Gellert Grindelwald, your newly appointed professor of defense against the dark arts. If any of you have heard rumors about me, rest assured, I am quite a gentle soul. Despite what is said, those tales may hold a grain of truth, but I assure you, I am indeed gentle. Having said this, Grindelwald took his seat, and Dumbledore began to announce the commencement of the feast. Anha gazed at the array of food that had suddenly appeared before them, feeling a pang of hunger after such a long time without sustenance, and promptly picked up a steak to eat. "Hey, do you know the story of the new professor?" inquired a student, not much older than Anha. "No way, Davis, you don't know the tale of the new professor? He is quite the infamous figure. I believe it's written in some books that he was the original Dark Lord, nearly burning Paris to the ground," patiently explained a bespectacled girl, casting a knowing glance at Davis. "What do you mean the original Dark Lord? I thought the name was one that should never be uttered," Davis replied, astonished. The conversation regarding the original Dark Lord spread across the table. Xiao Zhang listened to the upperclassman's words, somewhat taken aback. Remembering that Anha had read extensively, she nudged him, who was still savoring his steak. "Anha, do you know the story of the new professor?" Anha swallowed a mouthful of steak, took a sip of tea, and wiped his mouth. "What they say is not incorrect, but he is my godfather." Xiao Zhang was taken aback, and rather than her own surprise, it was the other students around Anha who expressed astonishment. Except for Xiao Zhang, everyone else instinctively moved at least a seat away from him. "What? His godfather is the original Dark Lord? He should be in Slytherin," a student whispered, albeit softly enough for Anha to hear. The Slytherin students gazed at Anha with wide eyes, pondering, what an exceptional classmate. Why is he not in Slytherin? That wretched sorting hat. Meanwhile, the Ravenclaw students began to distance themselves from Anha. Although Xiao Zhang felt surprised, Anha was her first friend at this school, so she chose not to shy away from him. Anha surveyed the room and let out a cold chuckle. I didn't expect to be isolated on the very first day of school. The feast was drawing to a close, and Dumbledore tapped his glass and stood up. "At the conclusion of our feast, I believe everyone would like to sing the Hogwarts school song, which you may perform to your own tune. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Teach us your wisdom, whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees." In the Great Hall, each individual sang the same lyrics to different melodies. Anha particularly listened to Fred and George, who had chosen the tune of the Symphony of Fate this year, having assumed they would stick to the funeral march as they had in previous years. Once the song concluded, Dumbledore cleared his throat. "Thus, our opening feast comes to an end. Heads of houses, please escort the new students to their respective dormitories." Upon Dumbledore's words, the house heads led the newcomers towards the dormitories. Meanwhile, the professors remained in the hall, and as the students departed, nearly every professor turned their gaze toward Dumbledore. While Grindelwald claimed he was going to the restroom, after Grindelwald's departure, Snape was the first to speak. "Dumbledore, what on earth does this mean? You brought him out of Nurmengard and appointed him as the defense against the dark arts professor. I cannot fathom how someone who nearly destroyed New York could possibly impart knowledge on the subject of dark magic defense." The other professors nodded in agreement with his sentiments. Dumbledore rubbed his temples and replied, "I assure you of his dangerous nature. He will not harm anyone. Furthermore, there is an ancient saying from the Far East, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer, given the circumstances surrounding Riddle. The effectiveness of our defense against the dark arts class has diminished considerably. Thus, we require an individual of exceptional magical prowess to instruct our students, and he possesses a deeper understanding of dark magic, making him the most suitable candidate." Snape's expression darkened, contemplating that he too was highly skilled, yet his applications had been disregarded. However, he felt powerless against Dumbledore's rationale, especially since he was the headmaster. He could only issue a stern warning. "Let me not see him next year. I must personally instruct Harry." With that, he strode out. Professor McGonagall shared Dumbledore's perspective, though her concern for the students regarding dark magic defense remained. She nodded at Dumbledore, but, recalling the girl mentioned by Snape, added, "We respect your judgment, but I hope you will consider appointing a more suitable teacher for next year, as Harry will be starting school then." With that, she turned and departed the hall, leaving Dumbledore alone. Meanwhile, Anha was escorted to the dormitory by the head boy, but no one was willing to share a room with him. Fortunately, the number of male students in Ravenclaw was sparse, resulting in many vacant rooms. Thus Anha was compelled to enjoy the luxury of a single room. A knock echoed at the door just as Anha was about to retire for the night. He opened the door to find a familiar face standing there, who stepped inside and surveyed the surroundings. "Is it just you living here?" Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Anha went to the table and poured a cup of tea for him. "Indeed, Godfather. They know you are my godfather and dare not share a room with me." Grindelwald nodded, stating, "At times, the strong are destined to be solitary, especially those who are different. You have your own mission. Living alone may be more convenient, but do not harbor resentment towards others, and do not allow yourself to fall." He then handed Anha a stack of notes. Anha took the notes and glanced at them, realizing they were permits. "What is this?" Grindelwald explained. "Your identity is somewhat special. You may freely enter the Forbidden Forest, but you must present a note to Hagrid each time, as the half-giant strength could still be of assistance to you. Anha nodded, pondering before asking, "Why have you come here to teach defense against the dark arts?" Grindelwald regarded Anha, seemingly unsurprised by the question. "Personal reasons, and to keep an eye on you." Anha nodded, realizing he must hold some significance for his godfather. Grindelwald patted Anha's shoulder, and after seeing him off, Anha tidied up before retiring for the night, planning to rise early to learn more about Hogwarts. At the entrance of the headmaster's office, Grindelwald gazed at the sculpture adorning the door, a lemon-scented snowman. The statue slowly moved, opening the door as Grindelwald entered the headmaster's office. Inside, Dumbledore was clad in a purple nightgown, engrossed in his work. Upon hearing the door creak, he did not look up, inquiring, "So, have you seen that lad?" Grindelwald casually took a seat, responding, "I have. He lives alone." Dumbledore tidied his belongings and offered a pile of cockroaches to Grindelwald, saying, "Care for a snack? Sometimes solitude has its merits. Friendship need not solely blossom within dormitories." Grindelwald caught the pile of cockroaches and placed them in a bowl. "I mentioned it last night. No sweets. His fate is unlike that of ordinary folk. I hope he matures swiftly." Dumbledore chuckled softly, "Such is destiny. He shall inevitably confront it. There is no escaping it. Now, let us retire for the night." Chapter 13. The First Day of School. Morning. Anha stepped out of the lounge, traversing the irregularly moving stairs toward the hall. A few students were already awake, partaking in breakfast. Anha glanced around, spotting several from Gryffindor, a few from Slytherin, and one or two from Ravenclaw. Yet he did not see any Hufflepuffs. Observing the indifferent Ravenclaws and the haughty Slytherins, Anha silently approached the Gryffindors. The Gryffindor students were unsurprised by his presence. Rather, two identical twins erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Percy, Charlie, you must accept the wager." In unison, the other two exchanged awkward glances with Anha, who was perplexed. Before he could comprehend, one of the twins grasped his hand. "Hello, I am Fred Weasley, and beside me is my brother George Weasley." Before Anha could respond, the other twin added, "P.S. deceiving you. I'm the elder brother, while he is the younger, George Weasley. I am Fred." Anha was utterly bewildered, struggling to differentiate between them. Noticing his confusion, the twins burst into laughter again. Actually, Fred was right just now. In unison, Charlie, observing his brother's antics, sighed and addressed Anha. "Pay them no mind. Greetings. I am Charlie Weasley, and the lad beside me is my brother Percy Weasley." George and Fred's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You are the godson of the original Dark Lord. You must be quite formidable." Anha nodded, acknowledging his modest magical abilities. George turned to Fred. "That's incredibly cool. Wouldn't you agree, Fred?" Fred nodded in agreement. Charlie looked at Anha. "You can simply speak your desired dish to the dining table, and a house elf will serve it to you." Anha nodded and requested a serving of milk and lamb chops. He then asked Charlie, "What year are you in to be up so early?" Charlie smiled and replied, "I am in my 7th year, preparing for my newts, hence the early rise for practice." Percy added, "I am in my 4th year, aiming to run for prefect, thus seeking to enhance my skills." George and Fred chimed in, "We just think the school is vast, so we decided to explore a bit. Plus it's harder for Filch to catch us in the morning." Anha nodded, expressing his desire to explore the school, albeit alone. During the conversation, whispers from the Slytherin table drifted over. To his astonishment, the protege of the Dark Lord was mingling with the Weasley clan, a family deemed inferior. Indeed, he had presumed the boy held some semblance of pride, only to discover otherwise. Listening to the hushed murmurs nearby, Anha remained unfazed. He thought it best not to cause trouble for his godfather. After finishing breakfast, he bid farewell to the Weasley group and departed the Great Hall. Strolling leisurely, Anha stumbled upon an unusual tree with branches reaching skyward. Was it not the infamous Whomping Willow? He recalled that if one pressed a knot on its trunk, it would cease its violent flailing. Curiously, Anha approached to inspect it, unwittingly stepping into the tree's striking range. The branches began to thrash violently, and Anha thought, "This is bad. It is about to strike." He swiftly drew his wand, preparing to defend himself, yet the branches merely swayed gently without any aggression. As he reached the trunk, he caressed its bark, musing, "How peculiar. The Whomping Willow does not wish to harm me." One hand resting on the trunk, he raised the other and softly spoke, "Can you understand my words? If so, extend a branch to my palm." The tree, seemingly understanding, obliged, extending a branch toward him. Anha found this curious, reflecting, "I had believed only the Dark Feather could comprehend my speech. Who would have thought the Whomping Willow could too? Akin to the squid that I could understand?" After a moment of contemplation, Anha declared, "From now on, I shall call you Master Willow." The branches danced lightly in agreement. Waving goodbye, he said, "Farewell, Master Willow. I shall bring you a gift this afternoon." With that, Anha exited the territory of the Whomping Willow and made his way to the Black Lake. Upon reaching the lake, Anha drew his wand and pointed it toward the water, exclaiming, "Descendium." The surface rippled and parted, creating a passage, and he stepped slowly into the lake. At that moment, Dumbledore awakened, opening the window to gaze outside, marveling at the dawn of a new day. However, upon a casual glance, he noticed something amiss with the Black Lake. Rubbing his eyes, he thought he must be mistaken. After clearing his vision, he was taken aback by such an unexpected sight on the first day of term. Dumbledore hurriedly roused Grindelwald, who, still groggy, replied impatiently, "Albus, I am not yet awake. Simply summon the house elves for breakfast. I have no classes this morning." "No, Gellert, look at Anha." Dumbledore gestured toward his friend, who was preparing to return to slumber. Hearing Anna's name, Grindelwald sat up, intrigued. "Albus, what has happened to him?" Dumbledore pointed out the window, urging, "See for yourself." Grindelwald rose and approached the window, gazing at the Black Lake, where two towering walls of water stood majestically above the surface. "Goodness, this troublesome boy is creating such a commotion so early in the morning." Before he could fully process the situation, Dumbledore seized Grindelwald, using the Phoenix's magic to transport them to the lake's edge. Their first action was to cast a Confundus charm to ensure their activities went unnoticed. Meanwhile, Anha had approached the magnificent squid, momentarily disregarding the peculiar magical creatures on the other side. "Greetings, esteemed Mr. Squid," Anha expressed with a childlike innocence that alleviated some of the tension within the creature. The great squid regarded the young one, pondering. "Is this not the little rascal from last night? Still slumbering early this morning, and now suddenly causing quite the commotion, nearly giving me a fright, thinking I was to be caught for calamari." "Hello, little one," the squid replied. Anna's eyes sparkled with delight, realizing, it truly can understand me. "Mr. Great Squid, I come in peace to make a friend, specifically to greet you." The squid emitted a series of bubbles, responding, "No need for that, I was just awakening. You may seek me by the lakeside this afternoon, and I shall surely respond to your call." Anha nodded and cast a spell of water and fire resistance upon himself, then separated himself from the squid. Then, "Dear squid, might you escort me to the shore?" The squid extended a tentacle, allowing Anha to step upon it, gently dragging him along. At that moment, the magic of separation dissipated, and the lake began to tranquilize. Grindelwald observed, "Could it be that the magic has waned?" Dumbledore felt a tremor within and lowered his wand, preparing to enter the lake alongside Grindelwald. Before they could submerge, Anha gradually emerged from the water surface, standing upon a tentacle, entirely dry, arms crossed, exuding an air of authority. He gazed down at the two elders, somewhat awkwardly scratching his head. "Godfather? Headmaster? Good morning?" At a distance within the castle, a man observed the happenings by the Black Lake. Chapter 14. The Marvelous Ability. At the castle's entrance, Snape, preparing to venture into the forbidden forest for potion ingredients, watched the unfolding events at the lake. He had noticed Anha since the incident with the Whomping Willow. This extraordinary student did not provoke the tree and possessed an uncommon magical prowess. Moreover, Dumbledore and Grindelwald appeared to be concealing their actions regarding him. This student must possess some secret. He resolved to keep an eye on him during potion classes. After observing, Snape did not linger and sauntered into the forbidden forest. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, Anha descended from the tentacle and approached Dumbledore and Grindelwald. "Godfather, Headmaster, what brings you here?" Dumbledore looked kindly at Anha. "Have you discerned something?" Anha hesitated, uncertain whether to reveal his ability to understand the great squid's words and that the Whomping Willow had not attacked him. Yet one was his godfather, and the other the headmaster. Though Dumbledore was known for his cunning nature, he was undeniably one of the most formidable figures in the magical realm, wise and experienced, not to mention the confidant of his godfather. Who could say whether his godfather might later confide in him? Torn between his thoughts, Anha resolved to disclose everything. The godfather. The principal, I can actually understand the words of the giant squid in the Black Lake, and I can communicate with it as well. The Whomping Willow can also engage in dialogue, and it will not strike me. Grindelwald and Dumbledore fell into a moment of silence, as they recalled that each species possesses its own language. However, communicating across different species typically requires a mutual understanding of one another's languages. Yet in the magical realm, there seems to be no study dedicated to the language of the Whomping Willow, which is a rare entity in itself. After pondering for a moment, Dumbledore turned to Anha and inquired, "Could you demonstrate how you converse with the squid?" Anha nodded and addressed the giant squid in fluent English, saying, "Mr. Squid, would you kindly extend a few of your tentacles and wave them above the Black Lake?" Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged astonished glances. It was remarkable that one could converse without employing the squid's own language. Although magical creatures can generally comprehend human speech, they typically do not heed non-kindred beings unless trained to do so. Upon concluding his thoughts, Dumbledore grasped Anna's arm and, along with Grindelwald, moved beyond the striking range of the Whomping Willow. As they approached, the Whomping Willow assumed its defensive posture, ready to lash out. Anna hurriedly called out, "Willow, it's me, do not strike." Upon hearing Anna's voice, the Whomping Willow gradually calmed down, leaving Dumbledore and Grindelwald in disbelief as they regarded Anna. Noticing the confusion on the faces of the two elderly gentlemen, Anna shrugged in resignation and turned to walk toward the castle. In the castle's great hall, many students had already gathered for breakfast, forming their own small groups as they sat together. Xiao Zhang scanned the room, but did not spot Anha. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, her roommate patted her shoulder and remarked, "Xiao, what's so great about that guy? He*s just a bit handsome. And he*s the adopted son of the Dark Lord. Perhaps he harbors evil intentions like that name we dare not speak. I believe he should belong to Slytherin." After all, that infamous name originated from there. Xiao Zhang appeared somewhat swayed, but upon recalling Anha's demeanor on the train, she shook her head, asserting, "He is gentle and loves reading. He answers my questions and is not as terrifying as you claim." Just then, Anha entered the great hall and overheard Xiao Zhang defending him. Anha thought to himself, "Oh, how awkward. I merely passed by to grab some juice. Please don't notice me. My heart belongs only to my Hermione." "Ah, good morning, Xiao Zhang," Anha greeted, raising his right hand in acknowledgement. Xiao Zhang instantly flushed, disregarding her roommate's attempt to deter her. "Good morning. Have you had breakfast? Would you like to join us?" she asked eagerly. Anha waved his hand, glancing at the unwilling female classmates. "I've already eaten. I just came by for a cup of juice." Xiao Zhang felt a pang of disappointment, but decided to speak up just now. Anha quickly interrupted, "I didn't hear anything. I was merely passing by." Xiao Zhang's roommate rolled her eyes, thinking that Anha had clearly been standing behind her for quite some time. Xiao Zhang felt disheartened, sensing that Anha was avoiding her. Anha leisurely finished her juice, secured her book, and made her way to the classroom for the charms lesson. She chose a seat that was unoccupied and settled down. Bored, she flipped through her book, having already mastered all the spells within. They were quite simple. After a few pages, Anha stifled a yawn and rested her head on the desk, drifting off to sleep. Time passed slowly, and the classroom gradually filled with students. Yet a circle of empty seats remained around Anha. As class time approached, Xiao Zhang hurriedly entered the classroom, clutching her book. She noticed that apart from the empty circle around Anha, all other seats were taken, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. Was this truly plausible? Xiao Zhang sat beside Anha and gently shook her awake. "Don't sleep. Class is about to begin." In her dreams, Anha was enjoying afternoon tea with Hermione, but she was abruptly roused. Upon waking, she wiped the drool from her mouth, intending to utter Hermione's name, only to realize that it was Xiao Zhang beside her. "What's wrong?" Xiao Zhang observed the just-awakened Anha, whose charm had seemingly evaporated, replaced by a certain endearing quality. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed, and a short figure appeared at the podium. Chapter 15, Charms and Herbs. "Hello, students. I am your charms professor, as well as the head of Ravenclaw House, and a former champion of the Hogwarts Dueling Club. I am Phileas Flitwick." Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice resonated throughout the classroom, reaching every student. Anha gazed at the diminutive teacher standing atop a stack of books, her curiosity piqued. "Excellent. You are all diligent young wizards. Now, please open your books to the page on Lumos." With that, Professor Flitwick raised his wand and declared Lumos. He then elegantly waved his wand, saying Nox. The light immediately extinguished. Nox serves as the countercharm to Lumos. After casting Lumos, one must use Nox to cease the incantation. Furthermore, Lumos can be enhanced. I once surprised opponents in the Hogwarts Dueling Club using the enhancement. However, this spell bears certain risks. Improper handling may ignite the tip of the wand. I will be observing you, so let us begin your practice. Xiao Zhang followed the method from the book to practice for a while, but she failed several times, with her best attempt yielding only a faint glow. Frustrated, she turned to Anha, who was surprisingly doing nothing. Curiously, she asked, "Why aren't you practicing? Surely, you're not giving up because it seems too difficult?" Listening to Xiao Zhang's words, Anha raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "My godfather taught me before. I already know how to do it." Xiao Zhang expressed her disbelief. With a sigh, Anha lightly waved her wand, and without uttering a word, the tip of her wand shimmered with light. Xiaozhang's eyes widened in astonishment at Anha's remarkable feat. Anha then recited the countercharm to extinguish her wand's light. Professor, I am Anha Michelle. Professor Flivy nodded gently, signifying that you are the most gifted young wizard he has ever encountered. Ravenclaw gains 2 points, he declared, though no students from other houses were present. Nonetheless, these points are a testament to your honor. Anha tucked away his wand, preparing to lapse into daydreaming once more, but Xiaozhang tapped him on the shoulder. He turned to her, inquiring, "What is it?" Blushing with shyness, she replied, "Could you possibly teach me?" Anha waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It's quite simple. You just need to find the sensation of magic." With that, he resumed his reverie, seeing that this boy was impervious to her pleas. Xiaozhang silently continued her practice of magic. At that moment, Heyu had awoken, devouring his breakfast by the window. Anha, puzzled, realized the NT brought any food for this fellow in their study session. Observing Heyu's voracious appetite and his raucous cawing, Anha sighed, waiting for him to finish before saying, "Heyu, I need a favor." Heyu lounged lazily by the window, responding, "What kind of favor?" "Could you investigate the territorial divisions of the Forbidden Forest and identify any magical creatures?" Anha said, walking to the window and pointing toward a patch of woods. Heyu glanced at the forest Anha indicated, smacking his beak in appreciation. "It's quite expansive, but who can resist when you're my little brother?" Anna's expression turned serious. "If any magical creatures attack you, assess whether you can handle them. If you can, feel free to bully them. If not, flee immediately." Heyu nodded and, with a flap of his wings, soared towards the Forbidden Forest. Having given his instructions, Anha departed the dormitory and headed towards the greenhouse, which also served as the classroom for herbology. Generally, Professor Sprout would instruct students there on the cultivation of magical plants. Upon arriving at the greenhouse, Anha found many students had already gathered. Professor Sprout was inside, distributing protective gear to the students. Gradually, as the students assembled, she took attendance and, once completed, led them into a dim, damp chamber. Anha followed the professor into the room, where deep green vines slithered along the walls like serpents, occasionally reaching towards the students. However, each student bore an orange-yellow gemstone upon their chests, emitting a faint glow that deterred the vines from drawing near. This gemstone was the protective gear provided by Professor Sprout. "Children," she began, "these are devil's snare. They thrive in dark, moist environments. If ensnared by these vines, do not struggle violently, as it will only tighten their grip. Instead, use light to compel them to release you, for they fear flames and brightness." Xiaozhang observed attentively, taking casual notes, while some Hufflepuff students posed inquiries to the teacher. Anha gazed at the devil's snare, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. One hand clutched the gemstone at his chest, while the other reached gently towards the vines. With the oppressive grip of the devil's net dissipating, it slowly coiled around Anha, one tendril gliding across his palm, sending a chilling sensation coursing through him. As the net began to wrap around his arm, he felt only the coldness, devoid of any other sensation. He attempted to shake it off, presuming it would tighten its embrace. Yet no matter how he struggled, the net remained unperturbed. Other strands of the devil's net began to converge upon him, creeping upwards from his feet, making him feel as though a serpent was slithering around him. At that moment, Xiaozhang had finished taking notes and intended to share them with Anha. As he turned around, the classroom resonated with his voice. "Druid?" All eyes turned towards the source of the commotion, witnessing Xiaozhang's startled expression and Anha, ensnared and thrashing wildly. Professor Sprout, taken aback, rushed to counsel Anha, fearing that his frantic movements would cause the net to constrict him further. Feeling the gaze of Professor Sprout and his classmates, Anha grew somewhat embarrassed and loosened his grip on the gem, which emitted a gentle glow that dispelled the net. Responding to the light, the tendrils began to retreat from Anha's body. Professor Sprout approached to examine Anha, finding no signs of bruising or marks from the net's grasp. This puzzled her. Logically, his violent thrashing should have left some form of injury, yet his skin bore no trace. "Child, are you unhurt? Do you feel any discomfort?" Professor Sprout inquired with genuine concern. Anha shook his head, and upon seeing this, Sprout felt relieved yet firmly stated, "The study of herbs is built upon the explorations of those who came before us. As a student, your safety must be your foremost priority. For your recent actions, I must deduct 2 points from Ravenclaw. Should you have any inquiries concerning herbology, do not hesitate to approach me. I shall provide answers." Once she ensured Anha was well, Professor Sprout resumed her lecture, permitting the young witches and wizards to engage with the devil's net under her supervision. At midday, in the dining hall, Anha was absorbed in his steak when Xiao Zhang began to inquire about magical matters. Anha, feeling a twinge of impatience, thought to himself, "Is it too much to ask for a moment of peace while I dine?" However, soon a piece of paper began to move across the table, quite literally, making its way towards Anha with an audacious swagger. Curious glances were cast by surrounding students. Seizing the paper, Anha unfolded it to reveal a succinct message. "Your belongings seem to hold some significance. Please come to the headmaster's office. The password is cockroach cluster." The handwriting was fluid, unmistakably that of his godfather. Xiao Zhang leaned in to glimpse the content of the note. "What is this? A visit to the headmaster?" he asked, intrigued. Anha quickly tucked the note away, responding, "It's nothing, and I'm afraid I can't assist you with your magical studies right now. You might want to consult the headmaster. I believe he would be quite willing to help." Xiao Zhang clicked his tongue and nodded, conceding very well. After finishing his meal, Anha quickly devoured his lunch, consuming it in mere moments before sipping a glass of juice and heading towards the headmaster's office. Upon reaching the entrance, he uttered the command before the stone statue, which slowly shifted to reveal a door before him. Anha pushed it open and stepped inside. Dumbledore was engrossed in a book, while a vividly colored phoenix perched beside him on the sofa. Anha approached the sofa, preparing to sit down, when Fawkes, the phoenix, noticed him. Old Dumbledore, we have a guest. Quick, prepare some tea." Fawkes began to call out. Anha nearly laughed at the phoenix's antics. Dumbledore, alerted by Fawkes's cries, glanced at the phoenix and then at Anha. "What are you laughing at?" he inquired. Anha waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was merely reminded of something amusing. Dumbledore, seeing Anna's reaction, said nothing further. He moved from his desk to the sofa, pouring a cup of red tea and offering it to Anha. "Would you like some sugar?" Anha accepted the tea with both hands and shook his head in refusal. Dumbledore then poured himself a cup, adding several sugar cubes, and gestured toward a pile of candy resembling cockroaches on the table. "Would you like to try some?" Suppressing his disgust at the sight of the candy, Anha waved his hand. "Perhaps you could tell me about what you've read instead, and where has the godfather gone?" Dumbledore picked up a piece of the candy and ate it before turning to retrieve a book, which he handed to Anha. "Gellert has gone to prepare for his defense against the dark arts class. This book contains some information that may pertain to your abilities. However, given your unique status, we cannot draw any conclusions just yet. Also, what did Fawkes just say? I can sense his meaning, but I cannot understand his words." As Anha took the book, Dumbledore pointed to Fawkes beside him. Anha glanced at the cover of the book, titled The Mysterious Druids and Enigmatic Magic. The peculiar title piqued his curiosity, but upon noticing the book's thickness, he realized it would require a considerable amount of time to read. Dumbledore contemplated for a moment and nodded. "Of course, but be warned. This book contains some rather dangerous spells that could pose a risk to young wizards, which is why I keep it in my office. I trust you won't let anyone else see it." Fawkes, listening intently, felt a twinge of anxiety upon realizing that an ordinary student could comprehend his words. Dumbledore observed Fawkes's tension before turning back to Anha. "What did he say?" Anha, cradling the book, replied. "He merely reminded you that someone was coming and suggested preparing tea for that person." Upon hearing Anna's explanation, Fawkes relaxed, relieved that his call had not caused any trouble. Dumbledore, perceptive of Fawkes's emotional shift, chose not to dwell on it, recognizing the Phoenix's elder status. After leaving the headmaster's office, Anha carried the book back to his dormitory, placing it on the desk as he prepared to open it. Anha gazed in silence at the black-feathered creature by the window, instinctively aware that this fellow was undoubtedly seeking a delectable treat from him. After all, he was a magical raven capable of soaring across the English Channel. Fatigue was hardly in his nature. Rising from his seat, Anha approached the window, retrieving a favorite snack of the raven from the cabinet. He inquired, "Have you completed the task I entrusted to you?" The raven, munching on the snack, nodded enthusiastically and cawed. "Caw, caw, caw, yes, I did it. When you're in the Forbidden Forest, I'll tell you what I found. Oh, by the way, I made a new acquaintance there, a senior brother with 3 pairs of wings who can generate electricity. He nearly shocked my tail feathers off." Anha, intrigued by the raven's words, pondered the notion of 3 pairs of wings. An angel, capable of emitting electricity? A peculiar creature began to take shape in his mind. The thunderbird, a protected species. Was it not? What could it possibly be doing in the Forbidden Forest? Furthermore, wasn't the thunderbird native to the Americas? The raven, sensing Anna's confusion, shook his head, indicating his lack of clarity. He continued, "In the Forbidden Forest, it's not just my senior brother who can strike. There are other creatures that can as well. Thankfully, I'm quick on my feet, or I would have been caught. When you little rascal, find yourself alone, we shall set them ablaze." Anha, Taken aback by the Raven's explosive proclamation of setting fire to the Forbidden Forest, mused that Dumbledore would surely consign him to Azkaban for such an act. Chapter 17. The Future and the Past. Anha opened a book that emanated a greenish glow, and vines began to sprout within the dormitory. He felt a surge of vitality rushing towards him. A faint blue flame flickered back to life upon his forehead, absorbing the vibrant green energy. Meanwhile, the Raven, sensing an unusual shift, set aside its snack and gazed at Anha, now enveloped in emerald light. Caw, caw, caw. What has happened to that lad? Why is he glowing green? Before the Raven could finish, it was drawn into Anha's being by an unseen force. Moments later, tranquility returned to the dormitory, and Anha sensed something new within him. He picked up a mirror to examine his reflection, revealing a delicate green flame upon his forehead. He scrutinized it for an extended period, watching as the flame gradually faded until it vanished entirely. Standing up, Anha assessed his body, distinctly aware of its newfound vitality. His skin appeared healthier, and he felt invigorated, as if rejuvenated. Looking around, he noticed the Raven was nowhere to be seen, piquing his curiosity about its whereabouts. Just then, the tattoo on his wrist gently vibrated, and a stream of light burst forth, soaring to the window. Caw, caw, caw. You nearly startled me to death. What has transpired? The Raven, now looking somewhat perplexed, questioned Anha. Anha, observing the Raven's altered appearance, retrieved a mirror to show it. The Raven, somewhat baffled, replied, Caw, caw, caw. Do I really need a mirror to see how dashing I am? Afterward, it gazed into the mirror, revealing its sleek, lustrous black feathers, complemented by its striking green left eye and pale blue right eye. Wait a moment. Why do my eyes have color now? The Raven exclaimed, astonished at its own reflection. Anha waved his hand dismissively, expressing uncertainty, yet he was certain it was related to the book. Upon glancing at the name, Anha was taken aback. What on earth? The author is me? Or is it merely a case of sharing the same name? With a heart brimming with excitement and astonishment, Anha opened the tome. The first page still bore the title, but the author's name had transformed into a complete moniker, Anha Gellert Michel. A chill coursed through Anha. Could there truly be another with an identical name? Turning to the second page, he found a solitary sentence. Hello, you need not doubt my existence. I am you. Anha furrowed his brow, pondering whether this book could truly discern his thoughts or if he was indeed the author. Gradually, it seemed to Anha that something concealed lay beneath that line of text. Gently, he brushed his hand over it, and to his astonishment, it revealed more than one line. Congratulations, you have discovered this line of text. I am indeed you, or perhaps a version of you from the past or the future. May I pose a question? Do you believe in God? Once you have contemplated this, turn to the next page. Anha regarded this line, tinged with a hint of jest, and reflected on his previous life. He was, after all, a staunch materialist and an atheist. How could he possibly believe in a deity? He shook his head and turned to the next page. To his surprise, the once blank third page was now inscribed with words. An atheist, you say? So am I. But have you ever pondered whether the tale of the three brothers in the tale of Peter Rabbit is true? How did the three Deathly Hallows come into existence? Have you never wondered? He mused. Well, you must be in the first grade, if memory serves. No need to rush to critique. You will encounter these matters eventually. However, I can assure you, the Grim Reaper does indeed exist, and you shall face him. Anha wore a perplexed expression. The Grim Reaper. Did that mean he was doomed? No. You're certainly not dead. To be precise, someone has sacrificed their life to shield you from death, and I am currently in the past, seeking ancient magic to resurrect him or her. Anha gazed at the words in disbelief. Someone had actually died for him. Contemplating this, he turned to the window where the foolishly naive black-feathered creature stood. Surely it wasn't him. Perhaps it was the Godfather, or Hermione, or his parents, or his grandfather. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Anha felt a pang of anguish. Regardless of who it was, each held immense significance in his life. Anha continued to read. Traversing through time is a perilous endeavor. However, there are those who accompany me. Oh yes, it was Kronos who aided my journey through time. Moreover, I must refrain from divulging too much about the future. Hence, when certain events have not yet transpired, the pages remain blank. When those events unfold, the book will reveal them to you. As for our current dialogue, it is due to time being a closed loop. At that point, I too received this book, and thus I must share certain matters with you. Anha looked at the name Kronos, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He had never heard of such a name before. Most of the knowledge contained within this book regarding druids has been gathered by me over the years. I can share with you the entirety of it, including the magic, and the fact that the Michel family actually harbors druidic blood. The green light represents a fragment of your life force from the future, which, over the passage of time, will gradually merge with you. You might inquire with your grandfather about the family's druidic lineage. For now, I will share what I have collected that has not been passed down through the family on the next page. However, you must read through this page first. Anha was taken aback to discover that her family belonged to a druidic lineage. Why had neither her father nor grandfather disclosed this information? And it seemed they had not even mentioned it to the godfather. As Anha continued reading, she was astounded by the revelations this book contained. In truth, there is little more to say, except that the world of Harry Potter, in which you exist, is not entirely as you perceive it. This world is different, yet your immediate priority is to focus on your studies. When you are truly ready to comprehend the world, that will be the moment you can triumph over Voldemort. That is all for now. You may turn to the next page. And do remember, your godfather has high hopes for your management of the magical realm. Do not always rely on Hermione to handle everything. As Anha gazed at the contents of this page, her mind was awash with questions, first about the druids, then about the divine, and finally about managing the magical world. The range of these topics was overwhelming. Setting aside her confusion, Anha turned to the next page. Chapter 18, Adventure, Part 1. The druids, legendary beings under the aegis of the forest goddess, inhabited the depths of the forest, comprised of various intelligent creatures. They lived in harmony, possessing the ability to communicate with nature. However, with the disappearance of the forest goddess, their community gradually disbanded, losing her protection and, consequently, their powers. Occasionally, remnants of her blessing would be found in a few children born into these species, referred to as priests, acting as intermediaries with nature. A small fraction of these children might awaken under external stimuli. Due to the destruction of the forest and the loss of the goddess's protection, different intelligent beings departed from the woods, leading to the gradual disappearance of the druids. Perhaps it is due to the long absence of druids in the family that my grandfather hesitates to discuss this matter. Yet, what is my mission? And what does the future hold? Having pondered this, Anha set the book aside, deciding to continue her reading later. For now, she would take a stroll through the forbidden forest after class. It seemed her next lesson was flying. She made her way to the flying class lawn, where numerous students were already engaged in lively conversation, particularly with students from Slytherin. I once took off on a broom at the manor and nearly collided with that metal bird of a muggle, one Slytherin boasted, surrounded by his peers. Come on, that 79 wooden handle of yours is nothing compared to my running on the ground, avoiding muggle aircraft. Don't make me laugh, another Slytherin retorted. The boastful Slytherin felt his pride wounded and pushed the one who mocked him, igniting a true confrontation between them. Anha observed the frolicking students in the unoccupied classroom space, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a shaded area where a Slytherin student sat. Seeking refuge from sun, Anha approached and nestled himself beside the Slytherin. Why not join the others in their merriment? Anha inquired, glancing at his companion. The Slytherin, taken aback by Anha's familiarity, quickly regained his composure and shook his head. My father once told me that those who achieve success are often solitary. Why engage in futile socializing with those who merely compare themselves to one another? Lacking ambition and direction, Anha was somewhat surprised by these words, finding them rather melodramatic. Without missing a beat, he quipped, "Courtly jade liquid?" The Slytherin frowned, looking at Anha with confusion. What are you talking about? Have you come here to escape tedious social interactions too? Anha chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing. I'm merely seeking some shade. By the way, I'm Anha. What's your name? The Slytherin seemed momentarily taken aback, surprised by the simplicity of Anha's reason for being there. He then turned away, coolly responding, Barlow. Anha regarded the aloof Barlow, choosing not to respond, and instead gazed at the distant crowd of students, lost in contemplation about the future. Before long, Madame Hooch arrived on the grassy area designated for class, a multitude of flying broomsticks hovering behind her. She surveyed the rambunctious students, set down the broomsticks in orderly rows, and then produced a roll call. Now each of you, stand beside a broomstick, and I will begin calling your names. The students ceased their antics and lined up, with Anha and Barlow hastily moving to a nearby broomstick. In 2 rows facing each other, Anha found himself opposite Barlow, while Madame Hooch walked between them, briefly assessing the students before commencing her introduction. Hello, I am Rolanda Hooch, your sole instructor for flying lessons. Additionally, I serve as a referee for the Hogwarts Quidditch matches and occasionally lend my guidance to the house teams. She continued, you will learn to wield your broomsticks under my tutelage. Now, stand to the left of your broomstick, extend your right hand above it, and say up. Remember to infuse your tone with emotion. Upon receiving Madame Hooch's instruction, the students began their attempts. Anha regarded the broomstick at his feet, feeling little enthusiasm for such an unprotected sport. He simply uttered up. Perhaps due to his lack of fervor, the broom remained unmoved. Feeling a bit embarrassed, his lack of interest deepened as he glanced around and noticed Autumn already mounted on her broom. However, she hesitated to act without Madame Hooch's permission. After a while, Anha finally managed to summon his broom, yet by then, most of the others had already grasped theirs. Once all the students had acquired their broomsticks, Madame Hooch nodded in approval. Following her instructions, they mounted their brooms, and at the sound of the whistle, all the students took flight. Some soared smoothly, while others wobbled precariously, and a few remained awkwardly flailing on the ground. Anha, grounded on the earth, gazed up at Xiaozhong, who soared effortlessly through the sky, exclaiming, "Indeed, some things are truly dependent on innate talent." He then surveyed his surroundings, hoping to ascertain whether he was the sole individual lacking such aptitude, and exchanged a glance with Hall, who was situated opposite him. Anha scratched his head, stating, "What a coincidence. You two are unable to fly?" Hall turned his head, replying, "It's merely that my broomstick is defective." Upon entering the dormitory, Anha opened the door to find two familiar figures. Dumbledore was savoring the chocolate frog Anha had placed on the table, while Grindelwald was engrossed in perusing a book laid out before him. Puzzled, Grindelwald inquired, "What's the matter?" "I'm merely examining this book. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you so agitated? Is it not a book that Albus lent you? Am I not permitted to look at it?" Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback. The book held no significant importance for him, merely possessing magical attributes that warranted its placement in the headmaster's office. However, considering that Harry would be attending school the following year, he pondered the potential issues that might arise should he not be present. Dumbledore expressed his dilemma. "You see, Anha, this book is the property of the school. Although I am the headmaster, I lack the authority to make decisions regarding school property. How about this? During the remaining years of your studies, you may carry this book with you, but in return, I would require your assistance with some minor tasks." Without a moment's hesitation, Anha nodded in agreement. "Well, since there's nothing pressing, I shall tidy up and prepare to venture into the Forbidden Forest. Would you care to join me?" Anha moved towards his belongings, retrieving a set of nocturnal attire and extending an invitation to the two elder gentlemen behind him. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged glances and simultaneously remarked, "Perhaps it's best if we, as two old codgers, refrain from accompanying a young adventurer such as yourself." With that, they departed from Anha's room, carrying a small satchel containing a spare wand and various potions to aid him in critical moments. Anha cast a disillusionment charm upon himself and exited the castle, making his way to Hagrid's hut. Outside the headmaster's office, Grindelwald and Dumbledore sipped tea while observing Anha, who was half invisible, sharing a knowing smile. Dumbledore spoke. "The adventure has merely commenced. My prolonged attempts at mastery have left me weary. Wouldn't you agree, Gellert?" Grindelwald shot Dumbledore an exasperated glance. "You ought to lend him that invisibility cloak. It would certainly enhance his safety. But alas, he possesses his own destiny. I hope he can realize the ideals we were unable to achieve." Chapter 19. Adventure 2, Cerberus and Unicorn. At the entrance of Hagrid's hut, the crackling of flames accompanied by the sound of barking dogs greeted Anha as he approached the oversized wooden door, which dwarfed him by 2 to 3 times. He politely knocked. "Oh, just a moment, I'll be right there," came Hagrid's rugged voice from within. With a creak, the wood compressed, and a colossal figure appeared before Anha. "Oh, little one, what brings you here?" Hagrid inquired, looking down at Anha. Anha retrieved a note from his pocket, a message from Grindelwald, and handed it to Hagrid. Hagrid took the object, examining it closely. "So, you're the child about whom Professor Dumbledore spoke. The one particularly fascinated by magical creatures." Hagrid erupted into hearty laughter, his excitement palpable. Without waiting for Anha to respond, he grasped the young boy's hand and led him into the small cabin. "Would you care for some rock cakes?" Hagrid offered a hard, oversized biscuit to Anha. The boy, taken aback by the size of the treat, larger than his own head, shook his head, indicating that he had already eaten before arriving. Hagrid nodded, lifting a massive iron bucket as he stepped outside. "Wait here for a moment. I will feed Fluffy and then join you." Hagrid's voice echoed from the doorway. Anha recognized the familiar name, but could not recall the context, so he followed Hagrid out of the cabin. As Hagrid moved towards the back of the house, Anha trailed behind. Upon reaching the rear, a colossal, 3-headed dog appeared before him. The creature, noticing the unfamiliar presence, became wary and began to growl softly. "Grr, grr, stay away, stay away." Hagrid, noticing Fluffy's agitation and seeing Anha behind him, quickly pressed down on the dog's head, exclaiming, "Merlin's beard, Fluffy, he is a student." There is no need for warning. Anha's right hand had already slipped into his pocket, grasping his wand. although a wand might not be the optimal means to confront such a large creature with magical resistance. It at least provided a semblance of defense for a hasty retreat. With Hagrid's soothing presence, Fluffy gradually calmed down, his attention shifting to the iron bucket beside Hagrid. Woof, 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 food, food, food. Observing the eager Fluffy, Hagrid promptly emptied the bucket's contents onto the ground. Without waiting for a command, all three of Fluffy's heads descended upon the meat, devouring it voraciously. Hagrid, watching Fluffy feast, turned to Anha and remarked, Fluffy is a creature I acquired from a Greek fellow during the summer. When I first brought him home, he was just a tiny pup. Look how he has grown in just one summer. Isn't he adorable? Anha regarded the ravenous Fluffy and replied, It's hard to say, but he certainly appears robust. Before long, Hagrid emerged from the cabin, holding a pink umbrella and followed by a hound. Anna and Teen noticed this hound in the room. It must be the one named Fawn. Observing the large creature, which walked with a somewhat timid bob, Anha found it rather unreliable. Hagrid jovially introduced his pet. This here is Fawn. Though a bit shy, he occasionally proves useful. Anha nodded, responding, If you tell me to run, I will certainly do so. Looking at the reliable Anha before him, Hagrid nodded approvingly, then stay close to me. With that, he made his way towards the Forbidden Forest, and Anha closely followed his stride. As they entered the eerie depths of the Forbidden Forest, a flash of light flickered across Anna's arm, and a raven quietly appeared on his shoulder, its pale green eyes sparkling with wisdom. Without a word from Anha, the raven took flight, soaring upwards from his shoulder. Anha felt somewhat bewildered, yet he chose to disregard it. After all, he believed that Hayu would not instigate any significant trouble, and it was unlikely that any issue would ensnare him. Hagrid, oblivious to Anha's unease, continued to stroll ahead before coming to a halt. Anha, you are truly fortunate to have encountered them, he remarked, gazing into the distance. Anha discerned the joy in Hagrid's voice and followed his gaze. Before him stood a majestic silver unicorn and a smaller golden unicorn, both exuding grace as they delicately grazed on the verdant grass beneath their feet. Hagrid approached them, offering a friendly greeting. The unicorns appeared startled by the sudden presence of humans, yet upon closer inspection, they merely nodded before resuming their meal. Hagrid stepped forward, introducing Anha to the creatures. This is a unicorn. Isn't she splendid? They share a close bond with me. And this one here is the foal I assisted in birthing. She's a little girl, he said, gesturing towards the golden unicorn. Anha nodded in acknowledgement and greeted the unicorns. Hello there. He listened intently as the unicorns communicated, filled with curiosity, and moved closer. However, the unicorn recoiled slightly, evoking a moment of awkwardness for Anha. Hagrid interjected to ease the tension. Anha, you may not be aware, but unicorns typically prefer the company of girls. They are generally wary of boys. Anha nodded in understanding, promising to be mindful of this. Suddenly, a dark figure darted into view, causing both Hagrid and the unicorns to become alert, while Anha remained relatively unperturbed, recognizing the silhouette as Hayu. In a flustered state, Hayu turned to Anha, exclaiming, Caw, caw, caw. Oh no, I accidentally woke up Brother Bird while he was napping, and now he's angry. We must flee. Without waiting for Anna's response, Hayu dove into the tattoo on Anna's wrist. Hagrid stood, momentarily stunned, as a raven appeared before them, calling before transforming into a beam of light that vanished into Anna's wrist. The unicorns looked on in astonishment, for as Hayu entered Anha, a warm aura radiated from him, reminiscent of the presence of a druid. Hayu, is that the raven from earlier? Hagrid asked, his expression one of perplexity as he regarded Anha. The unicorn, sensing a shift, quietly led her foal away. Anna's gaze was drawn skyward, and in a flash of lightning, he beheld the magnificent bird. Indeed, it was as he had envisioned. Hagrid, equally astonished, stared at the colossal avian above them, exclaiming in disbelief, What? She should not be in this area. Chapter 20. Adventure 3. The Centaur. Hagrid gazed up at the enormous bird in astonishment, and Anha mirrored his surprise. Though Anna had surmised that the great bird Hayu referred to was the Thunderbird depicted in a film, he had never anticipated such a breathtaking encounter. Hagrid shielded Anha behind him, calmly instructing, This is the Thunderbird that inhabits the Americas. I cannot fathom why she has appeared in the Forbidden Forest, and given her aggressive demeanor, when I instruct you to run, you must do so immediately. Hagrid's protective gesture towards Anha warmed his heart. He gently tugged at Hagrid's sleeve, saying, Hagrid, allow me to handle this. I can communicate with her. Before Hagrid could respond, Anha had already stepped in front of him. He gazed up at the Thunderbird in the sky and addressed it. Greetings, the true culprits who disturb your peace are not us. Please do not unleash your wrath upon us. The Thunderbird fixed its gaze upon Anha on the ground and emitted a sharp cry. I just witnessed him flying in this direction, and you carry his scent. Do you know where he is? Anha, gripping his wrist with one hand, bowed slightly and pointed in a direction, saying, I recently saw a blackbird flying that way. The Thunderbird regarded the direction Anha indicated with skepticism. It feared the possibility that Anha's words might be true. If left unchecked, that raven could indeed escape far away. Anha approached the feather, and upon touching it, he felt a tingling sensation, likely from a thunderbird's tail feather. Though unsure of its purpose, he decided to keep it. After tossing the feather to Anha, the thunderbird soared rapidly towards the direction he had pointed, and soon after, the weather cleared, with the moonlight gently illuminating the forest. Meanwhile, Hagrid stood in astonishment, never expecting that this child before him could communicate seamlessly with magical creatures, an ability he had long coveted. By Merlin S. Beard, your gift is truly remarkable. How did you accomplish this? Hagrid's gaze shifted from surprise to hopeful anticipation, yearning for Anha to divulge his secret. Anha, noticing Hagrid's eager expression, shrugged and replied, This is a family legacy. I'm afraid I cannot teach you. Hagrid felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly reconciled with the notion that such extraordinary abilities often come with their own prerequisites. From a nearby thicket came a rustling sound, and a silvery unicorn emerged, accompanied by a golden foal. The elder unicorn approached Anha and bowed slightly, saying, I did not expect you to be a priest. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Anha quickly waved his hands. Not at all. I have only recently discovered my identity as a druid, and my family's heritage has long since faded from memory. I am ignorant of these matters. The unicorn pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. In fact, there exists a group of druids within the Forbidden Forest, though their blessings are nearly extinguished. You might inquire with them. Anha felt a surge of excitement and eagerly asked, Where can I find them? Who are they? The unicorn gestured with its head in a certain direction. The centaurs were once part of the druids. You can seek their wisdom regarding druidic matters, though they are not particularly trusting of humans, especially some centaurs who harbor a dislike for Hagrid. It then cast a pointed glance at Hagrid. Anha raised an eyebrow in curiosity and turned to Hagrid, who, though unable to comprehend the unicorn's words, sensed the glance directed at him and felt somewhat puzzled. What are you two talking about? Hagrid's voice came from beside them, prompting Anha to turn and shake his head. Hagrid glanced at the unicorn, which gently nodded in affirmation of Anna's words. Very well, let us proceed, Yaya, Hagrid said, placing his trust in the unicorn as he led Yaya onward. Subsequently, Anha turned his gaze towards the unicorn, which signaled for him to mount, offering to carry him to the centaur's territory. With a graceful motion, Anha ascended onto the unicorn's back, and they made their way toward the realm of the centaurs. Upon the back of the unicorn, Anha could distinctly feel a wondrous energy emanating from within, warm and gentle. It was not long before they arrived at the domain of the centaurs, where a centaur with platinum hair and a silver-maned equine body approached them. His striking blue eyes resembled pale sapphires. Who are you? The centaur tribe does not welcome humans, he addressed Anha, astonished that a human could ride upon a unicorn. Greetings. I am Anha Michel, a druid, Anha replied as he dismounted from the unicorn, gazing up at the towering centaur before him. The centaur seemed taken aback, for it had been a long time since he had heard the term druid. Hello, I am Falunzer. It has been ages since I encountered a druid, he remarked, his surprise evident. Anha sensed the magic around him and channeled it through his body, a soft green glow appearing on his skin as the surrounding flora began to flourish. Both the unicorn and Falunzer felt the miraculous vitality and bowed in reverence to Anha. Please, mount once more. I shall take you to meet the centaur priest, Falunzer said, bending his knee to lower himself for Anha to ascend onto his back. Anha gracefully climbed onto Falunzer's back, and under his guidance, they ventured into the centaur tribe. While the unicorn turned to depart, Anha observed the surroundings. The centaur village was simple and rustic, with most centaurs embracing a close connection to nature, often clad in little more than primitive weapons such as bows and arrows. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past Anna's ear, prompting Falunzer to halt and look towards the centaur ahead. This centaur, with fiery red hair and beard, sported a chestnut-colored equine body and a long, flowing red tail, poised with a bow aimed threateningly at Falunzer. Ronan, what do you intend to do? Falunzer asked, angered that Ronan would dare shoot at him. Falunzer, just look at yourself. You resemble a common mule, with a human riding upon you. It's a disgrace, Ronan retorted, his ire directed at Falunzer. Ignoring Ronan, Falunzer continued toward the direction of the priest, which incited Ronan to raise his fist in frustration. Chapter 21. Adventure 4. The Devil's Web. As Ronan's fist swung towards him, Falunzer easily dodged. But he had forgotten about Anha on his back. Anha narrowed his eyes, realizing that Ronan likely anticipated Falunzer's evasion, hoping to use the opportunity to knock him off the centaur's back. The flame emblem on Anha's forehead flickered, and his gaze transformed from the naivety displayed before Hagrid or his godfather to one of growing detachment and coolness. Anha executed a backflip from the back of the horse and fixed a cold gaze upon Ronan. Ronan squinted at the child before him, and despite his greater height, he felt an inexplicable sense of being looked down upon. He cautiously stepped back, adopting a defensive stance. Beside them, Phelan grew anxious, for Anha was no ordinary child. He had brought him here. Phelan stepped forward to intercept Ronan, saying, "Ronan, this child's identity is significant. Please allow me to take him to meet the priest." Ronan forcefully grasped Phelan's shoulder and shouted, "Not a chance. I will never trust humans again." He then turned his attention to Anha, declaring, "Human boy, I sense your extraordinary nature, but the pride of the horseman is not something you can shatter. Come, let us engage in a true test of strength, one-on-one. If you defeat me, I shall let you and this dishonored wretch meet the priest." With that, he shot a fierce glare at Felix. Felix attempted to intervene, Ronan. But Anha had already spoken. With a frigid expression, he met Ronan's gaze and said, "Bring it on." At that moment, a palpable pressure began to envelop the surroundings, and several blue flames flickered around Anha. Seeing that Anha was prepared, Ronan knocked an arrow and charged at him, unleashing a barrage of arrows as he ran. Anha brandished his wand, skillfully dodging the arrows that Ronan shot, swaying left and right. Occasionally, a stray arrow would approach him, only to be incinerated by the blue flames. Although Anha had initially intended to use fire magic, he restrained himself, aware of their location in the Forbidden Forest. He kept evading, seeking a means to counterattack. Suddenly, Anha's demeanor shifted, the oppressive aura dissipating, and the flames extinguished. The blue flame tattoo on his forehead dimmed, and sensing something amiss, Anha momentarily lost focus. An arrow struck his shoulder, sending a jolt of pain coursing through him. He gasped and quickly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the remaining arrows. Ronan, seeing that he had hit Anha, rushed to capitalize on his advantage, swiftly knocking another arrow. As more arrows flew toward Anha, he instinctively tried to evade, clutching his wounded shoulder. Though he managed to sidestep, without the protection of the flames, one or two arrows still bore down on him. In an unexpected turn of events, a green light radiated from Anha, and the grass beneath him grew wildly. A familiar sensation enveloped him, alleviating the pain in his wound. The horseman looked on in astonishment as the arrows that were destined to strike Anha were halted mid-flight. 4 dark green vines shot forth from Anha, ensnaring Ronan, starting from his calves and gradually enveloping him completely. The horsemen were taken aback, hastily brandishing their torches and advancing toward Ronan. Anha recognized the familiar sensation, the devil's bind from his herbalism class. It seemed that during his studies, the plant had entwined around him and left behind its seeds. He felt his magic slowly being drained, likely by these seeds siphoning his power. On the other side, Ronan, ensnared by the devil's web, was struggling desperately. Yet, with every attempt to free himself, the web tightened its grip, and soon the ominous sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Upon hearing this dreadful noise, the centaurs hastily brandished their torches to disperse the sinister web. They turned their gaze towards Ronan, who lay on the ground, contemplating a finishing blow. However, Ferlens intervened, urging restraint. "Let's leave a thread of mercy." Anha glanced at Ferlens and then at the fallen Ronan. At that moment, Ronan remained disdainful. "I stand by my word. Do as you will, human." Anha regarded him coldly, raising his wand. The tip of the healing wand emitted a faint glow, and before the witnesses of the centaurs, Ronan's injuries gradually mended. Ferlens pulled Ronan to his feet, and Ronan, standing tall, looked at Anha and offered a slight bow. Anha observed him silently, betraying no emotion. Before turning to Ferlens, "Lead the way, Ferlens." Ferlens nodded and guided him toward the abode of the centaur priest. Anha followed closely behind, yet this time, no centaur dared to obstruct their path. Arriving at the entrance of a tent, Ferlens opened the door, gesturing for Anha to enter. Anha nodded and stepped inside. The first sight that greeted him was a celestial map adorning the walls, its arrangement meticulous, yet its mysteries eluded him. Nevertheless, the map emanated a gentle luminescence, captivating Anna's gaze. A soft breeze occasionally rustled the leaves outside, the faint sounds echoing within the dimly lit tent. Anha found himself entranced, fixated on the celestial map. The twinkling stars flickered incessantly, and, as he observed them, he began to sense some answers stirring within his heart. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the shimmering stars, an ancient voice resonated beside him. Before him stood an elderly centaur, wielding a verdant staff, with gray hair cascading down to a horse body of the same hue, trailing a grayish-white tail. You must be the young one brought by Ferlens. Indeed, you bear the blessings of the forest goddess. Even your innate magic surpasses that of ordinary adult wizards. The old centaur circled Anha, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Anha, taken aback, inquired, "Do you know me, sir? Did Ferlens inform you?" The centaur shook his head. The celestial phenomena last night shifted. Observing the stars revealed a rare path for the centaur race, destined to manifest this evening. One particular star radiated a soft green light, and when combined with the centaur's fated path, the conclusion was readily apparent. As the conversation turned to the stars and destiny, Anha felt a pang of curiosity regarding his future, yearning to uncover the true nature of the druids. "Sir, what exactly is a druid? Is it merely a profession?" Anha asked the centaur priest, his voice laced with intrigue. The centaur priest shook his head, indicating, "The matter of the druids is an ancient tale, passed down through generations of centaur priests." Chapter 22, Adventure 5 Memories. After the loss of the forest goddess's protection, foreign deities began to covet the residual divine power of the forest goddess. They continuously dispatched their kin to ravage the forest and steal its divine essence. In response, the prominent chieftains gathered the goddess's power into several crystals, each taking one to safeguard their respective clans. As the centaur priest concluded his words, a crystal atop his verdant staff shimmered, exuding a rich vitality. "This indicates that my family possesses one as well," Anha noted thoughtfully. The centaur priest gazed at Anha, his pale eyes seemingly intent on extinguishing her very soul. "Indeed, your family does possess a crystal. It resides within you." He then raised his luminous staff, pointing towards Anha's heart. Anha lowered her gaze, witnessing her chest become translucent. Her emerald heart pulsated steadily, with a crystal nestled quietly at its center. Stunned, Anha realized the crystal dwelled within her heart. The centaur priest spoke slowly. "Upon choosing to become a druid, you must fulfill the druidic mission. It is a curse, and if you fail to complete it, your life shall be interminable." Confused, Anha inquired, "Aren't you druids?" The centaur priest shook his head. Initially, all the chieftains remained silent about the disappearance of the forest goddess, not even informing their own kin, merely advising future generations to avoid the forest crystals. "Did your elders not enlighten you?" Anha, bewildered, shook her head. Anha then nodded. "If I require assistance in the future, I shall certainly call upon you." The centaur priest, somewhat exasperated by her lack of formality, sighed. "Very well. As for your own secrets, you must explore them yourself, for druids have vanished from this world for centuries. Now you may go and play." With that, the centaur priest impatiently ushered Anha out of his tent. Upon exiting, Anha found Ferlens waiting. "How'd it go? Any discoveries?" he asked. Anha nodded and, recalling the star chart within the tent, asked, "Could you teach me the centaur's stargazing art?" Ferlens, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Stargazing is merely a form of ordinary divination. It is likely taught at Hogwarts. However, talent is crucial for prophecy, and not every centaur possesses it." Nodding, Ferlens knelt for Anha to mount him, then galloped toward the forbidden forest's exit. Leaving the centaur tribe, the surrounding area was devoid of firelight, and visibility diminished significantly. The moonlight gradually succumbed to the encroaching clouds, casting a shadow over the forbidden forest. As Ferlens halted, Anha sensed something amiss. "What is it, Ferlens?" she asked, her vigilance heightened. Ferlens, noticing rustling in the surrounding grass, frowned. "This is not good. We are ambushed." Anha raised her wand, while Ferlens readied his bow. In an instant, a web shot forth from the nearby underbrush, and Anha swiftly cast Expulso. The web burst apart immediately, prompting Ferlens to swiftly shoot an arrow in that direction, only for several more webs to emerge from other angles. Anha did not hesitate excessively. Protego Totalum, a cerulean shield enveloped the surrounding webs. Upon witnessing the failure of the web's assault, the creatures lurking in the underbrush emerged. Inching closer towards them, Ferlens gazed at these beings and remarked, "Indeed, it is they." Anha also discerned the creatures scuttling upon the ground, the eight-eyed giant spiders. The spiders emerged from the thicket, incessantly spraying venom toward Anha and the others, yet the poison was thwarted by the shield. Trapped within the protective barrier, they found themselves unable to counterattack as the eight-eyed spiders relentlessly advanced. "Ferlens, close your eyes," Anha urged swiftly. Without much hesitation, Forenza complied and shut his eyes. Lumos solum, Anne had declared, closing her eyes as she spoke. In an instant, the tip of her wand erupted with a dazzling brilliance, warm as sunlight and radiant like the sun itself. After a brief flash, Anha promptly opened her eyes, dispelling all protective charms, and immediately cast the shattering curse upon the spiders present. The blinding effect rendered the spiders incapacitated, leaving them no time to react before Anha decimated them. Gently patting Forenza's flank, she said, "All right, you may open your eyes now." Forenza slowly opened his eyes, the sensations from moments ago still vivid in his memory. In that fleeting instant of darkness, he had felt the searing sun above him and heard the explosive sound of limbs being shattered, along with the warm blood splattering across his face. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the spiders had been utterly annihilated, their severed limbs strewn about. Forenza marveled. Is this truly the work of a mere student? "What did you say?" Anha inquired, catching Forenza's murmurs. "Nothing. Let us hurry," he replied, a hint of fear in his voice, concerned that Anha might overhear his thoughts. Those eight-eyed spiders shouldn't inhabit this area, should they? Anha pondered aloud, perplexed that their natural habitat was not typically found in England. Hearing Anna's query, Forenza slowed his pace. "That is due to Hagrid," he said, a trace of irritation in his tone. Anha recalled that it had been mentioned in the Chamber of Secrets that Hagrid had released creatures into the Forbidden Forest. "So, do you all blame Hagrid for this?" Anha asked, feeling a sense of empathy. "This is the fate of the Centaur clan, though it was Hagrid who set them free. Professor Dumbledore has clarified that the Centaurs do not hold him in deep disdain. They merely do not welcome him," Forenza replied after a moment of contemplation. Anha nodded and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Do not worry, Forenza. I shall assist you in ridding this place of those creatures." Firenze nodded, expressing a hope that such a day would arrive soon. Before long, they reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Anha bid farewell to Forenza and made her way toward Hagrid's hut. Unbeknownst to her, a figure lurking in the shadows observed her return from the forest. Chapter 23, Potions Class. The following day, dawn broke, and as was her custom, Anha rose early. She only indulged in sleeping in during holidays. Throughout the school year, early rising was a habit ingrained in her, as her previous life had been that of a Chinese soul. After a brief wash-up, she appreciated the solitude of her dormitory, where no one contested for space. While enjoying breakfast, I opened the legacy of the druid. "Good morning. I hope you gleaned some insights last night. I understand your mind is brimming with questions. Feel free to jot them down, and I shall provide answers." Anna picked up a nearby quill and penned her first inquiry. "Are you a Horcrux?" The book gradually absorbed Anha's ink, revealing the response. "Certainly not. What leads you to such a conclusion?" "To put it in future terms, I am akin to an artificial intelligence or a program." Anha was astounded, realizing that her future self could astonishingly blend artificial intelligence with magic. She then wrote, "How were you created?" The ink was once more absorbed, and another message emerged. "I am merely a magical artifact, reliant on the ambient trace magic in the air to sustain my operations." Every question you pose possesses an answer. For your future self undoubtedly knows the past queries. However, due to the constraints of time, I cannot divulge everything. You still have one final question for today. Anna contemplated, recognizing that this book could provide answers whenever she had queries, yet it appeared limited to 3 inquiries per day. After a moment, she penned, "Do you have any advice?" Anha pondered, "Be wary of Dumbledore? Harry?" After much reflection without clarity, she glanced at the time and realized she was nearly late for class. Gathering her belongings, she proceeded to the potions classroom. Finding a corner, Anha took her seat. Today's lesson was a double potions class shared with Slytherin. As class commenced, students trickled into the room. Xiaozhang entered alongside a Ravenclaw girl. Upon noticing Anha seated alone in the corner, Xiaozhang intended to join her, but her companion detained her, forcing her to sit together with her friend. Anha perused her mother's potions book, admiring the elegant script inscribed within. Meanwhile, Slytherin's Barlow Hall hurried into the potions classroom, relieved to see all the students had gathered and the teacher was absent. "Phew, I'm not late," Hall thought, scanning the room for an available seat. "What are you doing here?" A deep voice emerged from behind Hall, sensing an unsettling presence. He turned to find Snape's sinister visage fixed upon him. "Is there no seat? Are you planning to stand at the door and block my path?" Snape's dark demeanor and low tone startled Hall, prompting him to glance around quickly. "Hey, there's an empty spot in the corner," he declared, taking a seat without clearly discerning who was beside him. Anha observed Snape reprimanding Hall before he approached the podium to commence the lesson. "Hey, it's you!" Hall exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that the somewhat bothersome Anha was seated next to him. Anha cast a casual glance before returning her focus to Snape, intensely curious about whether Harry Potter's transformation into Harry would yield any changes. Hall, noticing Anha's indifferent gaze, instantly felt irked by her demeanor. Before Hall could finish his call, Snape had already fixed his gaze on Anha and Hall, bellowing, "What are you two doing? Stand up." Anha was taken aback by Snape's shout and rose to his feet, while Hall, startled by the intimidating headmaster, also stood up. Snape's expression darkened further. "What are your names?" Anha casually replied, "Anha Michelle," while Hall, anxious and wary of the fierce headmaster, exclaimed, "Barlow Hall." Snape narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. "What were you two doing just now?" Anha was somewhat surprised by Snape's line of inquiry, expecting him to simply deduct points. "Pray tell, Mr. Michelle, what are the ingredients of the calming potion?" Snape's tone was calm, yet tinged with inquiry. Nearby, Cho-Jong flipped through her textbook, unable to locate any information regarding the calming potion. She quickly realized that this was a deliberate ploy by Professor Snape. Even having studied all the first-year books, one would not find the contents concerning the calming potion. Anha did not ponder for long and answered, "Powdered moonstone and essence of sneezewort, which can be used to soothe emotions." Snape appeared somewhat astonished, as this knowledge was typically covered in 5th year. He hadn't expected Anha to possess it. He nodded and continued, "What are the effects of an overdose of the Felix Felicis potion?" Snape's gaze was fixed intently on Anha, who responded nonchalantly. An overdose of Felix Felicis can lead to dizziness, reckless and dangerous hubris, and excessive doses can be highly toxic. Anha's demeanor was relaxed, as if he were intimately familiar with this knowledge. Meanwhile, Cho-Jong recalled that Anha's mother was a potions master and felt a pang of worry for him just moments ago. Snape regarded him coldly. Anha had indeed exceeded expectations, demonstrating a thorough understanding of potion studies. He nodded, "Very well. It appears our Mr. Michelle is quite knowledgeable about potions. However, whispering is prohibited in my classroom. Ravenclaw loses 5 points. Sit down." Anha nodded. This was the Snape he had envisioned, including the point deduction. Hall looked at Anha in astonishment, thinking to himself, "I didn't realize he was this impressive." Chapter 24, Investment. Under Snape's stern supervision, the potions class concluded swiftly. Anha yawned, reflecting on how tedious the potions lesson was, as it mirrored what his mother had taught him. Snape was no different from his portrayal in the films. He had expected him to be a bit gentler with Harry around. After tidying his belongings, Anha made his way to the Great Hall. A brief glance revealed Cho-Jong, surrounded by her dorm mates, while there were few familiar faces in Ravenclaw. Anha ambled over to the Weasley table. "Hey, Charlie, Percy, George, Fred, may I sit here?" Anna greeted them warmly. The Weasley gang noticed Anna's presence. "Of course, come sit." Charlie nodded first, gesturing for Anha to take a seat. Anha unceremoniously sat down and ordered a lamb chop. Watching the jovial Weasley clan, Anha recalled the twins' plans to open shop. "Hey, George, Fred, have you considered opening a toy store?" Anha inquired while munching on his meal. George and Fred exchanged puzzled glances at him. "We haven't given it any thought. We're only in 2nd grade. How could we possibly open a shop?" George dismissed Anha's suggestion. "However, now that you mention it, it does sound like a splendid idea." Fred chuckled, sharing a conspiratorial look with George. Percy, observing his 2 younger brothers, interjected, "Don't even think about it. You two have no money, and I'm about to become the class monitor. Please refrain from causing me any trouble." George and Fred stuck out their tongues and made silly faces, chanting, "You can't tell us what to do? You can't tell us what to do." Percy glared at them, exasperated. "Just wait. I will definitely inform Mom, so she can oversee your pocket money." Amused by their playful banter, Anha couldn't help but reminisce about Hermione, softly muttering to himself, "I wish she would come to school sooner." Upon hearing this, George and Fred turned to Anha, exclaiming, "Her? Anha, do you have a girlfriend? How old are you?" Their loud remarks drew the attention of those nearby, including Cho-Jong, who turned to look at Anha. Feeling a bit shy, Anha, who had been single his entire life, was uncertain about his feelings for Hermione and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I don't know yet, so please don't spread rumors." George and Fred chuckled at Anha's bashfulness, but their laughter was soon interrupted. A cacophony of hooting echoed above the castle as a flock of owls descended upon the Great Hall, delivering letters to its occupants. A large, red parcel landed abruptly on Anha. Surprised, he examined the delivery, realizing it was from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. George and Fred leaned in, curious, asking, "Did you buy new clothes?" Anha shook his head and opened the parcel, revealing a box containing 2 outfits and a bag of galleons. He recalled that these garments were based on the designs he had previously submitted to Madame Malkin. Beneath the galleons lay a note. Dear Mr. Michel, I am Madame Alkin. The designs you provided were incredibly useful, and the garments you conceptualized have quickly become bestsellers. The galleons enclosed are your rightful payment. Due to the busyness of the shop, your requested clothing has only now been sent. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Wishing you success in your studies and endeavors. Yours sincerely, Madame Alkin. Anha skimmed through the note, while George and Fred looked at him in disbelief. By Merlin's beard, Anha, how old are you that you can design clothing? This bag of galleons is worth more than my father's salary for 3 months, George exclaimed, glancing at the bag of coins, with Fred equally astonished. Anha paid them no heed, simply admiring the outfits, which were indeed beautiful and crafted from fine materials. Fred noticed that one of the outfits was for women and teased. Anha, you're not a crossdresser, are you? Without waiting for Fred to finish his words, Anha hurled a bag of gold galleons towards them, declaring, This is your investment in the toy store. Do not utter unkind words before our esteemed shareholder. Fred, delighted by the weight of the galleons in his hands, looked at George and said, I believe we can indeed establish a joke shop. George nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Charlie and Percy stood by in disbelief, marveling at how the two brothers had secured such a sum. On the other side, Anha glanced at another item in the box, a matching outfit. Excited, he packed the box and slipped a letter inside. Summoning Black Feather, he called out, Is there something you need? Black Feather emerged from Anna's wrist, gazing at him expectantly. Black Feather, please deliver this box to Hermione, Anha instructed, pointing to the box beside him. Black Feather stared incredulously at the box, questioning, Are you kidding me? Anha shook his head, encouraging, Go on, you can do it. After all, you are a magical raven. Realizing he had no choice, Black Feather reluctantly lifted the box and wobbled out the window. If the box does not reach Hermione safely, you're finished, Anha shouted after him, observing his unreliable demeanor. Black Feather understood the gravity of the task and vanished into a streak of black light. The lunch break soon passed, and Anha tidied his belongings before heading to the Transfiguration classroom. Upon entering, he noticed a cat seated on the podium, with several girls in front of it discussing its preferences. Observing the oblivious girls, Anha silently offered a few prayers for their safety. He chose a random seat, opened his book, and began to read. Time flew, and the students gathered, yet Professor McGonagall was noticeably absent, prompting whispers among the class. Anha continued reading quietly, with Qiu Zhang sitting beside him, also engaged in his studies. As time passed, the students gradually quieted down, though some remained noisy. Anha ceased his reading, fixating on the tabby cat on the podium, which bore a faint smile. The tabby was taken aback, pondering, Does this boy know me? The rest of the class erupted in surprise at this sudden turn of events. Chapter 25, Class 1 and Professor McGonagall, your instructor in Transfiguration. This subject is an intricate and profound form of magic that requires your utmost concentration to master effectively. I hope that next time, you will refrain from being so boisterous upon entering the classroom. Professor McGonagall cast a sweeping glance over the students, pausing momentarily on Anha. Following an extensive discourse on the theory of transfiguration, she raised her hand and pointed her wand at the podium, successfully transforming it into a large, plump pig. Now, let us endeavor to transfigure a matchstick into a silver needle. Anha carefully picked up the matchstick and scrutinized it. It was merely an ordinary match, as he had expected Hogwarts might produce something imbued with magical properties. Observing those around him, he noticed that the young wizards were diligently attempting to transform their matchsticks into silver needles. He even witnessed a classmate managing to transmute a matchstick into a silver form, though it had yet to resemble a needle, which was already considered a sign of considerable talent. Meanwhile, Qiu Zhang had transformed half of her matchstick into a needle, an impressive feat for a novice. Professor McGonagall, who was surveying the room, paused at Qiu Zhang's position to offer her encouragement, then cast a puzzled glance toward Anha. Mr. Michel, why have you yet to take action? She inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Anha smiled at Professor McGonagall and replied, I have already mastered it. I was merely awaiting your arrival, Professor. Professor McGonagall regarded him with intrigue as Anha produced his wand and lightly tapped the matchstick. It spun and transformed into a gleaming silver needle, radiating a metallic brilliance. McGonagall was taken aback, astonished to discover a student with such remarkable talent. Excellent. Your aptitude is astonishing. Ravenclaw earns 5 points. Qiu Zhang, equally surprised, observed Anha, realizing that aside from flying lessons, he seemed proficient in every subject, particularly in the art of spellcasting. Curious, Qiu Zhang approached Anha to inquire about his magical insights. Anha responded, There is nothing to it. As long as you comprehend the essence of the spell, it becomes quite easy to learn. Xiaozhang, intrigued, asked, "What is the essence of the spell?" Anha elaborated. Every young wizard possesses an innate magical power, and magic is the manifestation of that power. The act of casting a spell and wielding a wand is merely the process. To achieve results, one must execute the process accurately. For young wizards, without having studied a specific method or experienced it firsthand, it is quite challenging to cast spells, hence the need for practice. However, the essence of casting a spell and wielding a wand is fundamentally about controlling one's own magical energy. This is why some wizards can perform magic without a wand or incantation. Do you know what the key is? At this point, Anha gazed at Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang pondered. Is it controlling magical energy? Anha shook his head. For most wizards, it is quite difficult to control their magical energy independently unless they have undergone extensive practice. The crucial element lies in self-control. You must understand the magic you wish to perform and then regulate yourself to accomplish it. Magical energy is but a part of the equation. With that, Anha lightly tapped his wand again, transforming the silver needle into a notebook. Xiaozhang still appeared somewhat perplexed. Looking at Anha with uncertainty, Anha instructed her to close her eyes. Think carefully about the kind of silver needle you desire. He then encouraged her to focus intently on the matchstick while casting the spell. The more detailed her imagination, the greater the likelihood of success. Xiaozhang closed her eyes, contemplating the appearance of a silver needle she had just seen on Anna's desk. Upon opening her eyes, she directed her spell at the matchstick on the table. The matchstick effortlessly morphed into a silver needle, and Xiaozhang was pleasantly surprised, expressing her gratitude to Anha. Professor McGonagall, observing the entire process, mused that indeed, students with innate talent possess an extraordinary approach to teaching others. The class swiftly concluded. Apart from Anha and Xiaozhang, no other student had succeeded in transforming their matchsticks into silver needles. Anha paid him no mind, engrossed in her book of curses. Soon, Grindelwald descended slowly from his office on the second floor. He cast a sweeping glance over the room filled with students, nodding in approval. Excellent. It seems no one is tardy. Thus, I shall reintroduce myself. Grindelwald's persuasive voice resonated through every corner of the classroom. I am Gellert Grindelwald, and I will be your professor for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course this year. In my past, I was fervently dedicated to the study of dark magic, to the extent that I was expelled from school. Therefore, Albus, your headmaster Dumbledore, has specially invited me to instruct you on how to defend against dark magic. Grindelwald articulated each word with gravitas. Dark magic is a formidable force that can inflict immense harm upon its caster. Many dark spells can cause irreversible damage, and wielding them requires a potent malevolence and conviction. There also exist dark creatures that can bring about death or exert controllable influence over individuals. Grindelwald spoke with a serious demeanor, then gestured for Anha to step forward. Anha stood beside Grindelwald, who did not turn to her, but continued to address the students before him. You have likely never encountered dark magic, though you must have heard of the unforgivable curses. Anha, please provide me with a few small animals. Anha nodded, retrieving several stones she had collected prior to class, transforming them into mice through transfiguration. Holding them in her hands, Grindelwald raised his wand and uttered the incantation, Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light erupted, and one of the mice fell lifelessly. The surrounding students regarded their new teacher in disbelief, taken aback by his immediate display of power. He then directed his wand at another mouse, proclaiming, Crucio. A green light connected from the tip of his wand to the mouse, which convulsed violently while its tail remained in Anha's grasp. After the torment, Grindelwald signaled Anha to release the mouse. Upon seeing the fate of its companions, one mouse attempted to flee. However, Grindelwald's wand was already aimed at it as he intoned the Imperius curse, Imperio. The mouse's movement halted, and it gradually stood, beginning to dance. When Grindelwald ceased his incantation, the mouse collapsed, lifeless. Chapter 26, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Grindelwald and Anha exhibited little reaction to the mouse's demise, yet the freshmen, having never witnessed such terrifying dark magic capable of manipulating life and death, were significantly unsettled. A few kind-hearted female students timidly inquired, Professor, can those poor little mice be revived? Observing the lively mouse, the atmosphere in the classroom lightened somewhat. Grindelwald surveyed his audience, contemplating that his lesson was indeed quite effective. Clearing his throat, he resumed speaking. Most dark magic is wielded by wizards. When a wizard harbors sufficient murderous intent and steadfast resolve, you must be wary. Of course, I shall not teach you dark magic. I can only instruct you on how to defend against it. Then he gestured for the young sorcerers to rise and move to the back of the classroom, clearing the space. He indicated for Anha to stand facing him, addressing the young sorcerers. Next, let me demonstrate how to defend against curses. After speaking, he chuckled lightly at Anha, as usual. But this time, I shall employ the unforgivable curse. Are you prepared? Anha nodded, drawing his wand and adopting a defensive stance, ready for Grindelwald's assault. Observing Anha's heightened vigilance, Grindelwald smirked. Although this is a duel, there is no need to be so wary. Just relax, wouldn't you agree? Avada Kedavra? Grindelwald attempted to ease Anha's tension, only to strike unexpectedly mid-sentence. Anha, remaining alert, did not relax even for a moment. The more he listened, the more his caution heightened. This fellow had surely absorbed too much of the old bee's sinister demeanor. Indeed, a sudden attack ensued, and without a second thought, Anha rolled to evade it. The killing curse impacted the wall, erupting and sending debris flying. The students nearby paled. The force of such magic, if it struck, would surely be devastating. Wasn't T. Grindelwald supposed to be Anha's godfather? Why did he seem intent on Anha's demise, exuding such murderous intent? Grindelwald, unfazed by his miss, had summoned half of his magical power, and Anha surely sensed that being unguarded would be folly. Without uttering a spell, Grindelwald proceeded to cast silently, aiming to catch Anha off guard. Although Anha did not hear Grindelwald's incantation, he was not blind. Observing Grindelwald's hand movements, he transformed the debris into serpents, effectively blocking the murder spell, and hurled the serpents' carcasses towards Grindelwald while casting a binding curse, seeking to ensnare him. However, Grindelwald was no fool. He deftly sidestepped and unleashed a piercing green light directed at Anha. Quick as a flash, Anha conjured a shield charm to defend himself. Grindelwald's assault was thwarted, and Anha seized the opportunity to cast 2 disarming charms. Yet Grindelwald was far too clever to be ensnared by such commonplace spells. He employed the levitation charm to raise the nearby snake carcasses, using them to shield against Anha's disarming attempts. Seizing the momentum, Anha, taking advantage of Grindelwald's brief lapse in defense, scattered something towards him. Grindelwald, caught off guard, transformed the snake carcasses into sharp daggers through a combination of transfiguration and levitation, launching them at Anha. Confounded, Anha thought, wasn't he supposed to use an unforgivable curse? This feels like cheating. He rolled to evade the daggers, then sheathed his wand and clasped his hands together, his pupils shimmering with green light as he summoned the wood release, the tree realm, plant growth technique. Grindelwald, noticing Anha's wand retraction, found it curious. Believing he had not cast an unforgivable curse, he momentarily relaxed his guard, only to suddenly feel a surge of magical energy around him. Vines sprouted and swiftly ensnared Grindelwald. Astonished, he exclaimed, "Is this the devil's snare?" With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground. Anha, observing Grindelwald bound, exhaled a sigh of relief. The students nearby looked on in disbelief as Anha effortlessly defeated the professor. Anha, feeling as though he had revealed too much of his prowess, contemplated how to remedy the situation. Turning his gaze, he noticed Grindelwald had risen, enveloped in blue flames that crackled and popped within the classroom. The students, witnessing Grindelwald spontaneously combust, were momentarily at a loss, staring in awe. Gradually, the vines clinging to Grindelwald were consumed by the flames, and as the fire receded, he emerged unscathed before their astonished eyes. The students marveled at Grindelwald's magical prowess, pondering how he remained unharmed despite the inferno. Brushing off the non-existent dust from his robes, Grindelwald arranged the desks and gestured for the students to take their seats. "You must have just witnessed a remarkable magical duel," he began. "Now, did you happen to discern the means to counter dark magic?" He surveyed the room, hoping for a thoughtful response. From his elevated position at the lectern, Grindelwald continued, "Thus, it is imperative to engage in regular exercise and possess foundational knowledge of magic. I encourage you to partake in morning runs. Of course, this is not compulsory, but Anha, you must comply." His gaze settled on Anha as he made the last remark. Anha nodded, understanding that Grindelwald's insistence stemmed from his earlier fall, though he had already intended to run. "As you witnessed, Anha's control over spells and his physicality aligns with my long-standing expectations of him. Therefore, I urge all of you to rise early and jog around the Black Lake, as well as diligently practice transfiguration and other spells. If you demonstrate commendable progress, I shall impart to you the shield charm when your abilities are sufficiently developed." Grindelwald cast a satisfied glance at Anha before continuing to address the students. "Very well, time is of the essence. Anha, please visit my office, and class is dismissed." After checking the time, Grindelwald turned and made his way to his office. Chapter 27, Starry Sky. What was that spell? Grindelwald inquired as he regarded Anha in the office. Professor, that was a spell from the book given to me by Professor Dumbledore. I learned it quite effortlessly, Anha replied earnestly, meeting Grindelwald's gaze. Grindelwald, captivated by Anha's sincere and bright eyes, chose to trust him. In truth, Anha had not misrepresented the situation. It was indeed the book that had unveiled his identity as a druid. Moreover, he deeply suspected that the green light was the life crystal of his family, which his future self had transported to the past, placing it within the book to await his discovery and acceptance of the forest goddess' curse. As if recalling something, Anna said, Professor, last night I encountered a thunderbird. How did she come to be here? Grindelwald furrowed his brow, pondering the question but ultimately unable to provide an answer. You ought to consult Albus about this matter. I am not well versed in the current issues plaguing the Forbidden Forest. Anha nodded, indicating that he would seek clarity from him. Anha departed from the classroom of Dark Arts Defense, making his way to the Great Hall, where mealtime had been moved forward. This change was necessitated by some lower-year students who were scheduled to attend astronomy class at the Astronomy Tower for stargazing. Upon arriving, he fortuitously encountered the Weasley twins, who greeted him with exuberance. Anha discerned the source of their joy and inquired about their apparent delight. We passed the Quidditch tryouts, exclaimed Fred, brimming with excitement. George, the enthusiastic beater, chimed in, echoing Fred's enthusiasm. Anha felt a surge of happiness for their success, and, wishing to emulate the adults, attempted to clap them on the shoulder, only to realize, with a tinge of embarrassment, that he lacked the requisite height. He cleared his throat awkwardly instead. Let us celebrate with a bite to eat, proposed Anha, and together with the Weasley twins, they approached the dining table, selecting their preferred dishes and commencing a leisurely meal. Throughout this time, the twins continued to regale Anha with tales of the joys of Quidditch. Anha could only manage an awkward smile, for he truly lacked the talent to handle a magical broom, let alone engage in Quidditch. Subsequently, the Weasley twins expressed their hope that Anha would cheer for them during the upcoming Quidditch match against Slytherin. Faced with their eager gazes, Anha begrudgingly acquiesced. He pondered the notion of refusing, yet ultimately decided it was best to let them be happy. After a brief respite, he retrieved a book and made his way to the astronomy tower. Upon arrival, Anha found himself gazing silently at a specific spot, the place where Snape had slain Dumbledore. He wondered if his presence could somehow alter the course of events and prevent Dumbledore's demise. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as the surrounding scene seemed to shift continuously. Images of Dumbledore's death, reminiscent of a film, flickered before him, shattering and then reforming into the stark reality of the present. Anha pondered whether the vision he had just witnessed signified the shattering of Dumbledore's foretold death. His thoughts were interrupted as the teacher arrived, diverting his attention from these troubling contemplations. The world had changed. Perhaps Dumbledore's fate was not set in stone. The teacher, a woman, addressed the students. Greetings. I am Professor Aurora Sinistra, your astronomy instructor. I shall guide you in exploring the mysteries of the starry sky. But be wary. While the stars are beautiful, they also harbor dangers. Listening to her words, Anha recalled the star charts he had seen among the centaurs and pondered why a Muggle astronomy professor could study the heavens without issue. Professor Sinistra organized the students into lines, allowing them to observe the night sky through telescopes and appreciate the beauty of the stars. She emphasized every lower-year student must observe, for this is the time of your greatest innocence. As your knowledge expands, so too will the allure of the stars. The younger students nodded in agreement, while Anha remained momentarily stunned, reflecting on her words. The more one knows, the greater the attraction will be. One by one, the students took their turns to gaze through the telescope, with Hall positioned directly behind Anha. Each student was allocated a few moments to observe the night sky. As Anna's turn approached, he turned to Hall and said, Please, when my time is up, pull me away immediately. Hall paused momentarily, but upon seeing the earnest expression on Anna's face, he nodded in agreement. Reassured by Hall's affirmation, Anha began to explore the cosmos above. To his surprise, the night sky appeared less populated with stars than he had anticipated. A familiar sensation washed over him as he adjusted the telescope to focus on a specific point, a green star. Suddenly, he felt the stirring of the life crystal within him. His soul gradually began to drift toward it. Before him appeared a verdant light, and Anha found himself floating in a state of spiritual essence. Astonished at his own ethereal form, despite the initial shock, Anha remained composed, sensing a thread connecting him to his physical body. He navigated his soul toward the green star, passing through its luminous aura. Anha was captivated by the scene unfolding before him. Beyond the star lay an infinite forest, teeming with countless creatures, a veritable ecosystem. At the heart of this woodland stood a grand wooden house, for which a plume of white smoke leisurely ascended into the air. Drifting closer, Anha arrived at the entrance of the house. He contemplated knocking, but realized that in his spiritual form, he could not. Just as he hesitated at the threshold, the wooden door creaked open, revealing an ethereal melody emanating from within, a sound as enchanting as music itself. Meanwhile, after some time had passed, Hall grew concerned as Anha remained motionless. He quickly pulled Anha back, who collapsed to the ground, his pupils dilated, eyes vacant, a visage suggestive of a lost soul. Professor Sinista sensed something amiss and rushed over. Upon inspecting Anna's eyes, he was taken aback and swiftly retrieved a vial of potion, administering it to Anha before summoning several classmates to carry him to the infirmary, while he himself went to alert Dumbledore. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore and Grindelwald hurried to the infirmary, their hearts sinking at the sight of Anha lying on the bed, although Sinista had recounted the events during their hurried journey. Witnessing the scene before them still struck a profound chord of concern. Chapter 28, The Truth. Anha entered a room where a girl with a youthful appearance sat upon a chair, her emerald green hair cascading down her back as she gazed out the window. Chosen child, you have arrived. Her voice resonated from the girl, leaving Anha bewildered, as she slowly turned to reveal her full visage. Anha noted her cherubic face framed by her verdant locks, adorned with a pair of striking green eyes. However, as he tried to observe her closely, he sensed his soul's instability, prompting him to avert his gaze. Noticing Anna's reaction, the girl smiled gently. Do you not know that it is forbidden to gaze directly at a deity for prolonged periods? Anha shook his head respectfully and inquired, Might you be the Forest Goddess? The girl shook her head, stating, In truth, there are no gods in this world, merely powerful sorcerers. When a sorcerer's mastery of magic surpasses all limits, they may ascend to godhood. However, such occurrences belong to ancient times. Ever since the world's rules were established, gods have been imprisoned among the stars, leading to a fragmentation in the realm of magic. Consequently, many ordinary individuals initiated witch hunts, resulting in a rapid decline in the number of sorcerers and a swift deterioration in magical prowess. Anha, taken aback, never imagined that humanity could attain divinity in this world. He gathered his thoughts and inquired, How may I assist you? The forest goddess pondered for a moment before responding. Do you know why you have come here? Anha shook his head. During my imprisonment, I left a portion of my magical essence behind, guiding them in the creation of life crystals and leaving behind tomes detailing the benefits and responsibilities of crystal fusion. I am a reasonable being and have clearly communicated the consequences of fusion. I do not wish for an incompetent individual to waste a precious opportunity. The forest goddess cast a discerning glance at Anha, assessing whether he too was lacking in capability. However, upon closer inspection and sensing the extraordinary nature of Anha, her composure began to waver. You are an otherworldly soul. You do not belong to this realm. I cannot believe this day has arrived so swiftly, the forest goddess exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. Anha took a step back, astonished that she could discern his soul's origin. Realizing her own lapse in decorum, the forest goddess cleared her throat and continued, Long ago, I sensed that most deities would soon be sealed away. I collaborated with the god of time to prophesy that a boy from another world would fulfill his mission and, in doing so, reopen this realm. Anha keenly noted the mention of the god of time and nodded, responding, Respected goddess, how shall I save you? Just before entering his body, he heard the forest goddess's voice cautioning him to beware of the Grim Reaper, for some gods had not departed from the earth. Soon after, Anha awoke to the gazes of many. He looked around in confusion, realizing he was in the infirmary, having been brought there. Nearby, Hall noticed Anha's awakening and hurriedly called for the school nurse and Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were conversing with the nurse at the infirmary door. Grindelwald frowned, stating, So, there is no way to rouse him at present. We must simply wait. The nurse nodded in agreement. Grindelwald, somewhat irritated, was restrained by Dumbledore, who said, Gellert, I am aware of Anna's condition. There is no point in rushing. You are undoubtedly aware of the dangers posed by the stars. Grindelwald was swayed by Dumbledore's reasoning, but attempted to counter, Albus, how could you agree to let those new students observe the stars? Current astronomy does not require meticulous observation of the heavens. One merely needs to learn and consult star charts. Is that teacher competent? Dumbledore shook his head, replying, The cosmos is far too mysterious. Children who have not yet been exposed to it are in the perfect position to observe the stars. I overlooked Anha's unique nature. Let's not blame Professor Sinistra, shall we, Gellert? Seeing the determination in Dumbledore's gaze, Grindelwald reluctantly acquiesced. In haste, Hall rushed to the entrance where the school nurse reprimanded him for causing a commotion in the infirmary. Hall quickly approached Professor Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Professor Dumbledore, Gellert Grindelwald. Anna has awakened." The school nurse, along with Grindelwald and Dumbledore, hurried to Anna's bedside, urgently inquiring about his condition. "How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" Grindelwald exhibited a deeper concern for Anna than he had anticipated. Anna shook his head, his complexion somewhat pale due to the brief separation of soul and body. "What did you encounter?" Dumbledore asked hastily after Grindelwald finished. Grindelwald turned to his Albus, while Anna also looked at Dumbledore. Anna pondered whether to disclose the matter of the forest goddess to Dumbledore, cognizant that he must tread carefully around him in the future. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to reveal only part of the truth. "I encountered a deity in a distant celestial expanse, where a cluster of stars served as a prison for the god. He urged me to set him free, promising me power, wealth, and authority." Anna shared half the truth, fabricating the rest. For a lie is often a blend of truth and falsehood to appear genuine. Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed on Anna, being perceptive of human nature. He could not be oblivious to the veracity of the words spoken. During Anna's silence, he discerned the intertwining of truth and deception in his statement. "You just mentioned a deity?" Grindelwald furrowed his brow, recalling a particular tale. Anna nodded. Grindelwald grasped Anna's arm, cautioning him, "Do not place your trust in any self-proclaimed deity. Remember the story I shared with you." Anna comprehended Grindelwald's reference to the tale of the three brothers, the fable of death and the Deathly Hallows, a narrative Grindelwald had invoked on numerous occasions. He often advised Anna not to be blinded by the allure of power and to remember the loved ones who surrounded him, a lesson drawn from his own youthful follies. Anna nodded in agreement. Just as Dumbledore was about to speak further, the school nurse arrived, instructing Anna to lie down and ushering everyone else out of the infirmary. Chapter 29. Unrequited Love. Madame Pomfrey gently touched Anna's forehead, meticulously assessing his condition. Nodding, she solemnly advised, "There are no significant issues. Rest here in the infirmary tonight. Fortunately, your physical constitution is sound. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. Please refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future. We nearly considered sending you to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries." Listening to Madame Pomfrey's words, Anna could only nod in agreement. Shortly thereafter, Madame Pomfrey departed from the infirmary. Anna lay quietly in bed, lost in contemplation. After Grindelwald's departure, he came to realize a profound question. Is the deity truly trustworthy? Can the forest goddess be relied upon? Are deities merely the culmination of a wizard's understanding of magic? If so, what does such a limit imply? Is it transcendence from the world? Yet, why then are they bound by rules? Anna harbored these inquiries in his mind. After some time spent in thought, he succumbed to a deep slumber, the toll of the soul's brief departure from the body weighing heavily on his spirit. In the headmaster's office, Grindelwald and Dumbledore exchanged glances. Has he been ensnared by a malevolent deity? With a gaze filled with concern, Grindelwald addressed Dumbledore. Within Dumbledore's profound eyes lay a multitude of unspoken thoughts, yet none captured Grindelwald's attention. That child must have merely encountered something that claims to be divine. We shall observe him closely. During the recent inquiry, I felt nothing amiss, so do not fret unduly, Gellert. Dumbledore regarded Grindelwald with a gentle expression, reassured by Dumbledore's words. Grindelwald's anxiety diminished, and he nodded, suggesting they retire for the night. Dumbledore reciprocated with a nod. The following day, Anna awoke early. Perhaps due to his constitution, he felt quite rejuvenated. After gathering his belongings, he made his way to the Black Lake, where he encountered several individuals from various houses. Among them, he spotted Hall, Xiao Zhang, and a handsome boy he recognized but had not formally greeted, Cedric Diggory, a second-year student. Gazing at the charming youth, Anna felt a pang of regret at the thought of his eventual demise. Yet he dismissed it and waited patiently as everyone began their run. "Anna, are you all right?" Xiao Zhang inquired, running up to him. Anna shook his head, assuring her he was fine. Due to Madame Pomfrey's concern, a boy had been assigned to keep an eye on Anna the previous night, which is why she had not stayed. With little to say, Anna quickened his pace, taking the lead in the group. As he ran, another individual joined him at his side. Anna amused himself why people always prefer to run in pairs, but kept his thoughts to himself. To his surprise, it was Cedric. Cedric greeted him. "You must be Anna Michelle, correct?" Anna nodded. "I know you, Cedric. What brings you here?" Cedric appeared momentarily taken aback, not expecting Anna to recognize him. "Just look and make a friend. Nothing more, he replied with a smile. Anha found the sudden overture puzzling, but did not decline, suggesting they share a meal later. After their run, Anha proceeded to the dining hall and took a seat at the edge of the Ravenclaw table, with Cedric joining him shortly thereafter. Anha acknowledged his presence with a nod. Cedric leaned in slightly, inquiring softly, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Anha paused, replying, "Not yet, but I do have someone I like." Cedric's expression shifted to one of mild disappointment, revealing his hesitation before he spoke again. "Is it that girl from this morning?" he asked, eyeing Anha curiously. Cedric sighed in relief. Anha then recalled that Xiao Zhang was Cedric's first love. Could it be? Cedric blushed and nodded. Anha was taken aback. He had assumed Cedric and Xiao Zhang had only met much later, unaware of the depth of Cedric's feelings. It was surprising to see such an attractive young man experiencing feelings of infatuation so soon. After a moment of contemplation, Anha chuckled softly. Cedric appeared bewildered, a hint of shyness flickering across his face. "What are you laughing at?" he inquired. Anha waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I shall keep your secret." Cedric nodded in acknowledgement and chose to remain silent. After finishing their meal, Cedric departed first, leaving Anha in his seat, whereupon he was reminded of Hermione. Perhaps he should write to her. He retrieved a sheet of paper and commenced his correspondence, sharing the events of the past few days with her. Once he had completed the letter, Anha summoned Blackfeather. Initially reluctant, upon understanding that it was tasked with delivering a message, Blackfeather sprang into action, grasping the letter and darting out. Anha was perplexed by the urgency of its departure. Soon, thunder rumbled outside, drawing the attention of many students who wondered if rain was imminent. Anha, too, realized that the Thunderbird bore grudge. He waved his hand dismissively, praying for Blackfeather's safe return. After finishing his meal, Anha proceeded to class. Meanwhile, Blackfeather sensed an impending ambush from behind. With a swift maneuver, he evaded the bolts of lightning aimed at him, turning to face the Thunderbird. "Caw, caw, caw. Boss, is it truly necessary to resort to such violence over a mere disturbance? A good bird does not engage in conflict with a female. Do not compel me to retaliate," Blackfeather asserted to the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird, enraged, retorted, "No way. At the very least, you must receive a jolt." With that, it unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Blackfeather. In response, Blackfeather ignited, allowing the lightning to pass harmlessly through him. However, in his haste to deliver the message, he neglected to consider the consequences, and the letter was incinerated in the flames. Realizing his predicament, he panicked. "Oh no, Anha will surely be furious with me." Yet, with the Thunderbird now targeting him, Blackfeather felt compelled to retaliate. His form transformed into a magnificent firebird, and from the ground, one would behold a great bird of flames soaring towards the Thunderbird. The Thunderbird, feeling the sting of the encounter, could not land a hit on Blackfeather and retreated in disappointment. Blackfeather, however, did not pursue. He had no desire to bully a female. Upon reaching the entrance, Blackfeather pecked at the door. Madame Granger opened it and was greeted by the sight of the crow. "Blackfeather, what brings you here? Are you delivering a message?" Madame Granger, having known Blackfeather during Anna's previous stay, lifted him up, puzzled by his lack of a letter. Chapter 30. Magical creatures. Blackfeather leapt from Madame Granger's grasp and hopped onto the typewriter, one by one pressing the keys. Fortunately, he had paid attention while Anha was composing the letter. Madame Granger watched in astonishment as Blackfeather typed, but soon lost interest and returned to her household chores. "What brings you here again? Did Anna send me a letter?" she mused, glancing at the table where a letter typed on the machine lay. Emerging from the kitchen, Madame Granger remarked, "I saw this little fellow earlier today. He had no letter, but as soon as he entered the house, he jumped onto the typewriter and produced a letter." She smiled at Blackfeather. Hermione nodded, understanding the situation now. Subsequently, she poured some of the treats she and Anha usually fed Blackfeather and offered them to him before unfolding the letter. Upon finishing her writing, Hermione hurried downstairs, set the letter aside, and joined her parents for dinner. After their meal, Hermione entrusted the letter to Blackfeather, instructing him to deliver it to Anha. Nodding in acknowledgement, Blackfeather seized the letter and soared towards Hogwarts. Once dinner concluded, Hermione retreated to complete her homework. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts after dinner, Anha found himself summoned to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore. Seated at the table, Anha held a cup of red tea, facing Grindelwald and Dumbledore. "What was the deity you encountered like?" Grindelwald initiated the conversation, gazing intently at Anha. After taking a sip of tea, Anha hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the truth. However, after some reflection, he resolved to share his experience, especially given the earnest expression on his godfather's face. My family once thrived under the protection of the forest goddess. Yet most deities are now sealed. The one I encountered was indeed the forest goddess, Anha stated sincerely, locking eyes with Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Exchanging a glance, the two wizards silently communicated their thoughts. Anha, do you believe what that forest goddess said is true? Dumbledore inquired, his gaze oddly tinged with magical fluctuations. Anha understood that Dumbledore was employing legilimency, yet his godfather had previously informed him that it would be ineffective against him. Anha surmised that Dumbledore was attempting to gauge his general thoughts rather than reading them directly. After speaking, Dumbledore nodded at Grindelwald, who chuckled, clearly pleased with Anha's response. That is reassuring, Anha. We merely feared that you might be swayed by a malevolent deity. Fortunately, that is not the case. However, regarding the goddess, you should consult your grandfather. Your family indeed possesses a legacy. Yet, that fellow Andre has been quite reticent to share any details, so I cease my inquiries, Grindelwald remarked, patting Anha on the shoulder. Anha nodded in acknowledgement, just as a rumble of thunder echoed outside. A shadow darted into the headmaster's office as Black Feather arrived, clutching a letter for Anha. Accepting the envelope, Anha glanced at it, recognizing it as Hermione's correspondence, and tucked it away. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged astonished looks, for they had yet to encounter Anha's pet, Black Feather, a raven capable of entering a wizard's very being, a rare sight indeed. Dumbledore found himself increasingly perplexed by this young man. Meanwhile, Grindelwald had seen the raven during Anha's awakening, but had never truly met it. Anha, who was that just now? Grindelwald asked curiously. Anha was well aware of whom Grindelwald referred to. He is my dear friend, Black Feather, a magical raven who just delivered a letter for me. We have known each other since childhood, and he is able to enter my wrist because, during the awakening of my bloodline, a part of our souls intertwined. Anha replied with a smile, taking another sip of tea. By Merlin S. Beard, magic is indeed wondrous. I never imagined such a remarkable raven existed. Dumbledore marveled. Anha gazed at Dumbledore as he spoke of the Black Feather, recalling that perhaps the Black Feather had been struck by the Thunderbird and, feeling discontented, had retreated into his being. Dumbledore expressed surprise, remarking, I did not expect you to encounter her so swiftly. Anha nodded, contemplating that it was not merely an encounter. He had nearly faced a perilous situation. The creatures were placed in the Forbidden Forest by Newt, whose case had been destroyed, necessitating the relocation of several extraordinary beings here. Due to the intricate nature of crafting magical cases, it would take approximately a year for them to be ready, hence their stay would extend over that duration. Dumbledore nonchalantly consumed a cockroach stack as he spoke. Meanwhile, Grindelwald visibly soured at the mention of Newt's name. Anha nodded in understanding. However, he pondered a puzzling question. Why was Hagrid unaware of Mr. Scamander's arrangements for the magical creatures? He voiced his thoughts. Hagrid, who had a profound fondness for magical creatures, tended to display his affection indiscriminately. When Newt came to collect them, Hagrid would surely engage in delightful conversations with the creatures. Anna nodded, reflecting on how exaggerated Hagrid's adoration for magical beasts was, even daring to consider secretly raising a dragon in proximity to the school. Yet, Professor Dumbledore, you seem to seldom mention the magical creatures Mr. Scamander has placed here. What is the reason for this? Anha rephrased his inquiry, directing it towards Dumbledore. That matter, Dumbledore replied, is due to your godfather's aversion towards Newt. To be frank, I find Newt to be quite commendable. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic cannot tolerate the existence of non-native creatures in Britain unless they are legally domesticated. I prefer not to escalate matters unduly. After speaking, Dumbledore cast a mischievous glance at Grindelwald. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Dumbledore. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Anha politely excused himself from the headmaster's office. Chapter 31. A meeting of future and past. Anha sank into the sofa, retrieving the letter from his pocket and reading it with great care. Anha, your affairs are truly remarkable. I have only seen a Thunderbird in books, and a unicorn as well. You must take me to see that unicorn next year. Also, how did you teach the Black Feather to type? He actually used his feet to step on a letter. Truly impressive. Anha's lips involuntarily curled into a smile as he absorbed the contents of the letter, but then he noticed Hermione's mention of the Black Feather typing with his foot. Had he not written to her himself? Curious about the sequence of events, Anha summoned the Black Feather. Its vibrant plumage had fully recovered, and the Black Feather nodded in approval of its splendid colors. Anha observed its vanity, unable to suppress a slight twitch of his mouth. Did my letter not reach Hermione? Anha directly inquired of the Black Feather. The Black Feather nodded, succinctly recounting the events that transpired. Anha nodded in realization, relieved to find there was no mishap. He was not overly stern with the black feather, as asking it to deliver a letter was indeed a burden. Anha nodded, but said nothing further, opting instead to visit the library to read. Life on campus was rather ordinary. The weekend. Anha sat by the window, holding a book in one hand and sipping red tea, gazing at the tome penned by his future self. Though devoid of explicit hints, the magical intricacies of druidry captivated him. Suddenly, the spell book began to tremble. Anha set down his tea and hastily flipped to the front of the book. Well, life at school has its moments of intrigue, doesn't it? There's one thing you haven't yet discerned. Strangely, I didn't fathom it back then either. Reflect upon your connection to Hogwarts, and take a look outside. Having finished reading, Anha felt a shiver run down his spine. Could it be that my future self has always existed along this timeline? He quickly turned his gaze to the window, scanning the surroundings for anything unusual. To his astonishment, he spotted two cloaked figures by the Whomping Willow, one scrutinizing the tree, while the other turned to look in Anha's direction. Their eyes met, but the cloak obscured the features of the figure. Yet, that person raised a hand in a subtle greeting. Seemingly recalling something, the figure tugged at the sleeve of the one beside them. The individual examining the Whomping Willow turned to face the first. A whispered exchange ensued. The second figure hesitated, yet ultimately lowered their hood, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage beneath. Cascading waves of chestnut hair shimmered in the sunlight, and their expressive brown eyes met Anha's gaze. Adorned with an enchanting smile, Anha's heart raced. It was Hermione. The cloaked figure was indeed Hermione, and the other must surely be his future self. Observing Hermione's grown-up appearance, he found her even more exquisite than portrayed in the films. Though the details of her complexion eluded him, her aura radiated elegance, akin to that of a princess. In a moment of intimacy, Anha's future self embraced Hermione, their lips meeting in a kiss, obscured by the cloak's shadow. Anha clenched his teeth, feeling an unexpected pang of jealousy towards his future self. After their kiss, the cloaked figure took Hermione's hand. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, adding unique charm to her beauty. With a wave of his hand, blue flames enveloped them, and, as the fire dissipated, the two vanished from sight. Watching them depart, Anha settled back to peruse the book once more. I trust you witnessed me kissing Hermione, didn't you? I felt the same frustration when I first saw it. Alas, you both haven't yet acknowledged your relationship. Otherwise, you might have had your chance too. By the way, I've left some things for you to discover. See if you can find them. Rest assured, I won't meddle in your affairs lightly. Anha clenched his small hands tightly, utterly at a loss for how to contend with his future self as teasing, yet intrigued by the prospect of uncovering the items mentioned. As the letters gradually faded, the book began to shrink, leaving Anha somewhat bewildered. Eventually, it transformed into a palm-sized notebook, ceasing any further alteration. He picked up the diminutive book and began to peruse its contents, after which he neatly tucked it away. Taking out a piece of parchment, he penned a letter to the ever-adored Hermione and summoned Black Feather to deliver it. With everything settled, Anha descended the stairs to partake in a meal, anticipating the afternoon's match featuring the Weasley twins. Upon entering the dining hall, the Weasley family was gathered together, and Anha, without hesitation, joined them at the table. The twins, upon spotting him, embraced him joyfully. Each produced a piece of toffee and offered it to Anha, who squinted knowingly. Earlier, he had overheard whispers about someone suffering from swollen tongue and glanced at the toffees they held. What is this? Anha surmised, but still inquired of the Weasley twins. In unison, they replied, "This is the toffee we bought. It's delicious. You must try it." Anha observed the pink toffees in their hands, each holding one, and as they prepared to place them in their mouths, he noted their mischievous glee contrasted with the worried expressions of Charlie and Percy. In a swift motion, Anha shoved the toffees into the mouths of the Weasley twins. Just as they attempted to spit them out, a sudden pop echoed, and their tongues swelled up, rendering them unable to articulate clearly. The sight elicited hearty laughter from those around them. Chapter 32, The Diary. After consuming the oversized tongue toffee, the twins found their tongues grotesquely enlarged, yet only one antidote existed. Originally, their plan had been for Anha to consume it, allowing him to choose between the two. Now, only one could take the antidote, while the other would have to wait an hour for the swelling to subside. The twins exchanged glances, each yearning for the antidote. Observing their predicament, Anha seized the antidote and, amidst their bewilderment, poured it out. The twins, along with those nearby, widened their eyes in disbelief. Anha clapped his hands, squinting at the two boys with their swollen tongues. "Since you wish to prank me, be prepared for the consequences. Since both of you have fallen victim, there's no need for the antidote. especially using my resources to execute your scheme. As the twins began to protest, Anha decisively produced 2 sheets of paper. Go ahead and write whatever you wish to say, he instructed. Reluctantly, the Weasley twins began to scribble fervently on the pages. This afternoon, we have a Quidditch match against Ravenclaw, and you must come to watch. It doesn't seem matter who you cheer for. We know you're not particularly interested in Quidditch, but we still hope you'll come. Anha nodded, with no pressing engagements, deciding to attend the match after all. Following the meal, he chuckled at the sight of the Weasley twins struggling to eat, yet he ultimately used a charm to restore their tongues to normalcy. The caramel toffee, crafted from the toxins of plants, allowed certain restorative spells of the druids to effectively reduce swelling. Anha observed the 2 young men voraciously consuming their meals and then departed. Being the weekend, coupled with the unsettling anticipation of his future self, Anha found himself rather disinclined to peruse the book about his future. Instead, he dutifully made his way to the library to search for texts. While he possessed a note from the Godfather that granted him unrestricted access to the restricted section, the malevolent old bee had deemed the forbidden books to be beguiling and thus prohibited Anha from perusing them at will. Consequently, Anha could only glance at some of the older tomes on the shelves. It was not that he shunned new books. Rather, his mother had an abundance of them, and since she ceased her potion experiments, she had developed a penchant for reading widely. Anha himself, influenced by her, had read many contemporary works. However, the library at Hogwarts housed numerous ancient texts devoid of magical potency, suitable for young witches and wizards. Moreover, Dumbledore had removed several inappropriate volumes to his office. As Anha meandered slowly through the aisles, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity emanating from a tree guardian beetle. The beetle, in turn, regarded Anha with a similar warmth. Surprised, it recoiled slightly, displaying its bashful nature. Anha understood that shyness was intrinsic to the beetle-esque character. Nonetheless, he was curious to test the affinity of the forest goddess's life crystal within him towards this magical creature. He extended his hand and spoke softly, assuring, "I will not harm you." The beetle, responding to Anha's gentle aura, gradually climbed onto his hand. Anha felt the texture of bark against his skin, reminiscent of what he had read in books. As the beetle settled upon his palm, it sensed the uniqueness of Anha's essence. It delicately brushed against his palm, eliciting a slight tickle. Anha gently placed the beetle down, saying, "You must be a friend of Newt." The beetle nodded in understanding. Anha smiled, bidding farewell. "Until we meet again, fate will surely weave our paths." As Anha pondered the beetle's presence at Hogwarts, he wondered why the raucous Niffler family had not yet turned the school upside down, considering the time that had passed since his arrival. While continuing to examine the bookshelves, he suddenly recalled that there might be a mention of his future self, leaving something behind at Hogwarts. Eagerly, Anha scanned the titles, and at last, he stumbled upon a diary inscribed in the language of Huaxia, authored by someone named Zhao Zhe. As he gazed upon the weathered diary, he distinctly sensed the absence of any magical aura. However, every word within, including the author's name, left Anha utterly astounded. I never expected that my future self would leave behind such things for me. However, it makes sense. Using the name Zhao Zhe, Dumbledore would hardly pay much attention, especially since there are no magical fluctuations. A novel written in a diary format would likely be perceived as a mere jest by Dumbledore. After all, some students have previously donated their notebooks to the school. Anha gently caressed the worn cover of the book and slowly opened it. "I am an ordinary magic student, yet I possess a legendary magical experience, devoid of any special identity, merely narrating through the lens of history." This is how the book begins, quite ordinary, rather mundane. Yet the familiar characters evoke an overwhelming sense of warmth within Anha. "I did not arrive here alone. I brought my beloved with me. I came with a purpose, although that remains a secret. Along the way, I encountered several good friends. First, a handsome young man who adores swordplay and seeks sparring partners daily. Second, a brooding male deity who enjoys the facade of age for reasons unknown. A lovely lady who delights in reading, adorned with a crown as she peruses her books. And lastly, a nurturing mother who cares for her 3 precious children. The collision of time and the past has rendered this world distinct. It was only upon my arrival that I discovered the chaotic nature of the divine realm. Ultimately, the protagonist and companions brandished their enchanted swords, sealing the gods. As Anha hastily skimmed through the diary's contents, he sensed something amiss. It seemed that his future self was conveying some form of message, albeit still unclear. Anha tidied his belongings and exited the library, intending to head to the Quidditch pitch. However, an unexpected figure appeared before him, obstructing his path, leaving Anha somewhat taken aback as he gazed at the entity before him. "What do you want?" Chapter 33, Thunderbird. Cackling. It's been a while since I frightened a new student. Ravenclaw students are quite amusing. A sharp voice emanated from a spirit that materialized before Anha. Anha calmly regarded the jester-like apparition, which, to be precise, was not a ghost but a sentient entity with a degree of intelligence. Peeves observed Anha's unflappable demeanor, relishing the sight of a young wizard's flustered expression. Yet this little wizard displayed no signs of distress. "Have you not heard of my great name?" Peeves inquired, puzzled by Anha's composure. "Of course, I have, but I'm not afraid of you. I know you enjoy playing pranks," Anha replied nonchalantly, casting a casual glance at Peeves. Seeing Anha's calmness, Peeves lost interest almost instantly and departed. Anha paid him no mind and continued on his way to the Quidditch pitch. Upon arriving, he found the Weasley twins already preparing for the game. Spotting Anha, they handed him a box. Anha accepted the box, puzzled by their intentions. What did they possibly want with me? After contemplating the cliff, he thought of an egg, yet could not connect the dots. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it further, as he took his seat in the stands, eagerly awaiting the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Anha embraced the box, surveying the bustling atmosphere surrounding the match, then glancing at the field, absorbing the fervent enthusiasm of the respective college supporters. She couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur akin to that experience during the World Cup, where fervor was abundant. Soon, the players from both teams took to the field. With a friend from Gryffindor and her own house being Ravenclaw, Anha decided not to cheer for either side, as she held an affinity for Ravenclaw as well. As she observed the players soaring onto the pitch, she spotted a familiar figure among the Ravenclaw team. To her surprise, she recognized Qiuzhang, who, upon noticing Anha in the stands, cheerfully waved at her. Qiuzhang's gaze flitted around the field until it finally landed on Cedric in a distant corner. Watching Qiuzhang, who appeared gallant on her magical broom, Anha recalled that just days prior, Qiuzhang had mentioned being recruited as a reserve seeker for Ravenclaw's team. But if she was merely a reserve, why was she playing today? With this puzzlement in mind, Anha continued to watch the match. Though not particularly invested in the game, she couldn't help but notice the exhausted players on the field and the seekers who search high and low for the elusive golden snitch. Suddenly, the weather took a dramatic turn, as the clear blue sky transformed into a torrential downpour. Nevertheless, the match pressed on, with both teams braving the storm. However, Anha and the distant figures of Grindelwald and Dumbledore sensed something amiss. The two were seated together, sipping tea in the headmaster's office, observing from afar. A sharp cry pierced the air above the pitch as a colossal creature emerged, its tail sweeping several players off their brooms. This sudden occurrence left many in shock, oblivious to the wizards plummeting towards the ground. Quick-witted, Anha cast a levitation spell, catching the fallen individuals and preventing their harsh descent. She looked up at the enormous bird above, with tendrils of lightning dancing around it. Indeed, it was a thunderbird. Anha was unsure of the thunderbird's intentions, but she knew that if it spotted her, it would surely pursue her. Hastily, she attempted to hide, but it was too late. The moment the thunderbird noticed her while she was catching the students, it recognized her as the trickster from that day. The more it thought about it, the angrier it became, having given her its tail feathers, only to be deceived. Enraged, the thunderbird summoned lightning to strike at Anha, who was trying to conceal herself. The bolt missed, startling her into summoning her companion, Black Feather. As Black Feather appeared, just awakening, his eyes opened to the sight of the thunderbird. Instantly alert, he understood the urgency. "It's coming for me. Take me to the Forbidden Forest," Anha instructed, clutching the box given by the Weasley twins. Comprehending her intent, Black Feather enlarged his form, grasping Anha with his claws and taking flight. As the thunderbird observed Anha summon the Black Feather, old grievances and new resentments surged within her. Moreover, she sensed her own egg emanating from the box in Anna's possession. Rather than continue her pursuit of the individuals on the Quidditch pitch, she redirected her efforts towards chasing Anha. Shortly after the thunderbird departed, Dumbledore arrived alone, soothing each seated individual and gently informing McGonagall that the thunderbird belonged to Newt. Meanwhile, the thunderbird relentlessly pursued Anha, nearly striking her with lightning on several occasions. During a rapid turn, the thunderbird collided with a tree, yet this only provided a brief hindrance. After this momentary obstruction, Anha opened the box, revealing a bird egg adorned with a lightning emblem and a subtle tingling sensation. Her assumptions proved correct. The Weasley twins indeed had taken the thunderbird's egg. Just as Anha was about to explain, Grindelwald appeared before them, casting a powerful binding spell that ensnared the thunderbird. Grindelwald, upon seeing the thunderbird, was instantly reminded of that troublesome Newt who not only stole from him and Dumbledore, but was also Dumbledore's favorite student. This thought ignited a murderous intent within him. Sensing the lethal glare from Grindelwald, Anha quickly intervened. Godfather, do not act impulsively. If this causes a rift with Headmaster Dumbledore, it would spell disaster for you. Her urgent plea persuaded Grindelwald to relinquish his murderous intent towards the Thunderbird. Approaching the Thunderbird, Anha spoke, "My dear bird, I did not intend to deceive you. Blackfeather is my dear brother, and I must aid him. I assure you, I have not harmed a child. It was a mere accident by my friend, and I am returning it to you now." As Anha addressed the still crackling Thunderbird. Chapter 34. The Great Escape of the Niffler unfolded. Watching the Thunderbird soar away, Anha glanced at Grindelwald, who nodded in response, signaling it was time to depart. Meanwhile, on the Quidditch pitch, several professors and a few classmates of Anha's expressed concern for her safety. "Professor McGonagall, Anha is being pursued by the Thunderbird. Why have we not intervened?" Fred remarked, observing McGonagall's calm demeanor. Raising an eyebrow, McGonagall pointed her wand at her throat and cast a spell, intending to assure them. "Everything is under control. The match shall resume. Mr. Michel has received assistance from Professor Grindelwald. Although he is a first-year student, his magical prowess is on par with our esteemed professors, so continue with the game." Satisfied with McGonagall's command, Dumbledore departed the Quidditch pitch. Although he yearned to partake in the youthful revelry of his students, he was aware that matters concerning the Thunderbird awaited his attention back in the office. After delivering his statement, he left Anha and made his way into the castle. The Seeker of Gryffindor spotted the golden snitch, and the two of them soared toward it. Engaged in a fierce contest of speed, the golden snitch darted swiftly, and they skillfully evaded the interference from each other's beaters, inching closer to their elusive prize. In the end, Autumnjong managed to outpace the Gryffindor Seeker by a mere hand's breadth, successfully capturing the golden snitch and concluding the match. Thanks to the points earned from the snitch, Ravenclaw triumphed over Gryffindor. After the match, the Weasley twins were the first to approach Anha. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Was that a Thunderbird chasing you? It was so cool. But why was it pursuing you?" they inquired, scrutinizing Anha with eager curiosity. Anha patiently explained, "Professor Grindelwald had bound her. You provided me with her egg, which is why she sensed it and came to the pitch. Since I was holding the egg, she began to chase me. Thanks to Professor Grindelwald's assistance, I was able to clarify our misunderstanding." Anha observed the moment of realization dawning on the Weasley twins. "So we found a Thunderbird egg. That's truly amazing," they exclaimed in unison, glancing at each other with excitement. Anha sighed, noting their obliviousness to their own folly. Such was their nature, mischievous yet loyal. After briefly sharing her thoughts on the prank items, Anha departed from the Quidditch pitch. Once outside, Anha made her way to the headmaster's office, only to suddenly remember that her godfather had not given her the command word. Subsequently, she began to employ a skill from her past life, reciting a list of delicacies: toffee finger biscuits, sizzling honey candies, chilled lemonade, butterbeer, mead, raspberry jam, and sour soda lemon snow. With a series of clicks, the statue moved aside, revealing a door. Anha pushed it open, only to find Grindelwald and Dumbledore embroiled in a heated argument. "I can't bear it any longer. I must eliminate those magical creatures. Albus, do not obstruct me," Grindelwald exclaimed vehemently. "Stay calm. You need to think rationally, Gellert. This is Newt's friend," Dumbledore urged, gently grasping Grindelwald's hand. Mention of Newt only fueled Grindelwald's ire. "If it weren't for him, I might have succeeded. He is always thwarting my plans, and he even stole our blood pact. Just think, Albus, how beautiful it was when we could not harm one another." The more he reflected, the angrier Grindelwald became. "Gellert, that was your mistake. You were too radical back then," Dumbledore replied softly, still holding on to Grindelwald. Observing them revisiting events from nearly a century ago, Anha gently tapped on the door, drawing their attention. They promptly ceased their quarrel. "You're here, Anha," they greeted in unison. Anha nodded. "Godfather, Headmaster Dumbledore, what do you require of me?" "There is a matter in which I require your assistance," Dumbledore said, stroking his beard. Anha, puzzled, inquired about the nature of the request. "Newt has entrusted me with some magical creatures, including a Niffler. I have always kept them secured to prevent any mischief within the classroom. However, upon opening the cabinet today, I discovered they had vanished, and they have also pilfered items belonging to your godfather. Therefore, I hope you can locate them." Dumbledore gazed at Anha, determined to assign him the significant task of finding the Niffler. Dumbledore nodded, indicating that this was well-deserved. Subsequently, Anha exited the headmaster's office, and, as he did, Grindelwald and Dumbledore resumed their argument. Anha paid them little heed and proceeded to the Great Hall. knowing that he must first satiate his hunger to more effectively complete his task. At the Ravenclaw table, Anha sought a spot where few were present. As he dined, Xiaozhang took a seat beside him. "You aren't scathed, I hope? Thank you for rescuing me today." She expressed her gratitude, for she was among those who had been knocked down. Anha replied that it was of no consequence. The professor would have intervened regardless. "Nevertheless, you saved me, and I must express my thanks." Anha nodded and raised his juice in a toast to congratulate her on leading their house to victory over Gryffindor. Midway through their meal, Anha turned to Xiaozhang and explained, "It seems a few Nifflers have infiltrated the school, likely scavenging for items. I cannot access the girls' dormitory, so I hope you can assist me in checking." Xiaozhang happily nodded in agreement to his request. After dinner, he sought out Horace, Cedric, and the Weasley twins, sharing the same appeal, which they readily accepted. Chapter 35, Capturing the Niffler. After offering his instructions, Anha released Blackfeather, hoping it would scout the vicinity of the castle for any Nifflers. He approached the cabinet cautiously, listening intently, and indeed, something was stirring within. As he flung the cabinet door open, he beheld a creature both familiar and strange. A Niffler was clutching a gem from Anna's robe, preparing to stash it in its diminutive pouch. Their eyes met, and disregarding the gem, the Niffler bolted. Anha squinted at the fleeing creature, raised his hand, and cast a petrification spell upon it. In an instant, the Niffler's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. Anha picked up the Niffler, shaking it gently, causing a myriad of objects to tumble out of its pouch. Galleons, gems, pendants, rings, and various trinkets scattered across the floor. Anha, intrigued by the assortment, wondered what kind of magic enabled the Niffler to carry such an abundance. Among the heap, a familiar item caught Anna's eye, an empty vial adorned with silver metal at both ends. Although devoid of contents, the lingering magical essence suggested it had been conjured through enchantment. This appears to be an artifact of the Godfather, reminiscent of a blood pact. However, in the film, this very object shattered during the confrontation between Dumbledore and the Godfather. Anha picked up the vial, examining it closely. Meanwhile, the Niffler, having broken free from its petrification curse, eagerly rummaged through the items scattered on the ground, chanting, "My mind, shiny things, I want all the pretty things." The Niffler's incessant chattering interrupted Anha's contemplation of the blood pact. Anha, bemused, gazed down at the incanting creature, seized it, and suspended it upside down, shaking it repeatedly. Once it ceased to produce any treasures, Anha retrieved a rope and hung the Niffler aloft. The creature continued to fixate on the objects below, its eyes gleaming with desire. "How many siblings do you have with you?" Anha inquired, directing his question towards the Niffler. The Niffler, undeterred, remained fixated on the scattered items at Anna's feet. Anha collected the objects around him and produced a polished, glimmering copper canute, instantly diverting the Niffler's attention to his hand, which it began to wave it fervently. Anha waved the copper canute enticingly before the Niffler, saying, "Do you want this? Come, come, tell me how many siblings you have." Without hesitation, the Niffler replied, "3, 1 brother, 1 sister, 1 brother, give it to me." Anha tossed the canute lightly, watching as it traced a graceful arc before landing in his pocket. Witnessing the canute vanish into Anna's pocket, the Niffler abruptly lost its vigor, relinquishing its struggles, while muttering accusations of deceit against Anha. Disregarding the Niffler, Anha carried it outside to the lounge, where he emptied the bag containing the items the Niffler had pilfered onto the table. Recently, Nifflers have been spotted around the school. "Let us see if any of you recognize your belongings," Anha announced, surveying the surroundings and addressing his classmates nearby. Thanks to Anna's handling of the Thunderbird incident, the Ravenclaw students showed less animosity toward him, expressing their gratitude. Anha nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to the headmaster's office with a Niffler in tow. Upon entering the office, he found Grindelwald and Dumbledore engaged in tea. Anha tossed the Niffler towards Dumbledore and presented the blood pact vial to Grindelwald. "Headmaster, this is your Niffler, Godfather. This is your item, is it not?" Grindelwald accepted the blood pact vial with a nod, offering no further explanation. Dumbledore, observing the tightly bound Niffler, queried, "Is this the only one?" Anha waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Headmaster, there's an old Chinese saying, 'Those who know the times are wise. No need to rush, Headmaster.' Have you captured them all?" Anha asked, glancing at the Niffler in their possession, nodding as it seemed they were still missing one. The Weasley twins, holding the Niffler, informed Anha, "We only found one. We inquired in the girls' dormitory, but there was no sight of another." Cedric nearby nodded in agreement, indicating he was in the same predicament. Anha pondered deeply, uncertain of the whereabouts of the remaining Sniffles. At that moment, Heyu swooped down and settled steadily upon Anna's shoulder, calling, "I just spotted one." It entered a peculiar room. I intended to follow it in, hoping to catch it unawares, but as I rushed forward, the door vanished, causing me to collide painfully with the wall. Listening intently to Heiyu's words, Anha swiftly grasped the crucial detail, the vanishing door. Lead us to that location, he instructed Heiyu. Nodding in agreement, Heiyu took flight, ascending to the 8th floor of the castle with a few effortless flaps. Anha hurriedly followed, while Cedric and the Weasley twins observed Anha conversing with the raven that had just alighted upon him before they too dashed off, reluctantly carrying the Sniffles along in tow. They arrived at the 8th floor, where Heiyu had already come to a halt beneath a wall. Anha gestured for Cedric and the Weasley twins to step aside. Shortly thereafter, strange runes began to materialize upon the wall, gradually forming a door. Anha turned to signal Cedric and the Weasley twins to follow him as he opened the door, revealing a vast array of items piled high, the space larger than even a Quidditch pitch. Cedric and the Weasley twins, following closely behind Anha, were taken aback by the sight before them. Although Anha had anticipated this moment, he was still rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the room. Chapter 36. The Room of Requirement. As Anha and his companions beheld the expansive Room of Requirement, he turned to the Weasley twins and Cedric, saying, "Let's split up the search. The Sniffles must be hiding in every nook and cranny. If we search separately, we should be able to find them more swiftly. First, hand over the Sniffles to me. I shall have Heiyu deliver these 2 little ones to Dumbledore." The Weasley twins and Cedric nodded, passing their Sniffles to Anha. He instructed Heiyu to carry the 2 Sniffles to Dumbledore while exercising caution around his godfather, lest he take advantage of Dumbledore's trust to ensnare the Sniffles. With that arrangement made, the 4 of them set off in different directions to seek out the Sniffles. As Anha wandered about, he was astounded to see the Room of Requirement in person, having only glimpsed it on screen before. Moreover, he recalled that one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw, was hidden here. Since they were in this place, he thought it prudent to see if they might uncover it. The separated group encountered countless wondrous artifacts, yet they remained uncertain of their potential dangers, merely gazing at them without daring to touch anything. In the distance, a firework exploded, capturing Anha's attention, prompting him to rush towards it. Upon his arrival, the 4 companions reconvened, with Fred holding a Sniffle aloft, flanked by George and Cedric on either side. "Hey, Anha, you made it. Look, I caught it," Fred exclaimed joyfully, raising the Sniffle triumphantly. Anha nodded in acknowledgement. Cedric looked at the jubilant Fred and suggested, "Shall we take it to Professor Dumbledore?" "Wait a moment. Let us first empty its belongings, for these items do not belong to it," Anha instructed, addressing Fred. Nodding in agreement, Fred tipped the Niffler over, and a cascade of glimmering treasures tumbled forth from its 4-dimensional pockets. Among the myriad of items, a golden diadem caught Anha's eye. As it fell to the side, the gems adorning it shimmered momentarily. Had Anha not sensed the presence of shattered souls entwined with the diadem, he might have doubted its identity as Ravenclaw's diadem. He picked it up, scrutinizing it closely, and noticed an inscription along the bottom. "The wisdom of the exceptional is humanity's greatest treasure." This revelation further solidified Anha's certainty regarding its origin. The Weasley twins and Cedric observed Anha's actions with intrigue. "Anha, do you know what this is?" Cedric inquired. Anha nodded, affirming, "If I am not mistaken, this is indeed Ravenclaw's diadem, said to be the sole relic of Rowena Ravenclaw, the founder of Ravenclaw House. It is believed to possess a charm that enhances the wearer's intelligence." The twins' interest piqued at Anha's words. George exclaimed, "Wearing it can make one smarter? How marvelous! Let me try it on." Anha shook his head, cautioning, "This item does not belong to us. If we were to don it directly, it might trigger unforeseen repercussions. It would be unwise to experiment, lest you, George, become a fool, and I would surely mock you for it." Fred and Cedric exchanged curious glances at George's enthusiasm. Cedric, studying the diadem, looked at Anha with a hint of confusion. "Since you claim this diadem is Rowena Ravenclaw's relic, does that not imply it is unclaimed?" As he spoke, his hand slowly reached towards the diadem. Anha noticed Cedric's pupils dilating and his hand inching closer to the artifact. Realizing the danger, he swiftly grabbed Cedric's hand and urged, "Awaken, Cedric. Do not succumb to its allure." The Weasley twins, recognizing something amiss with Cedric, quickly restrained him. "What is happening to him? He seems enchanted," Fred asked Anha, observing Cedric's unusual demeanor. Anha scrutinized Cedric, noting that his pupils were gradually refocusing, indicating a return to clarity. "It appears the diadem is the source of this disturbance. It seems to be imbued with dark magic. Maintain your focus away from it. The diadem clearly desires to be worn, yet it holds no allure for me. You should take Cedric to the infirmary for examination while I escort the diadem and the niffler to the headmaster's office. With a glance at the unconscious Cedric, Anha deduced a simple conclusion. The Weasley twins nodded in agreement with Anha's assessment. They had witnessed his capabilities earlier that day and had no objections to his plan. Anha then separated from the Weasley twins, who took Cedric toward the infirmary, while he proceeded to the headmaster's office, clutching the diadem and the last niffler. Upon entering the headmaster's office, Anha observed Black Feather seated upon the desk, while Grindelwald and Dumbledore scrutinized him with evident intrigue. Their antiquated demeanor suggested a profound interest in Black Feather. As Anha stepped in, Black Feather promptly alighted upon his shoulder. Anha tossed the last niffler to Dumbledore and subsequently placed Ravenclaw's diadem upon the desk. Dumbledore collected the niffler, while Grindelwald gazed with keen interest at the diadem before him. This emanates dark magic. Could it be a Horcrux? Grindelwald inquired, gesturing toward the diadem as he regarded Anha. Anha was taken aback that Grindelwald possessed knowledge of Horcruxes. He looked at Grindelwald and asked, "Godfather, are you familiar with its origins?" Grindelwald nodded, casting a disdainful glance at the diadem. I had encountered this during my studies of dark magic. However, the act of splitting one's soul is exceedingly foolish. A person's soul is finite, capable of division a maximum of 9 times, and excessive fragmentation renders the original vessel feeble and devoid of purpose. Is that not a mere existence in agony? What significance does it hold? Anha nodded in agreement. At that moment, Dumbledore had also settled the niffler and approached Anha and Grindelwald. "What are you discussing?" he inquired, standing beside Grindelwald. Before Grindelwald could respond, Dumbledore's attention was drawn to Ravenclaw's diadem on the desk. He regarded it with curiosity before turning to Anha. "You brought this?" Dumbledore asked. Anha affirmed, "Headmaster, you must be aware of its origins." Dumbledore smiled. "Indeed, this is Ravenclaw's diadem, a treasure belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw. It is among the legendary artifacts alongside Hufflepuff's golden cup, Slytherin's locket, and Gryffindor's sword. These items are the legacies of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. Yet only Gryffindor's sword has been preserved. From where did you acquire this Ravenclaw diadem?" "I found it in the Room of Requirement, but Headmaster, this item is no longer merely a relic of the 4 founders." "Godfather, please reiterate what you just shared with me. Your words should hold greater weight with the Headmaster." With that, Anha turned to Grindelwald. Grindelwald cast a sidelong glance at Anha and recounted the information regarding Horcruxes to Dumbledore. Chapter 37. Horcruxes. Dumbledore listened intently to Grindelwald's account, his expression gradually becoming grave. As he contemplated Ravenclaw's diadem on the desk, he pondered aloud, "Gellert, can you ascertain to whom this Horcrux belongs?" After a moment's reflection, Dumbledore spoke slowly. Grindelwald shook his head. "I hold no regard for Horcruxes. How could I possibly know? All I am aware of is that common spells cannot destroy Horcruxes due to their formidable defenses. The only known means of destruction is fiend fire. Beyond that, I am uncertain." Dumbledore nodded, extending his hand to grasp Ravenclaw's diadem. Anha swiftly interjected, "Headmaster, I discovered this. Please do not hastily take it." Dumbledore gazed at Anha with a furrowed brow. "Anha, this can certainly be classified as a dark magical artifact. It poses considerable danger for you. Allow me to examine it." Anha shook her head. "Headmaster, not to mention that the Godfather possesses far more experience in dark magic research than you. Any investigation must first be conducted by him." With a shift in her tone, Anha subtly gestured towards Grindelwald, sensing something amiss with Dumbledore. Grindelwald grasped Dumbledore firmly. "Albus, you're behaving quite oddly." The moment Grindelwald pulled him, Dumbledore regained a semblance of clarity, realizing the unsettling strangeness he had just experienced. "Gellert, it seems I was momentarily enchanted. This diadem is indeed problematic," Dumbledore remarked, shaking his head as he regarded Grindelwald. Grindelwald, having noticed as well, turned to Anha. "It appears this object holds no sway over you. You've remained entirely lucid." Observing the peculiar atmosphere, Anha quietly exited the headmaster's office. Once outside, she contemplated the diadem in her hands, thinking she ought to seek out Helena Ravenclaw. Anha stowed the Ravenclaw diadem away and made her way to the Ravenclaw common room, where she encountered Cho Chang, who was seated on the sofa. Upon noticing Anha, Cho rose to approach her. "Apologies, Anha, I did not see the niffler." Cho reported the situation from her end. Anha waved her hand dismissively. "Do you know where Mrs. Gray is?" Nodding, Anha expressed her desire to inquire about certain matters. Cho took Anna's hand. "Then let us search for her together." Anha extricated her hand and nodded. "All right, let's proceed." Cho's expression dimmed slightly, but quickly revived. Anha observed Mrs. Gray, reluctant to disturb her, and quietly awaited her response. Meanwhile, Cho remained silent, mirroring Anha's stillness. Anha broke the silence. "Helena, do you remember me?" Mrs. Gray furrowed her brow. Though her semi-transparent form rendered her expression less distinct, her confusion was evident. "Mrs. Gray nodded and spoke. "I am generally acquainted with the members of Ravenclaw House, so of course I recognize you. But how do you know my name?" Anha shook her head. "Reflect carefully. Did we not meet when you were alive? There is a resemblance, yet that individual differs from you. He was accompanied by a lively girl, his first love, unlike your companion. Who exactly are you?" Helena furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Anha and Cho. Cho, listening to their exchange, felt bewildered and intrigued. Anha nodded, sensing she had gleaned the information she sought, and declared, "Who I am is of little consequence, but you must surely recognize this." With that, Anha produced the Ravenclaw diadem. Helena's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at Anha. "Where did you find this? You even know my name. Are you one of his followers?" Meanwhile, Cho observed Anha revealing the diadem, perplexed by Mrs. Gray's intense reaction. But upon closer inspection, she realized, goodness, that is indeed the Ravenclaw diadem. Autumn Zhang swiftly laid out the situation. After Helena spoke, she turned to leave, but Anha called out to her, "Wait, Helena, I am not one of Riddle's subordinates. I have come to return the crown to you." Helena paused, tears staining her cheeks. "No, that is not mine. I am unworthy of it. You should destroy it. It has already been tainted." Anha shook his head. "No, Helena, Roina may not have perished because of you. There could be other reasons. If you continue to evade the truth, how will you ever uncover it?" Chapter 38, The Method. Anha retrieved a tattered diary, intending to show it to Helena. However, as Helena's gaze fell upon the diary, it spontaneously ignited, a blue flame consuming the pages. Before the astonished onlookers, the diary was reduced to ashes, leaving Anha feeling somewhat embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he said, "Regardless, I know your name and perhaps some detail from those years. For now, please calm yourself." Anha regarded Helena earnestly. She nodded in acknowledgement of his words. Meanwhile, Autumn Zhang, curious about Anha's remarks, settled down to listen. "First, Helena, have you ever encountered a deity?" Anha inquired, his expression grave as he sought to glean something for her visage. This was a rare opportunity for him to traverse time and seek remnants within the diary. After a moment of contemplation, Anha spoke. "Perhaps your mother's death is not as straightforward as it seems. Have you not noticed that, aside from your mother, the other founders lack definitive death certificates?" Helena appeared puzzled. "What do you mean?" Anna nodded. "It is possible that your mother did not actually die, or perhaps the other founders are still alive. However, the truth of these matters can only be pursued later." Helena nodded. "Then why have you come to see me today?" Anha picked up the Ravenclaw crown, gazing at Helena with sincerity. "I may have a way to dispel the soul within it without damaging the crown. I hope you will grant it to me." Helena nodded. "Of course, that is not a problem. I originally stole it from my mother, and, after being deceived by Tom Riddle, I wish to destroy it, for it has indeed been tainted by dark magic. If you can lift the curse, feel free to take it." Anha nodded. "Very well. Lastly, I hope you can emerge from your psychological shadows. I believe your mother would not want her daughter to remain ensnared in such darkness." Helena nodded. "Thank you for your counsel. I will reflect on it." After their conversation, Anha departed the clock tower with the crown alongside Autumn Zhang. Seeing Anna's resolve, Autumn Zhang had no choice but to acquiesce. Upon returning to the dormitory, Anha immediately summoned Blackfeather. At the table, he wrote Tom Riddle on a piece of paper and tossed it to Blackfeather, instructing him to deliver it to Dumbledore. Blackfeather accepted the note and flew out the window. Anha placed the Ravenclaw crown on the table, retrieved his portable spellbook, took up a pen, and began to write. How to obliterate the soul within Voldemort's Horcrux. Anha inscribed a line, observing as the ink was gradually absorbed by the tome. "Are you prepared to confront a deity, one that poses a significant threat to you?" The scarlet ink seemed to convey to Anha that he was about to face something profoundly terrifying. Anha watched as the blood-red script slowly faded, pondering for a moment before he began to write. "Is it the Grim Reaper?" His strokes were concise and powerful, as if articulating the most mundane of matters. The script in the book reverted to its normal appearance, narrating an explanation of the Grim Reaper. Anha contemplated the magical tome, considering one lingering question, pondering how best to phrase it. "I am resolved to face the Grim Reaper. How might I summon him to dispel the essence upon the Horcrux? And could you offer a word of advice?" "Thank you." Anha penned his thoughts, filled with a sense of anticipation and exhilaration. The magical book gradually absorbed the ink. The entire volume began to tremble. One page detached and ascended into the air, landing in a peculiar manner. Anha observed as the corner of the page, resembling a card, embedded itself into the floor alongside the tightly shut tome. The page on the ground was no longer the yellowed parchment of the book, but rather a blackened form, with striking crimson lettering. Anha picked up the page, and as his fingers brushed against it, a thunderous clap echoed. A bolt of black lightning struck Hogwarts Castle, but merely impacted upon a barrier, dissipating thereafter. Anha began to read the page he had retrieved. The laws of heaven and earth are immutable. Neither mortals nor deities can communicate directly, and any artifact recording the descent of a deity shall be obliterated by the cosmos. Thus this page cannot endure for long. To summon the Grim Reaper, one must construct a passage using his token, and then employ the tail feather of a nightmare and elderberry to create a magical array. On a night shrouded in storm clouds, donning the Grim Reaper's token, one must control the divine flames to incinerate the feather and elderberry within an enclosed space. Thus there exists a chance to summon him. Regarding the council, at present, no deity can directly influence reality. They will entice you to forge a pact. Be wary of any stipulations, as those seemingly beneficial may indeed be a snare. And in this era of fixed laws, no deity can be trusted. Upon Anna's completion of his reading, the page began to spontaneously combust, slowly turning to ash. A breeze swept through the window, extinguishing the light. Anha murmured to himself, questioning whether the future version of himself could be trusted. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, upon reading the note delivered by the black-feathered creature, smiled wryly, realizing it was indeed Riddle. Chapter 39, Voldemort or Tom Riddle. In the pitch-black chamber, Anha opened his eyes. The earlier confusion dissipated. He had regained his composure, convinced that in any circumstance, trust should not be given lightly, and that every step should be guided by diverse intelligence. Morning arrived. Anha rose and tidied his bed before heading to the common room, where Qiuzhong awaited on the sofa. Anha sat beside Qiuzhong. Where should we begin? Was the diadem of Ravenclaw discovered within the room of requirement? Qiuzhong remarked without a moment's hesitation, deducing easily from Anna's words. Anha nodded in affirmation. Indeed, upon discovering the last of the sniffles, a diadem belonging to Ravenclaw was unearthed from its pocket. However, the diadem had been cursed with dark magic, ensnaring the minds of those who encountered it, compelling them to wear it uncontrollably. Thus, I sought out Helena with the diadem, for it rightfully belonged to her. Qiuzhong nodded, inquiring, could you enlighten me on how you discerned that Mrs. Grey was Helena? Listening to Anha's reasoning, Qiuzhong felt a sense of unease, as if something was amiss. Just as he contemplated delving deeper, a phoenix appeared before them. Shout, dang, they are calling for you. Do hurry along, he conveyed. And with that, the phoenix departed. I apologize, the headmaster summons me. I must take my leave, Anha stated before departing for the headmaster's office. Qiuzhong observed Anha's retreating figure, pondering what thoughts lingered in his mind. Anha hastened to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, he beheld Grindelwald leisurely sipping red wine upon the sofa, while Dumbledore regarded Anna's entrance with keen interest. Mr. Michael, I believe it is imperative that you destroy that Horcrux you possess at the earliest opportunity, Dumbledore declared gravely, his gaze fixed intently on Anha. Anha was not taken aback. He had surmised as much. Dumbledore had already deduced the likely identity of the Horcrux, but was hesitant to confirm it. When I revealed that it belonged to Voldemort, he had resolved to obliterate the Horcrux without delay. Anha feigned surprise, inquiring, why? Headmaster, do you know who Tom Riddle is? Upon hearing that he was a student of Dumbledore's, Grindelwald immediately leaned in closer. I compelled him to atone beneath the burning wardrobe, then took him away. He soon assimilated into the school's environment, possessing raven black hair, piercing dark eyes, a tall stature, and a strikingly pale, handsome visage, devoid of any trace of arrogance or aggression. As a remarkably gifted and exceptionally handsome orphan, he captured the attention and sympathy of the faculty almost immediately. He appeared polite, reserved, and ravenous for knowledge. Nearly everyone held a favorable impression of him. However, I always sensed something amiss, though I dismissed it as mere illusion. After his graduation, he heeded the prophecy and ventured to Godric's Hollow, where he mercilessly slaughtered the Potter family. Yet in her final moments, Harry Potter's mother cast a spell of love upon her child, causing Riddle's magic to rebound. The child survived. However, I have always believed that Riddle did not truly perish. I suspect that when the child begins school, he shall return once more. Listening to Dumbledore's words, Anha nodded, finding little deviation for what he already knew, save for the existence of Harry Potter. After contemplating, he turned his gaze back to Dumbledore. When will that Harry Potter commence his studies? Next year, Dumbledore replied, meeting Anna's gaze. This is precisely the small favor I sought from you. It seems rather unrealistic to rely on a mere girl to vanquish a dark wizard. Anha, gazing into Dumbledore's earnest eyes, voiced his confusion. Why not confront Voldemort directly? Dumbledore listened to Anna's words, smiling as he turned his gaze towards Grindelwald. Grindelwald, understanding the unspoken communication, patted Anha on the shoulder and inquired, "Do you know what a prophecy is, my child?" Anha, relying on his own comprehension, attempted to respond. With a semblance of understanding, he listened to Grindelwald's explanation. So, according to the Godfather's meaning, the things foretold by a prophecy indicate the direction of future developments, rather than an accurate prediction of what is to come, correct? Grindelwald nodded, affirming, "It is akin to my prophecy that you will transform the wizarding world, granting wizards their freedom. Had I not believed in this prophecy, I would not have sought out Andre, and you would not have been named Anha Gellert Michael. You would have borne none of these burdens, and perhaps would have remained an ordinary wizard. Therefore, by believing in that prophecy, your existence has imbued you with purpose." Anha nodded, now fully comprehending why Dumbledore felt compelled to guide Harry Potter in confronting Voldemort. He looked at Dumbledore and remarked, "So, Headmaster, it was because of that prophecy." Grindelwald beamed at Anha's astuteness, while Dumbledore merely nodded in agreement. It was Riddle's belief in the prophecy that activated its power, once he chose to believe. The prophecy was set into motion. Chapter 40, Trapped by Oneself. Listening to Dumbledore's elucidation, Anha grasped the reason behind Dumbledore's more guiding approach towards dealing with Voldemort, rather than directly confronting him. It seemed that Dumbledore's involvement in the battle of the Ministry of Magic was a last resort. "So, you want me to assist Harry Potter in facing Voldemort?" Dumbledore nodded, adding, "But remember, Voldemort has chosen Harry. Your role is to help her remove obstacles, not to confront Voldemort directly. She must face him herself." Anha nodded in acknowledgement of his task, then extended his hand towards Dumbledore, a look of confusion adorning his face. "You should now surrender the Horcrux and destroy it. Rest assured, I will not be alone. The three of us will witness its destruction," Dumbledore stated calmly. Upon hearing Anna's words, Dumbledore nodded. "However, we cannot rule out the possibility that the Horcrux harbors dark magic. We must devise a plan to address this. Gellert, do you have any suggestions?" Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald, hoping for guidance. "Albus, I do have an idea, but you must seek out the individual yourself." Grindelwald mentioned a name, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. Anha pondered upon hearing the name. It seemed that he might be able to pursue it. Observing Grindelwald, Anha recalled that the Elder Wand and Invisibility Cloak were in Dumbledore's possession, handed to Harry Potter upon her arrival at the school. He needed to devise a means to obtain them. "Godfather, do you remember the story you told me about the Deathly Hallows? Those three truly exist, do they not? Do you know their current whereabouts?" Anha regarded Grindelwald earnestly. "Indeed, they exist. I once sought them, but they are no longer in my possession." "Why do you ask this?" Grindelwald replied, casting a glance at Dumbledore, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding. Anha shook his head, saying, "It's nothing. I merely wish to ascertain whether the invisibility cloak truly possesses the power to evade death." Grindelwald erupted in laughter. "Of course, it lacks such miraculous abilities. It is merely a magical artifact endowed with considerable magical prowess." Anha regarded Grindelwald, pondering how to extract the truth. However, he recalled having seen a book stating that Ignotus was an ancestor of the Potter family. Could that Harry Potter be a scion of that lineage? Anha shifted his focus towards Dumbledore. Grindelwald's laughter abruptly ceased, his gaze towards Anha becoming somewhat intricate. "Indeed, that Potter family descends from Ignotus. But what is your interest in the invisibility cloak?" Anha contemplated for a moment. He could hardly admit to summoning death. Instead, with earnest sincerity, he replied, "I have a keen interest in alchemy, hence my desire to examine what distinguishes that invisibility cloak." Grindelwald regarded Anha with suspicion, having never heard of this newfound interest. Yet, upon perceiving the sincerity in Anha's demeanor, he nodded towards Dumbledore. Receiving the unspoken message from Grindelwald, Dumbledore rose, handing a letter to Fawkes before approaching Anha. Fawkes took flight with the letter, while Dumbledore spoke with a hint of amusement. "Indeed, the invisibility cloak of the Potter family has always existed, belonging to their last child, Harry Potter. However, it is currently under my guardianship, and I lack the authority to relinquish what is not mine. You may wait until Harry arrives at school to cultivate a rapport with her before seeking to borrow it. As for your interest in alchemy, I can recommend an excellent instructor. Rest assured his alchemical skills are unparalleled." Grindelwald observed Anha's reaction and chuckled. "Initially, Albus and I intended to place you under the tutelage of that old fellow for alchemy, contemplating how best to facilitate your acceptance. It seems serendipitous that you possess an affinity for alchemy, as a well-rounded wizard is indeed suited to fulfill the prophecy of the Chosen One." Anha gazed at the two conspirators in disbelief, realizing he had inadvertently dug a pit for himself. Having spoken, Anha exited the headmaster's office. Chapter 41. Eavesdropping. As Anha departed, Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged knowing smiles. Albus, our thoughts have once again aligned, Grindelwald remarked, nodding in agreement. I am uncertain of his intentions, yet I sense he is quite normal and not malevolent. Amidst the mundane routine of studies, no significant events transpired, though officials from the Ministry of Magic visited several times, seemingly regarding accusations against Dumbledore. They condemned him for allowing such a dangerous individual as Grindelwald to reside in Britain and appointing him as a professor. Of course, the ministry officials were the only ones admonishing Dumbledore, while the majority of students' parents expressed their support. There are likely two reasons for this situation. Firstly, Grindelwald was never under the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic, and his arrival has placed considerable pressure on the Minister of Magic. Secondly, Minister Fudge is apprehensive that Dumbledore's power surpasses his own. The formidable white wizard exerts significant pressure on him, and the addition of a powerful dark wizard only heightens his vigilance. Parents, on the other hand, find solace in Dumbledore's leadership, confident that their children are safe from harm. Anha was the first to finish and made her way to the Great Hall. Professor Flitwick, noticing Anha's assistance, called out in his high-pitched voice, Mr. Michel, you truly embody the spirit of Ravenclaw. What a pity is not class time, or I would certainly award you points. McGonagall nodded in agreement, and with Anha's help, the decorations in the Great Hall were swiftly completed. Once everything was in order, Anha enjoyed a simple breakfast of pumpkin juice. After finishing her meal, the Weasley twins approached her, holding an ear-shaped object. Anha, surprised by their peculiar item, exclaimed, extendable ears? The twins paused, taken aback. How did you know? They asked in unison. We haven't even told you its name yet. Anna nodded, I guessed. An object resembling an ear naturally evokes that name. The twins acknowledged her cleverness. George pointed towards a group of girls whispering nearby. Fred spoke up. Would you like to eavesdrop on a conversation? Anna shook her head. Instantly, George and Fred were momentarily stunned, then chorused, no, you're very interested. Girl A, that Hufflepuff Cedric is really handsome. I like him a lot. Girl B, I think the Weasleys are quite good-looking too. Girl C, all the Weasleys are nice-looking, but I prefer the Slytherin upperclassmen. The aloof, stoic type is just wonderful. What about you, Qiuzhang? Qiuzhang, I think Anha is quite good. She's studious and attractive. Girl C, she's all right, but I find her a bit aloof. I haven't spoken to her much. Is she the aloof type? Qiuzhang, are you and I drawn to the same kind? Qiuzhang, well, she doesn't seem to enjoy interacting with girls much, but she's quite nice. Girl A, I don't know. It seems she hardly talks to any girls besides you. Qiuzhang, does she have feelings for you? Girl B nodded in agreement. Qiuzhang felt a flush of warmth. No way. I don't think he feels that way about me. Our conversations are usually quite mundane, and he seems rushed when he talks to me, as if he just wants to get it over with and is rather dismissive of my questions. Girl B insisted, he definitely likes you. Let me analyze this. His hurried speech might indicate shyness, and his dismissiveness could be a way to hide his feelings. He must be the shy, handsome type. Qiuzhang nodded, somewhat confused. Girl A suggested, why not confess your feelings? You like him, after all. You might just succeed. Qiuzhang looked surprised. Is that appropriate? Wouldn't it be too abrupt? What if he turns me down awkwardly? Qiu nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the potentialities of the situation. Meanwhile, three individuals eavesdropping nearby were taken aback. Anha could only express her current mood with a long sigh, while Fred and George exchanged mischievous glances in her direction. To their surprise, they stumbled upon such juicy gossip. Anha, you seem to be quite fortunate, Fred remarked, giving her a friendly pat on the shoulder. When you successfully confess your feelings, do remember to share the news with us, George added with a cheeky grin. Anha wiped away non-existent sweat and replied, we'll see when the time comes. As she gazed at the hairpin slowly taking shape in her hands, a sense of accomplishment washed over her. After completing her task, she entrusted the hairpin to Black Feather and departed from the dormitory. Chapter 42. The Venomous Leopard stepping outside the dormitory. Anha made her way to Hagrid's hut, knocking on the door. Hagrid, are you there? She intended to inquire about acquiring some pumpkins, having noticed that the ones he had grown were towering even taller than him, and she was eager to sample them. Hagrid opened the door, exclaiming, Oh, Anha, what brings you here? It's not evening yet. That's when I can give you sweets. I merely wanted to ask if I could have a pumpkin, Anha replied earnestly. Unfortunately, all the pumpkins have been given to Professor Dumbledore. I have kept only one for myself to make pumpkin pasties. Would you like some? Before Anha could respond, Hagrid thrust a basket into her hands. She hesitated to decline, but the basket was already in her grasp. With a resigned nod, she decided to feed the forest's small creatures instead. After expressing her gratitude to Hagrid, Anha ventured into the Forbidden Forest. During her idle moments, Anha often roamed the Forbidden Forest, where she had become familiar with Newt's creatures. She had learned to deal with the occasional reckless spiders, dispatching them with ease, which had significantly improved her dueling skills. Carrying the basket, she headed towards the Centaur clan, intending to share the pumpkin pasties with her Centaur friends. After all, Dumbledore's promise to Newt to allow his precious creatures into the Forbidden Forest had inadvertently put the Centaurs at a disadvantage, as some magical beings exhibited a tendency towards aggression. As she walked, Anna spotted two familiar figures. "Hi, it's been a while," she greeted, affectionately stroking the back of a young unicorn and nodding at the elder unicorn. "Indeed, it has been a while. However, with so many magical creatures entering the Forbidden Forest, I rarely take this little one out for a stroll," the elder replied. Anha nodded in understanding. "No worries, they will soon disperse. Would you care for some pumpkin pasties, made by Hagrid?" she offered, producing the treats. The young unicorn eagerly accepted, and after watching it finish, the elder unicorn expressed gratitude before departing. Anha said nothing, recalling her own encounters with perilous magical creatures, particularly an incident with a frenzied Erumpent. Had Hagrid not been on patrol at that moment to distract the creature with its courtship dance, she could have found herself in quite a predicament. Before long, Anha arrived at the Centaur settlement. The Horseman tribe is now on high alert, each member bustling about in a state of readiness for battle. The Horseman Guard, observing Anha, addressed him with a measure of respect, saying, "This morning, Ronan and several tribesmen went on patrol and encountered a large feline with a neck resembling a spiked ball. It exhibited a high level of aggression and the ability to emit toxic gas, resulting in several horsemen being poisoned. They are currently lying with the chief, and it remains uncertain whether this creature will attack our tribe. Thus, the chief has ordered us to assume a state of vigilance." Nodding in acknowledgement, Anha exchanged a few words with the guard before making his way to the chief's tent. Upon arriving, he beheld several fallen horsemen, their complexions tinged with green. A few were administering medicine, the liquid trickling into the mouths of the afflicted, gradually improving their condition. "How are you, Ronan? Are you unscathed?" Anha inquired, observing Ronan's evident concern for their brethren lying on the ground. Ronan glanced at the incapacitated horseman with worry etched across his face. Anha stepped forward, a faint pattern emerging on his forehead. With outstretched hands, he waved forward, releasing a flurry of green particles that enveloped the bodies of the fallen horsemen, their faces slowly regaining color as they drifted into a peaceful slumber. Exhaling deeply, Anha had summoned his inner divine power to amplify the effects of the medicine they had just consumed, hastening their recovery. Suddenly, a roar echoed from a distance, causing Ronan's expression to darken. "This is bad. The big cat has arrived." With that, he grabbed his quiver and bow, dashing outside, followed closely by Anha. Upon emerging from the tent, Anha spotted the so-called big cat from afar, its body adorned with spikes, cheeks swollen like a pufferfish, surrounded by a cloud of green gas. It seemed oddly familiar to Anha. By the gods, it's a toxic leopard. This creature is notoriously difficult to combat. Without hesitation, he summoned Black Feather. Black Feather summoned Dumbledore and the Godfather. Instruct them to come swiftly. After dispatching Black Feather, Anha did not hesitate to follow Ronan. Chapter 43, Silken Combo Attacks. Roaring, the toxic leopard stood atop a massive rock, bellowing towards the horseman tribe. Ronan and several others, including Falons, spread out, dispersing the crowd as they confronted the toxic leopard, arrows drawn in an attempt to deter its advance. The toxic leopard continuously released toxic fumes, both sides locked in a tense standoff. As Anha approached, Falons called out to him, "Anha, what are you doing here? Hurry and inform Hagrid and Dumbledore." How could Dumbledore have released this creature? I have already sent Black Feather to notify Dumbledore. Furthermore, I possess some abilities to handle the current situation. Allow me to see if I can establish communication, Anha replied, gradually inching closer, green patterns emerging on his forehead. "Hey, let us not be nervous. Let us try to communicate." Anha exuded a calming aura towards the agitated toxic leopard, attempting to soothe its fury. However, the leopard's demeanor was clearly off-kilter, its crimson eyes glinting fiercely, saliva dripping from its jaws. "Roar! Eat!" The venomous leopard let out a ferocious roar, causing the surrounding toxic gas to rapidly expand and surge directly towards Anha. With swift reflexes, Ronan grasped Anha's arm and hoisted him onto his back. "You nearly lost your life. Do you know that? Brothers, scatter and unleash your arrows." With that, he raised his bow and aimed at the venomous leopard. With a sharp twang, an arrow struck the beast with force. causing it to recoil in pain and retreat into the toxic mist. The centaurs, deprived of visibility, could only maneuver around the periphery of the noxious fog. "Curse this accursed mist!" Ronan exclaimed vehemently. "Ronan, summon them here. I could disperse the fog with magic," Anha suggested. Ronan nodded, recognizing the merit in the idea. Dismounting from Ronan's back, Anha seized his wand and began to chant, uttering a single word, Ventus. With a surge of magical energy, the wand conjured a whirlwind that dissipated the toxic fog, revealing the silhouette of the venomous leopard. Roar! The leopard glared menacingly at Anha, but the centaur's arrows flew unrelentingly towards it. Some arrows were halted by the spikes on its neck, while others pierced deep into its flesh, causing it to cry out in agony before turning to flee. Anha, unwilling to let it escape, raised his hand and transformed a massive boulder into a gigantic cage, then cast a binding spell to slow its flight. Orb of water. The stream adjacent to the centaur tribe began to coalesce, forming a water sphere that enveloped the venomous leopard, gradually ushering it into the cage. Once secured, Anha scrutinized the leopard, which had succumbed to dizziness. Beside the cage lay a yellowish fruit. Ferenz picked up the fruit and examined it closely. No wonder it went berserk. It must have consumed this. He handed the fruit to Anha, who inquired, "What is this?" "This is a topical fruit that accelerates wound healing. However, excessive consumption can drive one mad. I often use it, but previously a centaur took it and remained unconscious for quite some time," Ronan explained. Anha nodded thoughtfully. "Did you gather this fruit this morning?" Ronan asked in surprise. "How did you know?" Anha sighed inwardly, pondering the naivety of his younger companion. "What will you do when you become a teacher?" Before long, a flash of fire illuminated the sky as Dumbledore and Grindelwald appeared in the clearing of the centaur tribe. Anha looked on in disbelief at the hurried arrival of Dumbledore and Grindelwald. "Headmaster, what brings you here? Why are you so late?" Upon hearing Anha's words, Dumbledore instinctively glanced at Grindelwald, a faint blush creeping across his cheeks. Observing the flush on Dumbledore's face, Anha was left in a state of confusion, internally questioning, "Why are you blushing like a teapot?" With a grim expression, Grindelwald tossed a piece of paper to Anha. "Take a look for yourself. You summoned Black Feather to notify us, yet you wrote nothing. We watched Black Feather squawk for ages without understanding its meaning, and in the end, it was Albus who brought out the ink and compelled it to write. We had lost all hope, yet it surprisingly managed to convey the message." Anha felt a twinge of embarrassment. The situation was urgent, and he instinctively assumed that Black Feather would speak. He then took the paper and glanced at what Black Feather had written. Scrawled on the paper were the words "Centaur," "Help," and nothing more. Anha stared at those two words, unable to fathom how one could write with their feet. "So why have you summoned us?" Grindelwald inquired, having just awakened. He rushed over out of concern for Anha's safety, and now that he saw Anha was unharmed, he intended to understand the reason for the summons. Meanwhile, Dumbledore engaged in conversation with the Centaur chief. "Dear Professor Dumbledore, it has been far too long. It seems your magical prowess has grown once more. You too, my old friend. Compared to over a decade ago, you have become even more enigmatic," replied the Centaur chief with a smile. "It is the favor of the stars, the guidance of the heavens, and the protection of the goddess," he continued. "By the way, what has transpired here? It appears to be the aftermath of a great battle." Dumbledore surveyed the surroundings. The venomous leopard had been moved outside the tribe by the centaurs, leaving only scattered arrows and traces of magic on the ground. "Albus, this is on you. Your favorite student's docile creatures have caused quite a ruckus." Grindelwald interjected, having already been informed of the situation by Anha, and now looked on with a smirk at Dumbledore, who appeared puzzled but quickly deduced that it must have been Newt's creatures that were responsible. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbances those creatures have caused the centaur tribe. May I inquire about the whereabouts of that creature now?" "Very well. Headmaster, come with me. Since it is Newt's creature, I assure you it will not come to any significant harm," Grindelwald responded. Dumbledore nodded and followed Grindelwald and Anha toward the outskirts of the tribe. Outside the tribe, two centaurs were guarding the unconscious venomous leopard, Ronan and Firenze. Upon noticing Anha's arrival, they approached him. "Headmaster Dumbledore, it has been ages. The creatures from your forest have caused us considerable trouble," Firenze remarked, his tone laced with respect. "Firenze, why such formality? Old man, send those creatures back to where they came from and prevent any more of those wretched beasts from ravaging our home," Ronan said impatiently to Dumbledore. Anha's heart sank. He thought to himself, this is bad. Why is Ronan being so harsh? Indeed, before Dumbledore could respond, Grindelwald's irritation flared. "Hey, I wouldn't dare speak to him that way. How dare you?" With a decisive wave of his wand, he cast a disarming spell followed by two offensive curses. leaving Ronan bruised and battered. Though I too harbor disdain for those wretched creatures, it does not justify your rudeness, Grindelwald declared indignantly. Faced with someone capable of dispatching him so easily, Ronan had little to retort, and he turned away in silence. Anha initially intended to offer some words of advice. Yet Grindelwald's actions were swift. Just moments earlier, Ronan had rescued him, but now his godfather had left him battered and bruised, leaving him feeling rather embarrassed. Dumbledore observed the fierce altercation between Grindelwald and Anha, fully aware that Grindelwald was exercising restraint and thus refrained from intervening. Instead, he began to discuss the management of Newt's magical creatures with Firenze. Dumbledore patiently elucidated the matter to Firenze. Firenze, waving his hand dismissively, replied, "My Lord Dumbledore, I only wish for some regulation concerning those magical beasts. Within the Forbidden Forest, each creature has its territory. Introducing dangerous magical creatures will disrupt the balance therein and provoke certain creatures to assault the centaur's domain. Although I am reluctant for wizards to meddle in centaur affairs, I sincerely hope you can impose some restrictions." Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement, assuring him that he would frequently accompany Hagrid to observe the magical creatures. On the train, Anha retrieved his tea, set to pour himself a cup, savoring the fragrant black tea while perusing a book. Hall watched Anha elegantly sipping tea in their compartment. Anha gracefully set down his cup, his other hand delicately turning the pages of his book. Hall chuckled softly, stepping closer to Anha and playfully lifting his chin with a finger, teasingly asking, "Am I to interpret that as an invitation?" Anha swatted Hall's hand away, gazing at him with disdain. Hey, I fancy women, so stop with the implications." Hall plopped down opposite Anha and poured himself a cup of tea, inhaling its aroma before taking a careful sip. "Ah, your black tea is delightful. Just kidding, I also like women, you know." During their time at school, Hall's personality began to reveal itself, and Anha found himself questioning whether Hall truly belonged in Slytherin. His demeanor seemed far more suited for Gryffindor. Observing Hall's boisterous nature, Anha shook his head and chose to ignore him. With someone like Hall, engaging in conversation would lead to endless chatter. By simply dismissing him, Hall would quiet down. "Don't be so silent. What's the point of reading? We should discuss how to conquer the world and fulfill our grand ambitions." Hall incessantly rambled on about his fantastical ideas as Anha continued to read in silence. Finding Hall's chatter increasingly irritating, Anha released Black Feather. All right, I understand. Black Feather. Go entertain him." Having just awakened, Black Feather gazed at Anha, then at the incessantly talking Hall, appearing utterly bewildered, a clear sign of still being groggy. However, Hall paid no mind to Black Feather's drowsiness, seizing him and beginning to ruffle his feathers playfully. Chapter 45, The Meeting. On the Hogwarts Express, Anha closed his book, observing the two sleeping figures across from him. He shook his head. They were merely children, succumbing to sleep so swiftly on the train. Hall rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "When did you change your clothes?" His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he fell silent, beginning to change his attire. As the train arrived at the station, Anha stepped out of the compartment, dragging his suitcase behind him, closely followed by Hall. Upon exiting the train, Hall swiftly spotted his parents and dashed towards them. Hall's father, tall and slender, donned a large trench coat reminiscent of Sherlock Holmes, with a pipe clenched between his lips. His mother, slightly shorter than his father, possessed an elegant figure and a fashionable outfit, complemented by her striking beauty. Anha found himself perplexed as to why he had been sorted into Slytherin. With a harmonious family and a kind heart, it seemed incongruous. Laden with questions, he emerged from the platform 9 3/4, where he was greeted at the train station's entrance by Mr. Granger. "Mr. Granger, it has been a long time. Thank you for coming to collect me." Once they were in the car, Mr. Granger drove along the route to the Granger residence. Anha pondered the arrival of Hermione from school and remarked, "Mr. Granger, Hermione must be finishing school now. Shouldn't we go pick her up?" Responding to Anha's words, Mr. Granger realized and turned the car around. Anha chuckled. "It's no trouble. We still have time." The car cruised slowly as Anha observed the bustling streets, reflecting on the landscape of England in 1989. The throngs of people felt quite antiquated compared to the 21st century. He wondered about the current state of China, longing to witness it firsthand. Regrettably, he was not yet a scholar. Otherwise, he might have contributed advanced culture to China. Nevertheless, he mused over his identity as a German. The car came to a stop near school. Nodding, Anha gazed through the transparent window at the students bustling out. Suddenly inspired, he retrieved his spare wand and cast an invisibility charm, rendering both himself and his luggage invisible. After a brief wait, the sound of the car door opening broke the silence. "Anha, it's been ages," exclaimed a familiar voice. "Dad, Didn't you say you were picking him up? Are you hallucinating? Mr. Granger, bewildered, glanced at the back seat, seeing nothing. Confused, he wondered if he had indeed experienced a hallucination. Who just reminded me? Enough, Dad. Stop pondering and go fetch Anha. He has probably been waiting alone for quite a while. With that, she climbed into the car. Mr. Granger remained in a state of confusion as he took the driver's seat and prepared to start the engine. Hermione, in the back seat, murmured, I haven't seen him in so long. I wonder what he is like now. After whispering, she leaned towards the opposite window, eager to catch a glimpse. However, as she shifted, she felt something solid obstructing her way. Curious, she reached out and touched a hard object, baffled, for she saw nothing. She pushed harder against it. Meanwhile, Anha, eavesdropping on their conversation, felt a sense of pride in his skill with the invisibility charm. Anha avoided the seat beside Hermione, opting to sit at a distance, using his suitcase as a barrier between them. Hermione pushed against it with determination, and Anha was left with no choice but to brace himself against her efforts. Hermione's irritation flared up instantly. Hey, you can't be that immovable, she exclaimed, increasing her exertion. Although Anha had no desire to squeeze in with her, the growing intensity of her efforts compelled him to hold his ground. However, there was no way Hermione, who was accustomed to physical activity, could outmatch Anha. Soon enough, she regained her composure. Anha, is that really you? She asked. Anha remained silent. It must be you, stop hiding, she insisted, but he continued to say nothing. Old Zishu Road, Mountain 12. Before long, Anha gradually revealed himself. Mr. Granger widened his eyes as he caught sight of him through the rearview mirror. This magic is truly remarkable, he remarked in awe. Why were you hiding? Hermione inquired, casting a curious glance at Anha, who she hadn't seen in months. Don't ask why. It's just something I thought would be fun, scaring you, I mean. But then it struck me as rather childish, especially since you've already opened the door. Hermione expressed with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 46. Casual Conversation. Hermione regarded the boy before her, noting his unchanged demeanor and his childish antics, leaving her somewhat speechless. Anha sensed a trace of her disdain and spoke up. It's been a while. How have you been? Hermione smiled and replied, not too bad. School life is enjoyable. I get to learn something new every day. Anha chuckled, wanting to ruffle her hair, but she deftly dodged his hand. I'm no longer a child. Please don't keep patting my head. What if I go bald? What do you want for this year's Christmas gift? Anha asked Hermione, as he had never inquired about her wishes for the holiday before. This year, he genuinely struggled to decide on a gift. In the past, he had given her small toys. One year, gifting her a Chinese puzzle that took her an entire week to solve. This time, he thought it wise to ask her directly. That is a question for your mother, Hermione. After all, it's usually your mother who handles the housework. Having a cat can be quite troublesome with all the shedding. Mr. Granger interjected into their conversation. Hermione nodded, understanding her mother's perspective, which was why she had jokingly brought it up earlier. Then let us ask Mrs. Granger. If it's feasible, we could go to Diagon Alley to find a cat. Anha suggested earnestly, prompting Hermione to agree with a nod. The car soon arrived at their destination, and Anha stepped out carrying his suitcase, with Hermione following behind him and Mr. Granger trailing them. Upon returning to Hermione's home and entering the house, Mrs. Granger had been waiting for them. Anha set down his suitcase and made his way to the dining room, where Hermione's family was already gathered. Uncle, Aunt, I apologize for keeping you waiting, he said. Mrs. Granger waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was no trouble at all. Before long, the dinner gathering came to a close, and Hermione ascended the stairs to attend her homework. As for Anha, he typically procrastinated on his assignments from Hogwarts, knowing well that trivial tasks could hardly deter him. A proud member of Ravenclaw. In the living room, Anha engaged in conversation with Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Anha, what is it like at a magical school? Was your invisibility in the car today also a form of magic? Mr. Granger voiced his curiosity, as men of all ages often harbor a fascination with the arcane. Mrs. Granger shared in his intrigue and bewilderment. Wait, you were invisible today? I missed the chance to witness magic. Could you demonstrate it again? Observing their eager expressions, Anha patiently performed a simple display, conjuring a hand-rolled fireball and executing the summoning charm. As the Grangers gazed at the azure fireball and heard Anha articulate their thoughts, they couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Oh my goodness, what a wondrous sight. Anha, your magic is truly refreshing. Listening to their praises, Anha modestly remarked that such feats were quite elementary, and Hermione could certainly learn them as well. Mr. Granger nodded, but then adopted a serious demeanor while regarding Anha. Startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere, Anha thought to himself, the mood has turned quite grave. Mr. Granger slowly began, Hermione, Anna's heart sank, thinking, surely he disapproves of my relationship with Hermione. What should I say? He pondered the implications. Must Hermione attend Hogwarts? Are there no universities? What about future employment? Is the magical world truly perilous? With utmost seriousness, Mr. Granger inquired. Anna paused, realizing Mr. Granger was questioning Hermione's place in the magical realm, not his romantic intentions, though he mused that he had yet to embark on any courtship with Hermione. Clearing his throat, he replied, Uncle, regarding these matters, I can only speak from what I know. Firstly, every young wizard with the potential for magic must study under a magical tutor. They cannot forego education entirely. Failing to learn magic could result in the emergence of uncontrollable dark entities within them. Thus, Hermione must attend school. Hogwarts provides education until adulthood, and there are no universities. As for employment, given Hermione's aptitude for learning, I have no doubt she will thrive. Concerning the dangers of the magical world, while there are certainly risks, I assure you, I will take great care to protect Hermione. Please, trust me with her well-being. Mrs. Granger found Anna's earnest demeanor amusing and chuckled. Very well. We entrust Hermione to your care. Do not betray our trust. You must look after her diligently. Mr. Granger felt a peculiar sensation, as he had always regarded Anna as a son, but now his words increasingly resembled those of a prospective son-in-law. Mrs. Granger nodded in agreement. Of course, there is no issue. A pleasant conversation unfolded among several individuals, yet unbeknownst to them, a solitary figure lingered at the corner of the staircase. The duration of her vigil a mystery known only to herself. Chapter 47. Shopping. In the early morning, Anna rose from her slumber, gazing at the sun that had long since ascended. She mused internally that exercise need not be a daily obligation, allowing herself a small indulgence in laziness for the day. After a brief morning routine, she descended the stairs. Given the holiday, Mrs. Granger did not awaken the two children, instead preparing bread and sausages for them to enjoy at their leisure. Having finished her breakfast, Anna picked up the newspaper Mr. Granger had left on the sofa, eager to catch up on the current news. The sound of soft footsteps echoed from the staircase as Hermione descended in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes and discovering her parents were absent. She turned to Anna and inquired, "Where are we going shopping?" Anna regarded Hermione, her tousled hair cascading over her shoulders, her charming pajamas adorning her form. Her voice, still thick with sleep, made Anna's heart flutter momentarily, yet she soon sensed something awry. How did Hermione know about their shopping plans? When had she ever mentioned it? She scrutinized Hermione's gaze, wishing to avoid probing her thoughts directly. Hermione, sensing Anna's hesitation, calmly remarked, "Did you not promise to buy me a cat?" Anna's careful observation of Hermione's expression indicated she had indeed eavesdropped last night, though the extent of her listening remained unclear. Anna nodded, stating, "I intend to visit Diagon Alley and perhaps explore Brick Lane Market for some little toys for friends." "I'll go get ready," Hermione replied. Anna noticed Hermione's flushed cheeks. Puzzled, she murmured, "Why is your face so red? Are you unwell?" Without further contemplation, she tidied the table, leaving Hermione her portion of breakfast, and took her used plate to the kitchen. Before long, Hermione emerged, attired in a set of clothing designed by Anna herself. The soft azure ensemble, adorned with delicate patterns, complemented her hair styled into lantern braids, albeit slightly frizzy, a mere consequence of her hair type, yet not detracting from the outfit's overall charm. Anna admired her appearance, momentarily captivated by the expanse of skin visible between her skirt and socks, before exclaiming, "Sister, it's snowing outside. Are you dressed like that?" Hermione pouted, "You didn't design me a winter outfit. What about the clothes you wore last winter? They're not as pretty as yours." Anna noticed Hermione's voice dwindling into a quiet, almost sulky tone as she trudged slowly upstairs, unable to bear her expression. Anna swiftly grasped her hand. All right, let us stick with this outfit. I'll cast a warming charm on you in a moment." Upon hearing this, Hermione's face brightened with joy. "Then you should wear it too. Hee hee." Anna, taken aback by her scheming delight, sighed in exasperation. "Then wait for me. I must change first." Hermione nodded. "I'll grab a little something to eat." Anna ascended the stairs, retrieving the delicate spring attire from within the box. Observing the embroidered swallows on the garment and the golden threads on the trousers, Anna mused that this ensemble was perhaps meant for spring, and wearing it now might not be quite appropriate. Nevertheless, it satisfied Hermione's desire to don the outfit. As Anna adorned himself, he descended to meet Hermione. "What do you think?" he inquired. "Looks splendid," she replied. "But this outfit is intended for spring. Perhaps you should change." No. I am determined to wear the attire you designed and stroll through the streets with you. It's not my fault you didn't create a winter outfit sooner," Hermione retorted, shaking her head and rolling her eyes at him. Anha fell silent. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your wishes. He conceded with a hint of resignation. With no other recourse, he picked up his spare wand and cast a warming charm upon them both. Hermione felt the warmth envelop her, marveling at its effect. How enchanting. It feels so cozy. Can I learn this too? Of course. This is merely a basic charm for daily life. I can teach you whenever you wish. Now, let's be on our way. Anha took Hermione's small hand, leading her from her home as they boarded a bus towards the vicinity of the Leaky Cauldron. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, Anha stepped inside, his attire strikingly incongruous with the weather, capturing the attention of the patrons within. Look at those two children. How audacious to venture here without adult supervision, an elderly man whispered to another, and he was not alone. As several others cast furtive glances at Anha and Hermione, murmuring amongst themselves. Disregarding their stares, Anha guided Hermione's hand to the entrance of Diagon Alley, drawing her closer. Do not stray from my sight. Wizards are not as amicable as you might believe, he said in a low voice, tightening his grip on her hand instinctively. Where are we heading first? Hermione asked, sensing the firmness of his hold. Anha pondered briefly before responding. Let us first procure a cat. Hermione nodded in agreement, and Anha led her to the magical menagerie. Upon entering the shop, the proprietor greeted them warmly. Is there anything in particular you desire? I have a vast array of magical creatures. Nifflers, bowtruckles, ferrets, and cat kittens, among others. As Hermione gazed in awe at the myriad of enchanting creatures, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She released Anha's hand and began to explore the wonders around her. In Chapter 48, titled Crucio, Hermione wandered through the shop and found herself in the section for cat kittens. She marveled at the colorful, large-eared creatures, each more adorable than the last, though none were fully grown. Why are there no adult cat kittens? Anha inquired of the shopkeeper. Cat kittens are quite popular in the wizarding world. Most adults are reserved by wizards. If you wish for one, you must book in advance, the shopkeeper explained. ISN to anyone interested in the young ones? Anna asked, curious. The proprietor shook his head, stating, kittens are difficult to manage. Only when they mature do they lose some of their curiosity. Adult cat kittens are inclined to seek independence, while the young ones prefer to live in groups. Anna suddenly realized the situation. Observing Hermione frolicking with a kitten, he decided to inquire further. Are there no adult cat raccoons available in the shop? The shopkeeper shook his head, replying, this year's stock has all been sold out. After a moment, the shopkeeper seemed to recall something. There is one more, although it is a mixed breed. It has been here for several years without anyone wanting it. So I had intended to keep it myself, which is why I had forgotten. With that, he offered to show Anha the cat. Anha nodded in agreement. Hermione, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Anha call her, Hermione set down the kitten in her arms and approached him. What is it? She asked as she reached Anha's side. Anha pointed to the shopkeeper and recounted their earlier conversation. After pondering his words, Hermione turned to the shopkeeper. That cat seems so unfortunate, having gone years without a home. May I see it, Mr. Shopkeeper? The shopkeeper nodded, responding, I would be delighted to assist you, dear lady. He then led Anha and Hermione to a staircase, where a cat lay in a small house beside it, its face flattened and its tail resembling a bottle brush. With orange-yellow fur, observing the languid cat, Anha thought to himself, it appears a bit plump. It should be quite amiable. Hermione gently approached, crouching down to look at the cat. Hello, hello, she softly greeted, and the cat opened its eyes. It regarded the little girl without surprise, merely observing her with a calm demeanor. Hello, meow, the cat replied, stretching and rising to its paws. Anha quietly watched the interaction between Hermione and the cat. Hermione spoke tenderly to the cat, and it seemed momentarily taken aback, having not experienced kindness in years. It glanced at the shopkeeper, who nodded in encouragement. Of course, I would love to meow. With that, the cat leaped into Hermione's embrace, nuzzling against her. Hermione lifted the cat, and the light illuminated its fur, making it appear radiant. I shall name you Crookshanks. All right, meow, the cat responded. Anha observed the harmonious bond forming between the girl and the cat, feeling a sense of joy. Unexpectedly, the wheel of fate continued to turn, and Crookshanks had found a companion in Hermione, albeit due to his timely intervention. Well then, shopkeeper, how much do I owe you? Anha inquired, rummaging through his pocket. The shopkeeper, still immersed in the heartwarming scene, exhibited the kindness of his character. Oh dear, I apologize, my customer. Crookshanks came to me as a very small kitten. He is the youngest and the last, and finding him a good home has not been easy. I shall offer you a discount. After receiving the payment, the shopkeeper provided Anha with the necessary supplies before tending to the other small animals. Anha approached Hermione, gently patting her shoulder. All right, we should take our leave. Hermione rose, cradling Crookshanks, and looked at Anha. Where shall we go next? Anha glanced at her attire and sighed. Let us visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to design a new outfit. Hermione nodded, cradling Crookshanks as she glanced at Anha, indicating for him to grasp the corner of her garment. Make sure to hold on tightly. If I disappear, don't you dare shed any tears. Anha chuckled at her teasing tone and grasped her clothing. Hermione, holding Crookshanks, guided Anha to the entrance of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where Madame Malkin herself noticed them. Oh, my dear treasures, it has been a while. Why are you dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold? We cast warming charms. It was her choice to wear this outfit, so I am merely accompanying her, Anha replied before pulling Hermione into the shop. Inside, the store was not overly crowded. Yet a few parents accompanied their children, selecting garments. As Anha and Hermione entered, the majority of the patrons turned their gaze upon them. After all, wearing spring attire in such frigid weather was indeed eye-catching. A few parents admired their outfits and inquired with Madame Malkin if they could have similar ones custom-made. Madame Malkin, smiling, pointed to Anha and said, many of the garments in this shop are designed by him. The ensemble he wears is also his creation. However, it is spring attire, so we haven't displayed the style yet. The parents, enlightened, expressed their desire to place orders come springtime. Madame Malkin nodded in agreement, and then approached Anha and Hermione. Oh, by Merlin's beard, you two look absolutely splendid in those outfits. Anha, it seems you're not only an exceptional designer, but also a remarkable model. Anha retrieved several sketches from his bag and handed them to Madame Malkin. She accepted them with a smile, scrutinizing the black and white color scheme, noting the snowflake patterns on the collar of the men's design, and observing the name label in the lower right corner. Snow Country Returny. Quite impressive. Would you and your young companion care to try on some new garments? Madame Malkin raised an eyebrow, proposing the idea to Anha. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Madame Malkin. Anha readily accepted, and Hermione, glancing at the sketches, found them appealing as well, appreciating the design's lack of overtly wizardly elements, making them akin to those worn by ordinary people. Madame Malkin promptly took their measurements and stated, the materials are all available. You may collect them in half an hour. Anna nodded and led Hermione to another location. Chapter 49, Hometown. Anha took Hermione to the potion ingredients shop, where Hermione expressed great interest in the peculiar materials. Anha casually examined the offerings and selected a few varieties before proceeding to the checkout. What do you need these for? Hermione asked, somewhat perplexed. I intend to brew some potions. With the end-of-term exams approaching, I need to prepare a batch of the bewitching brain elixir. Anha replied, focused on choosing materials rather than looking at Hermione. What does that potion do? Why do you need it for the exams? Hermione, ever curious, bombarded him with questions. Anha patiently answered each one in turn. I have not retained much from the history of magic. Thus, I wish to utilize that potion to enhance my memory. The final examinations encompass not only the demonstration of magical prowess, but also a plethora of theoretical knowledge. Therefore, I must commit more information to memory. And engaging in potion making will also allow me to hone my skills in concocting elixirs. Hermione suddenly realized, cradling Crookshanks, and inquired, could you provide me with a few vials? Anha nodded in agreement. Certainly, I shall have Blackfeather deliver them to you. Soon, Anha meticulously selected the necessary ingredients. After settling the payment, he guided Hermione to the Quidditch specialty shop. Did you not mention that you're not adept at this? Hermione remarked, gazing at the broomsticks within, recalling a letter in which he had confessed to his dismal performance in the broomstick course. A blush crept onto Hermione's cheeks as she nodded, following him into the Quidditch shop. Good day. It is a pleasure to see you again. How may I assist you today? We currently have discounts on the bludgers, broom care polish, and more, the proprietor greeted with enthusiasm. Anha waved his hand dismissively. I require 3 broomsticks. Can you offer a discount? And do you have them in stock? He raised 3 fingers to signify his request. The shopkeeper beamed, for broomsticks are generally long-lasting, unless subjected to extraordinary damage. They can last for over a decade. Thus, selling 1 broomstick brings joy, and to sell 3 at once is akin to a windfall. Certainly, we have them in stock and can provide a discount, he replied with delight. Anha nodded and retrieved a pouch of galleons from his pocket. He refrained from haggling, as he is not particularly fond of negotiating prices, and since the money was earned through his own efforts, he felt no remorse. Anha inscribed an address for the proprietor to deliver the items that evening before departing. As he surveyed the myriad shops in Diagon Alley, he felt no desire to browse, but rather curiosity about the peculiarities that might lie within Nocturne Alley. However, with Hermione in tow, he opted not to explore. Time passed swiftly, and Anha arrived at Madame Malkin's shop, where she had prepared their garments. Come, let me see if these outfits fit you well, Madame Malkin exclaimed. brandishing 2 sets of clothing before Anha and Hermione. She then thrust the garments into their hands and gestured towards the fitting rooms. You may try them on. I believe they should suit you splendidly. Anha and Hermione entered the fitting rooms and emerged shortly thereafter. Hermione let her hair down, forgoing her usual pigtails, which surprisingly enhanced her appearance. Madame Malkin scrutinized them both and nodded in approval. Anha too admired Hermione. The attire complemented the wintry ambience beautifully. Before Anha could fully appreciate the view, Madame Malkin produced a magical camera, suggesting they take a few photographs in the snow for promotional purposes in the shop. Hermione readily agreed without a moment's hesitation, but she did make one request, to receive a few prints of the photos after the shoot. Madame Mogian cheerfully acquiesced. Seeing that Hermione had consented, Anha felt no further need to decline and naturally followed Hermione out of the shop. Outside, the pristine snow blanketed the street, creating a striking contrast of black and white. Together with Hermione's charm and Anna's handsomeness, they had already attracted the attention of several passers-by. Madame Mogian, while guiding them on how to pose gracefully, snapped their photographs, and soon a lovely series of pictures was completed. She was elated, for the success of the shop's new clothing line filled her with immense satisfaction. The emergence of a new design in her hands brought forth a profound sense of accomplishment. Glancing at the negatives, Madame Mogian reassured Hermione, "Rest assured, you shall receive your photos this evening. Just wait patiently, my dear." Hermione nodded happily and expressed her gratitude. However, Anha paid little mind to this. After all, he had known Hermione for many years and held a fondness for her, sensing perhaps that she felt similarly towards him. Having gathered the discarded clothing and donned the new attire, Anha took Hermione's delicate hand and strode confidently away from Diagon Alley. As for Crookshanks, he was naturally placed in a storage bag, which resembled a small room where he could rest comfortably. The compactness of the storage bag also made it convenient for Anha to stow away other items. Once they departed from Diagon Alley, Anha led Hermione to Brick Lane Market. As he surveyed the myriad of products, he stumbled upon a familiar object, a cup adorned with a crossed sickle and hammer. Startled, he picked it up to inspect it, discovering with a glance that it was made in China. This realization did not surprise him, as China and Britain had established diplomatic relations long ago. Nevertheless, Anha found himself quite fond of the cup, which did not escape Hermione's notice. "Do you like it?" she inquired. Anna nodded. "This item is from China." Hermione's eyes widened with understanding. Oh, that Eastern country. The teacher mentioned it. Are you particularly fond of it?" Anha nodded again, adding, "Because that is my homeland." "Hometown?" Hermione struggled to grasp the meaning of the term as it was spoken in Chinese, awkwardly attempting to articulate the two characters. Anna nodded once more. Hermione seized the cup and declared, "Then it's settled. This cup shall be your Christmas gift." Anha gazed at her with affectionate indulgence. "Very well." Chapter 50. Unwrapping Gifts. My dear, where did you purchase your outfits? They are simply stunning. Hermione pulled Anha closer and replied, "This is a design by Anha himself. We commissioned Madame Mogian to create it." Mrs. Granger recalled the name, recognizing her as the owner of the magical tailor shop, and then looked at Anha and Hermione. I wonder if she would craft clothing for muggles? Eager to embark on the festive endeavor, Anha encouraged the children. "All right, my dear ones. It's time for you to neatly package your Christmas gifts." "Certainly, Mother Granger," they replied. Anha began to meticulously unpack the contents of her bag, organizing each item with care. She wrapped the remaining gifts, inscribed heartfelt Christmas greetings, and set everything in order. Meanwhile, Hermione scrutinized the cup in her hands, perplexed by Anna's fondness for it. Nevertheless, she wrapped the cup with great care, selecting an exquisite box and placing a card within it. Once the two had prepared their gifts in the room, they descended the stairs for dinner. After the meal, Anha was delighted to receive an abundance of Christmas presents, including those from her godfather Grindelwald, Headmaster Dumbledore, and the Weasley twins. To her surprise, even Professor Snape, who typically had little interaction with her, had bestowed a Christmas gift upon her. Anha refrained from unwrapping the gifts, choosing to wait until most had been presented before revealing the contents. Among the gifts, Snape had given her a bottle of Muggle shampoo, as he was reluctant to use the Potter family's hair products. Anha had gifted Dumbledore a pair of woolen socks, recalling his frequent mentions of wanting them. However, she was uncertain if he would still desire them now that he had a godson to accompany him. The 3 flying broomsticks were designated for Cho Chang, Fred, and George, as the twins' family would likely not indulge them with such purchases, and they were also members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, which included Cho for that very reason. Talp, tap. Hermione knocked on the door, cradling Crookshanks as she entered Anna's room. She presented a beautifully wrapped gift box to Anha, who appreciated the evident care that had gone into its preparation. You've often gifted me lovely things, like those beautiful clothes. I may lack your talent for design, but whenever I have the chance to gift you something, I strive to make it visually appealing," Hermione confessed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Reassuringly, Anha replied, "No need for concern. I designed the clothes, and you serve as my model. I find joy in having a free model." Hermione's face flushed deeper at Anna's words. Noticing the plethora of gifts surrounding Anha, Hermione offered to assist her in unwrapping them, to which Anha gladly acquiesced. Together, they began to unveil the treasures. Anha chose to open the gifts from her acquaintances first, reserving the most significant for last. Among the initial offerings were an assortment of snacks, including chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, rather commonplace gifts. The gifts from George and Fred were identical in color and tied with matching bows. Each box inscribed with a few words and connected by a shared note within. On the paper, it was inscribed, "Two boxes represent two individuals. Guess who I am?" One box bears a statement that is entirely false, while the other contains a phrase that is wholly true. "Venture to ascertain my identity." Anna picked up one box, which proclaimed, "I am Fred's box. I am genuine, while he is not. If you do not believe me, so be it. Regardless, I am certainly not George." The other box read, "He is George, for we delight in mischief, which leads to confusion. Yet no matter how hard you try, you shall not uncover our true identities." Anha raised an eyebrow, quickly formulating a thought, and then opened the box to discover a retractable ear and a toffee with a plump tongue, which he gladly accepted. Subsequently, he casually selected another box, which turned out to be Cedric's gift. Upon opening it, Anha found several packets of seeds. After perusing the accompanying card, he couldn't help but reflect on Cedric's thoughtfulness. He then selected a few more ordinary gift boxes. Meanwhile, Hermione was the first to open a gift adorned with fiery floral lace, revealing a palm-sized scale resting quietly inside, accompanied by a card. Hermione picked up the card and began to read. After finishing, she handed the gift box to Anha and proceeded to examine another box. This one was purple and somewhat weighty. Upon opening, it revealed a book along with a card. Hermione first examined the book, which was filled with numerous runes she could not decipher, accompanied by many notes. She then opened the card. Hermione passed the box to Anha and inquired, "Are you going to find a mentor during the summer?" Anha paused momentarily, then accepted the box, perusing the card to grasp the context of the situation, before nodding at Hermione. "Perhaps, maybe, it is likely that I shall go, though I'm not entirely certain. I can write to you when the time comes. It will be fine, all right?" Anha's tone was gentle, as he wished to avoid causing Hermione any distress, laced with a hint of inquiry. Hermione nodded. With Anha expressing himself so, she embraced him. Then, right often, Anha was taken aback by this sudden gesture, feeling the warmth enveloping him, and gently patted her back, whispering, "All right, I promise to comply with your request." Chapter 51, Hermione's Concerns. After comforting Hermione, Anha resumed unwrapping gifts. Hermione noticed a small box that had been previously opened, revealing a hint of green within. She picked it up to find a beautifully crafted jade piece, intricately carved with a bamboo grove, alongside a blue card inscribed with elegantly penned words. As Hermione flipped the card over, she discovered a string of text on the reverse. She examined it carefully, each sentence pricking her heart like a needle, causing her to struggle for breath and breathe rapidly. Anha, seemingly aware of her discomfort, gently inquired, "What is it, Hermione? You appear to be in distress." After asking, he began to draw closer to her. "Nothing. I feel all right, I suppose." Anha approached Hermione's side, lightly touching her forehead and murmuring softly, "There was no fever, yet I noticed a hint of unease in your demeanor." Anha was somewhat concerned that you might have caught a chill today, prompting him to reach out and touch your forehead. Hermione gently brushed his hand away, shaking her head once more, insisting that there was nothing amiss. Anha found this peculiar. He could certainly sense that something was off with Hermione, but he was utterly perplexed as to the cause. After Hermione left the room, he meticulously searched for any gifts imbued with magical effects, but found none. Only some trivial entertainment spells that could neither manipulate souls nor exacerbate fatigue. Furthermore, the items Hermione had opened were merely mundane, devoid of any magical resonance. Without dwelling on it further, Anha resumed unwrapping his gifts. Meanwhile, gazing out at the softly falling snowflakes, he murmured to himself. Despite knowing each other for such a long time, he was unaware of her fondness for Chinese artifacts. She had never explicitly conveyed her feelings to him, nor had he confessed his own. It seemed as though she had always regarded him as a protective older brother. The words exchanged last night left him wondering whether they stemmed from brotherly concern or romantic affection. Hermione now found herself in a state of confusion regarding her feelings for Anha, Were they rooted in familial affection, friendship, or love? This was a perplexing dilemma, particularly for a child of merely 11 or 12. As she watched the snow gently cascade outside, her thoughts gradually became more introspective. The following day, Anha awoke early as if compelled by an innate instinct. After freshening up, he made his way downstairs. "Good morning, Mrs. Granger," he greeted the matriarch in the kitchen, followed by a nod to Mr. Granger, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his newspaper. Mr. Granger lifted his gaze and remarked, "You're up quite early. I expected you to sleep in, especially after the festivities of Christmas Eve." He pondered briefly, realizing that perhaps the young girl was beginning to harbor her own thoughts and emotions. He decided not to impose too many restrictions, preferring not to see her rebel at such a tender age. Mr. Granger teased lightly, but paused when he heard the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. Hermione appeared in her pajamas, a familiar set designed by Anha, adorned in blue with patterns. In her arms, she cradled a drowsy Crookshanks. "Good morning, Dad." "Good morning, Mom." "Good morning, brother." After exchanging greetings, she hurried off to freshen up, knowing she couldn't remain in her sleepwear and tousled hair for long. Soon, Hermione emerged refreshed, just as Anha brought forth the breakfast prepared by Mrs. Granger. In this tranquil atmosphere, Anha successfully spent a delightful and ordinary Christmas holiday with the Granger family. At Platform 9, Mr. Granger and Hermione accompanied Anha as he boarded the train. "Until next time, Hermione. See you soon, Mr. Granger." "Goodbye, brother." Once on the train, he made his way to the compartment he had reserved in advance. At this moment, Hall gazed at Anha with palpable excitement. "Anha, my friend, how could you possibly have such a beautiful sister and not introduce her?" Anha responded, "She is not my sister. She is my childhood companion." Hall expressed his regret, saying, "But didn't she call you brother? I assumed she was your sister. Perhaps she views you merely as an older brother, not as someone she harbors romantic feelings for, which could leave me an opening." "Oh, dear." Anha raised an eyebrow, and before Hall could continue, he placed a large hand over Hall's mouth, silencing him. After a moment, as the train gradually began to move, Anha finally released his grip. Hall exhaled deeply. "Look at you, so sensitive. Can't handle a few words?" Anha ignored him, continuing to brew tea. He seemed to realize that he had never explicitly told her he loved her, nor had she clearly articulated her feelings for him. Perhaps Hermione truly only saw him as a brother, but Anha was uncertain. Matters of the heart should be addressed sooner rather than later. With a resolution in mind, Anha continued to brew tea and read. Chapter 52, The Pink Toad. The train sped along, and the sky gradually darkened. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, the young wizards left their luggage on the train and proceeded to the Great Hall for the feast. The house elves would transport the luggage to the respective dormitories. Entering the Great Hall, Qiu Zhang spotted Anha and waved, beckoning him to sit beside her. Anha accepted and took a seat next to Qiu Zhang. "Good evening, Qiu." She nodded in response. "Good evening, Anha. Could we have a proper talk after dinner?" Anha interrupted before she could finish, catching her off guard. Yet she readily agreed. The sound of a spoon striking a glass rang out, drawing everyone's attention to its source. Headmaster Dumbledore rose to address the assembly. "Students, it appears you have all enjoyed a delightful holiday. I have an announcement. The Ministry of Magic has dispatched an official to evaluate our courses. Therefore, I would like to introduce you to Ms. Umbridge." A woman clad in pink stood up, resembling an actual pink toad in appearance. "She will assess our teaching methods, but will not interfere with the professor's classes, so I ask that you all maintain your usual demeanor." Dumbledore's brief remarks concluded, and he signaled for the students to continue their meal. A brief silence greeted Umbridge's entrance before the young wizards resumed eating. Anna found it peculiar that the ministry had sent Umbridge to the school so soon. Was it not supposed to happen years from now? With this lingering curiosity, he chose not to dwell on it and continued his meal. After the feast, Anha and Qiu Zhang strolled by the lake, blissfully unaware of three figures trailing behind them. Hey, do you know what those two are up to?" Horror inquired of the Weasley twins, who suggested that it might pertain to a matter of the heart. Under the bridge built by Anha, the twins held little animosity towards Horror from Slytherin. However, Anna had already found someone she liked, leaving Qiu Zhang with no opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, Horror declared this thought aloud. The Weasley twins perked up at his words. "What? She has someone she likes? Who could it be? It can't possibly be one of your Slytherins." Horror shook his head, indicating he would not divulge their identity, suggesting they inquire with Anha instead. Fred wished to press further, but George placed a hand on him. "Let us set this question aside for now and listen in on what they are saying." With that, he positioned an extendable ear between the three of them. After a slight crackle of static, the distant conversation between two individuals became increasingly discernible. "Chill, I received your letter. I'm sorry, but I already have someone I like. Although I'm unsure if that person reciprocates my feelings, I do not wish to lead you on. You deserve someone better, like Cedric. I truly am not suited for you. Also, thank you for the jade pendant. I cherish it. Anha spoke matter-of-factly, then glanced at Xiaozhang. Xiaozhang had somewhat anticipated this response, yet he was taken aback by the straightforwardness of the rejection. He nodded, acknowledging her words. I understand, but what house is that girl from? May I know her name? Of course, her name is Hermione Granger. She might be sorted into Gryffindor. Anha willingly shared Hermione's name. Might be. She hasn't started school yet? Anha nodded. She won't begin until next year. I'm a year older than her. Anha and Xiaozhang continued to converse as they walked. Meanwhile, the trio not far off, having clearly overheard their dialogue, felt as though they were privy to a juicy secret. Quirr, however, seemed less surprised, having suspected as much. I've rarely seen him interact with girls. I thought he might prefer boys. Who would have guessed his crush, isn't even in school yet? Quite astonishing, Fred remarked, his eyes glinting with excitement. George smacked Fred on the head, cautioning, don't let your imagination run wild. Have you forgotten what happened last time we tried to prank him? Nearby, Quirr's mind began to conjure unsettling images. In a dimly lit cell, George and Fred wielded a small whip, threatening the bound Hermione. Miss, you would want Anha to find out, would you? Before he could finish that thought, the Weasley twins nudged him, scrutinizing him with curiosity. What are you thinking? You seem to have rather mischievous intentions. Nothing at all. It appears they are leaving. We should too, lest we be discovered, suggested, watching Anha's retreating figure. Discovered doing what? A familiar voice echoed from behind him. Why? Eavesdropping on Anha, of course. Otherwise, she would certainly be quite upset, Quirrell replied, sensing something amiss in the tone of the Weasley twins. Turning around, he was confronted by an unwelcome sight. Anha covered the mouths of the Weasley twins and smiled a hall. You are quite the gossipers. It is rare to see two Gryffindors and a Slytherin come together to listen to a conversation between two Ravenclaws. It truly took me by surprise. Had I not noticed someone in the bushes, I wouldn't have intended to come over. As Anha spoke, a wave of magical energy gradually radiated from her, enveloping Hall and the Weasley twins in a suffocating sensation akin to being constricted by a serpent. At that moment, Hall and the Weasley twins couldn't help but think, he seems even more Slytherin than I, Hall, do. All right, no more jokes. If you wish to meet Hermione, I could introduce you later. Upon returning to the dormitory, Anha glanced at her palm, then shook her head and murmured to herself, questioning whether it was merely an illusion or if she was being overly sensitive. Without further contemplation, she fell into a deep slumber. As for how Anha managed to discover Hall and the others, whether their claims hold any truth is open to speculation. Chapter 53. The plan in the morning, Anha continued to lead the way, forming a lengthy line around the Black Lake. The Toad Umbridge observed the procession with a puzzled expression, her shrill voice piercing the air. What on earth are they doing? This initiative was proposed by Professor Grindelwald, with the hope that they will better train their bodies to respond more effectively to dangerous situations. What good is that? Exercising like muggles? It's utterly ridiculous, Umbridge mocked, though she dared not voice this sentiment to Grindelwald, jotting down notes instead. Meanwhile, an early rising Grindelwald and Dumbledore stood by the window of the headmaster's office, observing the students' morning run and the exchange between Umbridge and McGonagall below. Gellert, under your guidance, the students' physical fitness has noticeably improved, as well as their magical reserves and reaction times. I never expected you to be such an effective teacher. Grindelwald shook his head. This merely replicates the teaching methods I encountered during my studies. Back then, in that cold climate, we often engaged in running as warm-up exercises. However, I have also come to recognize that running has a certain correlation with physical training and a wizard's development. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald, recalling the curse associated with Riddle, and his expression turned slightly troubled as he inquired, Gellert, have you sensed any curse-like presence? Grindelwald paused for a moment before shaking his head. Dumbledore had previously broached the topic of curses with him. Fear not, Albus, I do not sense any curse. It is possible that the individual casting the curse cannot directly harm the target, especially a teacher of defense against the dark arts. It seems merely a setup. Any teacher in that position will encounter various challenges in life, ultimately leading to their departure by the end of the term. As Dumbledore listened to Grindelwald's meticulous analysis, he nodded in agreement, acknowledging the plausibility of his insight before casting another glance at Umbridge below. Could she be the key to your departure from Hogwarts? Grindelwald shook his head in response. How could I possibly be certain? Nevertheless, the unfolding events should transpire in this manner. I believe it would be prudent for you to seek a new professor for the defense against the dark arts class at your earliest convenience. Dumbledore nodded. yet he was silently contemplating his next course of action. Meanwhile, Anha had concluded her morning run, enjoyed her breakfast, and commenced her daily lessons. A few days later, Anha once again witnessed a quarrel between Umbridge and Grindelwald. To be frank, she was utterly perplexed by Umbridge's audacity to confront Grindelwald so boldly. Umbridge's sharp voice pierced the air as Grindelwald stood by, visibly impatient. "You ought not to instruct those students in such a manner. Your methods are misleading. Are you attempting to entice them into practicing dark magic with the aim of subverting the Ministry of Magic?" Anha listened in astonishment to Umbridge's audacious tirade. Did she possess some form of invincibility to speak so defiantly to the Dark Lord? What astonished Anha even more was Grindelwald's composed response. He did not display any signs of anger, but rather addressed Umbridge calmly. "I sincerely believe that young wizards can better grasp dark magic through its study, thereby enhancing their defensive capabilities. To defend against a spell, one must first understand its origins and effects." Upon hearing Grindelwald's words, Umbridge, well aware of the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, huffed and departed. Anha approached Grindelwald, inquiring, "Professor, why did you appear so amicable towards that toad?" Grindelwald regarded Anha and replied, "There is an old Chinese proverb, endure a moment of anger to plot a long-term strategy. She cannot escape her fate." Anha sensed an underlying message in his words, and as he spoke, a glimmer sparkled in his eyes. However, she dismissed the thought and continued with her studies. Before long, half of the semester had passed. One day, Dumbledore was engrossed in a book in his office when an owl swooped in, delivering a letter before swiftly departing. Dumbledore, observing the letter bearing the Ministry of Magic seal, raised an eyebrow and opened it. "Dear Headmaster Dumbledore, following an investigation by our official Umbridge, in discussions among the Ministry of Magic, the Department of Education, and subsequent decisions by the Minister, it has been concluded that Mr. Grindelwald is wholly unsuitable to teach the defense against the dark arts class. We agree to introduce a physical education course to promote the health of young wizards, and we hope you will select the instructor, subsequently reporting to the Ministry of Magic." Dumbledore chuckled softly, tossing the letter to Grindelwald. "Gellert, as I suspected, they are unwilling to allow you to teach magic. It seems that the physical education course is merely a compromise on their part. Nevertheless, the objective has been achieved. You may continue at the school as a professor of physical education." Grindelwald took the letter, scrutinizing it before nodding and tossing it onto the desk. "Indeed, you were quite right, Albus. The physical education course is indeed their compromise. In earlier discussions, Dumbledore proposed a plan, believing that they did not wish for Grindelwald to teach young wizards magic. However, if they could keep Grindelwald at Hogwarts under the watchful eye of the world's most powerful white wizard, Dumbledore, they would be more than willing. Our objective was to ensure Grindelwald remained at the school, regardless of the circumstances that might unfold, for there would always be a formidable wizard to provide protection," which was indeed Dumbledore's intention. Anha penned the first question. "Does the Hall family have divine connections?" The book absorbed the ink, revealing a few words. Anna was somewhat taken aback by the response. He proceeded to write several more inquiries. "Does Hermione have feelings for me in a romantic sense? Are there other ways for me to contact the Grim Reaper?" The magical tome slowly absorbed the ink, seemingly falling into silence as it contemplated his questions. Anha gazed at the silent book, perplexed by the absence of any response. He shook it slightly and flipped through the pages, but there was still no reaction. At that moment, someone came to seek Anha, a gentle knock resonating from Antaz's dormitory door. Anha went to open it, finding an old acquaintance at the threshold. Just as he did, the book gradually revealed the answers to his previous questions. The answer to the first question was affirmative. The second question yielded, Chapter 54, Malheur. Human emotions are ever-changing. The present, past, and future differ. If you truly wish to know, why not ask directly? I do not possess all knowledge, and regrettably, I cannot provide specific answers. This is the most I can convey. As for the third question, each deity has its own guardians, also known as keepers of secrets. These keepers possess their own methods of communicating with the divine, yet often the gods do not intervene directly, opting instead to arrive through dreams or other means. Anna pondered, feeling somewhat exasperated at the notion of having to confess his feelings himself, realizing that the book did not possess omniscience. After finishing, he wished to inquire further about finding the Grim Reaper's keeper, but the book had dimmed, indicating that no more questions could be asked in the near future. Anna set the book aside and stepped onto the balcony, inhaling the fresh air while gazing into the distance. He wondered if Tom Riddle's curse would affect his godfather. The magical creatures had all been sent away, and this semester felt remarkably tranquil, devoid of the dangers depicted in novels. Perhaps the protagonist of fate had yet to arrive. making it difficult to imagine what Snape would be like in such circumstances. Affected by the curse, he could not comprehend its principles. Yet it was evident that Grindelwald had indeed vacated his position in defense against the dark arts, though he remained under the guise of sports. This realization made Anha acutely aware of the allure of curses. At the train station, the young wizards, with the help of house elves, loaded their luggage onto the train. Anha was the first to find a compartment and seated himself. Hall followed closely behind. Anha said nothing. Instead, he took out his tea set and began to brew tea. Before long, the door to their compartment swung open, and Qiu entered. "Oh, hello there." As other rooms were nearly filled, Qiu Zhang politely inquired, "May I join you here?" Hall, indifferent, turned to glance at Anha, who was sipping tea nonchalantly, and nodded in acquiescence. Seeing Anha's approval, Qiu Zhang settled into the seat opposite Anha. The train had yet to depart, so Anha continued brewing tea and perusing a book, while Qiu Zhang engrossed himself in a tome of spells. Hall, however, languidly read a novel, and the atmosphere within the compartment seemed steeped in a scholarly ambience. A knock echoed at the door once more. Hall opened it to reveal a handsome visage, Cedric. Unaware of Anna's presence inside, Cedric appeared momentarily taken aback, then courteously asked, "I hope I'm not intruding. May I sit here?" Hall, pleased by the arrival, nodded and welcomed him in, for Cedric was far less dull than Anha. Neither Anha nor Qiu Zhang objected. As there was ample room in the compartment due to their prior acquaintance with Cedric, Cedric took a seat opposite Hall, adjacent to Qiu Zhang. Anha stole a glance at him. Cedric's cheeks bore a hint of crimson, prompting a subtle smile to grace Anna's lips. The atmosphere transformed with the two young wizards engaged in a game of chess, though Hall's skills were rather lacking. Nevertheless, his enthusiasm was infectious, and Cedric patiently played along, allowing Hall to feel a semblance of parity in their abilities. Anna set aside his book, watching their match, as did Qiu Zhang. Amidst the cheerful ambience, the Hogwarts Express soon arrived at King's Cross Station. After bidding farewell, Anha departed from the station alone. Anha refrained from informing Mr. Granger of his holiday plans. For a month prior to the summer break, Dumbledore and his godfather had instructed him to visit an old acquaintance to study magical alchemy. While Anha was well aware of who that acquaintance was, he chose not to disclose it directly, instead accepting the card from Dumbledore and utilizing the address inscribed upon it to locate his mentor. Before long, Anha meticulously compared the address on the card with the number on the door. Upon confirming the match, he scrutinized the exterior of the house. The garden appeared neglected, and the building itself bore the hallmarks of long-term abandonment. Harboring doubts, Anha knocked on the door. After a prolonged silence, just as he was about to depart, the sound of the lock echoed, and the door creaked open. An elderly woman stood before him, gazing intently. "Child, are you Anna Michelle?" she inquired. Anha paused momentarily, then nodded and uncertainly asked, "And you are?" The grandmotherly figure smiled warmly. "I am Perenelle. Come inside, dear." With that, she beckoned him through the threshold. Hesitating briefly, Anha ultimately decided to follow her within. Upon entering, the scene before him starkly contrasted with the exterior. A vast courtyard unfolded, dominated by an aged house. The kind old woman began to explain. "This is the creation of my husband. Due to the Philosopher's Stone, it has long been coveted by certain individuals. Thus, utilizing alchemy, he has opened a small space that is in perpetual motion." Anha nodded. Having heard of such phenomena before, he had thought them mere tales, never expecting them to be reality. Accompanied by the elderly lady, Anha entered the room, where he beheld an old man rocking incessantly in a chair. This, he presumed, must be the venerable Melee. Approaching him, Anha presented a letter with both hands. The old man opened his eyes, glanced at Anha, then closed them again, ignoring him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Anha was relieved when Perenelle came over, took the letter, and spoke. "Do not mind him. He has grown cantankerous with age. Your room is on the 3rd floor. Please take your luggage up yourself." Anha nodded and ascended with his belongings. Once Anha was upstairs, Perenelle playfully patted the old man, handing him the letter. "He has traveled a long distance on behalf of your old friend Dumbledore." Melee rubbed the spot that had just been patted. "At my age, a mere tap could fracture a bone. Besides, he is Grindelwald's protege. He may have already been brainwashed. I fear I might inadvertently train a second Grindelwald. I truly wonder what Albus is thinking." As he opened the letter, he continued speaking, but fell silent as he read Dumbledore's words carefully. Chapter 55, Farewell. "Old friend, do you recall the task you entrusted to me? To hide the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts. I have arranged everything. This child has not inherited Gellert's ideology. He is not as radical. I hope you will not view him through the lens of animosity towards Gellert. Children are blank slates, needing our generation to sketch their futures. Though Dumbledore's message was somewhat lengthy, Nicholas Melee comprehended its essence. He cast the letter into the fireplace and resumed his repose. Anha neatly arranged his belongings before descending. Perenelle had prepared the meal and beckoned Anha to the dining table, inviting him to choose a seat. Anha sat down casually. I do not know what you like to eat. Both Nicholas and I are French, so today's dishes are French cuisine. If there is anything you find unpalatable, please let us know. Thank you, Mrs. Perenelle. I'm not picky. I can eat anything. As Anha examined the table laden with French delicacies, including escargot, he noted the absence of substantial fare, particularly the legendary French long gun. Nicholas Melee seemed to sense Anna's thoughts and spoke up. We have lived for over 6 centuries. Our teeth are not as robust, thus we avoid harder foods. If you wish for something, do not hesitate to ask. Anha waved his hand dismissively. No, I truly am not picky. Nicholas Melee remained silent and began to eat. The meal passed swiftly. Anha, not one for conversation during dining, occasionally answered Perenelle's inquiries. After finishing, Anha wiped his mouth, hesitating to speak. Nico Myler did not pay attention. He merely took out several thick tomes and tossed them to Anha before speaking. Once you have perused these volumes, I shall impart my teachings to you. During this interval, feel free to approach me with any uncertainties. Anha gazed at the hefty books, feeling somewhat bewildered. How long will this take? Nico Myler turned to Anha, his gaze fixed upon him. Anna's heart sank. It seemed he would need to write to Hermione. You will appreciate this. Until you have completed those books, I shall impose no restrictions upon you. Nico Myler closed his eyes once more, rocking gently in his chair. Beside him, Perenelle patted Anha's shoulder, signaling him to come closer. Anha nodded and followed her outside the door. The old man isn't usually like this. Perhaps it's due to his age. Do not take offense. It has been quite some time since I last saw a little one like you. We truly welcome children your age, as you bring us a touch of vitality, Perenelle explained patiently, tenderly handing Anha a pendant. Anha pondered before selecting the wardrobe door of his room. Once chosen, a door resembling a wardrobe slowly materialized upon the transparent barrier, and Anha gently pushed it open. Simultaneously, the wardrobe door in his room stirred, opening to reveal Anha stepping out. As he surveyed his room, Anha marveled at the wonders of magic. He opened the door and descended the stairs, finding the Granger family joyfully engrossed in their television. Hermione was the first to notice his presence, springing up in surprise. Good evening, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, and Hermione. Mr. and Mrs. Granger were equally astonished by his arrival. Anha nodded, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Mr. Granger acknowledged him with a nod. Anha shook his head. I'm going to study with one of my teachers for the summer. Mr. Granger appeared to comprehend. Anha reflected briefly before continuing. At this moment, he noticed Hermione's displeasure. Uncle, Aunt, I will just have a quick word with Hermione before I leave, he said, moving closer to her, attempting to take her hand to lead her upstairs. Hermione pulled her hand away, coldly retorting, I can walk by myself. No need to pull me along. Anha, her loud proclamation startled him. Anha awkwardly glanced at Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Mr. Granger, unconcerned by his daughter's ire, likely inferred the situation. It was probably due to Anna's previous neglect of Hermione that she was upset. You two can settle this matter yourselves, Mr. Granger remarked with a resigned gesture. Sighing at Mr. Granger's words, Anha followed Hermione's lead up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he approached the closed door and knocked gently. Hermione opened the door, her eyes slightly red. Anha noticed and immediately apologized. I'm sorry, my godfather arranged this. And I know they mean well for me. I promise to be with you next year. Hermione regarded him coldly, her gaze growing distant and without a word. She slammed the door shut. Hermione leaned against the door, while Anna's hand paused mid-knock, prompting him to speak at the threshold. Though he could not accompany her in play, they could still exchange letters. All she needed to do was place her thoughts in his room each day, and he would respond in kind. Upon hearing his words, Hermione scoffed softly, muttering to herself, Who would write to you? Chapter 56, Harry. As Anha turned on the light, he began to read, simultaneously jotting down notes in a notebook. After several hours of study, fatigue set in, prompting him to retire for the night. Upon returning to his room, Anha resumed his diligent reading. For the following fortnight, each morning he checked to see if Hermione had written to him, but after 2 months, there was no sign of correspondence, nor did she seem to acknowledge his own letters. Nicholas Flamel was engrossed in studying a television set, his curiosity piqued by Muggle technology. His abode was filled with various Muggle appliances, such as juicers and fans, all of which he had examined and discovered operated without electricity, including the lights that illuminated daily. Anha approached Nicholas, who set aside his work and turned his gaze towards him. Have you finished? Anha nodded affirmatively. All of it? Indeed. Then let me test your knowledge. Quite simple. This way, then that way. And thus the problem is resolved. Nicholas, taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement, observing the dark circles under Anna's eyes. He marveled at the child's industriousness. Rising, Nicholas walked to a door and entered a room. Inside was a large table cluttered with magical materials. Yet the space seemed long abandoned, dust covering every inch of the surface. Placing his hand on the table, Nicholas swept his fingers across it, revealing a layer of dust. With a sigh, he reflected on how long it had been since he last utilized this room. The last time he opened the door was either 3 or 4 centuries ago, a detail lost to memory. Gently lifting his wand, he waved it lightly, summoning a breeze that whisked away the dust, rejuvenating the room. In the afternoon, Anha opened his eyes to the setting sun, realizing he had slept for quite a while. Stretching, he gathered his books and notebook before descending the stairs. Nicholas lounged in a rocking chair, beside which lay a partially disassembled television. Anha approached and stood beside him. The third room on the left, you should enter first. I will follow shortly, Nicholas remarked, already aware of Anna's presence, his eyes still closed. Anha nodded and stepped into the room. Not long after his entrance, Nicholas entered with a book, taking a seat beside him. Before we commence your studies in alchemy, pray tell, why do you wish to learn it? Nicholas's gaze burned with intensity, as if he could pierce through the very essence of Anha's being. Anha remained silent, uncertain of his motivations for learning. Yet, a figure persistently emerged in his mind, prompting him to resolve to speak. To protect those he wished to safeguard. Nikamler was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated discussions of power in relation to Grindelwald's teachings, not protection. He nodded appreciatively and inquired, what type of knowledge do you wish to acquire? After a brief contemplation, Anha replied, I would like to first learn how to inscribe defensive magic onto objects. Nikamler nodded and commenced the first lesson. Meanwhile, on Privet Drive, a letter was delivered by Owl to the mailbox at number 4. A slender woman with golden hair and light-colored eyes opened the mailbox, retrieving several letters before stepping into the house. Once in the living room, she began to read the letters one by one. Petunia's voice erupted sharply, filled with anger. How dare they? Harry, somewhat perplexed, reached for her letter, only to have it snatched away by Petunia. Aunt Petunia, Harry's soft voice emerged. Petunia's expression softened slightly. She tossed the letter into the fireplace, allowing the flames to consume it. Embracing Harry, her eyes glistening with tears, she murmured, they killed my sister, and now they wish to harm my niece? Harry and Dudley were taken aback, rarely witnessing Aunt Petunia in such a state. While Vernon seemed to have an inkling of the situation, he called Petunia to confer. Is it those peculiar things? He inquired, looking up to the second floor. Petunia nodded, tears brimming in her eyes. What more do they want? Lily is already gone. Must they torment her child as well? Each time I see that scar on her forehead, I can envision the child's suffering. Vernon nodded. He had a fondness for his charming niece, despite the occasional odd occurrences. Let us just observe for now. I hope they cease their correspondence. If they do continue, after their discussion, they descended the stairs. Harry turned to Aunt Petunia and asked, Aunt Petunia, what was that about? Petunia gently patted her head, adjusting her hair to obscure the lightning-shaped scar. That was a letter from school, inviting you to attend. However, we have already made arrangements for you to go to a very good secondary school, so there's no need to consider that one. Harry nodded, but a sense of unease lingered, though she chose not to dwell on it. On the other side, after a night of study, Anha felt he had gained some proficiency and took out a hairpin to begin carving. Nikamler glanced at him and remarked, your skill is still insufficient. You risk ruining this piece. The carving tool, poised in midair, halted. Young man, do not be overly hasty. It is evident this item is intended for someone special. Am I correct? Your technique lacks finesse. You must practice for a few more days. Nikamler spoke patiently, like a master craftsman. Anha hesitated for a moment, then resolutely resumed his work. Nico Melee was taken aback. Do young people nowadays refuse to heed advice? Indeed, like Gellert Grindelwald's pupil, he possessed a similar stubborn temperament. Anha, undeterred by distractions, had long contemplated the spell he wished to inscribe. Having previously lacked the ability, he now summoned his magical energy, intertwining it with the essence of life, causing the carving knife to emanate a faint green luminescence. With unwavering focus, Anha meticulously etched patterns onto the wooden hairpin. Meanwhile, Nico Melee sensed something amiss. Observing the knife glowing softly with life-infused magic, he turned and departed to his study, beginning to search through his books. Before long, Nico Melee returned to the classroom, clutching a tome, his fingers rapidly flipping through its pages until he reached the final entry. It foretold that a wizard bearing life magic would upend the world, leaving it in utter desolation. This book, penned by an old friend, encompassed the entirety of his life's prophecies. However, most had proven inaccurate. The author had passed away after leaving this last prediction. He regarded Anha, intending to inquire once he had completed his inscription. Several hours elapsed, and Anha exhaled deeply. Such prolonged concentration had drained him. He examined the hairpin in his hand, noticing that the recently inscribed runes had vanished, seemingly absorbed into the wood. Under the persistent influence of magic, the wooden pin had gradually transformed, becoming increasingly exquisite alongside the original carvings. Anha delicately toyed with the hairpin, glancing at Nico Melee, eager to showcase his accomplishment. Yet, Nico Melee had fallen asleep, undisturbed due to the absence of Perenale in the classroom. Anha gently shook Nico Melee to awaken him. Nico Melee opened his eyes, gazing at Anha. "Did you manage to finish?" "It took you quite a while," he remarked. Anha presented the hairpin, saying, "Master, do you see? I succeeded." Nico Melee took the pin, scrutinizing it closely. "You took too long," points deducted. "The runes are not entirely concealed," points deducted. "It's rather unsightly," points deducted. "The magic erosion is excessive," points deducted. "Aside from the stability of the carving magic, the rest is rather subpar. At your age, I was far superior. It's evident you were somewhat hasty." After his evaluation, he returned the hairpin to Anha and regarded him intently. Anha carefully stowed the hairpin away, returning his gaze to Nico Melee. "Why are you staring? Is there something on your mind?" he inquired, perplexed. "Young man, do you believe in deities?" Nico Melee posed the question to Anha, who nodded in response. Nico Melee appeared unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this reply. He said nothing further, merely picked up a book and departed. "I have faced the divine before." Anha pondered, unable to grasp its significance, ultimately shaking his head. He thought of the hairpin in his possession, realizing he could finally present it to Hermione. After bidding farewell to Nico Melee and Perenale, he opened the door to his room. Upon surveying the space, he confirmed it was empty. He stepped outside, the mealtime having long passed. He had eaten before arriving. As he reached the corridor, he noticed that Hermione's door was ajar. Gently pushing it open, he found Hermione engrossed in writing her summer diary. Anha stealthily approached her from behind, catching sight of Hermione scolding him in her notes. He reached out and covered her eyes, playfully asking, "Guess who I am?" Startled, Hermione recognized his voice. "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be studying, Anha?" Chuckling, he replied, "If you miss me, why not write a letter?" "I no longer trust your words," Hermione retorted. Anha's heart sank. He had been waiting for her letter, unaware that she was also waiting for his. They were both caught in a cycle of mutual anticipation, resulting in silence. Anha realized the extent of the misunderstanding. He released his hands, allowing Hermione to see him. "I'm sorry. I've been waiting for your letter, which is why I didn't write to you. In truth, I came here today for a reason." Anha gazed at Hermione with deep affection, hoping for her forgiveness. Feeling shy under his gaze, Hermione turned her head, her cheeks flushed. All right, I forgive you. Now tell me, what do you want?" Anha remained silent for a moment before producing a wooden hairpin and offering it to Hermione. She accepted it, confused about its significance. In Chinese culture, when a man gives a woman a hairpin, it symbolizes a desire for a lifelong bond. "I prepared this a long time ago, but never completed it until now. We've known each other for so long, and while I'm unsure of your feelings, I believe it's time I took a step forward. I don't want our relationship to linger in uncertainty any longer. Will you be my girlfriend and share this journey with me?" Hermione covered her mouth, her expression filled with astonishment, a few tears glistening in her eyes. After a moment, she embraced Anha and joyfully exclaimed, "I've waited so long to hear those words. Of course I will." Anha returned her embrace and said, "Then let me teach you how to use the hairpin." Hermione nodded, turning around. Anha gently lifted her long hair. She had let it grow long on his suggestion, hinting that she anticipated this moment. He twisted her hair into an elegant style and secured it with the hairpin. "There you go, take a look." Hermione walked to the mirror, examining her reflection before nodding. "It's all right, but since it's from you, I'll graciously accept it. So, does this mean it's a token of our affection?" Anha nodded, affirming, "Of course, I've been preparing this for quite some time." With a joyful smile, Hermione took Anna's hand and said, "I thought you only saw me as a sister. I never sensed how much you truly liked me." Anha suddenly understood. "So that's why you would call me brother one moment, and then my name the next." Hermione nodded, pretending to be unhappy. Anha quickly reassured her. "What's wrong? Why do you seem upset again?" Hermione smiled, and then made a playful face. Chapter 58, Lovers. Anha gazed at the mischievous Hermione, a smile gracing his lips as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Stealing a glance at the time, He blushed and turned to Hermione, speaking softly. Hermione, feeling a pang of reluctance, tugged at his sleeve. Are you leaving so soon? May I come with you? She asked, her eyes reflecting a tender vulnerability. Anha, unable to resist her charm, contemplated for a moment before responding. Hermione nodded eagerly, joyfully embracing him. As Anha felt the softness of her body, he suddenly stiffened. Yet he too wrapped his arms around her. Sensing his unease, Hermione gently released him, playfully pushing him away. All right, just a hug will suffice. Too many and it loses its charm, she said, stepping back as she prepared to leave. Wait, Hermione called out. What is it? She asked, rising on her toes to plant a kiss on Anna's forehead. Blushing, she then playfully pushed him out of the room. Her voice echoed from within. The living room lights remained aglow as Anha entered, discovering Grandma Perenelle still tidying up. Though advanced in years, her movements were surprisingly nimble. Anha accepted the steaming cup of red tea she offered, thanking her while pondering his initial desire to spend the night in Hermione's room, but ultimately deciding against it. Recognizing her youth. By the way, Grandma Perenelle, my friend wishes to visit. Is that all right? He inquired. Perenelle smiled knowingly, her gaze lingering on him. A girlfriend? Anha nodded. Of course, that would be delightful. The household could use some youthful energy, she replied cheerfully. The following day, Anha rose early, though Nico Mile and Grandma Perenelle were already awake. After sharing breakfast with them, he made his way to Hermione's home through the cabinet door. Arriving at her room, he gently knocked, finding the door ajar. Not hearing a response, he entered. Hermione was still soundly asleep, her sleeping position rather ungraceful. Anha wondered if she would kick in her sleep in the future. Feeling a presence, Hermione drowsily opened her eyes, squinting at the figure beside her, which bore a resemblance to Anha, leading her to believe she was still dreaming. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him. Finally, you are mine, my prince, she murmured sleepily, giggling. Anha chuckled at her antics, attempting to rouse her. However, as he pushed her away, she only clung tighter. What is this? Have you grown tired of me? Seeking someone new? Is it that Sister Chiozhang? Anha ceased his attempts to extricate himself, one arm encircling her while the other playfully pinched her nose. Soon, Hermione awoke, realizing her limbs were entangled around Anha. In a flurry, she tried to retreat beneath the covers, but Anha held her firmly in place. Don't run away. We are family. There's no need to be shy. Am I going to devour you? He teased, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Now, tell me about this Sister Chiozhang. What do you know of her? Hermione wore an expression of confusion, and upon observing her demeanor, Anha realized that she had no recollection of the recent events. Consequently, Anha felt compelled to recount the episode once more. As Hermione watched Anha replicate those actions, she wished she could find a crevice in the ground to hide herself. Once the recounting concluded, Anha spoke. Now, do elucidate why you mentioned Chiozhang's name. I rarely bring up the names of girls in your presence, so you must provide a thorough explanation. Without further ado, she delivered a swift slap to Hermione's head. This is your punishment. Next time, do not entertain such thoughts. Since you have accepted my hairpin, you belong to me, understand? Anha said with a serious tone. Hermione, clutching her head, nodded in agreement. Satisfied by her response, Anha instructed her to tidy up and bid farewell to Mr. and Mrs. Granger before they could depart. Hermione nodded, intending to change out of her pajamas. But before she could do so, she noticed Anha lingering in the room and threw a pillow at her. Aren't you leaving because you want to watch me change? Anha caught the pillow and silently exited the room. Hermione swiftly closed the door with a thud and locked it. Anha observed her fluid movements and muttered to herself. Such a pity, I would have liked to sneak a glance. Shortly after, Hermione finished changing her clothes. Anha nodded in approval and took Hermione's hand, leading her downstairs. Mr. Granger noticed the two holding hands and greeted them. Long time no see, Anha. Good morning. Have you two reconciled so quickly? Anha nodded. Good morning, Mr. Granger. We hardly ever fight for long. Hermione forgives me swiftly. She then waved their clasped hands. Observing Anha's playful antics sparked a familiar pang of discomfort in Mr. Granger, akin to watching a prize cabbage he had nurtured for years being devoured by a pig. Dad, where's Mom? Hermione inquired, noticing Mrs. Granger was absent. Oh, she went out to buy groceries. Mr. Granger waved his hand dismissively. Off you go, be careful. With parental permission granted, Hermione happily took Anha's hand and ascended to the second floor. Anha led her into her room. How are we getting there? Is it magic? Teleportation? Anha picked up a pendant and pressed it against the cabinet door. The pendant shimmered, and Anha opened the cabinet door, ushering Hermione inside. Chapter 59, The Argument. Hermione surveyed her surroundings, her curiosity piqued by all things magical. Anha guided her into the room, where Grandma Perina was reading. Upon seeing Anha with a girl, she promptly set her book aside and stood up. This must be little Anha's friend. Perina assessed Hermione. Anha nodded and introduced. Allow me to present my girlfriend, Hermione Granger, and this is my mentor, Madame Perina. Hello, Grandma Perina. Greetings, little Hermione. After their exchanges, Perina turned to Anha. You may leave her in my care. Nico is already waiting for you in the classroom. Anha nodded and briefly explained a few things to Hermione before departing for the classroom. Perennial raised a cup of red tea and handed it to Hermione, who accepted it with both hands. Thank you. The sugar is on the table. Feel free to take some. Perennial indicated towards the sugar on the table. Hermione nodded and obediently seated herself on the chair. By the way, are you a new student at Hogwarts? I haven't seen your wand, she said. Hermione nodded and replied, due to my birthday, I am a year behind Anha, which is why I'm a freshman this year. Upon mentioning Anha, Perennial perked up and inquired, how did you two get together? Hermione's cheeks flushed as she slowly recounted the story of her acquaintance with Anha, how they met, the events that transpired, and how he confessed his feelings. Perennial listened intently, not interrupting until Hermione concluded her tale. So you've known him for quite some time, and what a delightful coincidence regarding your misunderstandings, Perennial remarked. Hermione nodded, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, Perennial began sharing her own experiences with Nicomel. They conversed for a long while, and by the time Perennial finished, it was quite late. Oh dear, it's so late. Little Hermione, would you like to join me in the kitchen to learn how to cook? Hermione nodded enthusiastically. That sounds wonderful. Let us prepare some French cuisine. Meanwhile, the Dursleys were busy packing their belongings, having never shown Harry the letter. All right, Dudley, you can only take one toy. Vernon's voice echoed from upstairs. Dudley was displeased and glanced toward Harry in the adjacent room, thinking that if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have to move. Yet, considering she was his sister, he decided to relent, grabbing a gaming console before heading downstairs. In her room, Harry was tidying up her things, reasoning that the Dursleys had treated her well, and there must be a reason for not allowing her to see the letter. Thus, she focused on packing. Downstairs, Petunia and Vernon were organizing their belongings when a knock sounded at the door. Petunia opened it to find a familiar figure. What are you doing here? Her tone was less than welcoming. A man clad in dark robes stood at the threshold, his expression grim. Yet he made no comment on Petunia's demeanor. I came to see Harry. Petunia stepped aside, allowing the man to enter, saying, we'll step outside. You can talk. And then be on your way. While her tone was not the friendliest, she did not prevent his entry. What do you mean, step outside? Have you gotten yourselves into some trouble? Petunia seemed to recall something. Ah, you are from that school as well. Perhaps you can intervene, she added. That school? The man appeared somewhat perplexed. Petunia called for Harry to come downstairs, and they all took a seat. Vernon scrutinized him, recognizing him as someone he had seen before, but rarely. Harry descended the stairs and spotted the dark-robed man. Uncle Snape, it's been so long. She greeted him cheerfully. Why are you moving? Snape gazed at Vernon and Petunia. Petunia produced a letter and tossed it to Snape. This is it, the letter from your school. Although I never attended, I am well aware of its significance. I do not wish for little Harry to end up like his mother. Snape glanced at the letter. His initial instinct was to question why Harry was not allowed to attend, but upon hearing Petunia's words and observing Harry's familiar eyes and face, he fell silent and slowly spoke. This time, I can protect her. Snape's voice was soft yet clear. Petunia laughed, a derisive sound. And what my sister? How did Lily die? She was so young, and you failed to protect her then. As Petunia spoke, Snape recalled that fateful night, cradling Lily's lifeless body and weeping in anguish. That night was etched in his memory forever. His expression darkened. Now, Lily's only child, entrusted to me, must be cared for. She is like another Lily, so similar in appearance and even in voice. I cannot allow her to enter that perilous world again. Petunia articulated each word with sorrow, while Vernon offered her comfort. Snape contemplated, recalling Dumbledore's words and the name that could not be uttered. His gaze gradually grew resolute. Regardless of whether she enters that world, that being would still seek out Harry, necessitating her education at school. Without it, she could not safeguard herself. Petunia, observing the determination in Snape's eyes, wavered. She had heard of those who would kill indiscriminately, regardless of whether one belonged to the magical realm. And thus, she was uncertain of her ability to protect Harry. At that moment, Harry was bewildered. She understood that her situation was perilous. Someone sought to kill her, and her parents had perished because of that individual. Yet Aunt Petunia did not wish for her to delve into this dangerous world, while her mother's dear friend, Uncle Snape, encouraged her to embrace it. Tentatively, she raised her small hand. So, can I choose for myself? Upon hearing Harry's words, Snape and Petunia ceased their quarrel and turned their attention to her, exchanging glances. Then let her see the letter. Let her make her own choice. Snape concluded, handing the letter to Harry. She opened it and began to read slowly. Chapter 60, The Decision. Having finished reading the letter, Harry finally grasped its contents. It was a missive from the magical world, a realm many children yearned for. Yet now, she hesitated, for she trusted Aunt Petunia. She glanced between Snape and Aunt Petunia. So, can you tell me how my parents died? Snape turned his head, unwilling to meet her gaze. He could never reveal the circumstances of Lily's demise. Petunia gently stroked Harry's hair. I'm so sorry, dear. Annie does not know what transpired. I only know that someone murdered your mother, and shortly thereafter, you appeared on our doorstep. Harry pondered for a moment, her resolve solidifying. I have made my decision. Aunt Petunia, thank you for your years of care. I wish to uncover the truth behind my parents' tragic demise and seek vengeance for them. Petunia embraced Harry tightly. Very well, given your resolve, you must ensure your own safety. Snape nodded, glancing at the time. Since it is getting late, I shall take my leave. In a few days, I will return to take Harry shopping for school supplies. Snape stood and, having spoken, departed. After Snape's exit, Dudley descended the stairs, laden with bags. Mother, everything is packed. When shall we leave? Petunia waved her hand dismissively. No need. We are not moving anymore. What? I just finished packing. Meanwhile, within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, Dumbledore gazed out at the moon, questioning Grindelwald. Do you truly believe that sacrificing a child for the sake of peace is justifiable? Perhaps there is no need to sacrifice that child, Albus. There may be other avenues to explore, and the unfolding events will surely present numerous uncontrollable variables. However, if our analysis is correct, that child has already become a Horcrux. If she does not perish, the situation will remain unresolved. Dumbledore's heart was tormented, uncertain of how to proceed. Grindelwald rose and embraced Dumbledore from behind. Do not overthink it. You must take some time to rest, Albus. A few days later, Professor Hermione is going to Diagon Alley today. May I take a day off? In the morning, Anha addressed Nicomir, who was enjoying breakfast. You like it, don't you? Nicomir replied nonchalantly. Yay. Anha quickly finished her breakfast. She arrived at Hermione's house, only to find her absent. Descending the stairs, she noticed the Granger family engaged in conversation with an elderly gentleman. Anha felt a sense of familiarity and approached for a closer look. Godfather, what brings you here? As a teacher, it is only fitting that I accompany the new students to Diagon Alley. Anha sensed something amiss, as her godfather appeared somewhat discontent. Godfather, I can take Hermione to Diagon Alley. You need not accompany us. Grindelwald regarded his protégé, standing to adjust his attire. Not a chance. I certainly must purchase a few items for my daughter-in-law. Grindelwald nodded to Mr. and Mrs. Granger before stepping outside. Anha took Hermione's small hand. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, allow me to lead Hermione in preparing for the upcoming school year. Mrs. Granger expressed some concern, hesitating to voice it, but was silenced by Mr. Granger, who produced a bag of galleons and handed it to Anha. This is for expenses. Do keep an eye on your spending. With that, he escorted Mrs. Granger upstairs. Anha then led Hermione out of the house, where Grindelwald awaited at the entrance. Godfather, all is settled. We may commence our journey. Grindelwald summoned a taxi, relaying the destination before they departed. In the cab, Anha was taken aback, observing her godfather sitting in the front seat, wondering why he had opted for a taxi. Grindelwald adeptly retrieved the fare and handed it to the driver, then turned to Anha. I am not as closed-minded as you might think. On the contrary, I harbor a profound curiosity about Muggle technology. Anha felt a twinge of embarrassment, having been so easily read. Professor Grindelwald, what subject do you teach? Came Hermione's voice. Oh, Hermione, I believe you two could call me godfather or uncle. Either would be acceptable, Grindelwald replied. Hearing his words, Hermione glanced at Anha, who indicated his indifference. With Anna's tacit approval, Hermione spoke up, then let us go with uncle. How did you come to know Anha? I am acquainted with his grandfather. We are friends. Grindelwald responded. Oh, I see, Hermione mused, eager to inquire if he could teach her magic, as Anha often spent his summers learning from his godfather. However, with the driver being a mere muggle, she hesitated to voice her thoughts. After a series of events, Anha and the others arrived at Diagon Alley. Not long after entering, the sound of birdsong filled the air. It was Fawkes. Fawkes, what is the matter? Anha greeted the phoenix. Young Dumbledore is searching for Grindelwald. There is something he needs. Fawkes replied. Anha nodded and turned to Grindelwald. Uncle, Professor Dumbledore is looking for you. You might want to check. Grindelwald also noticed Fawkes and, after a moment, handed a key to Anha along with several galleons. This is a key to Gringotts. There is something inside I need you to retrieve for me. I will come to find you later. Use this money to buy something for young Hermione. Treat her well. Anha nodded, accepting the key and coins. After giving his instructions, Grindelwald hurriedly departed from Diagon Alley. Watching Grindelwald's retreating figure, Anha joyfully took Hermione's hand and led her into a dessert shop. Don't we need to buy something first? Hermione asked, puzzled. Let us have a bite first. You mustn't be too thin. If you are, the clothes I designed for you won't look good, Anha teased, playfully pinching Hermione's soft cheek before starting to order. Chapter 61. Harry as another principal character. Anha and Hermione were waiting for their freshly ordered treats. Hermione was contemplating what to bring home while Anha gazed out the window. Among the throngs of passers-by, Anha spotted a particularly striking figure clad in school attire, though his hair was noticeably less greasy. What caught his attention was the small child he held by the hand. Is that Harry Potter? I never would have guessed. Snape, you old bat. Is this who you are? In Diagon Alley, Snape was holding Harry's hand as he admonished. Stay close. Don't wander off. Okay, Uncle Snape, Harry replied, his eyes wide with curiosity as he attempted to explore, only to be gently pulled back by Professor Snape. What are you looking at? Hermione leaned closer to Anha, having noticed his fixation on the scene outside, sensing the sweet scent of a young girl enveloping him. Anha's cheeks flushed, and he rubbed his nose. It's nothing. I merely spotted one of the school teachers. Hermione, too, had noticed Snape. Is it the one in the black robe? It seems he visited our home last year. Is that his daughter? Is she starting school this year as well? You will know once you go to school. As they spoke, the items they had just ordered arrived, and Hermione and Anha began to feast. On another note, Chio, do you have anything else you wish to purchase? Cedric glanced at Chio Zhang. After a moment's thought, Chio Zhang replied, I wish to buy 2 sets of clothing. I feel like I'm growing so fast lately, and my clothes have become rather short. It has been a while since I last bought any. Very well, let us go and take a look together. A few days after the summer vacation had passed, Chio Zhang realized she did not know Anha's home address and was unsure how to send her a letter. Meanwhile, Cedric had inquired about Chio Zhang's address during their time on the train, and thus began writing to her. Without Anha's address, Chio Zhang could only wait for Anha to send her a letter, but the letters she received were solely from Cedric. As they corresponded, they discovered a mutual affinity and began writing frequently, leading to Chio Zhang inviting Cedric to Diagon Alley to shop. Upon their arrival at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, they admired the beautiful new styles displayed on the walls, both intrigued as they began to browse. Approaching the counter, their attention was drawn to an album. Observing their interest, Madame Malkin handed it to them. This features photographs taken by my store's designer and model. The couple styles within would suit you both splendidly. Cedric and Chio Zhang were astonished to find Anha on the cover of the album, and simultaneously waved their hands in protest. No, Madame Malkin. We are merely classmates. In unison, Madame Malkin, amused by their reaction, chuckled. Very well, you are classmates. If you fancy any of those, do not hesitate to say. The prices are clearly marked. After concluding her remarks, she attended to other customers. Cedric and Chio Zhang perused the album. Is this the person he likes? I don't recall having seen her before. Cedric observed Hermione's image, finding her rather charming, yet she did not ring a bell. She is a first-year student. A newcomer this year, Chio Zhang clarified, pointing at the animated image of Hermione. Let us first procure a wand, then we can look for a cauldron. Snape hurriedly led Harry to the wand shop. As in the narrative, Harry tried numerous wands without settling on one, until he finally chose the twin wand. Snape's expression darkened as he regarded the wand, his countenance soured with the knowledge of who the other twin belonged to. For it was that very wand that cast the spell which claimed Harry's parents' lives. After securing the wand, Snape took Harry to gather various potion ingredients and then led her to the bookstore. Severus, what brings you here? Is this your child? A blond man approached Snape, followed by a somewhat timid boy. Draco, you need not hide behind me. Go and greet that girl. Lucius, having finished speaking, pulled Severus aside. Severus, what do you think of my last proposal? Would you consider becoming the godfather to my child? The little one possesses quite remarkable talents. Severus regarded Lucius thoughtfully before responding. I shall ponder it further. Very well, take your time. By the way, who is this child? Lucius inquired, glancing at the girl conversing with Draco. She is Harry Potter. Lucius's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that this girl was the legendary child who had miraculously survived. All right, Lucius, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take her now. Severus gently patted Lucius on the shoulder. Meanwhile, hello, I am Draco Malfoy. What is your name? Draco smiled at Harry, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort upon seeing her for the first time. Hello, I am Harry Potter. Harry sensed something unusual. There was an unmistakable warmth in his words. Are you Professor Snape's daughter? Draco, having a strong impression of Professor Snape as a formidable wizard and a close friend of his father, inquired. Harry shook her head. I call him Uncle Severus. He is not my father. Draco analyzed the situation carefully. She must be Professor Snape's niece. And with such beauty, being a friend of my father, perhaps a family alliance could be considered. Harry observed Draco lost in thought, a hint of blush creeping onto his face, which struck her as odd. All right, I must go now, Harry. Severus, noticing Draco's flushed cheeks, found it curious. Using a spell to delve into Draco's thoughts, he discerned the boy's musings, his expression darkening slightly. As he departed, he gave Draco's head a sharp tap. A sizable bump quickly formed on Draco's head. After finishing their meal, Anha led her to the wand shop, where they swiftly selected a wand before proceeding to Madame Malkin's robe shop to request several school uniforms. There, Anha encountered two of his friends. Chapter 62, Playtime. Seeing Cedric and Cho, Anha was somewhat astonished. Had they progressed so quickly? Long time no see, Cedric, Cho. Anha approached with a greeting, while Hermione held his hand from behind. Cedric and Cho, recognizing the familiar voice, set down their booklets and turned to Anha. Long time no see, Anha, they replied in unison. Anha chuckled. You two certainly have a rapport. Allow me to introduce my girlfriend, Hermione Granger. With that, Anha pulled Hermione forward to introduce her to his friends. Hermione, now at the forefront, was surprised to discover that one of Anna's friends had an Asian visage. She stared at Cho in astonishment. Cho and Cedric greeted her in return. Hello, I am Cedric, a third-year Hufflepuff student. Hello, I am Cho Chong, a second-year Ravenclaw student. Greetings, I am Hermione Granger, though I am yet to discover my house. Hermione cast another glance at Cedric. Although he lacked the charm of her beloved Anha, he was still quite admirable. When Hermione spotted the album in his hands, a sense of familiarity washed over her. She pointed to the album and inquired, What is this? Cedric appeared, slightly taken aback. Isn't this the one you took with Anha? You didn't know? Anha's eyes lit up as he snatched the album and began flipping through its pages. Did you finish it so soon? Hermione recalled that these were indeed the photos they had taken previously. I want to see. Let me have a look, Hermione. Anha casually flipped through the album and nodded before passing it to Hermione. It's quite nice. Take a look. As Hermione took the album and began examining it, she was astonished to find that the images moved. After all, the photographs she had received earlier were all still. Why can this photo move? Hermione inquired, turning to Anha. There's a potion that can animate photographs. By the way, you should pay attention in potions class. After all, the teacher has a rather volatile temperament. Anha pondered the image of Snape, uncertain whether his disposition would remain as sour now that Harry was attending classes. Hermione tilted her head, glancing at Cedric and Cho. Is he really that terrifying? Yes, just a potions teacher. ISNTE? Cedric and Cho nodded in agreement. Observing their expressions, Anha reflected for a moment before speaking. In truth, Professor Snape isn't all that fearsome. Yes, just a bit brooding. He actually treats students quite well. Perhaps he endured some bullying in his youth, leading to his outwardly harsh demeanor, but deep down, he is a caring teacher. Before Anha could finish, Hermione urgently tugged at his sleeve. Noticing the uneasy expressions on Cedric and Cho's faces, Anha looked at them with confusion. What's wrong? I didn't say anything incorrect, did I? Why do you all look as if you've seen a ghost? Is there something behind me? Professor Snape, when did you arrive? He asked, his tone somewhat sardonic. Snape, holding Harry's hand, chose not to react further, leaving behind a terse warning. Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I shall treat you well. With that, he led Harry away to purchase clothing. Watching Snape depart, Anha rolled his eyes and then turned back to Cedric and Cho. You two continue shopping. Hermione and I need to leave. She still has a few things to buy. Enjoy your time. He patted Cedric on the shoulder, casting him a knowing look. Cedric, momentarily stunned, blushed slightly and nodded, watching as Anha took Hermione's hand and walked away. Cho seemed to sense something, narrowing her eyes at the two. Once outside Madame Malkin's robe shop, Anha held Hermione's hand. Why are we walking so fast? Are you feeling guilty? Hermione asked, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Anha. Guilty about what? That girl. She's Asian, has a Chinese name, and even confessed her feelings to you. Anha, exasperated, pinched Hermione's cheeks. Are you being foolish? I'm your boyfriend. Do you really doubt me like this? Hermione swatted Anha's hands away, rubbing her slightly flushed cheeks. Then why are you walking so fast? Anha placed his hand on her face to gently massage it. Was he being too forceful? Perhaps a little. It was somewhat painful. Wait, that's not the point. Don't change the subject. Hermione looked at Anha, her cheeks puffed up. As he continued to rub her face, he felt a twinge of concern. C'est dit fancy Joachang. So Madame Malkin had given us the clothes, allowing us to leave. Can't we just let them enjoy their time together? Moreover, my appreciation lies with Chinese culture. I would tea like someone simply because they are Asian, so rest assured. Besides, she is not nearly as adorable as you. Upon hearing his words, especially the last remark, Hermione felt a bit shy and swatted his hand away. Fine, I suppose I can forgive you. So where are we headed now? Anha raised his finger, pointing to a building. We're off to Gringotts to retrieve my teacher's belongings. Anha led Hermione into Gringotts. Harry, what kind of animal do you like? How about a snake? Severus Snape guided Harry to the pet shop, where an array of pets dazzled the eye. Harry glanced around and shook his head, then tugged at Snape's sleeve. Uncle Severus, I don't want a snake. Can I have an owl instead? Severus initially intended to persuade Harry about the merits of a snake, but upon seeing Harry's adorable, blinking eyes, he decisively took Harry to the adjacent owl shop. Come on, Harry, choose one that you like, Snape encouraged, allowing Harry to pick freely. Harry scanned the options, and her eyes lit up when she spotted a white owl. Uncle Severus, that white one looks lovely. I want that one. Snape assessed the choice, and, deeming it acceptable since Harry liked it, swiftly made the purchase and handed the owl to her. Now you should give a name. Observing the quietly sleeping owl, Snape suggested that Harry name it. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, let us call her Hedwig. Harry left the shop feeling delighted, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, after a long day, Hermione sighed. Let us rest well. Goodbye for now. She nodded in acknowledgement. Don't stay up late reading. If I find you with dark circles under your eyes tomorrow, you'll be in trouble. Hermione nodded, superficially agreeing. Chapter 63. Anha, you actually drugged me. He first approached the workbench, picking up several compact mirrors to tinker with. He was attempting to convert these small mirrors into communication devices powered by magic, yet he remained perplexed about how to facilitate long-distance communication through magic. The next day, Anha observed Hermione, who bore dark circles under her eyes, and squinted. What time did you sleep? Be honest. Hermione felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't sleep late. Did I? Are my dark circles really that severe? Anha retrieved a mirror and positioned it before her. Take a good look. You've got two panda eyes and still question its severity? Hermione examined her reflection and felt it wasn't that bad. It's fine, Anha. I'm not tired at all. Anha sighed and shook his head. All right, I can't seem to convince you. After speaking, he produced a vial of potion and handed it to her. What is this? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued by the contents of the bottle. This is the wakeful elixir. It invigorates you and alleviates fatigue. Hermione scrutinized the vial, recalling that she had heard him mention it before. She picked it up and shook it, the liquid swirling within. Do not consume too much. A sip lasts for 2 hours. Anha observed Hermione's excitement and couldn't help but chuckle. After drinking, Hermione returned the vial to Anha, looking at him with a puzzled expression. What are you laughing at? And why do you carry such a potion with you? Anha paused for a few seconds, contemplating his response. Do you remember what I said last night? Hermione pondered for a moment. You mentioned that you wanted me to look good. Look at what? Anha shook his head and began to count down. 5, 4. Realization dawned on Hermione, and just as she attempted to flee from Anha's room, her limbs weakened, and Anha caught her. That is not an invigorating potion. You dare to trick me? Hermione exclaimed before succumbing to sleep. Anha gazed at the slumbering Hermione. I knew you would sneak in an all-nighter. I merely acted in your best interest. Sleep well. With that, he gently placed her on the bed and tucked her in. Observing her peaceful form, the slight curve of her lips, and her delicate eyelashes, he felt an overwhelming desire to kiss her, yet he refrained, opting instead for a discreet peck on her cheek. Rest well, my dear rebellious little lion. Anha admired the beauty of Hermione as she lay like a sleeping princess before he departed, returning to the teacher's residence. Perenelle, noticing Anha's solitude, inquired, why has Hermione not come today? She was disobedient and stayed up reading. I sent her to bed, Anha replied. Perenelle nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of rest. Indeed, you made the right choice. All right, Grandma Perenelle, I shall go to class now. With that, he entered the classroom where Nicomel awaited. Teacher, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Nicomel nodded in acknowledgement. It's good that you know. Now hurry and take your seat. Anha quickly complied, settling in as class commenced. Nicomel retrieved a red gemstone. Anha nodded. Do you know what this is? Teacher, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Philosopher's Stone. The legendary substance said to transmute base metals into gold and create the elixir of life. Anha spoke, articulating all that he had learned from memory. Nicomel nodded, affirming Anha's accuracy, though his gaze upon the stone shifted in intensity. You are correct, but do you understand why the Philosopher's Stone is created in such a manner and possesses such immense magical power? Anha shook his head, admitting ignorance concerning its creation. Do you recall the first lesson I imparted when we studied alchemy? Anha contemplated before nodding. The first principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Nicomel nodded. stroking his beard with a serious demeanor. Therefore, do you perceive the Philosopher's Stone as a violation of the first principle of alchemy? Anha pondered for a moment before affirmatively nodding. However, if you were to comprehend the method of creating the Philosopher's Stone, you would discover that the fundamental principle of alchemy does indeed exist. The Philosopher's Stone is subject to degradation. It is merely that you are unaware of this fact. Anha paused, recalling the speculations written on that forum in his previous life. Thus, could it be that the Philosopher's Stone is derived from the transformation of souls? Anha gazed in astonishment at the Philosopher's Stone resting upon the table. Nikomir nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone is crafted from souls. The more vibrant the stone, the greater the number of souls utilized. The stone I possess contains the essence of at least 100,000, if not 1,000,000 souls. Anha was astounded, realizing that the legends were true. Where could so many souls originate? From war, specifically the Muggle Wars, with countless Muggles perishing, particularly during the First World War. Anha pondered this. It seemed plausible, as war is indeed the most effective method for harvesting souls. Yet, a peculiar sensation lingered. Wait, Anha detected a discrepancy. Hold on, teacher. The war commenced in 1914, while you were a 14th century alchemist. How did you survive until the completion of the Philosopher's Stone? Nikomir nodded in agreement. You are correct. However, I began the creation of the Philosopher's Stone in the 15th century. Due to the scarcity of souls, the stone remained in a semi-finished state, yet even in this form, it possessed some of the magical properties of transmutation and the elixir of life, albeit with diminished efficacy, allowing for the occasional production of a few vials of the elixir each day. Anha felt enlightened and began to engage in discussion with Nikomir. How delightful it is to sleep. Hermione opened her eyes, stretching languidly as she sat up. HM, this does not seem to be my room. Hermione surveyed her surroundings, furrowing her brow. This chamber appeared to be Anha's. Nearby, Anha was engrossed in writing at his desk, acknowledging Hermione's awakening without addressing her, as she was likely still a bit dazed from her slumber. Anha, you have drugged me. Chapter 64, The Three Young Ones. As Hermione regained her senses, she realized how she had ended up in Anha's room. Anha continued to reflect, noting that indeed, everyone possesses a different constitution. Hermione had only slept for a short while she had already rested for 3 hours. Hermione sat up, glaring at Anha with indignation. Anha had completed his notes and turned to see Hermione pouting. He approached her, meeting her gaze. Hermione huffed and turned away. Anha, exasperated, reached out and embraced her. Regardless of Hermione's attempts to push him away, Anha held her tightly. You deceived me. I shall not forgive you. Go away, go away. Hermione's protests rang out. Upon hearing her words, Anha felt something was amiss and released her. Wait a moment. You were the one who deceived me first. We agreed to rest well, yet you stayed up all night reading. I anticipated you would do so, which is why I brought out the sleeping medication I usually consume. And now you blame me? Anha regarded Hermione, perceiving that this young lady had matured and become rather rebellious. Hermione, listening to Anha's words, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. I'm truly sorry. I acknowledge my mistake. Hermione playfully poked her fingers together in an attempt to appease Anha, hoping to quell his anger. Indeed, this tactic proved quite effective against Anha, as he observed the faint blush on her cheeks and smirked in triumph. All right, you may rise. You've been asleep for an entire day. It's time to have something to eat. As summer vacation came to an end, Anha and Hermione boarded the Hogwarts Express. They casually entered a compartment, where Anha and Hermione settled side by side. Anha produced a tea set and began to brew tea. A series of knocks resounded at the door, and a bespectacled girl timidly opened it, inquiring, Hello, may I sit here? Hermione, observing the girl with long black hair and green eyes, smiled warmly and replied, Of course. Please come in. With that, Hermione gently ushered the girl to sit down. The seating arrangement was as follows. Anha by the window, Hermione directly opposite him, and the new girl seated beside Hermione. Anha regarded the girl, lost in thought, until Hermione playfully poked his forehead. What are you staring at? Your girlfriend is right across from you, and yet you're fixated on another girl? I'm merely contemplating. Don't misunderstand, Anha retorted. Hermione rolled her eyes and turned her attention to the newcomer. Hello, I'm Hermione Granger, and this is my boyfriend, Anha Michelle. What is your name? The girl responded. Hello, my name is Harry Potter. Upon hearing the name, Hermione jumped to her feet. You're the boy who lived? Harry, accustomed to such recognition, nodded in affirmation. Hermione excitedly grasped Harry's hand and exclaimed, You are truly famous. I never imagined encountering a celebrity. Harry sighed and replied, It's quite a burden, I assure you. Anha, noting Harry's apprehension, offered her a cup of red tea. Here, have some tea. Hermione can be rather boisterous, so do not take it to heart. Hermione, irritated by Anna's gesture towards Harry, interjected, "Why wasn't he the first cup for me? Harry isn't the one you should be concerned about." "I was referring to him," Anna clarified, pouring another cup for Hermione. "Guests should always be served first, understand?" Hermione accepted the tea with a huff, while Anna poured himself a cup. Before long, there was another series of knocks at the door. When the door opened, a boy with fiery red hair stood before them. "Hello, I see there's an available seat here. May I join you? There are no other spots around." Anna recognized the boy with flame-like hair and freckles. "Certainly. You must be a Weasley." Ron, taken aback, took a seat. "Who are you? How do you know me? With hair like that, it's obvious you're Weasley. You must be Fred and George's brother." "I'm Anna Michelle. This is my girlfriend, Hermione Granger, and this is our new acquaintance, Harry Potter." Ron's expression brightened with realization. "Ah, you're the friend my brother spoke of? Hello, I'm Ron Weasley." Intrigued, Anna inquired, "What do your brothers usually say about me?" Ron pondered for a moment. They claimed he was their affluent benefactor. His mother had discovered the hidden galleons, and under the watchful eyes of the family, they declared him their dear friend who had invested in them. "I could swear that bag of galleons was worth a year's salary of my father." As the train gradually departed, Anna handed Ron a cup of tea. After expressing his gratitude, a brief silence enveloped the compartment until Harry broke the stillness by inquiring, "So, do you all possess magic?" Anna nodded, and Hermione followed suit. Hesitantly, Ron mirrored their gestures. Observing their affirmative responses, Harry felt a pang of self-doubt. Anna, sensing Harry's mood, nudged Hermione. Hermione widened her eyes, thinking, "Anna, how could you kick me?" However, upon catching Anna's subtle cue and sensing Harry's feelings, she quickly grasped Harry's arm. "Harry, you need not worry. In truth, most wizards your age do not wield magic. I learned because Anna, being a second-year student, taught me. As for Ron, it is likely his brothers imparted their knowledge to him." The group turned their gaze towards Ron, eager to hear his response. Feeling their scrutiny, Ron stammered, "I should be able to. Let me give it a try. Fred taught me a spell that can turn a rat yellow, though I have yet to test it." With that, he produced a mouse, placing it on the table, and retrieved an old wand to commence the incantation. "Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this foolish rat yellow." White smoke billowed from the tip of the wand, but the mouse remained unresponsive. The three watched Ron, feeling a tad awkward. "It might be the wand's fault. It's the one I just had left over," Ron defended himself, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. In a corner, a pair of eyes fixated intently on the mouse. Crookshanks had somehow made his way to the doorway, fixated on the rat on the table. Unbeknownst to Ron, Crookshanks was poised to pounce. Just as he leaped, Anna gracefully lifted her wand, and Crookshanks floated in midair, startling the mouse, which trembled on the table. Ron gasped in surprise. "Why is there a cat on the train?" Hermione quickly embraced Crookshanks, apologizing to Ron. "I'm sorry, Ron. Crookshanks is my cat. He was just sleeping, and I forgot." Ron wasn't too upset. He was merely startled and tucked the mouse away, assuring her it was no trouble. Anna, gently cradling Crookshanks from Hermione's arms, whispered something to him. Chapter 65, Chit-Chat on the Train. "That mouse is still useful. Do not catch him. But if you see that mouse in the girls' dormitory, come and inform me." Anna quietly instructed Crookshanks. Though Crookshanks did not fully comprehend, he nodded. After a moment of reassurance, Anna turned to Ron. "All right, you can rest easy now. Crookshanks will not harm your mouse." Ron nodded, feeling relieved. "So was that magic just now?" Harry asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked at Anna. Anna nodded. "That is the levitation charm, which you will all learn. Even Hermione knows a bit about it." Harry glanced at Hermione, who nodded in agreement, recalling that Anna had taught her during the summer. "Hello, children. Would you like some candy?" An elderly woman pushing a small cart passed by. "No, thank you. I have sandwiches," Harry replied, feeling the weight of his pocket and producing a few golden galleons. "I'll take some. Do you think this is enough?" He grabbed a handful and offered it to the old woman, who accepted it and examined the coins. "This is too much," she said, returning the excess to Harry before placing the sweets on their table. "Consider this my treat." Harry graciously acknowledged her. Ron put away his sandwich, while Hermione merely glanced at the sweets before beginning to sample them. "Thank you very much," she expressed, linking her arm with Harry's in gratitude. Anna remained silent, sipping her tea, showing little interest in the snacks. During the journey ahead, she quietly read her book while the trio chatted happily. "What? You're the boy who lived. May I see that?" Ron suddenly realized that the Harry Potter before him was the legendary child frequently mentioned by adults and in books. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Harry hesitated. No one had directly asked to see the scar on his forehead. However, seeing Ron's eager expression, he sighed and brushed aside his fringe, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. Wow, that is so cool. It's proof that you defeated him. You bravely vanquished that person, and this scar is a testament to it, Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Feeling a bit self-conscious, Harry responded, Actually, I was just a baby at that time and knew nothing. Hermione, however, showed little interest in the scar, feeling a pang of sympathy for Harry. After all, it wasn't ideal for a girl to have a scar on her forehead. She turned to Anha and asked, Anha, do you know how to remove that scar? Anha looked from Hermione to Harry, who, along with Ron, was also eager to hear her thoughts, particularly Harry. After a moment of consideration, Anha replied, Perhaps when she grows older, there may be a chance. I sense that the scar resembles a magical mark. When a magic fades, it should heal. Hermione, somewhat puzzled, inquired, So, when Harry grows up and the magic on her forehead disappears, the scar will vanish on its own? Anha shook her head. Of course, it won't just disappear on its own. There are plenty of beauty potions in the magical world, any one of which could restore it. Bruce. Harry is acquainted with a rather skilled potion master. A potion master? Are you referring to Uncle Severus? Harry pondered, realizing that the only wizard she knew was Snape. Anna nodded and said, Your Uncle Severus is indeed a renowned potion master, and also the professor of potions. Uncle Severus once remarked that I should memorize the potions textbook, which has left me little time to peruse my other magical tomes. My brother and his friends frequently speak ill of the potions instructor, who seems particularly inclined to target Gryffindor students, being notably stern in class and often deducting points from Gryffindor. Consequently, the Gryffindor students harbor a strong dislike for him. As Ron vented about Snape, Harry felt a twinge of discomfort and chose to divert the conversation. So what are these houses you mentioned? Ron looked at Harry in disbelief. You mean to say you don't know about the houses? Harry nodded, having been too engrossed in her potions textbook to explore others. Ron began his exposition, albeit colored by his subjective impressions. Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Among them, Gryffindor is the most esteemed, with the current headmaster hailing from Gryffindor, and the deputy headmaster is also the head of Gryffindor House. Gryffindor represents bravery, showcasing remarkable courage and formidable magical talent. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor. In stark contrast, Slytherin values ambition and bloodline, often producing dark wizards upon graduation. Ravenclaw is renowned for its wisdom, while Hufflepuff is celebrated for its loyalty. Ron provided a brief overview, yet it was tinted by his own perspective. Harry refrained from making judgments based solely on Ron's opinions. For instance, while Ron described Uncle Severus as a terrifying figure, her personal experience was that Severus was kind and gentle towards her. What do you think, Anha? Hermione inquired. Glancing at Anha, I can only say that the current relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor is rather strained, so do not let subjective views mislead you. In my opinion, the sorting ceremony seems rather arbitrary. You will know to which house you belong once you pass the assessment. Harry was puzzled. What assessment? Is there a test to enter Hogwarts? I thought we could just enroll directly. Ron replied, Of course their essay test. Otherwise, how would they know which house suits you? I've heard Fred and George mention that the test involves defeating a troll. Harry felt a wave of confusion. She had seen mentions of trolls in her potions book and was well aware of their strength, suddenly feeling that admission would be quite challenging. Meanwhile, Hermione turned to Anha, asking if it was indeed like Ron described. Anha pondered for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Upon seeing Anha's affirmative expression, Hermione's face paled slightly. As their conversation flowed, Hogwarts drew near. Anha stood up, pulling Ron out of the compartment, along with the rat Scabbers. We're almost there. I think you should change into your uniforms. Chapter 66, The Pensive Hall. After both had changed into their uniforms, Anha and Ron began to do the same. Not long after they had finished, the train arrived at its destination. Anha advised Hermione, All right, you should head out now. Just follow that big fellow, she said, pointing to Hagrid, before gently ruffling Hermione's hair and turning to leave. Hermione gazed at Anha's retreating figure in silence. Anha hurried along, soon encountering a few individuals waiting for him. You're so slow. We had to wait for you, Fred remarked, with George nodding in agreement. Anha addressed the trio. All right, enough with the teasing. By the way, I met your brother Ron. Fred and George exchanged knowing glances. And then, did he do anything peculiar? They inquired in unison. Anha shook his head and quipped, You two are quite in sync. Of course, we're twins, Fred replied with pride. They all boarded the carriage drawn by the nightmare. Observing Hall's troubled demeanor, Anha inquired, What's wrong? You seem awfully quiet upon our meeting. Have you encountered something distressing? He glanced at the twins, who shook their heads in ignorance. Anha noticed Hall's troubled expression, wishing to comfort him, but uncertain of the cause. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, they found many already present. Anha parted ways with the group and proceeded to the Ravenclaw table, where Autumn had saved him a seat. although he faced no rejection at school anymore. He still preferred the company of friends. Meanwhile, the newcomers congregated, chattering animatedly. Malfoy remained unchanged, flanked by two sycophants, boasting amidst the crowd. As he spoke, he spotted Harry and Hermione walking hand in hand, followed by Ron, though Malfoy overlooked Hermione, sensing an opportunity to show off upon seeing Harry. He noticed Ron trailing behind them and thought, what a perfect chance. Oh, isn't this the disgrace of a pureblood? Look at your pathetic red hair. Your uniform is surely too large for your brother. From which dumpster did you retrieve your wand? Malfoy unleashed his tirade upon Ron, leaving him crimson with embarrassment. Harry recognized Malfoy as the son of her uncle Severus's acquaintance, a rather odd fellow. Hermione recalled his previous attempt to utter foul language, which Anha had nearly intervened to stop before his father halted him. Irritated by Malfoy's taunts, Harry stepped in front of him and said, "Enough. What benefit do you gain from humiliating others?" Taken aback by Harry's defense of Ron, Malfoy felt flustered, his disdain for Ron intensifying. Why would you help him? He's a Weasley. Weasley, you coward, hiding behind a girl. What a true disgrace to purebloods. Malfoy continued his tirade, relentlessly berating Ron, who was tempted to retaliate but was restrained by Harry. She wished to avoid having her friend expelled for fighting so soon after the term began. Just as the tension reached its peak, Hermione approached, grasping Harry in Ron's arms while fixing Malfoy with a cold stare. What is this? Constantly boasting about your pureblood status? Do you realize that nowadays, people only consider bloodlines when it comes to dogs? As soon as Hermione spoke, a wave of laughter erupted from those around her, except for a few pureblood families who were visibly outraged. Malfoy, recognizing Hermione, glared at her and began to speak. You mud, but before he could finish, Hermione delivered a resounding slap across his face. Anha had emphasized to Hermione that if anyone dared to utter that word in the future, she should respond with force. And if that person retaliated, he would swiftly ensure they understood the consequences of their actions. Malfoy, taken aback by the suddenness of her response, stared at Hermione in disbelief. He never anticipated her to be so decisive. Insults were permissible, but physical confrontation was an entirely different matter. Just as Malfoy contemplated retaliating, a voice interrupted. What are you doing? Why is it so noisy? Naturally, Malfoy would not disclose the incident, as being struck by a girl was hardly a matter of pride. Professor, we were merely having a slight disagreement, he explained. McGonagall nodded and led them to the Great Hall. In the Great Hall, Anha observed the staff table, noting that the Godfather was still seated beside Dumbledore, while on Dumbledore's other side sat Professor Quirrell, his head wrapped in a thick scarf. With the Godfather present, Anha felt reassured that Quirrell was indeed teaching defense against the dark arts, as any significant deviation from the plot could prove problematic. Anha then turned her attention to Hall, whose demeanor seemed off today, warranting further observation. Upon closer inspection, he was seated next to an exceptionally beautiful girl who exuded a distinct Slytherin aura. She leaned closely to Hall, making him appear quite flustered and even blush. Curiously, it seemed that the presence of this girl had caused a noticeable gap between the Slytherins on either side of them, igniting Anha's curiosity. Before long, the first-year students were ushered into the Great Hall for the traditional sorting ceremony. Hermione Granger, McGonagall called out, looking at the name on the parchment. Hermione stepped forward, and the sorting hat was placed upon her head, obscuring her eyes. The voice of the hat echoed in the hall, a remarkably intelligent girl, endowed with extraordinary courage. You truly present a dilemma, Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. Wait, you are Anha Michelle's girlfriend? Oh, that resolves it, Gryffindor. Without allowing Hermione to finish, the hat proclaimed loudly. Stunned, Hermione exited the stage and glanced at Anha, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Anha smiled reassuringly, mouthing that everything would be fine. In truth, Anha was uncertain whether Hermione would end up in Ravenclaw, given her qualifications. However, her placement in Gryffindor was not a concern, as inter-house relationships were certainly permissible. At the staff table, Grindelwald quietly inquired of Dumbledore, Albus, how did young Hermione end up in Gryffindor? Did you manipulate the process? To which Dumbledore replied, Gellert, you may take a guess. There is a reward for a correct answer. Chapter 67, The Little Lion of Gryffindor. Grindelwald gazed at Dumbledore in speechless disbelief, contemplating the myriad of tricks this old man had up his sleeve, while poor Anha was destined for a long-distance romance. At the Ravenclaw table, Anha observed as Hermione was ushered between the Weasley twins, a satisfied nod escaping her lips. Even before the sorting hat ceremony, Anha had instructed the twins to keep an eye on Hermione. Soon, Harry's name was called, and she sat on the chair, awaiting the sorting hat's placement. Beside Grindelwald, Snape watched little Harry with a heart brimming with joy, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. Fred, look at Snape. He's actually smiling. How terrifying. George nudged Fred, whose attention shifted from Harry to Snape. I've been here for so long and have never seen Snape smile. Why is he smiling at Harry Potter? Fred pondered, utterly perplexed. You wouldn't understand. It's rumored that Snape was once forced to be a Death Eater, and seeing the one who defeated that man must have brought him joy. A Gryffindor student remarked, though the accuracy of this information was uncertain. In truth, Harry's uncle was Professor Snape. Hermione interrupted their conversation, and after she spoke, everyone seemed incredulous. Then she must be an exceptional Slytherin, a Gryffindor student chimed in. Meanwhile, the sorting ceremony for little Harry lingered on, and Snape's smile faded. Before the sorting, he had discreetly approached the sorting hat in Dumbledore's absence, imploring it to place Harry Potter in Slytherin, which the hat had readily agreed to. He believed victory was assured. However, the delay was baffling. Returning to the moment Harry donned the sorting hat, it exclaimed, "Ah, you are little Harry. Let me see which house suits you. Clever. With your own thoughts? Excellent. And filled with courage. This truly makes it difficult for me to choose. In Slytherin, you could attain the honors you desire, powerful allies, and like-minded friends. Yet in Gryffindor, you would encounter many fascinating companions. You are quite like your mother, making this choice exceedingly challenging." Upon hearing her mother mentioned, Harry eagerly interjected, "Which house did my mother attend?" "Oh, your mother. Yes, I remember. She was an exceptionally talented Gryffindor. To be honest, I was unsure how to decide. She chose herself. I presented her with 3 houses, and she ultimately selected Gryffindor. Sometimes, it's quite difficult to place the exceptionally gifted young witches and wizards." Upon learning that her mother had chosen Gryffindor, Harry felt resolute and likewise chose Gryffindor. "Well then, Gryffindor," the sorting hat proclaimed loudly. Snape, who had been sipping tea, abruptly spewed it out. "What?" Grindelwald inquired, observing Snape's peculiar reaction. "What is it, Professor Snape? Are you all right? Why the excitement?" Snape wiped his mouth, shaking his head in response. "No, I have nothing in particular to discuss. It merely strikes me as curious that this child, seemingly a Slytherin, was sorted into Gryffindor by the sorting hat. Who knows? Perhaps it is part of Albus's design. You must be aware that Albus often engages in such schemes." "I'm not quite certain." Severus, upon hearing this, found some merit in the observation, yet, still amidst the banquet, he could only cast a disgruntled glance at Dumbledore, planning to inquire further after the meeting concluded. Meanwhile, Grindelwald was aware of his plan's success, smiling quietly without uttering a word. Once the sorting of Harry concluded, she descended to the Gryffindor table. Ron was eager to invite Harry to sit with him, but Hermione swiftly intervened, pulling Harry to her side. What followed was the usual course of events, leading to Dumbledore's address. The sound of clinking glasses echoed, ushering in silence as Dumbledore rose to speak. This year, with the joint approval of the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Governors, Professor Grindelwald will take on the role of physical education instructor, while our defense against the dark arts class will be taught by Professor Quirrell, who has taken a year's respite. Let us extend a warm welcome with our applause. Following the applause, Dumbledore announced another matter. First-year students, the Forbidden Forest is off-limits. It is our restricted area. Additionally, our caretaker, Filch, wishes to remind you that if you prefer to avoid untimely demise, do not venture into the corridor on the right side of the 3rd floor, as it too is forbidden. After concluding his speech, the welcoming feast commenced, with house elves delivering food to the tables, and everyone began to partake in the meal. Elsewhere, Severus furiously pushed open the door to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was reviewing the backgrounds of the new students, while Grindelwald sat in a corner sipping tea. Observing Dumbledore's calm demeanor, Severus felt uncertain about whether Dumbledore had given the sorting hat any directives. "Severus, what troubles you?" Dumbledore inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Severus's, a spark of intrigue dancing in his eyes. Severus, feeling a heaviness in his heart, replied, "I have come to inquire why Harry was sorted into Gryffindor rather than Slytherin." Dumbledore regarded Severus in silence for a moment, then glanced at Grindelwald before responding. "The sorting hat possesses its own reasoning. Allowing it to sort students is a long-standing tradition at Hogwarts. If you truly wish to know, perhaps you should ask it directly." He gestured toward the sorting hat resting on the shelf. With narrowed eyes, Severus scrutinized Dumbledore, perpetually puzzled by the man's thoughts. Nevertheless, since he had agreed to this, he approached the sorting hat. "Did you not promise me that Harry would be placed in Slytherin?" Severus confronted the hat, indifferent to whether Dumbledore was aware of this, as he firmly believed Dumbledore certainly was. "Oh, I see your urgency, but do not rush. This matter is neither particularly long nor short. If you wish for brevity, I shall elaborate at length, and if you desire length, I I shall condense it. What would you prefer to hear? Severus glared at the Sorting Hat, veins standing out on his forehead, fists clenched, and through gritted teeth, he demanded, the short version. Chapter 68, Conflict. I can merely offer suggestions. Thus, it was that little fellow who chose Gryffindor for himself. The Sorting Hat spoke swiftly and fell silent thereafter. Snape listened, perplexed by the brevity of the moment. Why was it so short? Is it not the case that short tales become lengthy, and lengthy tales grow short? The Sorting Hat remained unresponsive. Gazing at it, Snape found himself tempted to dismantle the hat. Yet Dumbledore intervened just in time. Snape fell silent, yet quietly protested, suggesting that Gryffindor was not free from harassment, insinuating that a trap had been subtly laid. Shortly after Snape's departure, Grindelwald chuckled heartily, exclaiming, You never cease to amuse me, Albus. It seems you have indeed set a trap for him. Grindelwald's laughter rang out as he regarded Dumbledore, who looked back at him with a puzzled expression. Gellert, when did I ever set a trap? I have never been in collusion with the Sorting Hat. You seem to have forgotten that I was with you all along before the sorting. Grindelwald's mirth faded. I assumed you had spoken to the Sorting Hat beforehand. Dumbledore shook his head. The Sorting Hat administers its duties impartially. No one can interfere with the sorting process. Upon concluding his statement, both Grindelwald and Dumbledore regarded the Sorting Hat with curiosity. Elsewhere, a letter was folded into a paper crane and set free, soaring with the wind into the headmaster's office, where it landed quietly upon the desk. The two men observing the Sorting Hat remained oblivious to its arrival. After completing his task, Anha resumed his research on magical communication tools, retrieving his notebook alongside the professor's notes. Noticing Dumbledore's expression, Grindelwald inquired, prompting Dumbledore to share the contents of the letter and everything he knew. After a moment of contemplation, Grindelwald remarked, I am uncertain, yet it feels somewhat familiar, akin to a blood curse. Do you recall Nagini, the child who sought to prevent Credence from aligning with me? She bore the mark of a blood curse. Dumbledore nodded, agreeing that the matter concerning the squid bore similarities to a blood curse. This situation warranted further observation before any decisive action could be taken. As he spoke, Dumbledore inscribed a name upon a piece of paper, folded it neatly, and sent the paper crane into flight once more. The crane flapped its wings, darting out of the window. On Anha's side, a paper crane fluttered in, landing gracefully. Anha caught the crane and opened it, revealing a single name inscribed upon the parchment, Cassandra. Cassandra? That name sounds familiar, but is there nothing else? Are my previous suggestions devoid of merit? Anha perused the letter, finding it indeed lacking further information. With a sigh, he gathered his belongings and retired for the night. The following day, Anha awoke and engaged in his usual morning exercises. A multitude of individuals gathered along the shores of the Black Lake, jogging, yet the number was noticeably fewer than the previous academic year, suggesting that many had grown complacent during the summer break. Numerous first-year students failed to comprehend the necessity of such exertion. Upon concluding his workout, Anha made his way to the Great Hall. Just as he was about to take a seat, a familiar voice called out to him, Anha, come here quickly. Hermione was waving at Anha, who noticed her and slowly approached. What's the matter? Do you miss me? Anha inquired, gently ruffling Hermione's hair. Hermione shook her head and replied, No. I merely wanted to introduce you to my roommates. Harry is in the same dormitory as me. Anha introduced herself before mentioning Hermione's two roommates, engaging in a brief conversation, during which Anha took note of the two. Anha gently pinched Hermione's left cheek and cautioned, I have something to attend to. If you go to class, make sure to sit beside Harry in potions, and if you see a cat in transfiguration, behave yourself. I will find you when I have the time. Be good. Harry chimed in to comfort her. Perhaps Anha genuinely has matters to attend to. This is Hogwarts, and you're not solely relying on your senior Anha. You have us as well. Spending time with friends is part of life, is it not? Hermione nodded and expressed, I just want to clarify why I must sit next to you in potions, and why I must behave when I see a cat in transfiguration. Harry shook her head and replied, in potions, it might be because the professor is Uncle Severus. As for transfiguration, I have no idea. However, since Anha mentioned it, it would be wise to heed her advice. After all, she has been at Hogwarts a year longer than us. One of the roommates spoke up, while the other nodded in agreement. Well then, let's be off and prepare for class, Harry suggested as she tidied up the remnants of their meal. Meanwhile, Anha had just spotted Hall and Cassandra, who was holding Hall's hand. They appeared to have just finished breakfast. Anha walked over, intending to greet Hall with a friendly tap on the shoulder. Hall, good morning, smack. Just as Anha's hand was about to make contact, a cold hand forcefully swatted her away, followed by a frigid voice. Get away, you filthy hand. You ugly German. Chapter 69. The Barlow family. Anha stared at her reddened hand, frowning in disbelief at the woman's aggression. Anha, are you all right? I truly apologize. Your has a terrible temper. I'm sorry, Cassandra said, frowning as she firmly pulled Hall away. Come on, Hall. Let us not pay attention to this German. With that, she yanked Hall away forcefully. Wait, you think you could just hit someone and leave? How barbaric. Is this the upbringing you have as an Englishwoman? Anha exclaimed, grabbing Hall's other hand. Yor narrowed her eyes and warned, I don't want to repeat myself, German. Don't make me take action. Anha was unfazed. Come on, do you think I fear you? Hall looked between the two. You two can fight, but could you please let go of me first? I'll be torn apart. At Hall's words, both released their grip, and he promptly slumped against the wall while Yor raised her fist. Anha widened her eyes, thinking, wait, isn't this supposed to be a magical duel? Anha swiftly dodged left and right, evading Yor's swinging punches with no time to draw his wand. Nearby, Hall shouted, Anha, run. Yor has practiced Muggle martial arts. Heeding Hall's warning, Anha found himself at a loss and could only absorb a few punches to create some distance. With a flick of his wrist, a black feather emerged. Black feather, give me a hand. Certainly. The black feather charged directly at Yor, catching him off guard, but Yor retaliated with a left hook, sending black feather flying. Observing this, Anha couldn't help but scoff. How weak. However, it mattered little, as Anha had already drawn his wand, resolved to unleash his full power. Azure flames erupted from the wand, transforming into a swarm of crows that surged toward Yor. Yet Yor, quick on his feet, evaded the diving fiery crows and charged straight ahead, crackling with electric energy. Anha gasped in shock. What the heck is going on? The distance between them diminished rapidly, and as Yor approached, a flickering green light appeared, and thick vines rapidly ensnared Yor, binding him tightly. No matter how much electricity Yor discharged, it proved futile. Anha pointed his wand at Yor's forehead and declared, time for a good sleep, causing Yor to collapse unconscious. He allowed the vines to continue binding her before striding over to Hall, pulling him up from the ground. Now, tell me, who is this crazy woman? Your girlfriend? Anha teased. Hall nodded. Indeed, she is my fiancée. Anha's eyes widened in disbelief. What, you're engaged? To this woman? Hall affirmed, adding, I only found out during the summer. Her parents were killed by Germans, and she just held back. Anha looked perplexed. You mean she was holding back after fighting so fiercely? Hall remained silent, leading Anha to Yor's side, where he reached into her belongings and pulled out 2 long daggers. Anha gazed at the weapons and pointed. Are these allowed at school? Hall sighed. She is a secret assassin trained by her family from a young age, proficient in many Muggle martial arts. My family arranged for us to meet when we were children, but I don't recall it. The assassin decides whom to follow, and I am the least capable in our family. You was the last choice, forced to select me. Anha fell silent, pondering the nature of Hall's family, which seemed more formidable than his own. Hall continued, I only recently learned all this. I know she harbors some bias against Germans, so I didn't mention it beforehand, fearing you might confront her directly. But I didn't expect you to come anyway. Anha looked at Hall. Did you really think I wouldn't care about you? Besides, since she is your protector, you ought to adopt a more assertive demeanor, rather than appearing so timid. Show your ambition as a Slytherin. Right, Cassandra? Hall turned to Yor, who regarded Anha with disdain, coolly retorting. Our matters are not for you to preach about, Anha said with a resigned gesture. Very well. Since you have chosen to hold back, I shall refrain from further comment. However, do remember to exhibit a modicum of politeness upon our next encounter. Let your Slytherin upbringing shine through. Do refrain from such behavior. You ought to heed my words, if you please. Hall's tone was somewhat resolute as he gazed intently at Yor. Yor's cheeks flushed crimson, and with a dismissive huff, she turned her head away, taking Hall's hand to depart. Upon opening the door, Grindelwald was already seated elegantly at the table, sipping tea. What do you think? That young lady is no ordinary individual, he remarked, casting a glance at Anha. The Barlow family is scarcely known within the wizarding realm, not due to a lack of strength, but rather because of their unique nature. They may be regarded as the custodians of the magical world, possessing an adept cadre of assassination squads. The magical realm is not as naive as one might assume. Beneath its surface glory lies an abundance of darkness. The presence of custodians serves to prevent such shadows from surfacing. They remain neutral, much like my past relationship with Albus. Even in opposition, they do not intervene, resulting in their diminished visibility and the general ignorance of their existence within the magical community. They're the sole family that has thoroughly integrated into the world. Thoroughly integrated? Anha inquired, bewildered. The notion of custodians within the magical realm had astounded him. He had suspected that the magical world was not as pristine as it appeared, yet he had not anticipated the existence of such a force to maintain its facade. The Barlow family is not entirely a single entity. Its members are dispersed among various families, adopting different names. thus forming a collective that is woven into the fabric of society. Grindelwald regarded Anha, revealing much of what he knew. Anha, in turn, pondered deeply, for this world was utterly unlike the one he had known. Female Harry, the emergence of deities, and the enigmatic Barlow family. So, Godfather, do you think they will impede our plans? Anna's gaze shifted to Grindelwald, his expression changing. Grindelwald set down his teacup, lightly tapping the table with his fingertip as he contemplated. I doubt it. My associates have already begun to infiltrate the European magical community. They should be taking action, since they did not thwart my previous endeavors. I believe they will not interfere this time either. Anha nodded, his thoughts turning hesitant. As for my father, he has already consented. The German Ministry of Magic is aligned with us now. However, I still harbor a concern regarding Professor Dumbledore. I find myself somewhat uneasy. Grindelwald chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Albus is already in my camp. He is aware of our plans, and his sole request is to minimize casualties, likely a result of a shock he experienced from the Muggle atomic bomb that year. Chapter 70. Class Anha regarded Grindelwald with silent incredulity, reflecting, how disheveled you were in 1945, and how jubilant you appear now. He nodded thoughtfully and spoke. Then I must hasten my preparations. Patience is a virtue. I cannot hastily entrust my people to you. You must first cultivate your own talents. By the way, the Ministry of Magic in Britain is a matter you must resolve independently, just as I have. I promised Albus that I would never interfere in British affairs. Anha gazed at Grindelwald in silence, contemplating like you, to dismantle London. Sensing Anha's unspoken concerns, Grindelwald addressed him. The current state of Britain is quite tumultuous. You need not resort to violence, and my previous actions were compelled. Enough said. I shall take my leave. With that, he stood and departed. Anha watched Grindelwald's retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips as he retrieved a notebook from the shelf and began to scribble notes. After a while, he closed the notebook and picked up a textbook, preparing for class. Meanwhile, Harry, who is that seat next to you reserved for? A roommate inquired, pointing at the empty chair beside Harry. Oh, that is for Ron. I suspect he'll be late, so I saved it for him. Hermione tugged at Harry's sleeve and whispered, Harry, look quickly. There's a tabby cat on the podium. I wish to pet her. Harry, observing Hermione's eager demeanor, recalled Anha's earlier words to them and promptly urged, let us not forget Anha's advice. We should settle down and review the material for the upcoming lesson. With that, she opened her Transfiguration textbook, and Hermione, along with her roommates, also remembered Anha's counsel and began to study while others continued their chatter. Gradually, many young wizards entered the classroom, with some girls rushing to the podium to observe the tabby cat, though none dared to touch her, as she appeared rather fierce. Meanwhile, a few boys engaged in playful antics within the classroom. Thank you. I'm relieved I asked you to save a spot for me before we parted last night. It seems the teacher is not yet here. Shoo, do not speak, Harry interrupted Ron, signaling for silence as she returned to her reading. Although puzzled, Ron complied and quieted. The tabby cat on the podium, observing the classroom gradually quieting, nodded before leaping down and transforming into Professor McGonagall. The students were left in awe, particularly those who had approached the cat, who now felt a twinge of fear. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's praise, Harry and Hermione felt a surge of happiness. After the initial lecture, Professor McGonagall swiftly commenced the lesson. Elsewhere, Anha arrived at the lawn, watching an enthusiastic Grindelwald and inwardly critiquing him. Grindelwald, noticing Anha's gaze, smirked with mischief. He clapped his hands, drawing the attention of all present. The Ravenclaw students gathered around him obediently, taking their seats. Anha faced Grindelwald, eager to hear what he had to say. You may have heard of my legend. Now let us discuss my experiences. I have witnessed much. It was a Muggle who ultimately compelled me to teach this subject. The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom how a mere Muggle could influence a dark wizard's convictions. Anha pondered for a moment and deduced that it must be Jacob Kowalski, who had managed to fell a wizard with a mere suitcase. It was astonishing that a Muggle dared to raise a wand against the Godfather. This Muggle happened to be the beloved of one of my subordinates, and in a bid to save his beloved, he resolutely brandished a wand at me. Most of the wizards present gasped in astonishment, yet upon further reflection, some began to sense something amiss, prompting one to raise his hand and inquire, Professor, how does that Muggle possess a wand? Because your esteemed headmaster Dumbledore provided him with a fake wand, I replied. His audacity truly surprised me, and he even managed to incapacitate several of my subordinates with just a suitcase. Thus, in the wake of my defeat, I have continually pondered why a mere Muggle could traverse through so many of my guards to confront me. This leads me to believe that contemporary wizards lack sufficient training. I have observed that young wizards who engage in rigorous training can enhance the quality of their magical abilities, which is why I have initiated this course. With that, I cast a glance at Anha. Anha sensed an ominous turn of events as Grindelwald rose and pulled him up, giving his back a hearty pat. This fellow is well known to us. I've been supervising his training since childhood, and now his physique is remarkably robust. With that, taking advantage of Anha's momentary distraction, he tugged at his clothing, revealing a set of well-defined abdominal muscles. Oh, the girls erupted in a flurry of excitement. Anha quickly covered himself. His face flushed as he questioned the godfather. What are you doing? Grindelwald waved his hand dismissively. What's wrong with showing off muscles developed through training? Is it not permissible to admire them? Anha was left speechless. Everyone was well aware of Anha's prowess. His formidable magical strength was not solely due to his unique physique, but also a foundation built upon long-term training. Furthermore, when you find yourself without a wand, you should not be rendered helpless, Grindelwald stated earnestly. Many Ravenclaw students found themselves swayed by Grindelwald's words. After class, he assigned a task, instructing the students to explore the library where books left by Gryffindor were stored, deeming it significant for their physical education. Chapter 71. A touch. Anha subsequently attended Snape's potions class, which seemed to be a more relaxed affair as he was likely preparing to teach first years in the afternoon. And he did not impose undue difficulty on the students, leading to a straightforward conclusion of the lesson. At noon, Anha ventured alone into the Great Hall, which was already bustling with people. As was his custom, he settled into his usual corner. Shortly thereafter, two loquacious individuals arrived. Fred plopped down beside Anha, while George nodded in agreement with Fred's remarks. Calmly consuming his meal, Anha spoke up. The new transfer student possesses a strong sense of possessiveness and a rather ruthless demeanor. Should you continue to tease Hall, I will not be responsible for any repercussions. Fred shivered slightly, and George interjected, Is it really that exaggerated? Anha nodded, sipping his soup. That is his fiancée, rumored to be particularly formidable. And she harbors a disdain for Gryffindor and Germans. Quite coincidentally, the three of you embody those traits. Cedric approached from the side to share the intelligence he possessed. Anha, having finished his meal and wiped his mouth, spoke up. I have known for a long time and have indeed faced her. It is true. The three looked at Anha in astonishment, unable to believe what they were hearing. Anha waved his hand dismissively. It's confirmed. No need to keep looking. Cut it out. They chorused in unison. Anha, Hermione exclaimed, approaching with a fiery demeanor. Anha, perplexed, gazed at Hermione, while the other three had already fled. What is it, little ancestor? Anha extended his arms, inquiring. This morning in gym class, did you show someone your abs? Anha, bewildered, asked, Where did you hear that? Hermione glared at him angrily. Those girls have been gossiping behind your back, claiming you are handsome with an admirable physique. I haven't even seen it, and you showed someone else? Anha was at a loss for words, and he recounted what had transpired in class, leading Hermione to understand the situation. However, I don't care. I still want to see, she declared, reaching for Anha's shirt. Anha quickly covered himself. Don't pull, don't pull. There are so many people here. Do you want to reveal it to everyone? Upon hearing his words, Hermione halted, gazing at him with watery eyes, her voice soft and pleading. But I want to see too. Anha, speechless, grasped her small hand and slipped it beneath his shirt. You can see it later. For now, you can touch. Hermione, feeling the warmth beneath her palm, blushed and, after a brief moment, withdrew her hand, shyly remarking, You promise to show me next time. Anha affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair. Of course, but you must behave. Hermione nodded in agreement. Hermione, we must be going. Weren't we just supposed to check the hall? Harry's voice interrupted as he approached, carrying several books. All right, Harry, then farewell. Anha waved simply, watching the two walk side by side. Harry handed Hermione her books. Here, your books, flaunting your romance in broad daylight. How lovely. As he passed the books, he inquired, What's this? Are you looking for someone too? But aren't you still quite young? Harry rolled his eyes. What? My dear Hermione, aren't you in the same grade as I am? How dare you call me young? Hermione shook her head. No, Miss Harry, you must understand that I am actually about a year older than you. I happen to be born just after the school year began, which is why I am in this year. Harry looked at Hermione, who spoke with utmost seriousness, and was left speechless. All right, yes, you are a year older than I. Impressive. Let's just go read. Hermione, recalling something, asked where's Ron. Isn't he with you? Harry shook his head. I don't know. He disappeared after lunch. I wanted to find him, but I haven't seen him. Very well. Let's immerse ourselves in our books. This afternoon's potions class demands our utmost performance. It is prudent to engage in extensive reading. Hermione, clutching several volumes on potions, insisted that Harry accompany her. After some contemplation, Harry recalled that Uncle Severus had also urged him to delve into potion studies, so he decided to partake. As the subject was indeed quite intriguing, Anna tidied up and prepared to depart. "Hey, German," a frigid voice interrupted. "What is it? Where's Hall?" He inquired, regarding him with a cold gaze. "I lost the last match and refused to accept defeat. I wish to challenge you to a duel." "Choose a time," Anna replied, exasperated. "Why should I? I have no desire to fight. Come on, are you afraid? Say what you will. I simply do not wish to engage in combat. We Ravenclaws do not indulge in excessive displays of martial prowess." Yo, frustrated by Anna's obstinacy, gritted his teeth and proposed, "How about this? If you defeat me, I shall cease to hinder Hall from befriending you all." His tone was heavy, laced with reluctance. Anna regarded her incredulously. "I must admonish you. Hall is your junior. Why should you impede his social interactions? Why does he not resist your influence? To know that, you must defeat me." Shaking her head, Anna replied, "Very well. I have no desire to know. Farewell." As she walked away, he huffed and stamped his foot in frustration. Once Anna had departed, Hall sauntered over leisurely. "I told you, he is not so easily provoked. But does he truly possess the demeanor you describe?" Hall inquired of you, his tone neither submissive nor confrontational, merely conversational. With a sigh, Hall grasped his hand. "Let us proceed. Our family did not send us to this school merely to seek like-minded individuals, but also to uncover the treasures within Hogwarts." After leaving the Great Hall, Anna found herself unoccupied. Her schedule was not fully booked, and with no classes in the afternoon. She intended to continue her exploration of the communication mirror. Meanwhile, the potions class for Gryffindor and Slytherin had commenced. Chapter 72, Potions Class Notes. Snape surveyed the young witches and wizards, searching for a particular student, and soon spotted those familiar eyes by the window. He straightened his posture and observed the surrounding students. Noticing Harry busily writing, he felt a pang of sadness. Had his teaching fallen short? Why was her attention not focused on him? He unconsciously gazed at her, halting his lecture, yet his silence drew the attention of the class to Harry. Hermione nudged her, and Harry looked up, suddenly aware that all eyes were upon her. Realizing his lapse, Snape addressed the class directly. "Well, it appears my discourse has failed to captivate some of you fully. Therefore, Miss Potter, our emblematic representative of the new generation, please enlighten us. What would occur if I were to add powdered daffodil root to the wormwood infusion?" Severus Snape gazed intently into Harry's eyes, while Hermione raised her small hand high beside him. Harry rose to her feet. "Professor Snape, I believe it should be concocted into a highly potent sleeping potion, likely known as the Draught of Living Death." Snape nodded, stepping closer to Harry. His eyes fixed on hers, somewhat pleased with the response. "Very well, but why can't you be certain?" he inquired. "I apologize, but due to your indecisiveness, I cannot award you any points. Furthermore, since you did not pay attention during class, I expect you to visit my office after class. Now please sit down." Snape's tone was stern, though lacking its usual menacing intensity. Hermione, puzzled, wondered what Harry was doing and leaned in to see what was written in her notebook. "Confound the mind, bewilder the senses, earn renown, brew brilliance." Hermione was at a loss for words, staring at Harry. "Why are you jotting this down in class?" Harry blinked. "Aren't we supposed to take notes?" "I recorded what the professor said." "Isn't that expected?" Hermione was speechless, bewildered by how Harry had previously managed her studies. "All right, let me guide you in your learning." Snape's lessons may not have been tedious for Malfoy, Harry, and Hermione, but for Ron, it was undoubtedly a disaster. After finishing potions class, Harry clutched her textbook and made her way to Snape's office, while Hermione and Ron headed to the Great Hall to wait for her. "Knock, knock, knock." Harry rapped on the door. "Enter," came Snape's voice from within. Harry pushed the door open to find Snape seated at his desk. A cup of tea and several pieces of sugar already placed on a side table for conversation. "Uncle Severus, I'm here. At school, you should address me as professor. Please, take a seat. The tea and sugar are prepared for you." Harry settled down, glancing at the tea and sugar on the table, and inquired, "So, Professor Snape, why have you summoned me?" Her sweet voice gently nudged at Snape's heart. "Nothing of great importance, merely honoring your aunt's request to look after you. However, what were you writing during my class?" Snape's tone began to soften. Harry produced her notebook and opened it for Snape to see. "I was taking notes, attempting to capture every word you spoke." Observing the words in her notebook, all of which were his own, Snape felt a surge of happiness, though he concealed it. Simply responding, "Harry, you have a remarkable talent for potions, much like your mother. I hope you continue to cultivate it. Now, I have a few matters to attend to. Please take the sugar with you. If you ever have questions about potions, feel free to ask me." Harry nodded, pocketing the sugar and clutching her book as she departed the office. Watching her retreating figure, Snape exhaled deeply, murmuring, "She truly resembles you, Lily." Upon entering the Great Hall, Harry met up with Hermione and the others, only to find Draco and Ron embroiled in an argument. "Hey, you coward hiding behind the girls. If you have the guts, face me one-on-one instead of lurking behind them. Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Hermione stood firmly between the two, as Draco refrained from provoking her. Yet he felt emboldened to intimidate a Weasley. Just then, Harry approached, observing the heated exchange. "What are you two arguing about?" Upon noticing Harry's arrival, Draco decided to retreat, leaving a taunt behind. "Weasley, you timid fool, if you dare, meet me in the trophy room tonight for a wizard duel. Come if you dare. Who fears you?" Ron shouted defiantly. "Enough, Ron, don't engage with him. His aim is to provoke you. The more upset you get, the happier he becomes," Harry interjected, attempting to calm Ron's rising temper. Hermione, noticing Ron's agitation, turned to Harry and said, "I already tried to reason with him, but he wouldn't listen. You don't understand. He never provokes you. He only targets me. You tell me not to confront him, yet he is always the one instigating." Ron expressed his frustration over recent events. Harry recognized Ron's sense of injustice, yet still wished to console him. But Hermione pulled Harry aside, stating, "In that case, we shall leave him be." Hermione guided Harry away from the Great Hall, leaving Ron alone within its confines. Chapter 73, The Duel, Part 1. "Hermione, are we really going to ignore him?" Harry, being pulled away, glanced back at the fuming Hermione. "We must intervene, otherwise, when he gets caught tonight, Gryffindor will lose points." After finishing his meal, Ron encountered Anha. "Hey, little Ron, why are you here all alone?" Anha greeted Ron, glancing around for Hermione, noticing her absence. "Where did they go?" Ron looked at Anha, recalling that she was Hermione's boyfriend. "What happened? Did you have a fight? You didn't scold Hermione, did you?" Anna squinted at Ron. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Ron began to explain the earlier incident. Listening to Ron's account, Anha began to comprehend the situation. "They meant well, and in my view, they genuinely consider your friend. Your tone was a bit aggressive. I think if you sneak out tonight, Hermione and the others will surely corner you. Make sure to apologize properly then," Anha advised, giving Ron a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Ron gazed at Anha, lost in thought. "By the way, I can teach you a few tricks to deal with Draco. Would you like to learn?" Anha recalled a certain potions professor. Ron's eyes lit up with anticipation at her words. Anha, noticing his eager expression, tapped him lightly on the forehead. "I haven't decided when I'll teach you, but I can't show you anything too powerful. However, I can teach you a humiliating spell. I'll come back in a few days. I need to think carefully about how to instruct you." Ron nodded eagerly and departed the Great Hall with a sense of joy. Anha surveyed the sparsely populated hall, wondering, where has everyone gone? As the new school year commenced, Anha noted the absence of the Weasley twins, Cedric and Autumn Jean, as well as Hall, though he could somewhat comprehend Hall's situation. Where had they all gone? Yet, he did not dwell on it, recognizing that there were matters to attend to at the beginning of the term. After a light meal, Anha made his way to the headmaster's office, uttering the password before pushing the door open. "Headmaster, might I also partake in the design of the challenges? The Philosopher's Stone belongs to my mentor and may one day be entrusted to me," he remarked, observing Dumbledore, who was engrossed in his writing. Noticing Dumbledore's lack of response, Anha took a seat on the sofa, waiting patiently. "You ought to trust the constructs devised by the professors. Moreover, challenges may not solely serve as protection. They can also serve as tests," Dumbledore replied, his voice carrying a hint of guidance. Anha, while chewing on a piece of candy he had taken from the desk, pondered Dumbledore's words. "Your focus should not rest solely on the Philosopher's Stone at this moment. There are numerous responsibilities awaiting you. Do not forget your mission for the greater good, Mr. Michel," Dumbledore added, his tone laced with implication. Anha regarded him thoughtfully, then rose to depart. "Headmaster, perhaps you should keep some fruit in your office. The candy is excessively sweet," he suggested before exiting, sensing something amiss with Dumbledore that day. In the office, Grindelwald emerged, casting a glance at Dumbledore. "Gellert, I truly am not adept at feigning pretense, am I?" Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald, his eyes brimming with emotion. "Indeed, Albus, your tone is rather peculiar, though it is rare to hear such words from your lips," Grindelwald replied, eliciting a smile from Dumbledore. "Do not say that, Gellert. That phrase was conceived together. How could I ever forget? Also, are you perhaps being a bit too stringent with him?" Grindelwald shook his head in response. "I cannot say for certain. I merely sense that things are progressing swiftly. Great matters often begin with small undertakings," he noted. After leaving, Anha proceeded to the library, seeking knowledge to aid him. He picked up a book titled Situation and Policy and began to read. Before long, a pair of delicate hands covered his eyes. "Guess who I am?" came Harry's voice from behind him. Though acquainted with Harry, Anha felt certain she would not obscure his vision. Would she, Hermione? The hands withdrew. Sometimes I truly believe you lack a sense of humor, Hermione remarked as she sat beside him, observing Anha. What book are you both here to read? Anha inquired, his gaze still fixed on the book in hand. Harry and I wish to learn some practical magic to assist us in everyday life, Hermione replied, grasping Harry's hand. Then head to the 8th row of bookshelves behind me, 3rd shelf from the bottom, the 20th book. However, practicing magic in a library is not advisable. I could take you to another place once you've borrowed your books, Hermione suggested. Anha closed his book regarding the two of them, as Hermione nodded and led Harry off to find the book. Anha once again retrieved several tomes concerning the laws of the magical realm. In her previous life, she had diligently pursued her studies, though such subjects were not her forte. Fortunately, her capacity for learning was formidable, and she anticipated no insurmountable difficulties. Before long, Hermione and her companions had catalogued the borrowed books, and Anha guided them to the room of requirement. Upon contemplating the nature of the chamber they desired, Anha ushered Hermione inside. This is the room of requirement, she explained. You may practice your magic here. It is a discovery I stumbled upon, so do keep it secret. Hermione and Harry pledged their discretion, and thus commenced their magical practice. Whenever they encountered a challenge, they would seek Anna's guidance, while she absorbed herself in her reading. In the observatory, Quirrell confronted Snape. Snape regarded Quirrell with a cold gaze, although he had received word from Dumbledore. Hearing Quirrell articulate, it was still somewhat shocking, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. The very thought was unbearable. He had once made a promise to refrain from harming Lily, intending only to eliminate Harry Potter and James Potter. Yet, he had failed. He had taken Lily's life, leaving Harry behind, who was increasingly reminiscent of her. I shall not assist him, Snape vowed. What you do within the school is of no concern to me, but should you lay a finger on Harry, I shall ensure you regret it, Quirrell. Snape spoke through gritted teeth, even seizing Quirrell by the collar. Quirrell, feeling a surge of fear, broke free and retorted vehemently. You will come to regret this, just as you did before, for all eternity. The tone of Quirrell's final words shifted, growing somber. Chapter 74, Lu Wei. Snape observed Quirrell's retreating figure, the weight of those last words hanging in the air, and his expression shifted as he hastened toward the headmaster's office. With a forceful push, he flung open the door, finding Dumbledore calmly inscribing notes at his desk. Snape strode into the office, casting a glance at Grindelwald in the corner, and began, Dumbledore. That individual has possessed Quirrell. Dumbledore removed his glasses, placing them aside, and regarded Snape with a steady gaze. Please, calm yourself, Severus. You claim that this individual has taken possession of Professor Quirrell? What leads you to this conclusion? Taking a deep breath, Snape recounted the recent encounter. Upon hearing Snape's account, Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald, who remained unperturbed, eliciting a sigh from the headmaster. Infuriated by Dumbledore's words, Snape slammed his hand upon the desk. 10 years ago, you spoke thus as well. I pledged my allegiance to you, yet Lily still perished. Unable to remain silent, Grindelwald approached, unable to tolerate such accusations against his dear Albus. Professor Snape, I understand your urgency, yet I implore you to remain calm. Your concern for young Potter is evident, but haste will not resolve our predicament. My protege Anha is involved in the scheme and will ensure Potter's safety. I urge you to place your trust in him. Furthermore, regarding matters outside the plan, you can provide Potter with a measure of protection, cannot you? Grindelwald's words, imbued with a certain enchantment, gradually soothed the agitated Snape. He cast a glance at Grindelwald, then at Dumbledore, before turning to exit the office. Dumbledore regarded Grindelwald with a complex expression. Gellert, your words remain as potent as ever. Grindelwald shrugged. It is not that you have thoroughly considered how to convey the forthcoming plans to him. Moreover, Albus, I have no interest in your plans. Having Anha involved suffices, for I have my own matters to attend to. In the room of requirement, Anha was instructing Hermione in magic when he suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose as he murmured, "A cold?" Nightfall. Ron stealthily exited the dormitory and made his way to the Gryffindor common room. Ron, are you truly going? Hermione stood, watching him tiptoe. Of course. I refuse to be looked down upon by that scoundrel Malfoy. But you are violating school rules, and if Filch catches you, you will face detention, Harry interjected. Ron glanced at Harry and Hermione, his fists clenched, and spoke with newfound confidence. Hermione rolled her eyes at his inexplicable bravado. Let us accompany you. Perhaps a larger group will deter any trouble, Harry suggested, concerned that Ron might wander alone and attract Filch's attention. After a moment's hesitation, Ron acquiesced. The three of them quietly arrived at the trophy room, where they waited for an extended period. I told you, Malfoy must be playing you for a fool, Hermione remarked to Ron. Who knows with him? He is cunning and treacherous. And Hermione nodded, cautioning Harry and Ron to be wary of Filch and his cat. As Anna mentioned, when a cat appears, Filch is often nearby. With that, she took the lead, guiding Harry and Ron out. Upon exiting, Hermione spotted the fat lady and inwardly lamented, "Oh no, it's the fat lady. What's she doing here? Filch must be nearby." Just then, Filch's voice echoed from around the corner. "What is it, fat lady? Have you spotted some sneaky little wizards? Here I come." Hearing Filch, Hermione swiftly grasped Harry's hand and began to run, while Harry pulled Ron along, and they dashed to the 3rd floor. However, as the staircase shifted, they clung to the banister, waiting for it to settle before proceeding. Soon, they entered a dusty corridor with a fat lady trailing behind them, prompting them to sprint towards the door of the last room down the hall. Harry examined the door. "It's locked. What shall we do?" Harry inquired of Hermione, who swiftly moved aside and retrieved her wand, casting an unlocking charm that caused the iron lock to fall from the door, thus granting them entry. The three of them hastily entered the room. Meanwhile, at the corridor's entrance, Filch encountered Madame Loris. His gaze fell upon her and then shifted towards a door, a smile gracing his lips as he lifted Madame Loris and remarked, "Since they have entered, let us forget about them." Hermione pressed her ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds from outside when Ron gave her a gentle pat. "Hermione, do you think the room was locked due to the presence of something perilous? How could there be so much danger?" The following day, Hermione and Harry, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, arrived in the great hall for breakfast. Ron was likely still asleep, and Harry had been roused by Hermione. Upon entering the hall, Hermione quickly spotted Anha, who was having breakfast alone in a corner. She dashed over and embraced Anha. The unexpected collision left Anha momentarily bewildered, and upon noticing Hermione's dark circles, she chuckled. "What's this? Were you out thieving last night to have such dark circles?" Hermione, hearing Anha's playful jibe, lamented about her experiences from the previous night, to which Anha offered her some words of comfort. Meanwhile, Harry was reluctantly awakened early, having been fed a mouthful of dog food. Chapter 75. The story begins so, "From what you say, you encountered Fluffy." After comforting Hermione, Anha recalled that Fluffy was indeed a 3-headed dog. "Fluffy? Anha, do you know that 3-headed dog?" Harry asked with curiosity, eager to understand why such a large creature resided in the room on the 3rd floor. Anha nodded in affirmation, explaining that it's Hagrid's pet, borrowed from the headmaster and placed on the 3rd floor. "What purpose does it serve on the 3rd floor?" Hermione inquired, her interest piqued. Anha regarded the two of them, contemplating whether to divulge more information, but realizing it was part of a plan, she hesitated. Noticing Anha's reluctance, Hermione narrowed her eyes. Her intuition suggested that Anha was privy to some secret. Recalling what she had read earlier, she decided to employ a more charming approach. Leaning against Anha, Hermione pleaded, "Anha, please tell me. If you do, I shall grant you a kiss." Anha, bemused by Hermione's antics, recognized that her playful demeanor might sway him, yet he remained unaffected. He extended his hand and playfully flicked her forehead, then, under the gaze of the two, spoke. "Fluffy guards my teacher's belongings from thieves. That is all I can reveal." And Hermione, that was quite the attempt at charm, but, well, it was ineffective. Perhaps refrain from using it next time. Having delivered his thoughts in one breath, Anha concluded his explanation. Hermione rubbed her forehead, looking at him, while Harry began to ponder. "Oh, by the way, remember to bring Ron to find me. He mentioned wanting to learn magic from me. Just take him to the room of requirement. I must attend to my class now." After gathering his things, Anha gently patted Hermione's head, and her discomfort dissipated. As Hermione gazed in the direction where Anha had departed, she absent-mindedly touched her forehead. "Hey, Hermione, it seems we ought to properly acquaint ourselves with Hagrid, as mentioned by Senior Anha. I believe I have encountered him before. He was quite amiable, though we did not engage in much conversation." Harry waved his hand in front of Hermione, interrupting her contemplation. Hermione nodded. "Then let us go after classes." The morning swiftly passed, and by noon, everyone gathered in the great hall for lunch. Owls delivered mail one after another to the respective tables of the young wizards. "Look, Neville has received a memory ball." A young wizard of African descent watched as Neville opened the object. As Neville held it, the memory ball turned crimson. "I think I must have forgotten something, yet I cannot recall what it was." Hermione stared at Neville in disbelief, pondering the utility of such an item. Neville, being a member of Gryffindor, had been subjected to too many forgetting spells in his childhood, resulting in a poor memory and a somewhat bumbling disposition. Harry picked up a newspaper and patted Hermione on the shoulder. "Shall we read it together?" Hermione nodded. "Of course. What reason do I have to decline?" Harry then glanced at Ron, who was preoccupied with a chicken leg in each hand, and relinquished the desire to call him over. He turned back to Hermione. "Hey, Hermione, did you see? Gringotts has been robbed. It is said that a dark wizard broke in. However, the goblins claim that nothing was stolen. I find that hard to believe, as Professor Snape told me that Gringotts is one of the safest places in the wizarding world." Hermione scrutinized the newspaper closely. "Wait, Harry, I think the goblins might be correct. The Vault 713. I visited it with Anha that day and retrieved something belonging to his professor." Harry looked at Hermione, her expression betraying no deceit. Senior Anha mentioned that someone intended to steal from his professor, and it was indeed a dark wizard. That is why it is guarded by a dragon. Someone is planning to come to Hogwarts to pilfer something. So, Hermione, do you know what that item is? Hermione shook her head. "I am afraid I do not know. I only know it is wrapped in cowhide paper and is about the size of a palm." I asked him about it, but he adamantly refused to tell me, stating that it was not his and he had no right to disclose it. Harry felt a twinge of disappointment, but then recalled something. "Then you must know his professor, right?" Hermione shook her head again. "I have been to his professor's house, but I have never met him. It is rather peculiar. I do not know why. But every time I visit, his professor remains in his room. I only know the professor's name." Harry's excitement grew as she felt she was getting closer to the truth. "So what is the name?" I believe it is Nicodemus." Hermione pondered before speaking. "Nicodemus? That name sounds remarkably familiar. I feel as if I have encountered it before." Harry mused aloud, lost in thought. Hermione observed Harry's contemplation and chose to leave her to it, instead turning her attention to Ron. "Ron, after class this afternoon, let us seek out Anha. He mentioned he would teach you some magic." As Ron listened to Hermione's words, the chicken leg in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and continued to munch on it. In the afternoon, they had a broomstick flying lesson. Gryffindor and Slytherin stood in 2 lines, and Madame Hooch walked through the middle, greeting everyone. "Good afternoon, Madame Hooch." "Good afternoon, everyone." Following a brief introduction, Madame Hooch began her instructions. "Everyone, stand to the left of your broomsticks." In the first round of attempts, only a few young wizards managed to summon their brooms, including Harry, Ron, and Malfoy. Ron's ability to summon his broom drew disdain from Malfoy. Then, in the subsequent round, Madame Hooch instructed, "Now you may grasp your brooms. Remember to hold on tightly and, at the sound of my whistle, rise slowly." Before Madame Hooch could finish her sentence, Neville's broom had already taken flight. The broom lifted Neville slowly, then, with a sudden swoosh, shot away. Longbottom, come down." Despite Madame Hooch's frantic calls, Neville, unable to control his broom, began performing various aerial maneuvers. With a sudden jerk, he was flung off, and amidst the gasps of the crowd and Madame Hooch's concern, Neville found himself dangling high above the castle. Seeing Neville trapped, everyone sighed in relief, including Neville himself. However, his luck quickly turned. With a loud rip, his clothing tore, and he fell heavily to the ground. Gasps filled the air. Knowing it must have hurt immensely, Madame Hooch rushed over to assess his injuries. "Oh my goodness, thankfully it's just a broken arm. I'll take you to the nurse. Now, everyone behave, and don't let me see any young wizards flying around recklessly. If I catch anyone, they will certainly miss out on Quidditch and be expelled." With that, she assisted Neville towards the nurse's office. Not long after Madame Hooch left, Malfoy spotted a memory ball on the ground. He picked it up and addressed the nearby Slytherins. "A memory ball? If I hide this, that fellow will surely forget he even had it." Laughter erupted among the group. Harry approached Malfoy, eyeing the memory ball in his hand. "Malfoy, that doesn't belong to you. Return it to Neville." Malfoy frowned at Harry. Although he was aware that Harry was not Snape's daughter, he recognized the affection Snape had for her as a child, which usually deterred him from provoking her. Yet, her repeated attempts to undermine him were increasingly aggravating. Gazing at his fellow Slytherins, he resolved, "If you want it so badly, I want to give it to you. Come and take it if you can." With that, he mounted his broom and ascended into the air. Seeing Malfoy's arrogant demeanor ignited Harry's temper, and she too wanted to fly after him, but Hermione held her back. "Are you insane?" Madame Hooch said there would be expulsions. Harry patted Hermione's shoulder. Listening to Harry's affirmation, Hermione reluctantly released her grip on Harry's hand. Harry mounted her broomstick and shot towards Malfoy like an arrow released from a bow. Malfoy, taken aback by Harry's sudden approach, quickly mounted his own broom and took flight. A thrilling chase ensued between the two. Just as Malfoy was about to be caught, in a moment of impulsiveness, he hurled the memory ball away. It flew toward the castle's window, and Harry collided with Malfoy, then darted towards the memory ball. At the brink of impact with the window, Harry executed a deft maneuver, grasping the memory ball just in time. Inside the window, Professor McGonagall witnessed the entire spectacle. observing Harry clutching the memory ball. She reminisced about her own youthful days before turning and descending the stairs. Meanwhile, Malfoy, knocked off balance by Harry's collision, lost his grip on the broom and plummeted downward. As he fell, he contemplated his impending doom from several dozen feet above the ground. Just as he was about to make contact with the earth, Hermione's levitation charm struck him, causing him to hover a couple of meters above the ground before she gently lowered him down. Remarkable, simply a flying Valkyrie. Ron exclaimed in admiration of Harry. Harry Potter, come here, McGonagall's voice echoed, bringing an abrupt silence to the scene. At that moment, the trio collectively feared that Harry might be expelled. Harry dismounted her broom and followed Professor McGonagall, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. McGonagall guided her to Oliver Wood, who was engrossed in a lesson. This is Oliver Wood. I brought him a seeker, she explained. Wood regarded the young girl with curiosity while inside. A bored Quirrell caught a glimpse of the scene. It seems talent knows no gender, he mused. A first-year seeker. The house team rarely recruits first-years for the official squad. Ron exclaimed excitedly to Harry. Harry felt a sense of freedom soaring through the sky, riding the broomstick, but she remained uncertain about her ability to fulfill this role. However, I don't believe I am quite suited for this position, she confessed to Ron, her uncertainty evident. Hermione approached and took her hand. How can you say that? Gulme, let me show you something wonderful. With that, she led Harry and Ron to the trophy room. Look here. This is something I noticed last night, but didn't pay much attention to until today. Your father was also an outstanding member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Harry stared at the trophies, momentarily entranced by the name James Potter inscribed upon one. After a brief look, they exited, but not long after, Hermione spotted a familiar figure. Wait, you two, it's Professor Snape, she exclaimed, quickly pulling Harry and Ron back. They watched as Snape ascended the stairs. Entering the corridor they had ventured into the previous night. What are you three up to? Quirrell inquired, eyeing the trio suspiciously. Three individuals were startled. Anha, what brings you here? I just came down from the dormitory and saw you all sneaking about, seemingly unsure of your intentions. Senior Anha, we weren't doing anything. We merely observed Uncle Severus entering that corridor. Harry interjected, gesturing towards the direction of the restricted area on the third floor. Professor Snape? Anha followed Harry's pointing finger and glanced in that direction. Oh, it must be that he has some matters to attend to. Professor Snape is a good person. Also, Hermione, make sure to pay attention in class. Ron, come find me tonight. With that, Anha departed, as he had other matters to attend to. Watching Anha's retreating figure, the trio pondered his recent words. Hermione turned to the two behind her as they made their way to the Gryffindor common room. I believe we should investigate. After a moment of contemplation, Harry spoke first. Investigate what? Your uncle? Or the object that Lu Wei is guarding? I feel that Senior Anha may have forgotten to tell me where to find him, Hermione replied. I think we ought to look into the object that Lu Wei is overseeing. I still have great trust in Uncle Severus. All right, but we already know that the object belongs to Nicholas Flamel. So where should I search for Senior Anha? That name seems familiar, but I can't quite recall. Hey, are you even listening to me? Chapter 76, The Reversal of Fortune. Hermione pondered, as she wasn't entirely clear on what Anna's teacher did. For he seldom mentioned his instructor's profession. Perhaps she had simply forgotten. So, do you know where Senior Anha will teach me magic? Tonight, Harry and I will take you. But we must be quiet. Ron nodded, also beginning to contemplate where Nicholas Flamel had appeared. Nightfall enveloped the surroundings. You're so slow, Ron. We've been waiting for you for quite a while. Hermione cast an annoyed glance at the tardy Ron. My wand went missing. I just found it. How could you, as a wizard, misplace your wand? Hermione questioned in confusion. All right, Hermione. Ron certainly didn't do it on purpose. You shouldn't keep bringing it up. Besides, Senior Anha has been waiting for quite some time. Don't you want to see him soon? Listening to Harry, Hermione refrained from saying more and led Ron and Harry towards the room of requirement. Merlin's beard, this is simply astounding, Ron exclaimed, gazing at the door that materialized from the wall. Shoo, do you want to attract Filch's attention? Harry whispered to Ron. All right, hurry inside. We mustn't be discovered. Once inside the room, Anha was already seated. Hermione approached Anha and glanced at the book he was reading. Political Affairs and Policies? What are you reading that for? She inquired curiously. Hearing Hermione's voice, Anha closed the book and stood up, first glancing at Ron, then at Harry, before finally settling his gaze on Hermione. He spoke gently to her. In the future, you will also witness this. I merely got ahead of myself. Anha affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair and then turned to Ron. I have decided on a spell to teach you, a spell that inflicts minimal harm, but carries a strong sense of insult. However, you must not cast it in the presence of Professor Snape. If you are caught, do not mention that I was your teacher, understood? Although Ron was perplexed, He nodded nonetheless. Very well, then. Lastly, I must ask you a question. Are you wearing trousers? Upon hearing this question, Hermione furrowed her brow, puzzled as to why Anha would pose such an unrelated inquiry before teaching a spell. Nevertheless, she felt a sense of anticipation. Ron nodded, thinking, after all, what would a boy wear if not trousers? Anha nodded with satisfaction, producing his wand and directing it at Ron. To learn quickly, one must first experience it. Are you prepared? Ron looked at Anha's wand aimed at him and couldn't help but wonder if he had inadvertently offended him. However, after some contemplation, he acknowledged the logic in Anha's words. Without first-hand experience, how could one grasp the spell's power? It won't hurt too much, will it? Ron asked nervously. Anha shook his head. Fear not. It poses no danger to a person. It is merely an ordinary control spell. Reassured by Anha's words, Ron felt relieved. As long as there was no peril, he closed his eyes and said, "All right, let it commence." Ron assumed a posture of surrender, while Harry and Hermione, curious about the nature of the spell Anha was about to teach, focused intently. Inverted bell. With the incantation uttered, Anha flicked his wrist, and a white magic beam struck Ron. In an instant, he was suspended upside down, swaying from side to side with the movement of the wand. No. Please stop shaking me. I feel nauseous." Anha released the spell, and Ron tumbled to the ground. Harry quickly helped him up, concerned. "Are you all right?" Ron, panting, waved his hand. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "But Anha, why must this spell not be seen by Professor Snape? And why did you ask if I was wearing trousers?" Ron inquired while leaning on Harry. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione had already grasped the reason behind the trouser inquiry. They had noticed that when Ron was affected by the spell, his wizarding robe had fallen due to gravity, revealing everything beneath if he wasn't wearing trousers. I think you can figure that out for yourself. Now, pay close attention to the next part. Anha proceeded to demonstrate the proper gestures and pronunciation of the spell. Harry and Ron practiced alongside him while Anha sipped tea and read, and Hermione continuously posed questions. "Where did you learn this spell? I've never encountered it before." "This spell was invented by Snape. I found it in one of his writings." "What book?" "I had no idea Professor Snape had authored any. Only one, and I will share it with you once I finish my research." "But why must it remain unseen by Professor Snape?" Hermione questioned, still puzzled. "Because this magic was learned by his rival and subsequently used against him," Anha remarked casually. "Riva, does Professor Snape have so many fancies?" Hermione pondered the nature of the person Professor Snape might be enamored with, but her imagination failed her, leaving her with a sense of anticipation as she gazed at Anha. Sensing Hermione's gaze, Anha lifted his head to meet her eyes, his bright orbs reflecting her image. With a nonchalant smile, he extended his hand, forming it into a blade shape, and gently tapped Hermione's small head. "Curiosity killed the cat. When the time is right, I shall reveal it to you." Hermione touched the spot where he had tapped her, pouting slightly. "Why did you tap me again?" "The book says that too much tapping will make one foolish. Besides, why have you started hiding things from me since school began? You used to tell me everything." Observing Hermione's aggrieved expression, Anha felt as if his heart were being gripped by a large hand, squeezing it gently and causing a momentary pause in his heartbeat. Though he felt sympathy for Hermione, he could only express his helplessness. "Ignorance breeds no fear. When something is ready to speak, I will certainly tell you." Hermione regarded Anha's earnest demeanor, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Then can you tell me who Nicodemus is?" "My teacher. What else could he be?" "No, I mean, what does he teach?" "You didn't know?" "I assumed you did." "What do you mean I didn't know? Can't you be clearer? What are you touching?" "There are others around." Hermione felt a bit shy from his touch and spoke softly. "Nothing. So, if no one is around, it's acceptable to touch freely? And you should remember, I mentioned during the summer that I was studying. Since you've forgotten, you shall be punished to think hard about it. Also, for our weekend outing, do not bring those two conspicuous bags." Anha gestured towards the two individuals still practicing magic. "Even if no one is here, it is still not permissible." Chapter 77, Fireworks. Hermione glanced at the two practicing magic and then turned to Anha. "Where are we going for the date?" "I will come to find you then," Anha replied as he gathered his books and approached Harry and Ron. Ron, your issue is technique, but beyond that, there's little else. It's clear you are envisioning your target as Malfoy. And Harry, your challenge lies in belief. You must understand that the success of a spell hinges first on knowing how to cast it, and then on your conviction. You still doubt yourself, which is why you cannot perform the magic. You must first establish your belief and clearly define the spell you wish to cast. Hesitation will result in losing your wand during a wizard duel. After imparting his advice, he departed. Once Anha left, the trio gathered together. "So, Hermione, did you manage to uncover any useful information?" Harry initiated, having previously conspired with Hermione to extract information while she and Ron practiced magic. Hermione shook her head. I regret to inform you that he remains tight-lipped, and furthermore, Harry cannot join you for reading this weekend, as Anha has taken her out on a date. Very well then. Come, let us engage in a game of wizard chess. It is truly delightful. Ron interjected from side. Harry cast a glance at Ron. All right, I shall play with you in the morning, and in the afternoon, I conveniently have Quidditch practice as Wood has summoned me for training this weekend. Ron nodded in agreement. Then it is settled. What of the matter concerning Nicodemus? Ron inquired of Hermione. Hermione pondered for a moment. Well, I shall continue my efforts with Anha, which will allow me to interact with Hagrid. I have heard he is quite amiable. As Hermione spoke, visions of Hagrid's towering figure and hearty smile danced in their minds. Harry nodded, and thus it was decided. On the weekend, Anha arrived at the Gryffindor common room, waiting for Hermione. The reason she was permitted entry into the Gryffindor common room was due to an inquiry made to the Weasley twins. Anha lifted Crookshanks, who was lounging on the sofa, and since she was dressed in casual attire, no one questioned why a Ravenclaw student was present in the Gryffindor common room. Observing the sparsely populated common room, Anha sighed, pondering if she had arrived too early, glancing at the dim sky outside. I'm still a bit drowsy. Hermione, dressed in her casual clothes, rubbed her eyes as she plopped onto the sofa. Good morning. Hermione was curious as to which Gryffindor was awake so early, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was Anha. Oh, good morning. Is it too early for you? Anha greeted cheerfully. No, not at all. How did you get in? Hermione asked, perplexed. Anha set Crookshanks down and playfully tapped Hermione's forehead. Of course, I came in directly. I know the password, having asked Fred and George about it last night. Hermione covered her forehead where she had been tapped and looked at Anha. So what shall we do next? Please don't tell me you woke me up so early just to chat. Anha chuckled, taking her hand. Certainly not. First, let me take you to see the sunrise. With that, she led Hermione towards the astronomy tower. Hermione rubbed her eyes with one hand. What? Is it merely to watch the sunrise? Anna halted, releasing Hermione's hand and speaking softly. What is wrong? Don't you like it? Seeing Anha's slightly dejected expression, Hermione quickly waved her hands. No, it's just a bit early. Observing Hermione's demeanor, Anha smiled and embraced her. Don't you think that since the start of the term, we have spent very little time together? Indeed, ever since you began school, we have rarely been together. By the way, what have you been up to? Anha, noticing Hermione's inquisitive expression, pinched her cheek gently. I have been quite busy, but we can certainly spend the upcoming weekends together. However, you must carry the hairpin I gave you with you at all times. Hermione listened to Anna's words, nodding initially, then inquiring with confusion. How is it that you are free every weekend? Will you attend the Quidditch match? Anha gently stroked Hermione's head. I'm not particularly fond of Quidditch, so I might refrain from going. Besides, I tend to be quite busy, which is why I thought we could unwind together this weekend. Hermione grasped his hand, resting on her head, entwining their fingers, puffing her cheeks, and then spoke. Why is your hand so restless? It is merely a reflection of your undeniable charm, he replied. What a flimsy excuse, Hermione retorted weakly. All right, we've arrived. Let's take a seat. Anha led Hermione, conjuring a table and chairs with his wand. As Hermione sat down, she observed Anha retrieving tea utensils and pastries. You truly come prepared. Of course, enjoying tea is one of my greatest pleasures, and you haven't fully awakened yet, so a cup of tea will surely invigorate you. Anha continued to brew the tea without looking up. Were we simply going to sit here until dawn? Hermione supported her chin with her hand, gazing at Anha. He arranged the pastries and then looked at her with a slight smile. Certainly not. Sitting idly would be rather dull. With that, he summoned Black Feather and tossed an object resembling a wand to him. Understanding the cue, Black Feather flew away with it. What was that? Hermione inquired, watching the direction in which Black Feather had flown. Oh, it's merely a small product I invested in. Before long, a glimmering appeared in the distance, soaring into the sky before bursting with a resounding pop, transforming into a kaleidoscope of colorful flowers. Subsequently, numerous small dots surged from the ground, exploding continuously. Wow, it's fireworks. This is just the beginning. Take your time to enjoy. The fireworks erupted in a riot of colors, forming various patterns that lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Then, a cerulean firebird emerged, seemingly alive, flapping its wings and interacting with the suspended fireworks. As the firebird danced, the fireworks reshaped into an array of new designs. Wow, this is beautiful. Anna's heart swelled with joy as he watched Hermione's delight. Meanwhile, Black Feather, soaring nearby, couldn't he help but grumble. Why must I assist you in wooing her? Chapter 78. A date. As time passed, the fireworks gradually faded, and the firebird, extinguishing its flames, flew towards Anha. With a swift whoosh, Black Feather darted into Anha's embrace, transforming into a stream of light that melded into Anha's arm. How was that? Not too shabby, right? Anha gazed at Hermione, admiring the spark of excitement in her expression, feeling a sense of pride. It was decent, but who crafted those fireworks? Hermione, hearing Anna's question, composed herself, clearing her throat. Well, as our first official date at school, it was passable. Observing Hermione's demeanor, Anha felt a surge of happiness. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood outside the window, watching the direction Black Feather had flown and the two individuals seated at the observatory, reflecting, to be young, to cause such delightful chaos so early in the morning. Beside him, Grindelwald looked on, fully dressed, observing him. When we first came together, you were inseparable from me, engrossed in exploring magic alongside me. Is it not so? Grindelwald gazed at Dumbledore. Perhaps you have always been right. Meanwhile, Anha sat beside Hermione, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders. They both gazed into the distance, where the sun slowly peeked over the mountains. The dawn radiated with vitality, did it not? Anha looked at his beloved beside him. Under the sunlight, Hermione's hair shimmered brilliantly, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, and her lips glistened with a soft sheen. Anha swallowed hard. Hermione, too, sensed his gaze. Turning her head, their eyes met, and Hermione's face flushed deeper. Anha leaned in instinctively, noticing Anha's movement. Hermione felt shy and somewhat bewildered, closing her eyes. Observing her shut eyelids, Anha hesitated no longer and slowly leaned in to kiss her. At the moment the sun fully ascended, their lips met. Moments later, they parted, and Hermione sat dazedly on her chair, gasping for air. Anha, watching her rosy-cheeked, dazed expression, couldn't help but smile. What is the matter? Just a brief moment and you're out of breath? You need to practice more, Hermione. Hermione regained her composure, instinctively wiping her lips, and retorted, You kissed for so long, and you still have the audacity to say that? Who kisses for that long, anyway? What is wrong with you? Seeing Anha's smile fade, his expression turning dull and despondent, Hermione curiously inquired, Do you find me displeasing? Anha replied in a flat tone, tinged with disappointment, It was instinctive. I didn't find you distasteful. Your saliva got on me, and I wiped it off instinctively. Why are you behaving like a child? Getting upset over this? Hermione hurriedly explained. Oh. Observing Anha's unyielding demeanor, Hermione sighed, then stood up to retrieve a hairpin. Securing her hair into an elegant updo, she stood before Anha, blocking the sunlight, towering over him by a head. Anha looked up at Hermione, confused by her intentions. But the sunlight filtering through her form accentuated her silhouette, stirring his heart. Hermione gently pressed her finger against Anha's chin, ensuring their gazes locked. I learned this from television, she uttered lightly, before suddenly kissing him again. After a long while, they broke apart, and Anha embraced Hermione, inviting her to sit on his lap. Admiring her flushed face as she gasped for breath. In high spirits, Anha tenderly wiped away the droplet of saliva at the corner of Hermione's mouth. Once she had collected herself, Hermione gazed at him with a hint of reproach. You're quite pleased, aren't you? You nearly suffocated me. With that, she playfully punched his chest. Where did you learn this? He asked. When we visited your teacher, Grandma Parental taught me, Hermione replied. Anha felt immense joy. For the one he cherished understood his preferences and could reciprocate them. He embraced Hermione and earnestly spoke, You must always carry the hairpin with you. Promise me, will you? Hermione returned the embrace and replied, Whatever you say goes. I shall not forget. So, might you tell me about your teacher's subject? No. I wish for you to discover it on your own, and your sudden inquiry disrupts the ambience. Anha gazed at Hermione, then playfully pinched her cheek. Ouch, that hurts. But I am genuinely curious. Hermione's small face was tugged by Anha, rendering her words somewhat indistinct. Take your time to guess. I am confident you will succeed. Anha released her and took her hand, looking up at the sun rising in the sky. Let us depart. We shall stroll through the forbidden forest and not dwell on it too much. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron encountered each other in the Gryffindor common room. Harry, what brings you up so early? Ron inquired, somewhat surprised, as he assumed she would sleep in. Good morning. Hermione woke me, and just as I was about to fall back asleep, the sounds and lights of fireworks kept me awake, so I decided to rise. What about you? Same here. The fireworks roused me. I wonder who is setting them off. Some of my dormitory were awakened too, and after enjoying a splendid fireworks display, they returned to sleep. I find it peculiar that I cannot seem to fall asleep again. Ron scratched his head. Harry observed Ron's demeanor and inexplicably found him rather endearing. Shall we have breakfast together? Harry suggested, and Ron gazed at her, the morning sunlight streaming through the window and casting a soft glow upon her, stirring a sense of warmth within him. Absolutely. They then proceeded to the Great Hall together. Chapter 79, The Firework Wand. Upon arriving at the Great Hall, Ron and Harry noticed a considerable number of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students, while Hufflepuff and Slytherin students were notably scarce. Why are there so many Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students? Ron queried as he surveyed the hall. I have no idea, Harry replied, shaking her head, and she casually chose a seat. Ron followed suit and, once seated, asked, Is there anything happening today? Well, we have practice, but you can come watch me train. I will be free in the afternoon. Oh, Quidditch? Can I really come? Ron asked, excitement evident in his voice, as he greatly enjoyed the sport. Of course. You are my friend and a member of Gryffindor, so you're most welcome to watch my practice. What shall we do in the afternoon? Ron inquired, his mouth full of meat. Harry looked at him, noting the chicken leg he was devouring, and replied, I believe we should visit Hagrid. Let us not forget Hermione's word from a few days ago. Ron nodded, observing Harry as she ate so little. Aren't you going to eat more? Harry rolled her eyes and responded to Ron. I must be cautious about my training. I certainly do not wish to overindulge and then find myself ill mid-flight. A moderate meal will suffice, supplemented with ample protein and carbohydrates. Ah, I see. Good morning, Harry. Ron. Good morning, Fred, George. Fred and George joined Ron, promptly taking a seat beside him. Did you see the display this morning? It was truly magnificent. Fred remarked to Harry and Ron. What display? Why, our fireworks, of course. How splendid they are. Harry expressed her astonishment. Those fireworks were launched by you? Where did you acquire the funds? Ron gazed at the two incredulously. We certainly did not launch them. They are our product. Your product? Harry inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Weasley's wizarding wheezes. They can only be ignited with magical flames. Fred produced an object resembling a wand. George chimed in, explaining. Simply ignite the end of the wand with magic, and the top will continuously emit fireworks, which can vary in effect depending on the version. As he spoke, Fred revealed several other wands. These are different versions, 1 galleon each. Harry regarded them with intrigue. So you're here to sell these? Certainly not. We merely stopped by for breakfast and to promote our wares, though the morning's product demonstration has proven quite successful. George helped himself to a plate of breakfast. Meanwhile, Ron attempted to reach for the wand fireworks in Fred's possession, prompting Fred to swiftly tuck them away. How could I possibly afford so many? After all, I am your brother. Ron, too, was curious about the wand fireworks, reaching out to grasp one. George, did you hear that? Our dear brother desires one. I did hear. Fred, if that is the case. 2 galleons apiece. They exclaimed in unison. With that, Fred settled down to enjoy his breakfast. Ron stared at his 2 unfamiliar brothers, begrudgingly biting into a chicken leg. Harry, observing this, pulled out several galleons and handed them to Fred. May I have a few? She inquired. Fred accepted the galleons and produced a wand firework. This is all we have. I'll give you an extra. Harry accepted the wand firework, inspected it briefly, and handed 2 to Ron. By the way, do you know who set off the fireworks this morning? Harry looked toward George and Fred. It was Anha. He is our major investor and inspired us. He suggested we launch too. Upon hearing George's words, Ron and Harry exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Anha led Hermione to the base of the Whomping Willow. Hermione gazed at the tree with trepidation. Anha, doesn't this tree attack people? Taking her hand, Anha reassured her. Do not worry, it is quite friendly with me. Hermione was gently guided into the reach of the Whomping Willow, which swung its branches but refrained from striking. Master Lou, I have come to see you. This is my girlfriend. Allow us to make your acquaintance. Anha gently caressed the bark of the willow tree, greeting it warmly. The branches of the willow swayed in the breeze, brushing against their hair tips. There truly is no striking involved. Hermione's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she released Anha's hand to stroke the tree's bark. Observing Hermione's interaction with the willow, Anha was suddenly flooded with fragmented memories. Were these memories the past, the future? Half kneeling before the tree, Anha was swiftly supported by Hermione, who rushed to his side. What is it? Are you all right? A green glow enveloped Anha, and he soon regained his composure. I'm fine. I just recalled something, and it gave me a slight headache. Well then, as long as you're okay, let us sit beneath the tree for a while. Hermione assisted Anha in settling down. What were you just thinking about? She inquired. Anha shook his head and replied, I don't know. It slipped my mind all of a sudden. He felt a twinge of peculiarity, but dismissed it, focusing instead on enjoying their campus date. I'm sorry for worrying you, Anha said, a hint of shame creeping in, fearing he had startled Hermione. She waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Everyone has their moments of discomfort. Observing Hermione's complete lack of concern warmed Anha's heart. What shall we do next? Hermione asked. Let us go see the magical creatures and the centaurs. Magical creatures? Chapter 80, The Date, Part 2. Watching Harry soar freely through the air, Ron felt a pang of envy. He too wished to be a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "Hey, Harry, let us practice Tactic B," Wood called to Harry from the goalposts, simultaneously reminding the others. In the Forbidden Forest, Anna held Hermione's hand, guiding her step by step. "Watch your step," he gently cautioned, while Hermione, visiting the Forbidden Forest for the first time, was filled with excitement. "Anna, doesn't the book say that centaurs despise humans?" Hermione queried, her brow furrowed in doubt. "That is not entirely accurate. Not all centaurs harbor disdain for humans. They possess their own wisdom and respect those who demonstrate strength. They protect their kin and aid their comrades. Centaurs are, in fact, quite benevolent." As Anha spoke, he recalled the figures of Firenze and Ronan. "I am pleased to hear you speak so highly of the centaur kin." Hermione turned toward the voice. A group of tall centaurs emerged from the foliage. "Good morning, Firenze. It has been a while." The leading centaur nodded. "Indeed, it has been several months. Who is this beside you?" Firenze inquired, looking at Hermione with curiosity. "This is my girlfriend. It signifies a partner," Anha explained. Hermione, feeling a bit apprehensive, stepped behind Anha. "It's all right, Hermione, just say hello. This is Firenze. He is very friendly." Anha reassured her, embracing Hermione. Hello, I am Hermione Granger," she stammered. Hermine timidly greeted. "You need not be so fearful. We do not bite." "Hello, I am Firenze." Firenze smiled warmly at the charming young girl before him. "Are you heading to the tribe?" he inquired, glancing at Anha. Anha nodded in affirmation. "She is a newcomer, and I wish to show her around the Forbidden Forest." "Oh, then you must take good care of her." "The Forbidden Forest is not particularly safe this year," a centaur behind Firenze interjected. Upon hearing the centaur's words, Anha cast a puzzled glance at Firenze. "He speaks the truth. Strange creatures have ventured into the forest, hunting unicorns. However, on several occasions, they managed to escape. We only learned of this when one unicorn sought refuge in our tribe." Firenze recounted the recent events. Anha frowned. "Has Voldemort already succumbed so quickly? It's only been a week since the school year commenced." "Have you seen Big White and Little White?" Anha asked, a hint of concern in her eyes as she looked at Firenze. Firenze shook his head and replied, "I am afraid I have not seen them either. Perhaps Hagrid has. Would you like to inquire with him? Shall we have a meal first?" Hermine suggested, glancing at the towering centaur and then at Anha. "Is it permissible to visit?" "Certainly. The centaur tribe warmly welcomes you." "Hermine, and you, Anha," Firenze responded decisively. Anha recalled the centaur's cuisine and, compared to the lavish feasts at Hogwarts, he preferred the hearty fare from the Great Hall. With that thought, he bid farewell to Firenze and led Hermine away. "Does he not fancy the centaur's dishes?" Firenze mused as he watched Anha swiftly depart. "Captain, do you remember when Anha dined with us previously? He hardly touched his food," one of the centaurs remarked to Firenze. "Indeed, Captain, not all humans are vegetarians, so it is quite natural for him to find it unpalatable." Another centaur contributed to the analysis of Anha's aversion to their cuisine. Meanwhile, Anha and Hermine continued their leisurely exploration, eventually making their way out. "Phew, Harry, you performed exceptionally today. You truly are gifted. Of course, all of you are remarkable." Wood commended the players present. Harry gathered her belongings and approached Ron. "All right, I'm all set. Please excuse any lingering scent of sweat." As Harry stood before him, Ron rose to his feet. "Harry, you were absolutely brilliant just now, especially that 90-degree drift. It was astounding. How did you manage that?" Harry chuckled softly. "It wasn't as impressive as you say. When I fly, I just feel free and go wherever my instincts lead me." Ron listened, filled with admiration, pondering if this was the essence of true talent. "Are we off to eat now?" Ron asked Harry. "Let me think. Can I take a shower first?" "The smell of sweat is rather overwhelming," Harry said, glancing at her current state. "Of course, I'll wait for you in the common room." Ron had no objections. After all, they would soon dine together and then seek out Hagrid. Following a brief shower, Harry and Ron arrived at the Great Hall clad in casual attire. They casually settled into a corner to partake in their meal. Meanwhile, Anha, having finished a stroll with Hermione, entered the hall and quickly spotted the conspicuous Weasley twins. He patted Fred on the shoulder. "Hey Fred, do you still have any of those fireworks wands? I'd like a couple more." Fred glanced at Anha and shook his head. "We sold them all to Harry this morning." "Harry? Why would you buy so many? And how did you sell out so fast?" "It's because your fireworks display this morning was so spectacular. It garnered us quite a bit of publicity," George said, looking delighted at Anha. "Have you seen Harry?" The Weasley twins shook their heads. Hermione tugged at Anha. He turned to her and softly inquired, "What is up?" Hermione pointed in a direction and spoke. They're over there. Anha looked over and indeed spotted Ron and Harry dining together. He made his way toward them. Good afternoon. You too. Anha and Hermione took a seat beside them. Chapter 81. Hagrid. Harry, could you sell me 2 of those fireworks wands? Anha asked. Harry paused momentarily before replying with a smile. Of course, Anha, but you mustn't set them off before dawn. Anha chuckled in agreement, while Hermione blushed slightly. You need to eat during a date, right? Ron directly inquired. Where are you headed after this? We're going to find Hagrid. Upon hearing this, Ron and Harry exchanged glances. What a coincidence. We're going there too. What do you need to see him for? Anna questioned, somewhat puzzled. As he recalled seeing Professor Snape at Diagon Alley, Snape had presumably helped Harry escape the Dursleys, and thus Harry shouldn't be acquainted with Hagrid. I heard my parents were good friends with him, so I wanted to meet him, Harry stated straightforwardly, knowing that Anha might not be familiar with her parents' friends. Who told you that? By the way, I read about your story. You must be living with your aunt now. Is she treating you well? Anha asked directly. Of course she is. She is like a real mother to me, Harry replied without hesitation. Hearing this, Anha's confusion only deepened. Why did this differ from what I saw in the movie? He pondered silently, betraying no emotion. Then let us all go together this afternoon, Hermione suggested, regaining her composure and inviting them to join. Harry was indifferent, and so was Ron. Observing Hermione and Anna's outfits, Ron questioned, Your clothes look great together. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ron's comment. Of course, they're matching couple styles. Harry admired their attire, finding it quite appealing. Where did you purchase your clothes? Hermione beamed with pride. These were personally designed by Anha. This particular ensemble is not for sale. However, you may visit Madame Mokin's robe shop, where Anha has many of her designs available. The two were astonished, though their thoughts diverged. Harry mused on Anha's remarkable talent, feeling somewhat inadequate by comparison, and wondered why he could become Hermione's boyfriend. Meanwhile, Ron thought, wow, he must be quite wealthy. No wonder George and Fred claim he is a major shareholder. As they continued their conversation, they finished their meal. Anha wiped his mouth, and then Hermione's, leaving the two across from them speechless at their affectionate display. Since we've finished eating, let's go find Hagrid, Anha declared, rising to his feet. At the entrance of Hagrid's hut, they gazed at the towering door, and Anha approached to knock. Hagrid, are you home? Hagrid opened the door. Anha, what brings you here? He first noticed Anha at the forefront. I think you should first meet this person. Anna stepped aside to reveal Harry. Upon seeing him, Hagrid was visibly excited. Oh, Merlin's beard. It has been such a long time, Harry. You helped me move my luggage on the first day of school, remember? Harry looked somewhat puzzled. Hagrid's eyes welled with tears as he shook his head. No, it's different now. Back in the day, I carried you from your home. You were so tiny. You know, I carefully placed you at the doorstep of your only remaining relative. It has been over a decade, and now I can finally see you closely again. Hagrid crouched down to examine Harry intently. Mr. Hagrid, were you familiar with my parents? Harry inquired. Of course. Don't just stand outside. Come in for some tea, he said, opening the door to let Anha and the others enter. Once settled inside Hagrid's cozy hut, he began recounting stories of Harry's parents. Harry, you have become a lovely young lady. I'm sure James and Lily would be immensely proud. Hagrid gazed at her as she continued to seek information about her parents. James was a valiant Gryffindor, often taking Lily to confront that dark figure, and he excelled in his studies as well. However, I believe you resemble your mother quite a bit. My mother? Harry asked. Hagrid, do you know about the relationship between Uncle Severus and my mother? Severus? Oh, you mean Snape, right? Let me think. Yes, he was an excellent student and had a close relationship with your mother, but for reasons unknown, they suddenly fell out. That is all I know. By the way, he was also your father's arch-rival. They had their fair share of altercations at school. Meanwhile, Hermione recalled something incredulous and exchanged glances with Anha. So, you're saying Professor Snape's rival was Harry's father? Did Professor Snape have feelings for Harry's mother? Anha merely nodded in response. Hagrid, did Uncle Severus reconcile with my mother? Hagrid scratched his head, uncertain, but decided to speak. I'm not entirely sure. At that time, Professor Snape joined that man's ranks and severed ties with your mother. However, I heard from Professor Dumbledore that he was a double agent. So I can't say if Lily was aware or whether they reconciled. As Hagrid spoke, a flurry of thoughts crossed Harry's mind, yet she remained silent. Noticing Harry's quietude, Anha seized the moment to break the stillness. Hagrid, has something intruded into the Forbidden Forest? I heard Firenze mention an attack on unicorns. Hagrid shook his head. I'm not certain. It could be a vampire or something similar, as unicorn blood is cursed, and only desperate vampires would dare to attack them. Anha nodded, fully aware of what was preying upon the unicorns, but unable to disclose it. By the way, Hagrid, have you seen Big White and Little White? Anha inquired about their whereabouts. Hagrid pondered for a moment. He had encountered numerous unicorns and needed to recollect. I saw them just the day before yesterday. I can lead you to them. Chapter 82, Big White and Little White. After a brief conversation, Hagrid guided them in search of Big White and Little White. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, they advanced in a singular direction and soon arrived at a meadow, lush with verdant grass, where a few unicorns grazed. "Hey, Big White, Little White," Anha called out loudly upon spotting them, tugging Hermione along. "Are these the unicorns?" Hermione gazed at the two creatures before her, pure white bodies, light blue manes, and silvery horns, elegantly nibbling on the grass beneath their hooves. "Long time no see, little ones. How did you find your way here?" Big White seemed to speak to Anha. Anha scratched his head. "I was just concerned for your safety. I heard a dangerous creature had entered the Forbidden Forest." Big White nodded. "Indeed, some unicorns have been attacked, but there was no danger to their lives. The centaurs came to their aid. Ever since you assisted the centaurs, they have been much kinder to the friendly creatures in the forest. We owe you our gratitude." As Anha conversed with the unicorns, Hermione's curiosity piqued, eager to learn of their exchange. Meanwhile, Hagrid had brought Harry and Ron to Anna's side, both equally intrigued by the conversation. During their discussion, Anna suddenly remembered something and approached Harry. "By the way, did you bring the firework wand?" Harry looked puzzled, but nodded, producing one and handing it to Anha. "Here, Anha, 1 galleon for you." Anha nodded, then realized, what? Those two scamps are selling it for such a high price. Although Anha wasn't particularly concerned about the money, he couldn't help but jest about the Weasley twins. "Haven't you ever bought one?" Ron felt something was amiss. "Certainly not. I'm a major shareholder, and it is I who prompts them for designs. I directly inquire, and they respond promptly." Ron gazed at Anha, feeling a pang of jealousy at such ease in his words. Anha produced a carving knife and began to etch upon the firework wand for a while. Done. He approached Dubai and handed her the wand. "In case of danger, channel your magic and plant it in the ground. I shall come to your aid. Rest assured, this item is not of great value, so use it freely, but do not overexert yourself." After giving it to her, Anha affectionately patted Xiaobai's head. "Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced yet." Anha pulled Hermione into an embrace. "This is my girlfriend, my partner. Allow me to introduce you. Hermione, this is Dubai, a very gentle lady. And this little one is quite a well-behaved child, born with Hagrid's assistance." Anha proceeded to introduce everyone present. Soon, they all became acquainted. Harry and Hermione began to pet Xiaobai, while Ron wished to join, but was held back by Anha. Only pure-hearted women may touch a unicorn. "Be cautious, or Dubai might give you a nudge." Ron glanced at the sharp horn atop Dubai's head, recoiling slightly and refraining from approaching. "Hagrid, be vigilant during your patrols these days. I entrust this to you." Anna took out a small copper mirror and handed it to Hagrid. "What is this?" Hagrid examined the palm-sized mirror closely. "This is a protective heart mirror that I crafted. Carry it while you patrol. It can ward off certain dark magic." "Oh, your kindness is truly appreciated. But I must decline. As a half-giant, I possess some resistance to magic, and this item is rather precious. You should accept it. You are my friend, and I fear for your safety. Besides, I have completed my training. Though I may not possess the skill of Professor Meller, these are within my capabilities." Upon hearing Anna's insistence, Hagrid could not refuse and accepted it. After chatting a bit more with Dubai, Anha broached the subject of leaving. Everyone departed reluctantly. "Anha, can you converse with animals?" "I suppose so. So I'm not the only one." "Harry, you can talk to animals too." Ron looked at Harry, surprised to discover that he was not the only one with such a gift. "What's the matter? I think I can only speak with snakes." Anha paused at her words, then recalled and explained to Harry. "I believe our abilities differ. Mine is likely a gift that cannot be learned by others, while your talent is one that can be cultivated." The group stared at Anha in confusion, unsure of his meaning. Anha scratched his head, pondering how to clarify, then suddenly had an idea, pulling out his wand and casually transforming a stone into a python. As you have just witnessed, my conversation with Dubai and the others was conducted in English. In truth, regardless of the language spoken, my words transform into their native tongue upon reaching their ears. However, I believe that Harry is different. "Harry, why not attempt to converse with this serpent?" Harry gazed at the recently conjured python, fell momentarily silent, and then emitted a series of hissing sounds. "Hello." Except for Anha, several others were taken aback. "Oh, Harry, I now understand what this is," Ron exclaimed. "What is it?" Harry inquired, somewhat puzzled. "You are speaking parcel tongue, the language of snakes. But I don't feel anything. I was merely speaking normally," Harry responded, still bewildered. "That is a gift, an innate talent you are unaware of, is it not?" Anha explained. Hermione regarded Harry thoughtfully. "Harry, do you know why Slytherin chose a serpent to represent the house?" It is because the founder of Slytherin was a Parselmouth, and only his bloodline can wield this ability. Perhaps he is your distant ancestor. Listening to Hermione's words, Harry felt a surge of astonishment, not anticipating such a tale. All right, enough about your ancestor. You are a Gryffindor now, a little lion of Gryffindor. Next time, refrain from using this ability in front of others. The people present are your dear friends. But should others discover it, they might spread unfounded rumors. Anha cautioned them. Chapter 83. Analysis soon, the group exited the Forbidden Forest, with Anha continuing on a date with Hermione. Harry and Ron remained at Hagrid's hut, engaged in conversation. A month later, they decided to share what they knew. Hermione gathered Harry and Ron in the Gryffindor common room to analyze the situation. So, what have you learned from your weekly dates with Senior Anha? Harry asked Hermione first. Hermione shook her head. He refuses to tell me anything. He merely teaches me spells. Whenever I inquire, he changes the subject, even advising me not to disrupt the romantic atmosphere. He is truly infuriating. I asked Hagrid many questions about my parents and about Lupin, but Hagrid only mentioned that Professor Dumbledore borrowed him, without revealing for what purpose. He also wouldn't tell me how to deal with Lupin. Ron pondered before speaking. Do you know what profession is involved in creating magical artifacts? I once saw Anha give Hagrid a protective mirror, claiming it could help him resist dark magic. I can't recall the details. Upon hearing Ron's words, Hermione had a realization. She retrieved a hairpin from her belongings, placed it on the table, and examined it closely. I believe I now know who Nicholas Flamel is. I remember now. He is an alchemist. No wonder Anha has been emphasizing this. He clearly knows, just momentarily forgot. Ron and Harry gazed at the beautiful hairpin on the table. Hermione, what is this? Harry inquired. This. Hermione pointed to the hairpin on the table, and Harry nodded. This is the token of affection given to me by Anha, who requested that I carry it at all times. Why? Ron gazed at the hairpin adorned with enigmatic patterns, faint runes shimmering on its surface. He claimed it could safeguard my well-being. I presume it is indeed an alchemical artifact, imbued with magic for my protection. Hermione felt a swell of pride, her fondness for the jade-like hairpin deepening. Thus, we have unraveled the identity of Nicomelie, yet we remain oblivious to what precisely is being guarded by Lu Wei. Ron pointed out the ensuing dilemma. Reflecting on Ron's words, Hermione recalled what Grandmother Perina had mentioned during their previous conversation, hoping to find a clue within. Oh, I remember now. It is the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she glanced at those around her and spoke in hushed tones. The Philosopher's Stone? They echoed in unison. Ron and Harry were somewhat perplexed. Indeed, the Philosopher's Stone. It was mentioned during tea with Grandmother Perina. She spoke of her husband having created it, and through its magic, he concocted the elixir of life, which has allowed her to live until now. Hermione's enthusiasm surged, sensing she was nearing the truth. But who requires the elixir of life? Ron posed a critical question. Hermione and Harry fell silent. Indeed, while they now knew what Lu Wei was guarding, they remained unaware of the identity of their adversary. I suspect that individual has infiltrated Hogwarts. Perhaps they are even a first year or a teacher, Harry speculated thoughtfully. However, first years are merely children, and there haven't been any new teachers. Professor Quirrell only spent a year abroad for studies. He's been a teacher long before we arrived, and his stuttering demeanor does not suggest he poses a threat, Hermione countered, shaking her head at Harry's analysis. Have you considered that someone is hunting unicorns? Legend has it that unicorn blood can cure all ailments, Ron interjected, raising a pivotal point. Hermione seized upon this crucial detail. Precisely. The one capturing unicorns must be in the Forbidden Forest, and he is undoubtedly gravely wounded. I hope that Big White and Little White will exercise caution. Listening to Hermione, Harry found her reasoning compelling, though she had other questions lingering in her mind. Ron, sensing the discussion was reaching its conclusion, interjected timely. Hermione, do you have a date tonight? Of course not. To be honest, he is usually quite busy and rarely invites me out, except on weekends. I hardly see him. Hermione replied, shaking her head, recalling Anha's handsome face cloaked in a rather lascivious heart. Recently, his dating proposals had become increasingly excessive, and she felt it necessary to give him a proper cooling-off period. Thus, although she had received a date invitation, she had declined, citing a desire to spend time with Harry. Observing Hermione's resolute stance, Anha chose not to press further, merely reminding her to take care of the hairpin. On the other hand, Anha commenced his earnest studies, endeavoring to devise a strategy to contend with the Ministry of Magic in Britain. His plan necessitated the subversion of the Statute of Secrecy, akin to a Godfather's coup. However, a direct overthrow was decidedly impractical. Thus, he sought cunning tactics. contemplating a strategy to encircle the ministry's headquarters by consuming it from within. The pressing dilemma remained: how to conquer the British Ministry of Magic. What course of action could be taken? Surely, Voldemort would strike against the ministry in due time, necessitating that his operatives remain inconspicuous. Yet how could one rise to the position of Minister of Magic without exceptional prowess? Anha found himself beset by frustration. Useless. After all this time, you cannot even capture a single unicorn. What purpose do you serve? A raspy voice echoed from the mirror, revealing a grotesquely distorted visage. Master, it is those wretched centaurs who have thwarted my efforts. Next time, I shall undoubtedly fulfill the task you have set for me, Chilo stammered, trembling slightly. Enough. Those detestable centaurs will pay for their interference once I am resurrected. Tonight, create some chaos and seek opportunities, or let that traitor test the waters. You know what to do tonight? Yes, Master, Chilo replied obediently. In the afternoon, he called out to Professor Snape in the corridor. Professor Snape, teach me. What do you want? I will certainly not assist you. Snape retorted, his teeth clenched. Were it not for Dumbledore's schemes, he would have dispatched Chilo without hesitation. Actually, on that day, I lost control. He was the one who manipulated me, Chilo stuttered. Snape regarded him with keen interest. Oh, and what brings you to me now? He demands that I hunt unicorns to restore his strength, but I have failed. He now rests, proclaiming he will seize the Philosopher's Stone tonight, at which point he will vacate my body to incite chaos. You must thwart him. Snape narrowed his eyes, uncertain of the veracity of Chilo's claims. Yet he was undoubtedly the least inclined to see Voldemort revived. Understood. After a moment's hesitation, Snape swirled his robes and departed. Chapter 84. The World as Corrective Force. All the candles in the Great Hall transformed into jack-o'-lanterns as students began to enter in droves. Anha, seated at his Ravenclaw table, glanced over at Gryffindor section, observing Hermione and Harry engaged in animated conversation, piquing his curiosity. It seemed that the world's corrective force was not sufficiently potent. Hermione would encounter no peril tonight. Anna smiled, calmly lifting a glass of juice from the table and swirling it, the liquid clinging to the sides of the glass, resembling not an inexpensive beverage, but rather a fine 1982 Chateau Lafite. Ah, it appears you are in splendid spirits today, exclaimed Cho, seated beside him, observing his actions. Ordinary juice has taken on the essence of fine wine for you, she added. Of course, why not enjoy a date with Cedric on this Halloween revelry? Anha remarked, casting a glance at Cho beside him. The Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff is about to commence, and he is rather clingy, prompting me to seek a moment of respite. Autumn Zhang gazes lovingly at Cedric, who is indulging in food at the Hufflepuff table. You seem to be progressing quite rapidly, remarks Anha, observing the affectionate exchange between Autumn and Cedric. Of course, Cedric is far more charming than a certain oblivious fellow, Autumn teases, casting a pointed glance at Anha. Unfazed, Anha shrugs. At that time, I had already developed feelings for Hermione, making it difficult to entertain you. Autumn rolls her eyes and responds, I never expected that having a girlfriend would make you more loquacious. Anha, taken aback, contemplates his own tendency to be reticent. His gaze shifts to the Slytherin table, where he notices that Hall is being fed by Ur. A twinge of envy arises within him. He too wishes to be pampered. Yet, he quickly dismisses the thought, considering the potential fallout if Hermione were to feel disliked. Instead, he diverts his attention to the professor's table and spies his godfather engaged in lively conversation with Dumbledore, questioning the abundance of topics they could endlessly discuss. Suddenly, Hermione clutches her stomach, her expression troubled. What is it, Hermione? Harry inquires, sensing her discomfort. I think I may have overindulged. I need to use the restroom, she replies, making her way toward the hall entrance. Hey, the girls' restroom on the first floor is out of order. You should head to the second floor, Harry kindly advises from behind. All right, Hermione responds as she dashes toward the staircase leading to the second floor. However, at a crucial moment, the stairs begin to shift, observing the rotating staircase. Hermione quickly decides to sprint toward the girls' restroom in the basement instead. Is Hermione all right? Ron asks, watching her hurried departure and sensing her urgency. Harry ponders for a moment, but finds nothing particularly unusual. With Harry's nonchalant attitude, Ron resumes gnawing on his chicken leg. Suddenly, the grand door is forcefully flung open. Hermione had left it slightly ajar. Quirrell bursts in, only to trip and fall to the ground, raising his head to exclaim, A troll! There's a troll in the basement. I thought you should be informed. Before he can finish, he faints. As Quirrell lies unconscious with his face to the floor, Anha can't help but scoff. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? All eyes turn toward Quirrell. The atmosphere becomes eerily silent. Then, with Ron discarding his chicken leg, he shouts the first warning. The hall erupts in chaos as screams fill the air and students rush toward the exit. Dumbledore stands, commanding attention, silence. All gazes are drawn to him. Snape narrows his eyes, evidently confirming that Quirrell's words hold truth. Observing Quirrell's state, he discreetly exits through a side door, making his way to the third floor. The orderly sounds around began to resonate as the prefects commenced organizing their respective students. The Gryffindors fell silent, realizing they could not contend with the trolls. Ravenclaws, no more sneaking off to the library. Hufflepuffs, bring some snacks. Don't head to the kitchen just yet. Anha glanced towards Gryffindor, first noticing the flustered Ron, then observing Harry casting a worried gaze at Snape as he departed, and finally searching for his beloved Hermione. A pang of anxiety surged within Anha as he realized Hermione was missing. He bolted towards them. Hey, Anha, where are you rushing off to? The Ravenclaw prefect called after him, but Anha paid no heed, racing towards Gryffindor. He was off to protect his girlfriend. There was no cause for concern. Let us just organize and then depart, Autumn remarked to the prefect, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging Anha's formidable abilities, which could vanquish a troll in an instant. Anha reached Harry and Ron and urgently inquired, "Where is Hermione?" His haste startled Harry. "Calm down. She went to the restroom, likely on the second floor. We can notify her once we go up. She was feeling unwell earlier." Anha took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. "I'll go check on her. I'm just a bit worried." With that, he hurried away. Observing Anha's retreating figure, Ron pondered aloud. His demeanor was quite alarming, but his concern for Hermione is understandable. Harry offered a few reassuring words on Anha's behalf. Damn, could this be the force of world correction? Anha swiftly turned and ascended to the second floor. Chapter 85, The Guardian of Love. Harry followed the throng upstairs, watching the slowly shifting staircase. Oh no, Ron. What if Hermione happens to be on the second floor when the staircase is in motion? Ron contemplated before responding. Then I would likely dash to the basement classroom. After all, the staircase there doesn't move. Harry nodded, considering Ron's words. So, she might be in the girls' restroom in the basement. She could be in danger. Ron realized the gravity of the situation as well. Harry immediately grabbed Ron's arm, and they sprinted towards the basement classroom. Upon reaching the basement, as Harry and Ron turned a corner, they spotted a large, grotesque creature dragging a wooden club into a room. Ron rushed forward, forcefully closing the door behind it. That hideous creature is locked in. With its underdeveloped brain, it surely doesn't know how to open doors. Let us hurry to find Hermione. This must be the girls' restroom. Ron raised his gaze to the sign above the door. Suddenly, a shriek from within the restroom pierced the air. Moments earlier, with a pallid complexion, Hermione emerged from the stall, clutching her abdomen. She washed her hands and glanced at her reflection in the mirror, noting her wan appearance. After securing her hair with a hairpin, she lowered her head to splash water on her face, then opened the restroom door, only to be confronted by a colossal figure. The troll, having spotted a young girl within the confines of the room, lumbered in with ease, its massive presence obliterating the stall. Hermione let out a piercing scream. Harry and Ron rushed in, their eyes widening at the sight of Hermione cornered by the troll. They hastily picked up pieces of wood from the ground and hurled them at the beast, but the troll, with its thick hide, felt nothing. Instead, it raised its club, ready to strike Hermione, who, paralyzed by fear, closed her eyes in despair. In the instant the club descended, the hairpin atop her head glowed a vibrant green, erecting a protective shield around Hermione that deflected the blow and sent the club flying. The troll looked perplexed at its empty hands, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its weapon. Before the trio could react, the hairpin detached from Hermione's hair and charged toward the troll's heart. The immense force propelled the creature back against the wall, and as if enchanted, the hairpin voraciously siphoned the troll's blood. To their astonishment, several blood-red thorns sprouted from its base, ensnaring the troll in a relentless embrace, pulsating with a crimson light. The group was struck with terror. The hairpin's swift vanquishing of the troll occurred in an instant, yet they witnessed it all too clearly. Ron's face turned pale as he trembled, gazing at the flickering thorns, and stuttered a question to Hermione, inquiring about the nature of this fearsome entity. Harry, too, appeared unsettled, but recognized the object. It was indeed the hairpin gifted to Hermione by Senior Anha. Hermione touched her head, realizing the hairpin was gone. Anha soon arrived, entering to find Hermione and the others huddled in the corner, staring at the pinned troll. Anha rushed over and enveloped Hermione in a tight embrace, asking if she was all right, noting her ashen complexion. Hermione merely shook her head, her mind swirling with questions eager to ask Anha. Anha, observing Hermione, rose and approached the troll, extending his hand. The hairpin detached from the troll's body and flew into Anha's grasp, while the thorns remained embedded in the troll's flesh. Blood dripped from the hairpin, staining Anha's hand. He washed it at the sink, restoring the hairpin to its original state, then wiped it clean and tucked it away in his pocket. "What is that hairpin?" Hermione queried, her curiosity piqued, echoed by Harry and Ron's eagerness to know. Anha gently tapped Hermione's forehead, causing a faint blush to bloom upon her pallid cheeks. The professors soon arrived, their expressions darkening upon witnessing the standing Harry and Ron. Then glancing at the corner troll, Dumbledore cleared his throat, prompting Harry and Ron to turn towards the professors, who then noticed Hermione seated on the ground, with Anha crouching beside her, inquiring into her condition. Their faces softened as Anha helped Hermione to her feet. Dumbledore gazed at a few individuals, while McGonagall hurriedly arrived. Anha observed Dumbledore, McGonagall, Quirrell, and Snape, whose legs were concealed beneath his robes. Hermione had just come from the restroom, oblivious to the presence of the troll. Upon my arrival, I took action to resolve the situation, thus saving the three of them. Professor McGonagall exhaled with relief. I was truly worried sick. Do you have any idea how frightened I was when the headmaster informed me that the three of you were missing? Especially you two, Mr. Weasley and Ms. Potter. The headmaster said you had just been there, and then suddenly vanished. If it weren't for Mr. Mitchell, we would have had to collect your bodies. Dumbledore nodded. Mr. Weasley, Ms. Potter, your defiance of instructions and reckless venture into danger warrants a deduction of 5 points for each of you, including Granger. However, due to the concern shown by Weasley and Potter for their friends, I shall award each of you 10 points. Now, Anha, come with me. Dumbledore departed with Anha. Before leaving, Anha gently patted Hermione's head and said, "Rest well. I have kept your token safe. Once I repair it, I will return it to you." With that, she followed Dumbledore out. Meanwhile, McGonagall escorted Ron, Hermione, and Harry away. Snape turned to Quirrell. "Clean up the mess. Defense against the dark arts teacher." With that, he limped away. Quirrell examined the fallen troll on the ground. An unfamiliar magic, quite peculiar indeed. Dumbledore addressed Anha, who smiled awkwardly. "That was my token. I modified that hairpin into a magically triggered artifact." Anha explained to Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded, understanding. "Oh, that won't do." Dumbledore looked at Anha in exasperation, realizing he had not yet finished speaking. Chapter 86, The Clever Harry. "Are you truly heartless enough to deny the request of a lonely old man?" Dumbledore said to Anha, his eyes filled with pleading. Anha was quite exasperated. Did he truly believe I was unaware of the matters between him and Grindelwald? "I do not wish to clarify your relationship with your godfather. I will assist as much as I can, for one's energy is limited, and your alchemical skills are not inferior to mine, are they? As the headmaster, I have dealt with countless matters over the years, and you are aware that the magical community in Britain is tumultuous, so my skills have become somewhat rusty. I'm not as formidable as you might believe." Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively. Anha observed his helpless expression. "I do indeed have a few ideas, but the conditions have yet to be fully conceived. Allow me to consider them first." On another front, Professor McGonagall led Hermione and the others into the Gryffindor common room before departing. The little lions of Gryffindor gathered around, clamoring with questions. Ron began recounting to the surrounding Gryffindor cubs how they had bravely dealt with the troll. Meanwhile, Hermione pulled Harry away from the crowd, her concern evident as she inquired, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Hermione waved her hand in front of her. "I understand now. I see. Who is trying to take the Philosopher's Stone?" Hermione glanced at Harry, whose expression appeared slightly off. "Do you know?" Harry nodded, her demeanor somewhat hesitant. But after a moment's contemplation, she resolved to share her thoughts with Hermione. In truth, the individual seeking to seize the Philosopher's Stone is Uncle Severus. Upon uttering this, tears glistened in Harry's eyes. She felt heartbroken. If her deduction was correct, then Professor Snape was indeed the one attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. How could that be? "Professor Snape has been a teacher at Hogwarts for a long time," Hermione exclaimed, incredulous. Understanding that Hermione might struggle to accept this revelation, Harry began her analysis. "Do you remember that day when we were walking together and saw Snape going up to the 3rd floor? And do you recall what Anne has said about Professor Snape being a good man?" Hermione nodded, recalling that they had seen Professor Snape sneaking up to the 3rd floor while discussing Quidditch, and Anna had indeed claimed Snape was a good person. "We can't suspect him just because he was once a subordinate of Voldemort," Hermione reasoned, believing that this alone did not suffice to cast doubt on Snape's character. "Exactly," Harry affirmed. "I merely have my suspicions. However, I have been observing him closely for the past month. He frequently disappears from his office, and not during class hours. He must be up to something. Of course, He has his own matters to attend to, which doesn't definitively reveal his true nature. I only confirmed my suspicions just now. Just now? Hermione asked, puzzled. Indeed, when I saw him moments ago, his leg was scratched by claws and was bleeding. He even limped when he arrived. But merely based on your word, the professors will not believe us, Hermione said, looking at Harry. She trusted Harry's words, but she doubted that the professors would accept the claims of children as truth. Certainly, the professors are unlikely to believe us. However, I think we should consult Anha or perhaps Headmaster Dumbledore and Hagrid, Harry suggested, calming down and reflecting on who might be more inclined to believe her. I think that's a good idea. I'll speak to Anha tomorrow. Don't worry. Anha is quite capable, Hermione assured Harry confidently. The following day, Hermione approached Anha. So, this is the situation. Harry is convinced that Professor Snape is the culprit. As she spoke, she continued to feed Anha a piece of meat. Anha, astonished, could hardly believe the gravity of the situation. He was taken aback by the soundness of Harry's reasoning, finding it difficult to refute. However, I can state with certainty that Professor Snape is indeed a good person. And this, he added, retrieving a hairpin from his pocket to help Hermione style her hair. I have mended. As he fed her porridge, every time Hermione attempted to speak, Anha would spoon the cooled porridge in her mouth, preventing her from articulating her thoughts. Upon observing Anha's demeanor, Hermione surmised that he was undoubtedly privy to some knowledge, yet chose to remain silent. It seemed he was aware of the potential peril, but preferred to downplay it, perhaps to shield her from danger. However, such a stance only served to heighten her apprehension. Hermione found herself in a quandary, hoping that Harry's quest to seek Dumbledore and Ron's visit to Hagrid would yield the assistance they required. After finishing the porridge, Anha gently touched the hairpin in Hermione's hair, offering her reassurance. No matter the danger you encounter, it will surely aid in protecting you. A warmth enveloped Hermione's heart, prompting her to inquire, by the way, I usually have to feed you, yet today it seems you wish for me to do so. She recalled that earlier that morning, during breakfast, Anha had specifically requested her to feed him. After tending to Anha's needs, she posed her question. Anha remained reticent, merely gesturing in a particular direction with his eyes. Hermione turned to see you're feeding whole breakfast. So you were inspired by the intimate display you witnessed between others? Anha nodded in affirmation. Hermione smiled softly, reaching out to caress his cheek. At times, I find you quite endearing. Anna's face flushed, a rare sight, eliciting a gentle pinch from Hermione. You're a bit rosy, aren't you? She chuckled before bidding Anha farewell to prepare for class. Chapter 87, Quidditch. So, have you consulted Senior Anha? What did he say? Harry inquired with excitement, believing her deduction to be flawless. Harry, please don't be upset. Anha didn't actually believe your reasoning, Hermione replied. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rising. What? He didn't believe my impeccable reasoning? Hermione regarded Harry's incredulous expression. Perhaps Anha simply harbors doubts. Why not seek out Professor Dumbledore today? And Ron can inquire with Hagrid. There must be some resolution. Later that afternoon, no. This is utterly hilarious. Harry, you're quite the comedian. Professor Snape? A villain? Impossible. Hagrid bellowed with laughter. But I witnessed it with my own eyes. And he was once a follower of Voldemort. Hagrid waved dismissively. Hasn't Professor Dumbledore already stated that Professor Snape is an undercover agent? Harry interjected excitedly. Hermione and Ron exchanged stunned glances. Hagrid scrutinized Harry's expression. Then you might consider asking Professor Dumbledore directly. We've already sought him out, but he was unavailable. I only encountered Professor Grindelwald, who mentioned that Dumbledore had gone to the Ministry of Magic. Hermione elaborated, continuing Hagrid's train of thought. Hagrid dismissed their assertions. In the Gryffindor common room, what shall we do? They all doubt Harry's reasoning, Ron lamented, firmly believing in Harry's insights. Then we must uncover evidence. Find proof regarding Professor Snape, Harry asserted confidently. Soon, time passed swiftly, bringing us to the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. In the morning, Harry and Ron unusually rose early, joining Hermione for breakfast. An owl swooped down, delivering a long parcel that landed on the table before Harry. Look, Harry, your package. Ron remarked, eyeing the parcel intently. Hermione also took notice. Would it be so long? Harry examined it. It appeared to be a broomstick. She hurriedly unwrapped it, revealing a brand new broomstick before their astonished eyes. Wow, Harry, this is a Firebolt 2000, the fastest magical broomstick currently available, Ron exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Harry lifted the card from the package and glanced around, spotting Professor McGonagall smiling encouragingly at her for the afternoon match. Hermione noted this as well. Harry, this must be from Professor McGonagall. She was once an exceptional Quidditch player for Gryffindor, she stated. Meanwhile, Wood and the Weasley twins gazed enviously at the Firebolt 2000 resting on the table. Professor Snape approached Harry, causing several of them to exchange anxious glances. Snape observed their expressions, narrowing his eyes. It seemed he had not been particularly stern with Harry. Indeed, he seldom treated Harry and his friends harshly. Why then? Were they looking at him in such a manner? Snape offered a slight smile. Harry, I wish you good luck today, with the courage you displayed in facing a troll. I imagine a mere Quidditch match will be a trivial pursuit for you, even against Slytherin, he remarked, casting a glance at Harry's companions before limping away. His foot still not healed. Harry turned to watch Snape as he hobbled off. Ron and Hermione noticed too. See, my observation was correct. It's been days, and his foot still isn't healed, Ron said, and Hermione nodded, having always believed Harry. However, what did Snape's words truly mean? Ron voiced his thoughts, sensing a peculiar tone in Snape's remark. Was it encouragement or a veiled provocation? Who could say? Hermione, however, had grown immune to Snape's sarcasm, as he often directed it towards her. What if he suspects that I doubt him and considers me a threat? Harry pondered, somewhat uncertain. Surely not. Isn't he your uncle? Hermione questioned, sensing something amiss in her own words. Harry remained silent, merely focusing on her meal. In the afternoon, Hermione pulled Anha along to watch Harry's match. All players were lined up, poised on their broomsticks, ready for the game. Anha observed Harry soaring through the sky, then glanced at the ecstatic girlfriend beside her. Honestly, what's the appeal of Quidditch? Why you get so excited the moment Harry appears? Anha queried, bewildered. Hermione, observing Anha's calm demeanor, felt uncertain. Are you not a bit jealous of the girls? She asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. This left Anha speechless. Not at all, she replied, while Hermione, noticing the match still had not commenced, broached the subject of Snape's earlier comment. Did he really say that? Anha inquired, her uncertainty evident. Hermione nodded affirmatively. Ha ha ha. That truly made me laugh to the point of tears. Anha chuckled heartily, leaving Hermione momentarily stunned. So why the laughter? Hermione inquired, perplexed. Because, Anha explained, only by understanding Snape's peculiarities and personality can one discern his true intentions. Upon hearing this, Hermione was intrigued and eagerly sought more information. Some matters are not easily conveyed, but I can simplify it for you. Snape is rather tsundere. He genuinely wishes to encourage Harry's victory, but struggles to articulate it, resulting in his rather snarky demeanor. Listening to Anha's elucidation, Hermione realized, oh, so during class, he was merely being sarcastic with no ulterior motive. Finding Anha's words somewhat exasperating, Hermione chose to ignore him, focusing intently on the impending Quidditch match. Observing her unwavering concentration, Anha decided to calm his mind and discover the allure of the game. As both teams prepared, Madame Hooch positioned herself at the center of the field and opened the restless box of balls. The golden snitch soared into the air, followed by the bludgers. The match commenced with fervor. It was Harry's debut game, and he felt somewhat bewildered, merely watching the players darting through the sky. Suddenly, he spotted the shimmering golden snitch and promptly dove towards it, with a Slytherin player in hot pursuit. The two soared above, relentlessly chasing the elusive snitch. As Harry gradually acclimated to the game, he became increasingly adept, prompting cheers from the crowd. Anha, observing their growing excitement, found it somewhat amusing. It was unnecessary to obstruct the chasers. They should focus on scoring, and once the score differential surpassed the points for catching the snitch, the latter would serve merely to conclude the match. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the pitch, causing the spectators to gasp in shock. Chapter 88. I feel so short. Harry's broom began to wobble precariously, subsequently shaking violently. Hermione, who had been enjoying the match while observing Harry, tugged at Anna's sleeve. Look quickly, Harry is in danger, she exclaimed, glancing towards the professor's box. Look, Snape is muttering incantations and fixated on Harry. He must have discovered her plan. I must go save her. Meanwhile, Harry was nearly thrown off her broom, but managed to grip it tightly with one hand, preventing her fall. Following Hermione's gaze, Anna not only noticed Snape muttering, but also saw Quirrell beside him, doing the same. Indeed, the true villain was Quirrell. Hey, Hermione? Anna glanced around, but found Hermione had already dashed off. Upon her arrival at the professor's box, Hermione conjured flames that ignited Snape's robe. Observing his garment ablaze, Snape calmly drew his wand and extinguished the fire. Meanwhile, Anha, having anticipated this, aimed the slingshot he had just conjured at Quirrell's head, striking him squarely in the left eye. The impact momentarily dazed Quirrell, halting his spell casting against Harry. Seizing the opportunity, Harry used her strength to climb back onto her broom. Look, Harry is fine now. Just a moment ago, my wand ignited Snape's wizarding robe, forcing him to cease casting spells at Harry. Anha gazed into Hermione's clear eyes, affectionately ruffling her hair. Aren't you afraid Snape will discover this? Never mind. Quickly watch Harry's match. She's about to win. As she pursued the golden snitch alongside the Slytherin Seeker, a sharp turn allowed Harry's little braid to obscure the Slytherin Seeker's vision. The Slytherin Seeker, unable to see, failed to turn in time and crashed violently into the barrier, eliciting a collective gasp from the audience. That must hurt, Ron remarked to another Gryffindor boy. Following her opponent's blunder, Harry accelerated, gradually closing in on the golden snitch. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, she stood on the handle of her broom and reached out to grasp the elusive snitch. However, before she could catch it, her footing faltered and she stumbled forward, tumbling to the ground and rolling several times. Rising to her feet, Harry felt something in her mouth. She gagged and expelled the golden snitch. Elated, she raised the snitch aloft, prompting cheers from the surrounding spectators. Madame Hooch also announced the match's outcome. The Gryffindors gathered around, congratulating Harry on her victory, while Hermione remained by Anha's side, quietly observing Harry. I can't believe you're not going to congratulate her, Anha exclaimed, surprised that Hermione hadn't rushed over to celebrate with Harry. Hermione grasped Anna's hand and smiled gently. Seeing Hermione's playful demeanor warmed Anha's heart, and, almost instinctively, she leaned in for a kiss. Hermione was taken aback, hastily pushing Anha away, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she stared at her. What are you doing? There's so many people here. Can't you behave? Anha chuckled, scratching her head. I couldn't help it. You're just too adorable. Hermione rolled her eyes, exasperated by Anha's incessant affection, yet she contemplated. Initially hesitant, Hermione recalled that her parents were already aware of her relationship with Anha and likely wouldn't object. After a moment's hesitation, she declared, I want to go. Seeing Hermione's joyful expression made Anha want to kiss her again. But Hermione, noticing Anha's intent, quickly ran away while exclaiming, don't even think about it. There are too many people here. Tone it down a bit. Observing Hermione sprint away with those words, Anna felt a bit embarrassed as several onlookers turned their attention to them. She swiftly chased after Hermione. The observers glanced over but paid little heed. With no one around now, I suppose I can speak freely, Anna said. Hermione regarded her with a calm demeanor, her heart devoid of any tumult. Anna, puzzled and a little saddened by Hermione's indifference, wondered how they had reached such a mundane phase so quickly. After all, I've been so bold with you. Should you feel shy? Hermione noticed Anha's apparent discontent and decided it was time to put on a show. No, I'm actually quite shy. I was just momentarily at a loss, Anha admitted, squinting at her clumsy performance. He released his grip on the wall and let out a sigh. With such poor acting, how could I possibly not see through it? Hermione, feeling a bit embarrassed, playfully pinched Anna's arm and voiced her dissatisfaction. You always use this tactic when we go on dates, so it has lost its charm. Oh, I see. Well, what can I say? I've never been in love before. I only know this one approach, Anha replied, unsure of how else to express himself. Hermione smiled at Anna's candidness and affectionately ruffled his hair while standing on the steps. Therefore, we need not engage in any elaborate gestures to deepen our feelings. As long as you hold me in your heart and I hold you in mine, that suffices, doesn't it? Upon hearing Hermione's words, Anha embraced her, burying his face in her chest. Then let me hold you. Hermione felt Anna's embrace and gently pressed his head down. A hug is fine, but do refrain from fidgeting. Listening to Hermione's request, Anha ceased to struggle and began to hold her obediently. Chapter 89. The quality has declined recently. Harry, are you not going to pack your things? Hermione inquired as she entered the great hall with her luggage, noticing Harry engrossed in a game of chess with Ron. Oh, I see. And what about you, Ron? The plans have changed. My parents have decided to go to Romania to visit my brother Charlie. The queen has moved to E5, Ron replied. That's rather barbaric, Hermione remarked, observing the chessboard. This is wizard chess. It's far superior to gobstones. Anha approached Hermione from behind, tapping her shoulder. Have you packed your things, Anha? Hermione asked, noticing the absence of luggage behind him. It's all right here, Anha replied, patting the pockets at his waist before stuffing Hermione's belongings into them. Where are gobstones? Hermione inquired of Anha. Gobstones is a game popular among wizard children, using a special stone. The gameplay is akin to Muggle marbles, but the main difference is that when one loses points, the stones spray a foul liquid at the loser's face, which is why not many play it, though most wizards are familiar with it. Hermione nodded, realizing she had learned something new. So what is your plan? She asked, eyeing the elegantly dressed Anha and Hermione. Hermione playfully punched Anna's chest with her small fist. Anha chuckled, took her hand, and addressed Harry and Ron. Well played, Ron. When shall we have a friendly match? We must be off now. Once aboard the Hogwarts Express. Hermione caused a bit of a stir before falling asleep. Anha entertained her for a while before settling down to read. glancing down at Hermione resting on his lap. It was clear, indeed, Hermione had fallen asleep with her head resting against him. Anha moved with great caution, gently brushing aside the strands of hair that clung to the corner of his mouth. As he gazed upon Hermione, who was breathing evenly, his heart swelled with joy. He found himself mesmerized by her slightly trembling eyelashes and her delicate, rosy lips, a part of him longing to pinch them playfully, though he ultimately restrained himself. Leaning back against his seat, Anha gradually succumbed to slumber. It was not until they were nearing their destination that Anha stirred from his sleep. Noticing a dampness on his calf, he quickly glanced down. Saliva glistened at the corner of Hermione's mouth, having stained his trousers. Observing her rather unfortunate sleeping posture, Anha sighed and retrieved a tissue, carefully wiping the drool from her lips until they were clean. Hermione awoke to his gentle ministrations, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. Upon noticing the wet mark on his thigh and feeling her own mouth, she looked at Anha incredulously. "You didn't just wet yourself, did you?" she exclaimed, her tone tinged with disbelief and suspicion. Anha, exasperated, stared at her and tossed the tissue onto her head, prompting a startled yelp from Hermione. "Hey, it's your drool that landed on my trousers." He protested. "No way, I can't possibly drool in my sleep, and I just checked, it's all dry." Anha clenched his fists, taking a deep breath. "Your saliva is what I just wiped away with that tissue." Hermione hesitated, momentarily doubting her own judgment, but stubbornly replied, "You're just making excuses." Anha, at a loss for words, retorted, "If you don't believe me, come over and have a whiff. There's definitely no smell of urine." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Listen to yourself. Does that sound reasonable? If it were me who had wet myself, would you really sniff it?" "Absolutely," Anha answered with unwavering certainty. Hermione was at a loss for words, his confident demeanor both amusing and vexing. "For the sake of my innocence, I believe such a sacrifice is necessary," Anha declared with a mock seriousness. "All right, fine, it's my drool. Happy now?" Hermione conceded reluctantly. Anha nodded in satisfaction at her admission. "By the way, will you be nervous meeting my parents?" he inquired curiously. "What do you think? Were you nervous when you first met my parents?" Hermione shot back. "Of course not. I met them as a friend's son, so there was no reason to be anxious." Anha shrugged nonchalantly. Observing his demeanor, Hermione pressed on. "And what about when I agree to your request? Will you be nervous facing my dad? After all this time, I'm sure Mr. Granger is well aware of my feelings for you." Anha chuckled. Hermione was momentarily lost for words. Anha then produced his wand, and with a swift flick, the dampness on his trousers vanished. "Come on, we've arrived. It's time to disembark." At that moment, the train began to slow to a stop. Anha and Hermione exited the train station successfully and made their way to the parking lot, where they spotted Mr. Granger. "Long time no see, Mr. Granger. Look how well I'm taking care of Hermione." With that, she pulled Hermione before Mr. Granger. "I can walk by myself," Hermione murmured softly. Mr. Granger glanced at Hermione, gently ruffling her hair before asking, "You haven't bullied Anha, have you?" "How could I possibly bully him?" "Is he who bullies me?" Hermione retorted initially, then whispered the latter part. "As long as you haven't bullied him, that's good. Now let's get in the car," Mr. Granger said, turning to enter the vehicle. Hermione and Anha took their seats in the back, gazing out at the swiftly passing scenery. Mr. Granger broke the silence. "When do you plan to go to Germany? Would you like us to accompany you?" "I don't know, but if Dad and Mom want to go, my parents would surely welcome them," Hermione replied. Hearing Anha refer to his parents as Dad and Mom surprised her, and she looked at him in astonishment. "All right, then let us plan for the next few days. I'm sure my mother will be delighted," Mr. Granger responded without hesitation. Dad doesn't mind and even goes along with what Anne has said," Hermione noted. "Then I'll inform my parents in advance," Anne has said joyfully. "Let us go with your plans. I look forward to our journey to Germany." Chapter 90, Germany. The ferry sliced through the horizon, and Hermione stood by the railing, gazing at the endless sea. The scenery of the ocean remained unchanged. Could one truly behold it for so long? Anha approached Hermione and began to tease her. The sea breeze tousled Hermione's flowing hair, her delicate eyelashes fluttering gently, and her rosy cherry lips. "The sea is quite beautiful. Look at that cloud. Doesn't it resemble a white crow?" Hermione pointed to a cloud in the sky. "Is it? Let me take a look," Anha said, shifting his gaze from Hermione to the direction she indicated. A crow-shaped white cloud drifted across the sky. "It does resemble one, indeed. By the way, where's Black Feather?" Hermione recalled the little creature, realizing she hadn't seen it since boarding the ship. "Didn't it have international long-distance communication?" Hermione pondered, somewhat perplexed as to why one would still use animals to send messages. "It hasn't moved in quite a while," let it stretch its legs? Anha replied without a second thought. That is hardly a valid reason, Hermione retorted, choosing to ignore him afterward. The sea is vast. This is merely a strait. Should I venture to the Pacific and find a small island for us to dwell on? Anha observed Hermione, who was still fixated on the ocean. I simply don't wish to look at you, Hermione replied nonchalantly. A thunderclap resounded in Anha's heart. Why are you starting to disdain me again? Hermione, feeling somewhat exasperated, was already troubled by how to face her future in-laws, and Anha continued to nag her. Yet, seeing his expression, she could only sigh. Oh, of course not. I just don't know how to face your parents. What's there to it? He assumed she was worried about something else. Anha wrapped his arm around Hermione. Just treat my parents as if they were your own. All right. Though Anha offered her comfort, Hermione still found herself uncertain about how to confront the situation. A long limousine came to a halt at the port. It must be the one. Let us proceed, dear in-laws. Anha grasped Hermione's hand, leading her towards the grand vehicle. As the door swung open, a striking woman emerged, extending her arms and enveloping Anha in a warm embrace. It has been far too long, my child. Anha gently extricated herself, guiding Hermione to her mother. Hey, Mom, this is Hermione, my girlfriend. Hermione, this is my mother, Diana Michelle. Hermione regarded the woman before her, tall and alluring, exuding an air of intellectual beauty. Adorned with metal-framed glasses, she conveyed an impression of great wisdom. Good day, Mrs. Michelle, Hermione greeted, executing a standard British courtesy. Oh, you must be Hermione. Such a delightful little one, just as lovely as your mother. You may call me Mom like Anna does, Diana remarked, playfully pinching Hermione's cheek. Hermione couldn't help but internally scoff, noting how Anna's mother shared her penchant for cheek pinching. It has been ages, Diana. Mrs. Granger's voice rang out. Diana's gaze shifted from the two young ladies to the Granger couple emerging from behind. She quickly descended from the vehicle and enveloped Mrs. Granger in a hearty embrace. It truly has been a long time, Monica. So, Torser did not accompany you? Mr. Granger's voice chimed in from the side. Diana shook her head. I apologize. Torser is preoccupied with his duties as Minister of Magic. He has numerous responsibilities. However, rest assured, he will certainly attend tonight's dinner. Nodding, Diana ushered them into the car. Inside the vehicle, Monica remarked, Diana, you've kept us in the dark for quite some time. If it weren't for Anna's enrollment at Hogwarts, we would have remained oblivious to the magical world. Diana sighed in resignation. Unfortunately, due to the Wizarding Secrecy Act, wizards cannot divulge information about the magical realm to muggles. Fortunately, Hermione will attend Hogwarts, alleviating the burden of secrecy. Wow, Anha, you never mentioned your family estate was this grand. Hermione exclaimed, gazing at the sprawling mansion before her. Indeed, the Michelle family is one of the most prominent in Germany, Anha replied with pride. All right. Let us not linger at the entrance. Let us step inside. Diana beckoned, guiding the Granger family through the estate's courtyard and into the interior of the house. Andre sat by the fireplace in a rocking chair, gently swaying back and forth. Anha stealthily approached and tapped her grandfather on the shoulder. It has been ages, Grandpa. Is that not my eldest grandson? It truly has been too long. Come, let me have a good look at you, Andre exclaimed, scrutinizing his grandson closely. After more than a year apart, Anha had grown considerably taller, his features maturing, rendering him increasingly handsome. Andre excitedly patted Anha on the shoulder, simultaneously noticing Hermione behind him. Indeed, he was becoming quite sturdy. But who might this young lady be? Anha quickly pulled Hermione forward. Grandfather, allow me to introduce your granddaughter-in-law, Hermione Granger. Hermione, this is my grandfather, Andre Mikhail. Hermione gazed up at the tall elder and promptly bowed. Good evening, grandfather. Andre looked at the girl before him, nodding in satisfaction. His grandson certainly had good taste. At the very least, this young lady was quite lovely. Well done. You found someone so quickly, just like your father, bringing home a British girl. When shall I see my great-grandchild? Hearing Andre's words, both Hermione and Anha felt a sense of embarrassment. Grandfather, we are not even 16 yet. Isn't that a bit premature? Ha! No worries. Later will do as well. Your grandfather is still in good health. Andre laughed heartily. Chapter 91. Secrets. Soon, the evening arrived, and the household prepared a feast to welcome Hermione's family. Come, Wendell, Tozo, you two must indulge me with a few drinks. Grandfather Andre said from his seat of honor, raising his glass towards Mr. Granger and Tozo. Observing his mother and Hermione's mother chatting merrily, Mr. Granger and his father enjoyed their drinks together. Hermione and Anha felt like mere background figures, feeding each other in silence. Try this. German cuisine isn't particularly appealing. This is a Chinese dish I had specially prepared by our house elf. Anha speared a piece of braised pork and offered it to Hermione, who took a small bite. This is delicious. Chinese cuisine is quite distinctive and delightful. As Hermione savored the tender, rich pork, Anha felt a sense of joy. Feeding his girlfriend brought him immense happiness. I specifically instructed our house elf to learn a few Chinese dishes, including sweet and sour ribs and mapo tofu, which pairs wonderfully with rice. By the way, what is a house elf? Hermione inquired, her brows furrowed in curiosity. They are magical beings that serve wizarding families, performing various tasks. Generally, they are found only in noble households. There are many at Hogwarts as well, and they prepare the meals in the Great Hall. Without hesitation, Anha replied, adding a piece of sweet and sour rib to Hermione's plate. After tasting it, Hermione posed her second question. Were their wages and vacation time like? Upon hearing Hermione's query, Anha suddenly realized that the Hermione from the books had always fought for the rights of house elves. He contemplated for a moment, but decided to answer her truthfully. They do not receive wages or vacation time. They are bred by wizards, inherently destined to serve. This is nothing short of exploitation. How is this any different from slavery? Hermione expressed her astonishment. Compared to slaves, they genuinely enjoy serving their masters and possess magic. Anha replied candidly, knowing that Hermione would eventually come to understand the complexities surrounding this issue. It is truly astonishing. It borders on brainwashing. I find this situation profoundly unjust towards the house elves. Observing Hermione's righteous demeanor, Aha rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Indeed, however, in the past, the elves rebelled and caused the deaths of many wizards, leading to their suppression and subsequent forced subservience to wizards. It was through the passage of time that house elves emerged. Aha elucidated this to Hermione, who viewed the matter through her own lens of understanding. After some contemplation, Aha finally conceived a way to dissuade Hermione. You could choose to establish a mutual aid society for house elves, those who were once oppressed. Hermione acknowledged Aha's words and resolved to found this mutual aid society for house elves in the future. Noticing that Hermione was momentarily distracted, Aha pinched her cheek playfully. However, you must understand that to change the lives and perceptions of certain individuals, one must possess formidable strength and significant power within the wizarding society. To alter the law, you must at least ascend to the position of Minister of Magic. Thus, my current goal is to become the Minister of Magic for Britain, Hermione decided resolutely. Nodded, knowing that all that remained was time. Once Hermione became minister, she could directly advocate for the repeal of the Statute of Secrecy. There was ample time to enhance one's abilities. After all, in the wizarding world, strength often determines the course of many events. Subsequently, Aha continued to feed Hermione, who, once satiated, was whisked away by Diana for conversation. He approached the trio of men engaged in drinking and pulled his grandfather aside. What is the matter, little Aha? Andre looked at Aha, intoxicated. Aha remained silent, summoning a portion of divine power within, causing the green inscription upon her forehead to illuminate. Upon beholding the familiar inscription, Andre abruptly sobered, grasping Aha tightly. Where did you acquire this? Are you out of your mind? Aha felt slightly dizzy from Andre's shaking and gently patted his arm. Please stop. I'm feeling quite lightheaded. Andre ceased his motion, gazing at her for a long moment, then sighed, pulling her towards the back of the courtyard. As they ventured to the rear, the only structure aside from a storage shed was the shed itself. Andre led Aha into the storage room, then opened a hidden trapdoor in the floor, guiding her downward. Originally, I thought to sever this lineage, yet by a twist of fate, it has come to rest upon your shoulders. Andre sighed, leading her to stand before a shrine. Upon a pillow of red silk lay a dim green gemstone. What is this? Aha inquired, sensing a sense of familiarity. This is a crystal safeguarded by our Michel family. Then why has it become so dim? Question in confusion. Allow me to explain. Under the aegis of the forest goddess, every race flourished rapidly, for such was the essence of her divine power. With a vitality unparalleled, she is revered as the goddess of life. However, the strength of a deity is contingent upon the number of their followers. Thus, she is also known as the goddess of desire. Under her protection, the proliferation among the races occurred swiftly, making her the most venerated and powerful among the pantheon. Anha shivered, unaware of the deeper narrative entwined with the goddess of life. Yet, much of existence arises from passion, leaving many souls fragmented and unable to wield magic, while simultaneously fostering the amalgamation of diverse races. Initially, it seemed the world would continue in this manner, but unbeknownst to them, the laws of existence shifted, rendering the realm incapable of harboring such potent life. Consequently, The deities were imprisoned, transformed into celestial bodies. As they departed, they bequeathed legacies, leaving those bereft of divine favor in a state of disarray. It was soon revealed that not just they, but all gods had vanished. After investigation, the cause of their disappearance was unearthed, prompting a decision to conceal this secret. Thus, the races under the forest goddess's guardianship divided her divine power crystals to shield their kin from curses, with plans to resurrect those deities. Why do you not speak of it? Anha inquired, puzzled. I was astounded when I discovered these truths in the chieftain's notes, he continued. Yet upon reflection, I believe it wise to keep these secrets hidden. This crystal has long since lost its luster. Chapter 92, Filial Piety. Are you also unaware of how to unseal those gods? Ondra nodded. Since no one has dared to attempt it, there are no clues. Anha gazed at the dim crystal before him. May I take this? Of course. You're my grandson, came the reply. Anha reached forward, grasping the cool crystal, its icy touch coursing through him. Although it had dulled, he sensed the residual energy within resonating with its divine essence. It was indeed a wondrous experience. Holding the crystal tightly, Anha murmured, perhaps you could consult the chieftains of other races, though I am uncertain of their identities. Our ancestors never spoke of them. Why did the knowledge he possessed often seem misaligned? Had it been concealed? With these questions lingering, he and his grandfather exited the chamber. Ondra pat on his shoulder. You are still young. Perhaps these matters are not urgent for you. Focus on your studies. Meeting his grandfather's gentle gaze, Anha nodded, recalling the words of the goddess of life. Grandfather, what was there before the emergence of those deities? Andre shook his head. How could I possibly know? The most formidable wizards I am aware of are Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Anha acknowledged the truth in his grandfather's words, recognizing that the most formidable wizard he knew was his own godfather, alongside Headmaster Dumbledore. Perhaps there are records within Hogwarts, he suggested. Would you agree? Andre began. For there remain many secrets within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts that are yet unknown to many. Let's take it one step at a time. Anna too was unclear, for he sensed that Hogwarts harbored numerous enigmas, often feeling that the very essence of the place could confound his memory. The hour grew late, and he declared his intention to retire for the night. Upon hearing this, Diana summoned the butler to arrange accommodations for the Granger couple. Naturally, Anha took Hermione's hand and led her to his chamber. Hermione appeared momentarily taken aback. Anha, what are you planning? Diana playfully delivered a light punch to Anna's head. He rubbed his slightly protruding forehead, lamenting that his mother truly struck with considerable force. Without further ado, he spoke up. You and Hermione are still quite young. You haven't even fully matured, yet you think of sharing a bed, do you? Diana retorted with indignation. What do you mean? It's merely sleeping. What else could there be? Anha feigned confusion, skillfully portraying an expression of utter ignorance. The onlookers observed Anha's remarkable performance with uncertainty. Only Diana squinted at him. Even if you're oblivious, you two must sleep separately, understand? Her tone bore a weight of seriousness, prompting Anha to nod in acquiescence. He leaned toward Hermione's ear and whispered, do not lock the door tonight. I shall sneak over. His words caused Hermione's cheeks to flush. Witnessing his daughter's infatuation, Mr. Granger couldn't help but sigh once more, reflecting on the years spent nurturing such a delicate flower, only to see her captivated. The Granger family, under Diana's invitation, had settled into their chosen rooms. Approximately 1 or 2 hours later, Anha emerged from his chamber. He ambled leisurely until he reached his father's study. Pushing the door ajar, he found Torser engrossed in documents brought from the Ministry of Magic. Good evening, my esteemed father, Anha began, showering him with unabashed flattery. If you have matters to discuss, speak swiftly. If you have trivialities to share, do so promptly. Torser did not lift his gaze, but responded, regarding my plan with my godfather. I mentioned it in my letter and wish to inquire about your perspective. Anha sincerely sought his father's opinion, eager to discern how his father, as the Minister of Magic for Germany, would respond. Upon hearing Anha's words, Torser set aside the documents, removed his spectacles, and regarded Anha intently. It is hard to believe that my son and his godfather would embark on such a perilous endeavor. Are you aware of how long the Wizarding Secrecy Act has been in place? Do you grasp the extent of Grindelwald's desire to overturn it? It is astonishing that after all these years, he remains unchanged. Torser scrutinized Anha with a gaze filled with astonishment. A century ago, his methods may have seemed somewhat radical. However, now that 100 years have passed, as the Minister of Magic, you are surely aware of the rapid advancements in Muggle technology. Long-distance telephony, satellites, and similar innovations have emerged. As we enter an era of high-speed information, on what grounds can you believe that wizards will preserve their secrets? Listening to Anha, Torser fell into deep contemplation. Anha's words were not merely a reflection of reality. As the Minister of Magic in Germany, he was certainly not as intellectually challenged as his British counterpart. He maintained a keen observation of Muggle trends and felt a sense of astonishment towards Muggle technology. However, your plans lack any plausible chance of success. After a moment's reflection, Torser spoke decisively, for he believed that if Dumbledore could thwart Grindelwald once, he would be able to do so again. Are you referring to Headmaster Dumbledore? He does not have the luxury of time to impede our plans, especially since he has agreed not to intervene. Anha was well aware of his father's disposition. Torser narrowed his eyes. It seems you and Grindelwald are indeed well prepared. Anha nodded. In fact, the preparations for Godfather's forces began when he attended Hogwarts, and since you are my father, I would like to seek your opinion. Anha gazed at the seated Torser. Torser nodded in satisfaction. Leave the German Ministry of Magic to me. I cannot yet ascertain whether your plans will succeed, but I can only wish you good fortune. Given the lengthy timeline you mentioned, I must also diligently cultivate a successor. What if I retire before you initiate your true endeavors? Torser looked at Anha. After all, he was still his son, and for that reason alone, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Chapter 93, Life. Anha regarded his father with warmth in his heart. After all, this was the nature of the magical world. Fathers would never skimp on their children, much like the old Crouch couple, albeit the comparison may seem peculiar. Torser picked up the documents on the table once more and left behind a remark. Anha stood frozen, unable to comprehend how his father knew. These remnants belong to me. I am your father. Do you think I do not understand you? Sensing Anha's confusion, Torser spoke directly. Anha quickly agreed, and as he departed from his father's study, he stealthily made his way to Hermione's room. Anha quietly opened the door, which was indeed unlocked. Hermione, I'm here. Indeed, Hermione had not yet gone to sleep. She sat on her bed, engrossed in a book. Observing that Hermione was completely oblivious to his presence, Anha felt curious about what could captivate her so. Thus, he quietly approached her. Hey, what are you reading? You didn't even notice someone walked into the room. Hermione jumped in surprise, placing a hand on her chest, and then raised the book she held. This is a novel recommended to me by Diana's mother, and it is quite an intriguing read. It narrates the tale of a wizard named Loart who encounters a troll working as a ticket inspector on a train, and it vividly depicts their journey together. The writing evokes a sense of realism, suggesting that Loart must indeed be a formidable wizard. The book is titled Traveling with a Troll. Anna couldn't help but feel perplexed as to why her mother would suggest such a book to Hermione. Do you find it fascinating? Anha inquired, observing Hermione, who eagerly nodded, having already spent several hours engrossed in the story. There are so many things I had no prior knowledge of, and the way it's written feels so authentic, as if it's a personal experience. I used to think novels were purely imaginative, but this feels less like a work of fiction and more like a diary. Hermione joyfully shared. Anha nodded. She recognized Hermione's tastes and was not surprised. If Hermione enjoyed it, then so be it. She ought to know her limits. However, Anha had taken the book from Hermione's hands. I understand your interest, but do remember to take breaks, she advised. Hermione was about to argue, but upon noticing Anha pointing at the clock, she realized it was indeed getting late and refrained from doing so. All right, she pouted, casting a glance at Anha. By the way, what brings you here? Anha felt exasperated at Hermione's question. I clearly told you before, didn't I? She replied. I forgot, Hermione admitted, struggling to recall. Anha rolled her eyes at Hermione's silly expression, turned off the light, and climbed into bed beside her. Let's get some good rest. Anha's voice whispered in Hermione's ear, her warm breath brushing against Hermione's skin, causing her cheeks to flush. Am I holding you a bit too tightly? Anha wondered, sensing Hermione's warmth and concerned she might be squeezing her too much. No, it's fine. Sleep well, Hermione stuttered in response. Listening to Hermione's words, Anha nodded, feeling a bit awkward as it was her first time holding the girl she liked while sleeping. Outside, Hermione was building a snowman, using branches, carrots, and stones for the eyes, nose, and hands. Observing her from a distance, Anha practiced her magic. She possessed a considerable amount of magical power, though not as exaggerated as Dumbledore's. It certainly exceeded that of an ordinary adult wizard. Azure flames danced around her, and Anha realized that her control over the flames had become increasingly effortless, as though they were an extension of her own body, responding precisely to her will. After a brief practice, she summoned Black Feather. What is it? I haven't had enough sleep, came the indifferent voice of the raven. I still want to try, Anha replied. Over the years, she had whimsically trained Black Feather to speak, for there were times when he needed to convey messages when writing was not an option. However, for some reason, Black Feather always conveyed a rather aloof demeanor. No matter what he said, you're still going to try? Last time, You nearly burned yourself to death. Heyu expressed his dissatisfaction towards Anha, stating, I feel my control over the flames has become much more proficient. Anha gazed sincerely at Heyu, and under such earnest scrutiny, Heyu found himself unable to resist and agreed. Then you should recover your magical energy first. Fixated on Anha, Heyu began his preparations. He ascended gracefully, his feathers gradually igniting into azure flames that enveloped his entire being. With a resonant cry, he transformed into a fiery phoenix, swirling around Anha. With his eyes tightly shut and hands pressed together, Anha concentrated on sensing the fluctuations of Heyu's magical energy. The azure flames began to creep slowly from Heyu towards Anha, and in the blink of an eye, the spiraling flames enveloped him. Moments later, the flames dissipated, leaving Anha half kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, while Heyu had vanished completely. Did I fail again? Since the day before yesterday, Anha had discovered that Heyu seemed capable of resonating with his magical energy, achieving a fusion effect that allowed him to transform into flames. Previously, Heyu had resided on Anna's arm, and what they were attempting was reminiscent of the soul fusion experience during his awakening. After taking a brief rest, Anna decided against further experimentation and sought out Hermione. Observing Hermione diligently constructing snowmen, Anha drew his wand and with a gentle flick animated the snowman. Wow, how marvelous! No, wait, that's utterly against the rules. How can you cast magic outside of school? Hermione exclaimed, glancing between the lively snowmen and Anha. Did you not know? As long as you use a wand that isn't your own and remain undetected, it's permissible. The Ministry of Magic determines whether magic has been used based on the wand, including what spells were cast. This wand is merely a spare of mine and is not recorded, Anha explained, waving his wand at Hermione. Hermione blinked, her eyes widening with desire for a wand of her own. Of course, I was just pondering what to give you for Christmas, he replied. Hermione's eyes widened further. So you haven't chosen a Christmas gift yet? Anha shook his head. I have a plethora of gifts ready for you. It merely depends on what you wish for now. Chapter 94, Felix Felicis. Anha looked at the peacefully sleeping Hermione and gently shook her awake. Rubbing her still closed eyes, Hermione expressed her annoyance. It's the holiday. Why are you waking me so early? Do you think the Christmas gifts will sprout legs and run away? Anha regarded her with bemusement. After all, he had spent the previous day playing with her, so it was only natural for her to feel tired. However, he had not anticipated her reluctance to rise. He resolved to get up on his own, deeply curious about the Christmas gifts awaiting him. Upon reaching the Christmas tree in the yard, he found it adorned with a multitude of gifts, each wrapped in various styles. Let's see what the professors have bestowed, he mused. Due to Anha's outstanding magical achievements and his respectful demeanor, he was well liked by the professors. Even Snape rarely exhibited his usual sarcasm towards him. Gazing at the petite gift box on the ground, no larger than the size of a palm, Anha picked it up for closer inspection. Who could have sent such an exquisite gift? Upon opening it, she discovered a small vial containing a silver liquid that swirled within. A luck potion? Yet, there were only a few drops. Curious about the sender, Anha rummaged through the box to find the name of the person who had dispatched it, Severus Snape. As she looked at the concise name inscribed on the tiny note, it was apparent that the giver had shown a lack of enthusiasm. Nevertheless, the quantity of the luck potion was just right. Not too much, nor too little, perfect for single use. However, no matter how she regarded it, Anha couldn't shake the feeling that what she held was merely a scrap, as the vial, no bigger than a pinky finger, was not even filled to the brim. She wondered if perhaps a smaller bottle had been elusive. Meanwhile, Harry, look at all these gifts, Ron exclaimed, pulling Harry over to the Christmas tree in the Gryffindor common room. Harry, overwhelmed by the multitude of presents scattered about, crouched down to discern which one belonged to her. Soon enough, she spotted a perfectly wrapped gift with her name inscribed, Harry Potter. She lifted the box and unwrapped it. Before her was a vial of star potion, the size of an adult's palm, its silver liquid reflecting Harry's face in a dazed shimmer, surrounded by exquisite silk that indicated the sender's esteem for this potion. What is this? Ron inquired, eyeing the elegant box and the unfamiliar potion within. I'm not sure. There's a note inside. Let us take a look, Harry replied, shaking her head before discovering a note adjacent to the vial. Merry Christmas. This is a luck potion. You can find its uses in a book. However, remember not to use too much each time, and it isn't signed. Harry read each word aloud, only to find that there was no name at the end. Well, never mind that. Look at this. My mother knitted a sweater for you, and she made one for me as well, Ron said, handing one of the sweaters to Harry. She smiled, recalling fondly Ron's mother, and accepted the sweater gratefully. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. Anha, surveying the pile of gifts before her. organized them carefully before returning to her practice of magic. Kneeling on the ground, she panted, feeling as though she was on the brink of success. A sudden blue light flickered as Black Feather appeared at her side. "Is this spell truly essential to master?" he asked. "Of course. Have you not read how it is described in the book? Once mastered, your body can transform into flames, rendering you immune to physical and some magical attacks, while enhancing your control over fire." "How magnificent is that?" Black Feather was left speechless. Transforming into flames seemed simple, yet Anha struggled. "It feels as if something is missing. Perhaps I should take a couple of days' rest. Haste makes waste," he suggested, nodding nonchalantly. "Have you ever seen a spell that transforms animals into humans?" Black Feather inquired curiously. "Transforming animals into humans? I have never witnessed that. However, I have seen humans turn into animals." "When will you attempt to turn into an animal?" Black Feather asked, intrigued to see how Anha would manage such a transformation. As night fell, the scene continued to unfold. Harry picked up the invisibility cloak, a gift that had been unearthed from another unmarked box that morning, and she recognized it as a relic from her father. Draping the cloak over herself, she took a small sip of Felix Felicis, having perused its description earlier that afternoon, which promised luck to its user. Once prepared, Harry grasped an oil lamp and exited the dormitory, which was empty save for her presence. She yearned to explore, sensing that Hogwarts held countless intriguing secrets. As she wandered alone, the solitude of Hogwarts imparted an entirely different sensation. Harry murmured to herself, gazing down the dimly lit corridor. Suddenly, she spotted Fred, the mischievous poltergeist. As the Weasley twins dashed past her in a state of panic, pursued by the mischievous spirit who called out in his shrill voice, "Look, look! I see 2 Gryffindor students sneaking out." Harry watched the twins flee from Peeves, quickly pressing herself against the wall. As Peeves passed by her, he hesitated for a moment, but did not pause, merely casting a fleeting glance in her direction. While chasing the Weasley twins, he muttered to himself, "Why does it feel like there's a solitary little witch over there? But I see nothing." Thus, he continued his pursuit of the 2 frequently troublesome young wizards. In the shadows, Harry felt a surge of trepidation. She was certain that Peeves had noticed her, yet he resumed his chase after the twins. After resting momentarily, she set off again, intent on visiting the restricted section of the library. In the deserted library, Harry easily slipped inside and approached the entrance to the restricted area. She looked around, sensing nothing particularly extraordinary, as rows of black books seemed to emit a soft, eerie whisper. Steeling her resolve, she controlled her curiosity, refusing to be seduced by the enchanting volumes, and ventured deeper into the restricted section. As Harry's hand drew near, the murmurs of the books grew increasingly vivid, drawing her in further. "What are you doing here?" A large hand seized her arm, halting her advance, followed by the cold touch of a wand pressed against her forehead, glowing with a menacing green light. Anha awoke from her slumber, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Hermione beside her, a wave of guilt washing over her. Hermione, sensing Anha's unease, rubbed her eyes and asked, "What's the matter? Did you have a nightmare?" "It's all right, I'm right here." Indeed, Anha had experienced a nightmare. She lay back down, studying Hermione's face. Though comforting her, Hermione kept her eyes shut. Sensing Anha's unusual emotions, Hermione patted her back and, embracing her, drifted back to sleep. Anha could hardly fathom the anguish that would engulf Hermione if she were to betray her. The thought made her grip Hermione's hand instinctively tighter. "Don't hold on so tightly," Hermione urged, nudging Anha, who quickly realized her intensity and eased her embrace considerably. Meanwhile, in the forbidden section of Hogwarts, a female voice emerged from the left of the fallen Harry. "So what happened to her?" "I just cast an Avada Kedavra, and she is already dead." A male voice from Harry's right countered, "I don't believe it." "Believe it or not." Harry slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the 2 indistinct figures shrouded in dark robes before her. "Who are you?" Upon noticing Harry had awakened, the woman on the left produced her wand and tapped it lightly against Harry's head. "Is this what you call an Avada Kedavra?" The man on the right chuckled awkwardly. "So who are you?" Harry's voice rang out again. The 2 exchanged glances, and the woman spoke first. "Well, we can't disclose our names, you know. You don't mean to say you're here to seize the Wizard S. Dark Witch, do you?" Harry regarded them earnestly, stealthily reaching for her wand. "Philosopher's Stone? Is it first year now?" The man looked at the woman, who nodded and replied, "Apologies, living too long makes one forget the passage of time." Observing their casual banter, Harry felt a surge of irritation and directly cast a spell at the man. Upside Down Bell. Unsure of their identities, she deemed it prudent to initiate an attack, intending to don her invisibility cloak and escape while the other person tended to whoever was struck by her magic. "A mere trick," the the man remarked, amused, as he flicked his fingers to deflect the spell. All right, enough of the jesting. We are the guardians of the castle. You sneaked out in the dead of night and ventured into the forbidden section, and we just saved you while having a bit of fun. The woman interjected hurriedly. The man then cast a levitation spell without a wand, lifting Harry off the ground. You must be deceiving me, the vigilant Harry thought, unwilling to trust their words. The woman remained silent, merely raising her hand and waving it in the air, causing the bookcases in the forbidden section to rearrange themselves. What could be the point of deceiving you? If you dared to venture here alone, I wouldn't know whether to scold you for your ignorance or commend your bravery. The man's voice resonated as he reached forward to retrieve the very book that had tempted Harry. I almost forgot. The dangerous books were all taken by Dumbledore. Fortunately, this one was left in my possession. Next time, do bring a friend along if you decide to visit, he advised Harry, taking the book with him. Truly, what bizarre individuals, Harry thought as she donned her invisibility cloak, gazing at the shattered oil lamp. Who is there? Felch's voice resonated inopportunely, prompting Harry to flee in haste. He approached the very spot where she had stood moments before, kneeling to touch the kerosene on the ground, squinting at the warmth that lingered. She couldn't have gone far. He hurriedly gave chase. Cloaked in invisibility, Harry darted in a particular direction, only to be confronted unexpectedly by two figures, Professor Quirrell and Uncle Severus. Tell me where that person is. I must kill him. I strongly advise you not to impede me. Snape bellowed menacingly at Quirrell. Harry inched closer but only caught the tail end of the exchange. I strongly advise you not to impede me. Your actions amount to betrayal. Have you considered the consequences? Quirrell stammered. Just as Snape was about to retort, he sensed something amiss nearby and swiftly reached out to grasp it. Harry, too, reacted instinctively, holding her breath and retreating a few steps. Felch, carrying a lantern, approached them. Professor? A student just slipped out. I am in search of him. Snape glanced at Felch, released Quirrell, and sprinted in a specific direction, followed closely by Quirrell and Felch. Harry hurried into an abandoned classroom. Upon entering, she noticed a tall mirror and approached it. Eresis Straterwatubicafereting Wohees. What is this? Harry pondered the inscription, puzzled. She then turned her gaze to the mirror, where two silhouettes gradually emerged. The woman reflected in the mirror began to resemble the images from Aunt Petunia's photographs. Mom? Dad? The mirror's Lily placed a hand on her shoulder, prompting Harry to touch her own shoulder. She seated herself, gazing at the two figures within the mirror. In the boys' dormitory, the door to Ron's room swung open. Ron, wake up. Don't sleep through this. I saw my parents. Chapter 96, The Mirror of Ariste. Harry yanked the covers off Ron, calling his name. Ron, bleary-eyed, looked up, seeing nothing. Hey, groggy one, it's just Harry, he mumbled, flipping over to pull the covers back over himself, drifting off once more. Only then did Harry realize she still wore the invisibility cloak. She lifted Ron's covers again, this time shedding the cloak as well. Hey, Ron, it's me, Harry. I'll come show you my mom and dad. Ron looked up again, his eyes falling upon Harry's beautiful face. Huh, why am I dreaming of Harry? He reached out to touch her cheek, but Harry swatted his hand away. I'm real, not a dream. Ron winced at her touch, staring at Harry, mouth agape. Harry quickly covered his mouth. Shh, quiet. I don't want anyone to see me sneaking into the boys' dormitory. Then why are you here? Ron grumbled, somewhat displeased at being awakened in the middle of the night. Harry abruptly pulled Ron from his bed, and the two of them, cloaked in invisibility, stumbled into the abandoned classroom they had visited earlier. Come here quickly. Look, Harry exclaimed, gesturing toward the mirror where his parents appeared. Standing before the mirror, Harry saw his parents greeting Ron. In contrast, Ron perceived a different scene within the glass. Harry, I see myself as the president of the student council, holding the Quidditch cup. Goodness, I've even become the Quidditch team captain. I look utterly magnificent. Witnessing Ron's elation stirred an indescribable feeling within Harry. Could this mirror truly foresee the future? Ron inquired, gazing at his reflection. But my parents are already gone, Harry replied after a moment of silence. Ron was taken aback by Harry's words. I'm sorry. It's all right. You need not apologize, Harry said, her gaze fixed on the mirror, feeling a welling of emotion. The following afternoon, students remaining at school gathered for lunch, and Ron kept glancing at Harry, who was lost in thought by the fireplace, concern etched on his face. Ron, what's wrong with Harry? Fred asked, noticing her dazed expression. George nodded in agreement, eager to inquire further. Perhaps she misses her parents. I'll go check on her. Want to play wizard's chess? No. Care to practice some spells? No. Harry, I know what you're thinking, but please don't. That mirror is merely a trick, revealing what you desire most, and it's somewhat deceptive. There's something amiss. Observing Harry's silence, Ron quietly watched her until, eventually, he departed. That night, Harry sat before the mirror, gazing at her parents. You have returned, Harry, the mirror spoke softly. Like many others, you have discovered the endless allure of the Mirror of Erased. I trust you now understand its enchantment. Here, essay hint. The happiest person in the world sees only their true self when they gaze into the mirror. Dumbledore approached slowly, standing before Harry and looking into the mirror. She turned her gaze to it as well. So, it allows us to see what we desire. Whatever that may be. Dumbledore nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. It reveals merely the deepest, most intense desires hidden within our hearts. Since you have never seen your parents, you envision them standing beside you. But remember, Harry, this mirror cannot provide us with knowledge or truth. Those who linger before it waste their time, even to the brink of madness. Therefore, tomorrow this mirror will be moved elsewhere. And I hope you will not seek it out again, becoming lost in dreams while neglecting the reality of life, which is of no benefit. Harry, absorbing Dumbledore's words, glanced once more at the mirror, then back at him. She nodded and bowed slightly. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I understand. With that, she donned her invisibility cloak and departed, the door creaking softly as it closed behind her. Dumbledore gazed into the mirror, which reflected the deepest desires of his heart. Albus, what is it that you see when you behold this mirror? Grindelwald emerged from the shadows, his gaze fixed upon Dumbledore. Ah, a pair of woolen socks, Dumbledore replied slowly. Grindelwald leaned in closer, also observing the mirror. This mirror is truly remarkable. I see a future of peace, where wizards and muggles coexist harmoniously. At Grindelwald's words, Dumbledore paused in contemplation. What a splendid future indeed, Gellert, he mused. But tell me, do those woolen socks include me? Grindelwald inquired softly, to which Dumbledore responded with a smile, yes. Hearing this, Grindelwald smiled in return. You're by my side, along with Aberforth, Ariana, and Aurelius. Speaking of them, it has been quite some time since I last saw your brother. I have not been in touch with him for ages. Do you remember what you said to me the day we parted after our duel? Dumbledore asked. Indeed. I can never forget. No one else will ever love you as I do, Grindelwald declared proudly. After you were taken away, I reflected on your words, and you were right. Dumbledore replied slowly, gently caressing the mirror before him. This mirror has been here for quite some time. Before your arrival at the castle, I would visit almost weekly, for it allowed me to see my family. Grindelwald paused, then chuckled. That is no longer necessary. I'm here with you now. Do not become so enraptured by dreams that you forget to live. Hearing Grindelwald echo words he once spoke to Harry Potter, Dumbledore smiled and embraced him. Had you not come to the school, I wonder how many more days I would have spent before this mirror. Grindelwald pushed Dumbledore away with mild disdain. Do not come so close. You haven't bathed today. Chapter 97, The Dragon Egg. Ron, are you still playing with your cards? The final exams are approaching, Hermione called out, brandishing a book at Ron, who was fiddling with his cards. I've already studied. Feel free to ask me anything, Ron declared confidently, setting his cards aside. Hermione tilted her head, a faint smile gracing her lips. Very well. What are the 3 most essential ingredients for the forgetfulness potion? Ron opened his mouth, then sheepishly replied, I drank it last night, so I forgot. Hermione looked at him incredulously. Then how do you expect to remember it if it comes up on the exam? She challenged, while Harry smirked in amusement. I'll just copy yours, Ron replied matter-of-factly. Hermione admonished him sternly, no. Besides, Professor McGonagall has said that the quills used for the exams are enchanted against cheating. This is absolutely outrageous. They do not trust us, Ron retorted defiantly. At that moment, Anha approached slowly. Harry, Ron, it's been a while. Anha, it's been too long, they replied. Ron, what is the matter? You don't seem very cheerful, Harry remarked. He hasn't studied and just got stumped by Hermione, he added. Don't you need to study? Hermione inquired, standing beside Anha. Why should I? I know everything. I'm a Ravenclaw. Anha shrugged nonchalantly. What about history of magic? I've heard you sleep through every class, Hermione scrutinized Anha. Of course I copy others. Every Ravenclaw can do that. I just don't feel like listening, Anha retorted defiantly. What about the anti-cheating charm? Ron exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Just cast a counter charm. Is that difficult? Anha replied indifferently. Can you teach me? Ron asked eagerly. Teaching you would be pointless. Hermione, 1T let you see. Anha had already overheard their conversation upon arrival. Hermione looked at Anha, who was so self-assured, feeling quite exasperated. Then why are you here? Hermione asked. Of course, I came to see you, my lovely little darling, Anha said, playfully lifting Hermione's chin. Anha's gesture made the others present feel quite awkward. Hermione rolled her eyes and swatted Anha's hand away. I don't believe you. Facing Hermione, who seemed to read him like a book, he awkwardly chuckled and turned to Harry. Harry, do you have an invisibility cloak? Anha whispered. Harry paused, then nodded. How did you know, Anha? Never mind that. Can I borrow it? Harry glanced at Hermione, who remained unresponsive, and then nodded. That would be fantastic. I'll have Blackfeather fetch it. With that, he patted Hermione's head and departed. How'd he know about your invisibility cloak? Ron asked quietly. Hermione shook her head, indicating she hadn't mentioned it. You mean you encountered Snape threatening Professor Quirrell? Hermione questioned Harry, who nodded in affirmation. Were those two castle guardians? Ron inquired, but Harry merely shook her head, indicating her ignorance. I think we should seek out Hagrid, Harry suggested. Ron and Hermione agreed. That night, the trio, cloaked in invisibility, knocked on Hagrid's door. Hagrid opened it and, seeing the empty threshold, felt a bit puzzled. Hagrid, it's us, they revealed, retracting the cloak. Hagrid, noticing their gradually revealing figures, asked, What brings you here? He ushered them inside. Hagrid, I saw something the other day. Harry recounted her observations to Hagrid. Snape threatened Quirrell? That is simply impossible. Hagrid chuckled heartily. I speak the truth. I witnessed it myself, along with those two castle guardians. By the way, that castle guardian, I have spent so many years at Hogwarts and have never heard of it. You must be dreaming, right? Hagrid chuckled. I am not. We already know about the contents within, who Nicholas Flamel is, and the purpose of his Philosopher's Stone, Harry asserted confidently. Oh, you have discovered so much already, Hagrid replied, somewhat taken aback by their investigative prowess. Suddenly, an odd sound emanated from the cauldron on the fire. Everyone turned to look. Hagrid picked up a glove and approached the cauldron, placing an egg onto the table. Hermione gazed at it, scales enveloping the egg, and inquired, What is this egg? Ron, incredulous, exclaimed, Goodness! Hagrid, you actually procured a dragon egg. He was astonished, as his brother Charlie was engaged in dragon husbandry. Furthermore, the pattern on the egg indicated it belonged to a Norwegian ridgeback. Ron was genuinely amazed. Knocking echoed through the air. Hagrid hurriedly placed the dragon egg into the cauldron. I'll go answer the door. You three hide, he instructed. The trio concealed themselves behind the sofa as Hagrid went to open the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a figure with white hair and an exquisite visage. Anha had arrived, bearing a large bag of meat. Hello, I've come. The dragon egg should be hatching around now, he announced. Seeing Anha, Hagrid sighed in relief and welcomed him inside. I can smell you all, especially you, Hermione. The moment I stepped in, I caught a whiff of your shampoo, Anha remarked, glancing at the trio behind the sofa. What sort of nose do you have that can detect such things from afar? Hermione stood up and replied, Because it is my favorite scent. Anha maintained his composure while Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Anha, what brings you here? Harry asked, noting the two hefty bags of meat he carried. Because I know the dragon egg is about to hatch today, Anha replied. You know about the dragon egg? Ron inquired, intrigued. Of course, Hagrid informed me. After the holiday, I planned to seek out Hagrid to help me find a unicorn, and then I stumbled upon the dragon egg. Hagrid placed the dragon egg back on the table. All right, it's almost time for it to hatch. Let us gather around and observe. The group encircled the egg, their eyes fixed upon it. Gradually, the egg began to crack, fissures appearing, and a charming little dragon emerged. Chapter 98, The Ceremony. Yay! The hatchling emitted a cry. Why does the dragon sound like that? Harry asked, observing the somewhat erratic little creature before him. The hatchling shook its head, dislodging the remnants of its shell. Hello, Norbert. Hagrid affectionately stroked the little dragon on the table. Is her name Norbert? Harry inquired of Hagrid, gazing at the hatchling. Indeed, she must have a name, Hagrid replied, gently patting Norbert's head. The young dragon burped, releasing a plume of flame that singed a bit of Hagrid's beard. Anha also brought forth the meat he had brought along. He poured the small chunks of meat onto the table. The Norwegian ridgeback is known for its aquatic hunting abilities, so let her have some fish meat first. Norbert caught the scent of the fish and eagerly buried his head in the pile of meat, beginning to eat. Hagrid, where did you get this egg? Ron inquired, observing Norbert on the table, as he recalled that privately raising a dragon was illegal. I won in a bet while drinking, Hagrid replied. A bet on what? Harry sensed there was something amiss. A wandering animal dealer told me he had a dragon egg, one that no one could raise, and it was quite troublesome. I claimed I could manage it, and he didn't believe me. I even mentioned that I could handle the legendary three-headed dog with ease. I shared how I usually manage Fluffy, by playing music, which makes him fall asleep. Blast it, I should have shared that with you lot. Hagrid suddenly realized that he ought not to disclose such information to these children, especially the trio. It's all right, Hagrid. By the way, I took the eggshell away. Anha reassured him. Oh, of course. And thank you for bringing fish for Norbert. Hagrid scratched his head. No trouble at all. I just had a friend help me fish it out of the Black Lake. It was no great effort. Anha waved off. Meanwhile, as Hagrid and Anha conversed, the trio quietly huddled together. Hey, I think that wandering animal dealer might be one of the henchmen of the man whose name cannot be spoken. It's very likely that Professor Snape is assisting him in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. And one of his minions went to hunt a unicorn to use its blood to restore the power of the man whose name cannot be mentioned. Since Snape couldn't handle Fluffy, he must have sent his subordinate to get Fluffy's management techniques from Hagrid, and then informed Snape to continue plotting to steal the Philosopher's Stone. So what now? Is he going to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Ron asked. Hermione shook her head. I don't think he will attempt to steal it now. Don't forget, Professor Dumbledore is still in the castle. If they try to steal it now, Dumbledore will surely know and stop them. The man whose name cannot be mentioned is afraid of Dumbledore, which is why they plan to keep the Philosopher's Stone at Hogwarts. Hermione analyzed carefully. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement. What are you all discussing? Anha, having finished her chat with Hagrid, prepared to leave, noticing the trio deep in conversation. The three were startled and waved their hands, dismissing the inquiry. All right then, it's nothing. We can leave now. It's getting late. Don't get caught. Anha warned as she grabbed Hermione by the scruff of her neck. Especially you. If you simply get caught, it's one thing, but what if you run into danger? With that, she pulled Hermione away. Watching Hermione being led away, Harry and Ron didn't linger either. They bid a simple farewell to Hagrid and departed. Once they reached the Gryffindor common room, Anha plopped down onto a chair. Everything has been delivered, yet you remain? Hermione gazed at the man, lounging on the sofa. Just a moment, waiting for those two fellows. As she spoke, the door to the lounge swung open, revealing no one. Senior Anha, why are you still here? Came Harry's voice from the air, followed by Harry withdrawing the invisibility cloak. Observing the figure gradually materializing, Anha replied, Of course, I am waiting for you. Now, may I borrow that invisibility cloak? He extended his hand toward Harry, who hesitated momentarily before handing over the cloak. Anha accepted the cloak, tousled Hermione's hair, and stated, Get to bed early. I shall take my leave. As Anha departed, Harry and Ron plopped down onto the sofa. Harry, you lent him your invisibility cloak. How will you sneak out tonight? Ron inquired. Then I shall not sneak out. The finals are approaching. Why not study diligently? Harry asserted with unwavering confidence, leaving Ron speechless. Draped in the invisibility cloak, Anha arrived at the room of requirement. He removed the cloak and circled the entrance thrice. The door to the room of requirement creaked open, and Anha stepped inside. A peculiar magical circle adorned the floor, crafted from Knight Rider feathers and elder branches, emanating a chilling aura. Anha approached slowly, scrutinizing the magical circle before confirming its exactness to his memory. He moved to the window, where the moon shone brightly in the sky, brandished his wand, and with a vigorous flourish, enveloped the surroundings in darkness, as ominous clouds began to gather. After completing his preparations, Anha took a moment to calm the surges of magic within him, retrieving Ravenclaw's diadem and placing it on the nearby table. He then donned the invisibility cloak once more, examining the runes etched upon it. Upon following the rune's guidance, he recited the incantation inscribed there. The cloak emitted a faint silver glow, adhering to Anha's skin and transforming into a robe, its hood automatically draping over his head. He had not anticipated the cloak's ability to morph into a robe. Intrigued by the transformation, Anha retrieved his wand and aimed it at the magical circle, casting the Fiendfire spell. A raven crafted from flames surged toward the circle, and upon contact, the materials of the circle were consumed by the searing fire. The flames traced the intricate patterns of the magical circle, gradually forming a new one. However, the azure flames morphed into an inky black, losing their heat and instead exuding a chilling essence. Time passed, and the magical circle continued to burn in silence. Anha narrowed his eyes, pondering whether he had failed. Truly, it was a matter of chance. Just as he contemplated extinguishing the flames, he noticed a black point at the center of the magical circle, which began to extend outward in lines. Anha hurriedly stepped back 2 paces, and, simultaneously, the sky outside darkened with thunderous roars, flashes of lightning striking the castle's room of requirement. A silvery shield enveloped the castle, warding off the lightning strikes, while simultaneously, the aura surrounding the fortress dimmed slightly. It appeared that the endeavor had been successful. Anha distinctly sensed the castle tremble momentarily and heard the distant rumble of thunder. It was likely an obstruction from the rules themselves. Yet, there was something amiss with Hogwarts Castle. How could it thwart such an onslaught from the established order? Meanwhile, the magical array on the ground began to flicker, its flames gradually waning. A chilling gust emerged from the inky void at the center of the array, and the lines surrounding the black spot began to converge, forming a black hole from which a skeletal hand emerged. Chapter 99. the emergence of the greedy Grim Reaper. To Anha's astonishment, someone had summoned me from this barren realm. A voice devoid of gender resonated within Anha's mind, not through his ears, but as if conjured from thin air. The skeletal hand came crashing down onto the ground, startling Anha. What was its intention? Was it to attack immediately? His mind raced with questions. However, the skeletal hand remained motionless thereafter. Cursed be the one who summoned me. Why could you not widen the portal a bit? Who are you? Anha observed the skeletal hand. Bewildered, was this all there was to the grand summoning? Soon, Anha realized he had misjudged the situation. The dark circle began to expand, gradually devouring the surroundings, until a cloaked skeleton emerged from the portal. The cloak was tattered, with a noticeable tear on the left side, and it wielded a colossal scythe. Its eye sockets glowed with two ethereal blue flames, and as it ascended, a creaking sound accompanied its movement. In no time, half of the Grim Reaper's form had emerged, resembling the skeletal visage of a Susanoo. The flames in its eye sockets fixated upon Anha's position. So, it is a descendant of that family, the one who took my cloak. Speak, for you have gone to great lengths to summon me, even angering the very rules of this world. The skeleton's jaw did not move, yet its voice reverberated within Anha's consciousness. Can you see me? Anha pondered, recalling that an invisibility cloak should shield him from the Grim Reaper's gaze. Why should I divulge that to you? Speak your request, and I may consider granting it as a reward for your audacity in provoking the cursed rules of this world. The Grim Reaper brandished its scythe, the sound of creaking bones resonating ominously. Anha took a few steps to the left, noticing that the Grim Reaper's gaze did not fall upon him, and he exhaled in relief. It seemed he was indeed unseen. In that case, I beseech you to assist me in retrieving the soul from the crown upon that table. Anha articulated his request, prompting the Grim Reaper to turn its attention to the Ravenclaw diadem on the table. Ah, how intriguing. Is this not a little trick of mine? And now, someone still finds use for it. The Grim Reaper examined the Ravenclaw diadem and then shook its head. Very well. What justification do you have for me to fulfill your request? The Grim Reaper smiled insidiously, although Anha could not see the Reaper's expression. His movements conveyed a sense of foreboding. Did you not just say you could assist me? Anha felt a twinge of unease, but it was too late. In the moment he spoke, the Reaper's scythe swung towards him, deftly snagging the invisibility cloak from Anha's form. The Grim Reaper caressed the cloak with his skeletal hand, while Anha glared fiercely at him. Are you deceiving me? Ha ha ha. Young one, I'm the Grim Reaper. Have you ever witnessed a Reaper make a promise and fulfill it? I have no regard for appearances. Anha, unable to contain his frustration, called out, Black Feather, I wish to confront him. Black Feather glanced at the Grim Reaper before perching on Anha's shoulder. The Reaper's gaze sharpened, and he laughed heartily. What abilities do you possess that could challenge me? Ha ha ha. With that, he swung his scythe towards Anha. Just as the blade was about to make contact, a turquoise ray emerged upon Anha's forehead. You are a being of lust? The Grim Reaper exclaimed in disbelief, astonished that greed had extended even to his own kind. That which is immortal, even the Grim Reaper cannot sever your life. I never expected you to be a creature of lust. Consider these 3 gifts your welcoming presents. With that, he lifted the diadem of Ravenclaw, and with a mere grasp of his bony hand, extracted a dark green soul, which he began to chew with unsettling ease. The anguished wails of the soul and the crunching of bones resonated eerily in the stillness of the space. Do you know the goddess of life? Anha squinted, retreating a few steps to maintain a safe distance from the Reaper. Of course, I am greed. How could I not be acquainted with lust? Young one, break the world's rules swiftly, or I may summon divine will to have my servants relentlessly pursue you in this realm. Your servants? Indeed. Are you not also a servant of lust? I offer her a courtesy. Your first welcoming gift is the return of what is yours, alongside a resolution to your dilemma. The second gift is granting you a reprieve from death, and the third is allowing you to pose 3 questions to me. Listening to the Reaper's words, Anha pondered for a moment. How may I dissolve your seals? I do not possess that knowledge. I had long arranged for my servants to lift them. This question does not count. What are the 7 deadly sins? When the ancient myths shattered and the powers of the gods transformed into magic, they melded into this world, giving rise to countless sorcerers. Eventually, 7 of the most formidable individuals emerged, coalescing into 7 divine positions. The eldest sister embodies lust, while I am the 5th greed. Although we became deities, we remain bound by the world's rules. My greed is my nature. I have truly become the Grim Reaper, tasked with ferrying souls. However, I discovered that souls are, in fact, delectable. Yet, I cannot transgress the rules. Thus I sought means to transcend them. I devised the principles for crafting soul artifacts, sacrificing one soul to split my own, allowing me to attain immortality. Yet, the fragmented souls, upon their destruction, become my sustenance, eternally preventing their rebirth. Listening to the words of death, Anha felt a surge of astonishment. Indeed, such stories exist. Chapter 100, The Unveiling of Wisdom. Yet, just as Anha sought to pose another inquiry, the castle began to tremble. Has it come so soon? Remember to fulfill your mission, young one. Otherwise, even if you escape death, those around you will not be spared. As time passed, the lightning gradually diminished. Observing the disheveled room, Anha conjured his wand and restored order. At that moment, a knock resonated at the door, leaving Anha perplexed. Could the room of requirement actually be subjected to a knock? Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a weary Dumbledore and Grindelwald. "Good evening, Headmaster," Anha greeted awkwardly. "Mr. Michel, I believe you owe me an explanation for being outside your dormitory," Dumbledore stated solemnly, having sensed the lingering presence of dark magic within the room. Dark magic may indeed confer rapid strength, yet it also ensnares one in madness. "You surely understand this." Dumbledore regarded Anha with grave concern, while Grindelwald stood beside him, arms crossed, observing intently. "Headmaster, I am not studying dark magic. Rather, I am researching how to combat this Horcrux," Anha replied, donning the diadem of Ravenclaw. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were taken aback, and Dumbledore hastily attempted to intervene. However, Anha had already placed it upon his head. In that instant, Anha felt invigorated and immensely comfortable, as if a torrent of clarity had surged through him. He took 2 steps back and proclaimed to the 2 elders, "I have resolved the issue regarding the Horcrux. The soul and the curse have been vanquished." Observing Anha's composed demeanor, they detected no unusual fluctuations emanating from a diadem. Dumbledore scrutinized Anha before inquiring, "Mr. Michel, may I have a look? What are you doing?" "Helena promised it to me. You cannot take it away." Anha quickly covered the diadem with his hands, casting a glance at Dumbledore and signaling to Grindelwald. Grindelwald, amused by Anha's reaction, chuckled softly before patting Dumbledore on the shoulder. Anha, meanwhile, reveled in the enhancements bestowed upon him by the diadem and retrieved a tome on the history of magic. Eager to discern the extent of its benefits, certainly not merely seeking a last-minute grasp at knowledge, he swiftly perused the pages, discovering that the words seemed to imprint themselves upon his mind, bestowing him with an uncanny ability to remember, while simultaneously deepening his comprehension of historical events. Is this the essence of wisdom? Upon finishing the tome, Anha felt his mind brimming with knowledge, as though he had memorized its entirety. Subsequently, Anha removed the diadem of Ravenclaw, cradling it in his hands for closer inspection. The shimmering diadem bore numerous minute inscriptions that flowed like a stream, ultimately converging upon the central gem. Within the gem's heart, he discerned a distinctive inscription unlike any he had encountered before. This must be the core inscription, a form he had never witnessed. Anha gazed at the distinctive inscription, which was entirely absent from his teacher's notes and the foundational tomes on inscriptions, leaving him uncertain of its meanings. He glanced at the nearby Black Feather, who had remained silent since being summoned and had not strayed from his side. "What is the matter? Why so quiet?" Anha inquired, giving Black Feather a gentle pat. "What is wrong?" he added, waving the Ravenclaw diadem in his hand. "Nothing. I was just pondering whether wearing it like this might be somewhat awkward," Black Feather responded. Anha was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated such contemplations from him, and he shook his head. "Of course not. I discovered earlier that it possesses a transformation inscription." As he spoke, Anha infused one of the gemstones with his magical energy, causing it to glow brilliantly. In an instant, the Ravenclaw diadem on his head transformed into a pair of golden-rimmed glasses, adorned with 2 sparkling gemstones at the tips of the arms. Anha placed the glasses upon his eyes. "What do you think? Quite splendid. I assent it," he remarked to Black Feather. "Meh, it gives off a bit of a dandy vibe," Black Feather retorted without hesitation. "Can't you say something nice for once?" Anha responded, observing Black Feather's aloof demeanor. "Nice. Are you referring to my voice or the phrases I utter?" Black Feather appeared perplexed. "I believe you ought to make an effort to compliment others occasionally. But you have nothing worthy of praise," Black Feather declared bluntly. "Forget it. I want to argue with you," Anha replied, dismissively waving his hand and tossing the invisibility cloak to Black Feather. "Please deliver this to Hallie. If she is asleep, just leave it on her bed." With that, Anha strode away with confidence. Black Feather glanced at the invisibility cloak on the ground, gently grasping it with his claws and transporting it to the girls' dormitory. Chapter 101. Rapid growth. Ron stared at the chessboard in disbelief. It's quite normal. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Anha chuckled, rearranging the pieces. Why are you suddenly wearing glasses? Hermione, who had been reading nearby, eyed Anha's golden-rimmed spectacles with curiosity. Didn't you notice that your boyfriend looks rather handsome with glasses on? Anha teased, adjusting them with his finger. Not at all. And why have you suddenly started to groom yourself? Hermione rolled her eyes, playfully chiding Anha. Anha smiled and removed the glasses, placing them on Hermione's face. I think they suit you quite well. Hermione blushed at Anha's compliment, while Ron, still feeling competitive, wanted to challenge Anha to another game. Anha decisively declined. You can't just demand a game. It would be quite undignified for me, wouldn't it? Perhaps you should practice with Hallie instead. With that, he turned his attention back to his precious Hermione. Hermione wore the glasses while reading for a while, and inexplicably, she felt particularly vibrant today. The glasses had no prescription, and she felt no fatigue whatsoever. How are the glasses? Are they useful? Anna's voice chimed in from beside her. What is this? Do these glasses have any special effects? Hermione inquired, intrigued. Remove your glasses, and you'll understand, Anha said, gesturing toward the spectacles perched on Hermione's nose. Hermione took off her glasses and handed them back to Anha. There's nothing unusual, is there? She remarked, glancing around without sensing anything amiss. You will see once you read. Anha pointed to the book. This is rather perplexing. Hermione mused, lowering her gaze to the text, only to be astonished to find herself devoid of the previous state of confusion. Turning to Anha, she inquired, Are you familiar with Ravenclaw's diadem? Hermione nodded. Of course. It is the relic left by the founder of Ravenclaw. Are you suggesting? Hermione gazed incredulously at the glasses in Anha's hand. Are you replicating Ravenclaw's diadem? As Anha prepared to confirm Hermione's assumption, she realized that Hermione had miscalculated. Incorrect. You are mistaken. This is not a mere imitation. This is the genuine article. Anha waved the glasses before Hermione's eyes. Hermione, still in disbelief, questioned. But isn't it a diadem? How could it transform into glasses? Anha explained reasonably. Hermione nodded, a light of understanding dawning upon her. May I wear them? Of course. You may wear them for as long as you wish, but you must do so in my sight. They cannot leave my line of vision. As Anha spoke, she suddenly recollected something and addressed Hermione with a grave tone. But why? Anha carefully placed the glasses on Hermione's face. Because for you, the thirst for knowledge surpasses rationality. I fear you might become so engrossed in your studies that you neglect your well-being. Anha spoke earnestly, even playfully tapping Hermione's nose with her finger. Observing Anha's seriousness, Hermione acquiesced with a nod. Nearby, Ron had just secured an easy victory over Harry. And witnessing the expressions of both Harry's defeat and Ron's triumph, Anha felt somewhat exasperated, concluding that Ron's current demeanor would likely hinder any romantic advances toward Harry. By the way, shall we visit Norbert this afternoon? Harry suggested, finding the little dragon quite adorable. Absolutely. Ron responded with enthusiasm, relishing the idea of engaging in activities that did not involve studying. Watching the two, Hermione adjusted her glasses and turned to Anha. Would you like to join us? Certainly. I too wish to see Norbert. Anha agreed to Hermione's invitation. In the afternoon, the quartet led by Harry arrived at Hagrid's hut, knocking on the door. Hagrid opened it, peering behind them to ensure no one else was present before beckoning them inside. What brings you here? And Anha, why are you mingling with them? Hagrid inquired. Oh, Hagrid, don't say that. I merely wanted to come and see Norbert, Anha said, playfully ruffling Hermione's hair, which Hermione promptly swatted away in disdain. Yes, we also wish to see Norbert to see how, oh my goodness, Ron exclaimed as their purpose was revealed, only to spot Norbert, who had grown to the size of Fawn. How had she grown so quickly? Harry gasped in astonishment. Because she is a dragon. A young dragon grows rapidly, and soon Hagrid's hut could no longer accommodate her. Perhaps you should consider letting her go, Hermione kindly suggested to Hagrid, recalling from her readings that the growth rate of young dragons is exceedingly swift. I concur with Hermione. One would not want to rear a dragon in the Forbidden Forest, not only due to the potential threat to its inhabitants, but also because it would be easily discovered. Anha gazed at the dragon, which was now the size of a dog, still munching away on the ground. Yet she was so small. What if she were released and couldn't find food? What if she were bullied by other dragons? Hagrid looked down at Norbert. The others followed his gaze and observed Norbert choking momentarily before coughing and expelling a burst of fire. Indeed, it seemed that way. A collective thought crossed their minds. After some discussion, except for Anha, the trio departed from Hagrid's hut. Along the way, Norbert was truly growing too fast. Soon, Hagrid would no longer have the space for her. Harry remarked, while Hermione pondered silently. Ron halted his steps. Wait, isn't Charlie working with dragons? He can entirely take care of this. Ron excitedly exclaimed to the group. Hermione and Harry nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ron's brother could indeed assist them. Then I shall write to him now and seek his opinion. With that, Hermione and the others made their way to the library. Inside Hagrid's hut, Anha produced a necklace adorned with a fragment of eggshell, within which a seed was embedded, and rushed over to Norbert. This is a token for the dragon's eggshell. Can you eat it? Norbert inquired, gazing at Anha. Shaking his head, Anha playfully flicked Norbert's forehead. Of course not. You mustn't think of eating everything. And do not attempt to pull this off. The seed atop can protect you in critical moments. Anha meticulously advised, and Norbert nodded, seemingly understanding. After imparting his guidance, Anha glanced at Hagrid, who was wiping away his tears. You are akin to his father. Treat him well. Hagrid was moved to tears. Anha, somewhat speechless, patted Hagrid on the back. I believe you should heed Hermione's advice. After all, Norbert is growing rapidly, and should the Ministry of Magic discover him, they might eliminate him immediately. Anha cautioned Hagrid, who nodded in agreement. Let me spend more time with her for now. Anha shrugged and turned to leave Hagrid's hut. Chapter 102. The Departure of the Dragon and the Art of Flight. In the early morning, Ron examined a letter. Hey, Harry, Hermione, look. It's a letter from Charlie. Ron exclaimed, waving the envelope in his hand. Harry and Hermione turned their gaze towards Ron. Ron opened the envelope and began to read. I am delighted to receive your letter, Ron. I have understood your message, and fortuitously, I shall be traveling to the United Kingdom next week. At that time, I can retrieve her from Hogwarts Castle. However, if we wish to keep this matter concealed from the professors, it would be prudent to enlist a few more individuals to assist us during the night. Ron meticulously read through every word of the letter, then turned to Harry and the others. It seems we lack sufficient manpower to escort Norbert to their location. Harry voiced his concern. Perhaps we could seek assistance from Anha. I believe he would be more than willing to help us, Hermione suggested, thinking of her boyfriend. It's worth a try. Ron nodded in agreement with Hermione's proposal. So could you assist us? Anha looked at Hermione, who was making the request, gently touseling her hair and deliberately disheveling her hairstyle. Of course, but how can I help? Anha appeared somewhat puzzled. Anha, could you help Norbert reach the top of the castle? Harry glanced at Hermione, who was fixing her hair, then turned to Anha with a request. Anha pondered for a moment. That should be feasible, but Norbert must be able to fly. Fly? The trio looked at Anha with confusion. Have you forgotten? I can communicate with Norbert effortlessly. Once she learns to fly, I can direct her to ascend to the castle as pinnacle. Anha explained what had just occurred to him. The trio suddenly understood. Oh, indeed. Anha smiled at their realization. In the Forbidden Forest, Norbert was filled with curiosity about her surroundings. Hey, Norbert, don't wander off, Hagrid anxiously reminded the dragon as she bumped into everything around her. Hagrid, we will keep an eye on her. Do not worry, Hermione reassured Hagrid, glancing at Ron and Harry, who were following Norbert. That being said, how do we teach Norbert to fly? Anha observed Norbert, resembling a dog, and wondered if there was something unusual about this dragon. I'm not sure. This is my first time raising a dragon. Should we consult a creature expert? Hagrid recalled that he seemed to have a raven, but he wondered if birds would be afraid of dragons. Would Anha dare to bring forth Blackfeather? Yes, we could have Blackfeather teach her. Anha suddenly remembered Blackfeather and summoned him. Blackfeather, could you help me teach this creature to fly? You want me to teach a dragon how to fly? Blackfeather looked at Anha in disbelief. And what of it? Can you not do it? Anha regarded Blackfeather with a hint of curiosity. Isn't this akin to asking a mouse to instruct a cat on how to dine? Blackfeather gazed at Anha, speechless. Not at all. This dragon is still so small. Can't you manage her? Anha pointed at Norbert, who was playfully nudging around like a dog. Blackfeather scrutinized Norbert, noticing the unique intelligence reflected in her clear eyes. After a brief pause, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall give it a try. With that, he flapped his wings and approached Norbert. Come, let me teach you how to fly. Heyu addressed Norbert, who gazed at the object before him with clear, wise eyes. After a moment, he opened his mouth and attempted to bite Heyu. Just moments ago, Norbert's thoughts had been, what is this creature? Can it be consumed? It seems I have never tasted anything smaller than my own size. Perhaps I should give it a try. Heyu appeared to anticipate Norbert's actions, swiftly taking flight. Meanwhile, Norbert jumped around on the ground, using his limbs energetically. See, I told you according to his biological instincts, he would choose to pounce on me. Heyu remarked to Anha from the air. I shall attempt to communicate with him. Anha replied, crouching before Norbert to speak. Norbert, that was your teacher demonstrating how to fly. Please listen to him. Norbert blinked and then shook his head. I want to eat him. He looks delicious. Realizing that communication was futile, Anha sighed. In that case, let Heyu demonstrate his worth. Anha called out to Heyu in the sky. What is happening? Hagrid inquired, having overheard Anha's words. The three little ones also looked over. It's nothing. Norbert is being a bit unruly, and I am asking Heyu to teach him a lesson, Anha explained nonchalantly. You want Heyu to fight a dragon? Are you insane? Hermione exclaimed, her concern for Heyu evident. Rest assured, Norbert will be fine, Anha waved dismissively. Anha, is there a possibility? Hermione began, worried about Heyu. In her eyes, a crow battling a dragon is akin to a feast for the dragon, Harry interjected. Just watch. The truth will reveal itself. Want it, Heyu? Anha shouted to Heyu above. Humph. Heyu scoffed before diving toward Norbert. Go for it. Heyu, unleash the divine bird's assault. Anha commanded with a grand gesture. Heyu ignored him, instead grasping Norbert with his claws and lifting him aloft. What? Are you going to use a throw from Earth? Anha remarked dramatically from below. Anha, what are you talking about? Ron asked, confused. I'm referring to Heyu as combat techniques, Anha replied. Heyu seized Norbert and, using inertia, hurled him forcefully against a tree. Norbert flew through the air and crashed hard into the trunk, sitting dazed at the base. Before he could regain his senses, Heyu raked him with his claws. Fortunately, Norbert's tough skin mitigated the damage. Now fully alert, Norbert retaliated with a blast of dragonfire. Fire breath. Heyu dodge. Anha shouted, while the trio and Hagrid expressed their concern for Heyu. To their astonishment, Heyu did not evade but charged straight into the flames. Heyu, Hermione cried out, her heart heavy with the thought of losing a long-time acquaintance. She struck Anha twice in frustration. Why would you send a crow to battle a dragon? Anha embraced Hermione and gently patted her back. Fear not. Heyu will elementalize. Flames cannot harm him. Suddenly, a blue firebird pierced through the dragon's flames and fiercely collided with Norbert. Anha too drew his wand, clearing the area to prevent the flames from their skirmish from igniting the forbidden forest. The others were momentarily taken aback. Who would have imagined that a raven could transform into flames? The blue fire clung to Norbert, who felt the searing pain and frantically flapped her wings in an attempt to extinguish the flames. Yet, the fire continued to blaze upon her skin. Heyu pressed Norbert's head firmly to the ground. Do you yield? I yield. I yield. Norbert managed to utter, ensuring Anha could hear her clearly. All right, I concede. Please let me go. With that, Anha extinguished the flames, enveloping Norbert with a flick of his wand. Heyu descended from Norbert, looking down upon her imperiously. Now, let us begin your flying lessons. Thus, Heyu promptly set to instructing her. Observing their harmonious interaction, the others were left in a state of bewilderment. Anha, is Heyu a magical creature? Ron inquired excitedly. I'm not entirely certain. He seemed so extraordinary when he first accompanied me. Gradually, he became more remarkable. If I had to categorize him, I suppose he resembles a phoenix. Wow, how cool, Harry remarked, gazing curiously at Heyu. I thought. Hermione whispered to Anha from the side. Anha leaned in to catch her words, but they dwindled to a mere whisper, and he could only discern 4 syllables. What are you trying to say? Anha asked, puzzled by Hermione's demeanor. It's nothing. Hermione shook her head. Anha enveloped Hermione in a comforting embrace. It's all right. Your concern for him was quite endearing. Hermione looked at him, exasperated. So, you never told me how impressive Heyu truly is? Anha, with a resigned gesture, replied. You never asked, did you? Meanwhile, Heyu meticulously guided Norbert. You need to do this, then that, and thereafter stabilize yourself and you'll be able to fly. Heyu demonstrated the movements while explaining the steps. Before long, Norbert was flapping her wings and precariously floating in the air. That was quick. Anna nodded in satisfaction at how swiftly she had learned. What are you talking about? I did all the teaching. You merely stood there watching. Without my role as the bridge between you two, could you coexist so peacefully? Is it even possible? I have no need to coexist with her. She will soon forget me and encounter more of my kind, spouting nonsense. Heyu replied, looking at Anha with disbelief. Anha could only awkwardly shake his head. A few nights later, Anha asked Ron, have you made the arrangements? Of course, Charlie will soon arrive with his team, flying up to the top floor on their broomsticks. We just need to send Norbert along. Hermione gazed up at the luminous moonlight. I feel that this weather and brightness are somewhat unsuitable for our endeavors, she remarked. The others lifted their gazes as well, seemingly in agreement with her observation. What shall we do then? Harry inquired, looking at them. Fear not, leave it to me. This is not my first time, Anha replied, producing her wand. With a forceful incantation, a tempest arose, shrouding the moon with dark clouds. Wow, what spell is that? Hermione's curiosity was piqued once more. It's an advanced spell that you might find challenging to master with your current magical prowess, Anna calmly explained. The group approached Hagrid's hut and knocked on the door. Hagrid opened it, ushering them inside. Before them stood a Niffler, nearly the same size as Hagrid. Indeed, the suggestion proved correct. It hasn't been long, and she has grown to Hagrid's stature, Hermione remarked in astonishment, gazing at the Niffler. Oh, I suppose you're right, Hagrid observed, also inspecting the Niffler beside him. All right, we must hasten our preparations. Time is of the essence, and we need to get her to the rooftop, Ron stated, glancing at the clock and realizing that time was running short. Then let us set forth. Here, Ron, this is for you, Anna said, retrieving a Firebolt 2000 from her pocket and handing it to him. Oh my, a Firebolt 2000. How can your pocket accommodate a broom? Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. That's a secret. Consider it a birthday gift if you like it. Anna waved her hand dismissively. Quite generous of you, Ron replied as he accepted the broom. Now, let me outline the plan. Ron and Harry, you will hold the edges of the invisibility cloak and cover the Niffler. Hermione and I will ride atop the Niffler. Directing her, Anna elaborated her strategy. Harry regarded Anna and Hermione with a hint of suspicion. This isn't part of some romantic subplot, is it? A date during a mission? Well, since the Niffler will heed my commands, Hermione and I are not particularly adept at riding brooms. So we shall rely on the two of you. Anna scratched her head, attempting to mask her embarrassment. Harry nodded, recognizing that Anna's plan was sound, and agreed to it. All right then, let us prepare to commence, Hermione affirmed, unable to refuse Anna's arrangement. Outside Hagrid's hut, in the yard, Hagrid wiped his tears with a handkerchief. Niffler, take care. I will miss you dearly and will come to visit. Please do not forget me. Hagrid spoke, his voice trembling with emotion. The group checked the time, and once assured, they began their mission. On a dark, windy night, a dragon and two broomsticks soared through the sky, smoothly reaching the rooftop where two figures awaited. Hey, Ron, over here. One of them waved, spotting Ron. The group flew over to them. This is the Niffler. She will accompany you. Ron and Harry lifted the invisibility cloak, revealing the figure of Norbert. Oh, she was truly stunning. Charlie gazed at Norbert, questioning her beauty. Harry felt perplexed, for Norbert was not as charming after maturing. Of course, she was a dragon, which was evidently clear. Charlie spoke up, and Anna had also completed her task. All right, I am all set here. The mission is accomplished. Chapter 103, The Adventure in Detention. Malfoy observed Ron at the adjacent table, as he received a letter, glanced at it briefly, and then rose in excitement, eager to read it aloud to Harry and the others. Malfoy was curious about what could evoke such enthusiasm from the red-headed boy. Consequently, he focused his attention and listened intently. Why could he hear them? They rarely conspired loudly. They simply chose not to interfere, but today he was intrigued. Carry away? Norbert? The professors must not know. Although he could hear, it was not entirely clear, as a Ravenclaw table stood between them. Yet Malfoy grasped the essence of the conversation. It appeared that the pure-blooded scoundrels planned something that must remain hidden from the professors. He could hardly imagine the expressions on their faces if they were caught. A smirk crept onto Malfoy's lips as he fixed his gaze on Harry. What are you mumbling about, boss? Care for a piece of cake? Goyle offered a slice. Nothing much. Eating cake this early would only make one fatter. Malfoy wiped the smile from his face and handed the cake to Crabbe, who was devouring everything in sight. He pondered how to discreetly uncover their plans. Subsequently, he engaged in several days of surveillance, but each time he spotted Anha, he opted to abandon the pursuit, as the risk of being discovered was too great. Nevertheless, perseverance bore fruit. He eventually uncovered Norbert's existence. They were raising a dragon? This was utterly insane. Malfoy, who had a fondness for dragons, yearned to touch the creature but dared not, preferring to observe from a distance. After organizing the information he had gathered, it became clear that Ron would secretly deliver the dragon to his brother one evening, presenting an opportunity for him. I shall report this to the professors. Malfoy resolved silently. Anha clapped her hands, took Hermione's hand, and followed closely behind Harry and Ron. We'll stay right behind them. I wish to cling to you a little longer. Anha remarked to Hermione. The four of them slowly made their way toward the dormitory. What are you two doing here? Miss Harry Potter and Mr. Ron Weasley. You're clearly violating school rules. Professor McGonagall appeared in their path, accompanied by Malfoy. What are you staring at? Besides the two of you, who else is here? You three will accompany me to the office. Professor McGonagall sternly reprimanded the two in front of her. As they departed, she cast a sidelong glance at the corner, where the three followed in her wake. Malfoy walked ahead with his chin raised, while the two behind exchanged whispers, their heads bowed. Where are Anha and Hermione? Ron inquired with a hint of confusion. Harry shook her head in response. How should I know? Weren't they supposed to be following us? Could it be that they happened to go on a date? Harry too was perplexed. After a brief exchange that yielded no answers, Ron lifted his gaze towards the individual ahead. That despicable fellow. How dare he betray us? Draco Malfoy, having overheard Ron's irate remarks, merely chuckled. So what? You, with your fiery red hair, deserve to be caught for your unruly behavior, dragging Harry down with you. If you ask me, Harry should come and play with me instead. That red-headed fool will only hinder you. Malfoy began to encroach upon Ron's territory. You. Ron gritted his teeth, glaring at Malfoy, while Harry shook her head. If only you could ever set aside that air of superiority, we might still be able to be friends. Before long, the group arrived at the office. Meanwhile, Anha and Hermione were 2 minutes behind. Anha sensed something amiss. It shouldn't have been this smooth. She recalled that Ron and Harry had seemingly been captured. Observing the two before her, Anha drew her wand and cast the disillusionment charm on Hermione. Just as she intended to cast it on the two oblivious ones ahead, she spotted Professor McGonagall approaching. Wait, Hermione, curious about why Anha was casting the charm on her, opened her mouth to ask, but Anha swiftly covered her lips. They watched as Professor McGonagall neared them, intending to reprimand the two in front, but she was intercepted. Anha, holding Hermione close, leaned in to whisper in her ear, "If you go to pat them, you'll be discovered too. Do your best to avoid being caught." Hermione was led to a corner as they observed McGonagall admonishing Harry and Ron. After the reprimand, she instructed them to proceed to the office. Anha and Hermione noted that as McGonagall departed, she cast a glance in their direction. I can't believe we didn't manage to evade her," Anha remarked. Hermione also noticed that fleeting glance from McGonagall. Did Professor McGonagall just realize we were here? Hermione's expression was filled with questions. Anna nodded. She's giving me some credit. I'm not certain she fully recognized us, but with fewer people behind her, it's obvious you were involved. Since you could hide, I must also be accounted for. And did you not notice Malfoy was absent from her side? He must have been the one to report us, compelling McGonagall to intervene. If you had spoken up earlier, Malfoy would have surely seen you, and McGonagall would have had no choice but to apprehend you. Anha quickly unraveled the intricate web of circumstances. What should we do now? Hermione expressed her concern. Anha patted her shoulder and led her to the Gryffindor common room before turning to leave. Upon seeing Anha, Ron curiously asked, "Where did you and Hermione disappear to just now?" Harry chimed in, "We just encountered Professor McGonagall. Malfoy went to tattle on us, and then we were caught by her." Actually, Anha admitted, "We were right behind you the entire time." Anha smiled and addressed them. "So why didn't we see you?" Ron asked, puzzled. "Hermione and I were hiding." Anha chuckled, recounting the events that had transpired. "Fortunately, Anha, you took Hermione with you, otherwise Gryffindor would have lost an additional 50 points. And Ravenclaw would have incurred the same penalty. Indeed, we were docked 100 points and sentenced to detention, though Malfoy also lost 50 points and received detention," Ron added. Anha laughed and patted both of their shoulders. After a brief farewell, Anha departed. Hermione awaited them on the sofa. As she attempted to explain further, Ron interrupted her. "Anha has already mentioned it. We just encountered him, and Professor McGonagall deducted 50 points from each of us and assigned us detention, though it won't be immediate. Likely tomorrow," Ron stated. "So, it's nothing to worry about, Hermione. You rule-breaking children should be grateful that the school no longer employs corporal punishment. Otherwise, I would certainly wield a whip and give you a good thrashing." Filch, holding a lantern, approached Hagrid's hut, followed by 3 miscreants, Ron, Malfoy, and Harry. Hagrid was cleaning his hunting rifle in front of the hut. "Hagrid, these 3 little wizards have misbehaved. It's up to you to deal with them." Filch indicated the trio. "Today, your task is to accompany Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest for patrol," Filch instructed the young wizards. "What? Into the Forbidden Forest? It's perilous there. With werewolves and other creatures," Malfoy exclaimed, fear evident in his gaze. Harry and Ron, who had ventured in before, remained unfazed. "Not only are there werewolves, but I've heard a creature has recently been hunting and slaying unicorns." Hagrid, having finished cleaning, spoke slowly to Malfoy, who appeared even more frightened. "Come on, I still have patrol duties to attend to." He beckoned Harry and Ron to join him, with Malfoy trailing behind. As they entered the Forbidden Forest, Malfoy followed closely behind Hagrid, walking ahead of Harry and Ron. "I say, Malfoy, are you frightened?" Ron seized the opportunity to taunt him. "What do you mean afraid?" "I'm here in front, protecting you," Malfoy retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. Ron looked incredulously at the stubborn boy. "We've reached a fork in the path. How about this? Ron, you come with me this way, and Harry, you and Malfoy take that path." Hagrid glanced back at the trio. "Wait, why are we splitting up?" Malfoy questioned, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "If you wish to go alone, that is permissible." "Of course not. I need to bring another Fong with me." Malfoy pointed at Hagrid's dog. "That's fine, but Fong is rather timid. He might run faster than you." Hagrid replied to Malfoy, It was due to the presence of a fork in the path ahead that the group was divided. Hagrid wished to ascertain the whereabouts of Norbert and Ron's brother, and it was inconceivable to allow Malfoy to wander alone. Furthermore, having witnessed the altercation between Ron and Malfoy, Hagrid deemed it prudent to separate them. Thus, the four individuals split into two teams, each taking a different direction at the fork. Hearing Harry's voice, Malfoy had no choice but to follow closely behind. As they proceeded, a brilliant light illuminated the path, resembling a firework soaring into the sky, bursting forth from the Forbidden Forest and shimmering in the air. Who could possibly be setting off fireworks within the Forbidden Forest? Malfoy inquired. Meanwhile, Anha, seated at a desk in the dormitory, noticed the dazzling display of fireworks. Her pupils dilated in shock as she set down her quill and rushed outside, summoning Black Feather in her haste. Black Feather, take me there swiftly, she commanded. Heeding her urgent call, Black Feather complied without hesitation, whisking her away to the source of the fireworks. Harry pushed through the underbrush and beheld the familiar wand that conjured the fireworks. Before him stood a cloaked figure, devouring a unicorn on the ground, while a small unicorn lay nearby. Big White, Little White, Harry exclaimed in astonishment. The hooded figure turned upon hearing the voice, recognizing the source as a charming young girl. It's you, the figure said, rising and slowly approaching Harry while drawing forth a wand. In response, Harry too brandished his wand. Upon witnessing Harry's action, the cloaked figure wasted no time in casting a spell, a green light streaking toward Harry. In a moment of dire urgency, Malfoy lunged forward, tackling Harry to the ground, as the green light collided with a nearby tree, causing it to wither instantly. Have you lost your mind? You're not even attempting to evade the spell aimed at you. Malfoy exclaimed angrily at Harry, who lay beneath him. You need to leave. Go find Hagrid and the others. I will hold them off, Malfoy insisted, pushing Harry aside. His voice trembled slightly, yet he maintained his grip on the wand, directing it at the cloaked figure. Unleashing the dragon, Malfoy uttered as a dark serpent emerged from the tip of his wand. You must go now. Do not hesitate. If you do, we shall both meet our demise. The cloaked figure regarded the serpent before him, hissing in the language of snakes, causing the dark serpent to turn tail. Though holding his wand toward Malfoy, the figure hesitated, refraining from casting a spell. However, the moment of indecision was brief, and the green curse flew forth, only to be intercepted by a rising wall of earth that sprang up before Malfoy, shielding him from the spell. A foot landed atop the earthen barrier as Anha, wand in hand, fixated her gaze upon the hooded man. You shall not harm my friends. Harry, take Malfoy and flee. Leave the rest to me, she declared, her eyes settling on the fallen Big White and Little White, as well as the wand lying beside Big White. Why must you target my friends when there are others to choose from? Tom, the voice of Anha was chilling, as though a frigid wind had pierced through to the very marrow of the black-robed man's ears. Ha! Surrender your bodily autonomy to me. A cold voice resonated from the figure cloaked in black. Who informed you of my name? Dumbledore? What is your connection to him? The Dark Lord, who held dominion over the body, stretched his limbs and spoke to Anha. Why should I divulge anything to you? I had no intention of disrupting the plan. Yet you insist on confronting me head-on. Anha raised his wand toward the black-robed man. What audacity allows a mere underage Ravenclaw student to address me in such a manner? Upon uttering these words, the black-robed man scoffed and rolled to the right. What purpose does such trivial theatrics serve? Easily evading the flames, the black-robed man shook his head. He then raised his hand and cast the killing curse toward Anha. As the green light surged toward him, Anha merely lifted his wand, transforming a small stone into a rabbit under the transfiguration spell, which then collided with the green light. If the infamous Voldemort can only perform such petty tricks, then your escape tonight is assuredly futile. Anha's gaze was icy as he regarded the black-robed man, his wrist flicking slightly, causing several deep green blades to shoot forth. Slicing through the air, the black-robed man effortlessly sidestepped the blades. Ha! Severus's disarming charm. And this traitor has taken you as his apprentice? The black-robed man laughed derisively at Anha, emitting a harsh cackle. His hands did not cease their movements. Instead, he forcefully gestured, sending several skeletal hands racing toward Anha. Soul Snatcher. The spectral skeletal hands, seemingly endowed with sight, pursued Anha with relentless determination. Attempting to employ the same strategy, Anha conjured objects through transfiguration to shield himself. Yet the curse simply penetrated the transformed objects, continuing its relentless advance toward him. Anha narrowed his eyes. When the skeletal hands were mere meters away, he decisively conjured a fire shield for protection. A cerulean flame ignited around him, and as the skeletal hands breached the fiery barrier, the flames swiftly enveloped and incinerated them. Before the black-robed man could utter a word, two crimson thorns slowly emerged from behind him. Noticing the peculiar disturbance, he quickly sidestepped, discerning the strange thorns, which he incinerated with a burst of fierce fire, commanding the flames to advance toward Anha. Contemplating his next move, the black-robed man directed the flames to consume everything in their vicinity, the fire devouring all that was combustible. Observing the flames ravenously consuming the surroundings, Anha realized that the inferno would soon threaten the lives of his companions, Bai and Xiaobai. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his magical power with all his might, intent on seizing control from Voldemort's grasp. "You truly are a madman," the black-robed man spat. Sensing that the control over the fierce flames in his hand was being forcibly wrested away, and that his adversary possessed a considerable reservoir of magical energy. As the flames approached the position of the two unicorns, Anha successfully seized control of the fierce fire. His protective flame shield gradually began to be drawn towards the inferno. The azure flames confronted the crimson ones, transforming the latter like ink altering its canvas, thereby converting the entire fire serpent into a stunning shade of blue. The cloaked figure, realizing the control had slipped from his grasp, swiftly turned and dissipated into a cloud of black mist, fleeing the scene. Anha hurriedly extinguished the flames and, upon witnessing the dark mist that was Voldemort retreating, felt compelled to pursue. However, just as he was about to move, he noticed Xiaobai trembling as she stood up. He rushed over to her, meticulously checking her condition. "Are you all right?" he asked, supporting the unicorn. Xiaobai shook her head, casting her gaze towards her fallen mother. Silvery blood pooled on the ground as she staggered towards the lifeless form of Daba. Anha followed her, arriving at Daba's side, only to find that she had ceased to breathe. Xiaobai knelt beside Daba, weeping. "Anha, are you okay?" came the voice of Harry, as he, Ron Malfoy, and Hagrid hurried over. "Oh, Daba!" Hagrid exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the fallen unicorn, while the other three focused their attention on Anha. They sensed an energy within him flowing incessantly towards the unicorn's lifeless body, which then radiated outward, causing the surrounding grass to flourish rapidly. "Anha, you don't mean to bring Daba back to life, do you?" Ron questioned, eyeing Anna's actions with curiosity. "I don't know," Anna replied, while Harry also shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Soon, Dumbledore and Grindelwald arrived, having sensed the magical disturbances within the Forbidden Forest. "Albus, there are traces of dark magic, particularly the killing curse, and the fierce fire is quite evident," Grindelwald noted. "I believe I also detected signs of a protective fire shield." They surveyed the environment, analyzing the situation, and soon noticed Hagrid and the others nearby. As Grindelwald approached them, he intended to inquire about their presence, but was taken aback to see Anha kneeling, channeling magic into the deceased unicorn. Dumbledore observed as well, and they stood silently for 2 minutes, watching Anna's face grow increasingly pale. Grindelwald abruptly pulled him away. "As much as I would wish to see him resurrected, since you have already tried, there is no point in struggling further. He is irrevocably gone. Just look at this grass towering 2 meters high. The magic you infused into that lifeless body is utterly futile." Grindelwald admonished him sternly, gripping Anha as shoulders. Dumbledore then began to counsel him. "This is a trial you must inevitably face. The more you resist, the greater your suffering will be. The deceased do not dwell on the pain of those they leave behind. Acceptance is a necessary part of life. When death arrives, whether to oneself or others, it must ultimately be embraced. Rather than living in regret, consider what assistance you can still offer," Dumbledore said, gesturing towards Xiaobai beside him. Listening to the reprimands from 2 individuals, Anha rose to his feet, casting his gaze upon the lifeless body at his feet before turning to Grindelwald. "Master, do you know of any magic that can communicate with souls? I wish to converse with her." Grindelwald looked at Anha with a hint of reluctance, for he was indeed aware of such magic. However, for a creature as sacred as the unicorn, its soul could never be desecrated by magic after death. Yet, observing the earnest plea in his disciple's eyes, he sighed. "There exists a method. I can summon the soul for a brief moment. Yet, for the pure unicorn, this act is akin to sacrilege, and it may very well fail. You must be prepared for that." Having spoken, he imparted the steps of the spell and the necessary incantations to Anha. Anha attempted the spell in the air, feeling confident, then focused on the body before him and commenced the incantation. As the magic surged, an invisible bridge formed a connection between the corpse and Anha. A faint green light flickered across the body, intensifying the bond of communication. A shimmering green silhouette emerged before the onlookers, manifesting as a dazed unicorn spirit. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Anha spoke to the ethereal figure. "I am deeply sorry for arriving too late to save you." The spectral figure shook its head, glanced at the small child, and nodded at Anha. "I am immensely grateful to you for saving this child and for summoning my soul, allowing me to utter my final words." As Anha listened to the unicorn spirit, he sensed that its essence would linger for approximately 2 minutes. "Is the girl you cherish not by your side?" the unicorn spirit inquired. Anha shook his head. "Because I have accepted your magic, my soul will ultimately dissipate. Normally, every unicorn that passes enters the sacred realm, akin to a hall of heroes. However, having accepted your magic, my essence will completely fade after our communication. Yet, I harbor no regrets. This child is not yet grown. In a moment, I shall channel my remaining magic into a blessing. It will transform into a pearl, and I hope you will entrust it to a girl you deem worthy, allowing my child to follow her. This is my final wish, to accompany her as she grows." The unicorn spirit bowed to Anha, earnestly hoping he would honor its request. Encouraged by the spirit's words, Anha smiled and replied, "I cannot be certain if Hermione will agree. But even if she does not, I shall care for Xiao diligently." The unicorn spirit bowed once more. "I appreciate your commitment, but alas, the unicorn's blessing can only bestow favor upon females, so I cannot bless you. My apologies." With that, the spirit imparted a final word of caution to Xiao before gradually fading away. Upon its disappearance, the unicorn's body disintegrated into fragments, slowly merging into a pure white pearl. Anha picked it up, holding it in his hand, taking a moment to collect his emotions before speaking. At the castle entrance, "Hello, Draco, thank you," Harry called out to Malfoy, expressing her gratitude. "The honor of a pure blood family dictates that one does not abandon a girl to flee alone in the face of danger." With that, she turned and began to walk away, gradually quickening her pace. Upon hearing the sound of the door, she looked up and saw Anha, Ron, and Xiao. "What brings you here, Anha?" "Xiao?" Hermione asked, slightly puzzled. Harry took Hermione aside to recount the events of the evening. Moments later, Hermione approached Anha and Xiao, first embracing Anha and offering words of comfort. "It's all right. Witnessing the cycle of life is an essential part of existence. Do not be sad any longer. And you too, Xiao. I shall take care of you from now on." Observing Hermione, Anha inquired, "Are you truly going to care for her?" With that, he produced a bead and recounted his entire experience of communicating with the spirit of Dabai. After listening, Hermione picked up the bead to examine it. Dabai is no longer here. Caring for Xiao is only natural. But what is this blessing? Before Hermione could discern the bead's nature, it dissolved in her palm, forming a unicorn mark on her wrist, and a strange message resonated in her mind. "Thank you, child. When you truly accept Xiao, the blessing will take effect. Xiao will be bound to you for life, sharing a fateful connection, just as when the black feather appeared before me. I envision this way for Xiao to repay all your kindness. I am grateful for your willingness to care for her." As she absorbed Dabai's words, tears shimmered in Hermione's eyes. Is the feeling of maternal love truly so profound? After a moment, she approached Xiao and whispered, "From now on, we shall be the best of family." Watching the embrace between Hermione and Xiao, Anna smiled. Although he had not succeeded in saving Dabai, fulfilling the promise made with Dabai brought him great joy.